What am I looking at? He can give me this check, but I can block. And if he takes, or if he takes with the knight, then I take, and it's covered by just enough things. So potentially bringing. I'm gonna just be straight up with you. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be playing here. I'm getting pressured. I am getting pressured. Look at his pieces. Okay, so he wants to just add an attacker. Excellent plan, my friend. That is an excellent plan. I'm not even gonna pretend like it's not. So I might have to make a concession at some point. I might just be like losing some stuff. Because what am I doing about that? He just adds another... Dude, what if I bring the bishop back? He comes in. I step over with the king. He takes. Take. He wins the pawn. That's for sure. This is also hanging. I could just step over now and just allow the take, and I take back. Boom, 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 boom. We slide over and defend. Then he comes in. We're doing it. You trade your light square, your dark square bishop for my knight, and you win a pawn. And my king is in the middle of the board naked. And your king is happy in his mansion. Look at the king's, bro. His king is so happy, and my king is not happy. And I'm not convinced. I'm ready to just take this bishop and kind of alleviate some of this immediate pressure. So that he kind of has to take. Because if he jumps in with the knight, I mean, bro, I'm just going to take, and you got to take back. So we're doing this. Oh, wait, it worked, because you couldn't take that pawn because I'm attacking this. Oh, boy. I think I just untangled. This pawn is hanging. Make no mistake about it. But do I dare step over with my king? I can push, but then he just steps over here. Then I attack the queen. Queen has to go here. That also takes away the idea of the knight. I think we're going to just do this. This is going to be my defensive structure. He's got this. No, he doesn't. What am I talking about? We're attacking this. He steps over. And his knight can't come in anymore. So I kind of like the idea of trying to trade some stuff off. I have the bishop pair. So you ruined my pawn structure. But I got tactically lucky. It's probably a little bit slow. You know what? Let's propose a queen trade. Not propose a queen trade. Let's force a queen trade, actually. Because, like, what else are you going to do? You can't go here. You can't go here. You can't go here. What am I talking about? He can go on a lot of squares over here. But I'm not sure. Sliding all the way over here, is that really such a great idea? I might just step forward again. Yeah, he could slide over here. But then I can kind of bring my rook. Bring my queen here. And I don't hate my position. And all of a sudden, maybe my bishops start doing something. So he trades. Okay. Now, I don't want to undevelop my bishop. I kind of like the idea of my king protected by these pawns. And we're going to have an endgame, but I have the bishops, bro. So, do I take here? You know what? We're taking with the bishop because this is going to be the open file. And I just don't want to put my king there and just walk into that with the rooks. So we're going to go ahead and play this. And I think definitely some inaccuracies have been played this game. Make no mistake about it. I mean, I can do this and kind of force a pawn push. I don't think that really does anything. Also, his knight could just come into the middle now. So if this happens, then the knight just gets in the middle. So we're going to come right back. His knight can come in. If I take, he takes like this. And then it's a check. I'm not sure what to be playing. I think this knight is too powerful now, and I got a lot of pawns on light squares. You know what? We're just going to take. Forget about it. We're just going to take. We're going to slide my rook over here, and we're going to rush into an endgame, an opposite colored bishop endgame. I'd like to keep one of the rooks on the board, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So he wants to do this and solidify the center. Very, very reasonable. I can push forward and threaten this. A little pawn advancement, but he can just get out of it with a simple trade. But we're going to do it. Okay. He can't go here. I got the open file at least a little bit. Ooh. Not sure that was correct, but at least I got the open file. And now I'm going to come to this one. That will be the next idea. Get into the position with attacks. Oof, this move. Gotta get active with this guy. I mean, he can just push that pawn forward. Push a pawn in my face if I step forward. And this bishop is ugly, but he's actually doing a great job. Okay. I feel like this can't be a terrible idea. I mean, never mind. He just comes in and attacks me. What if I place my rook on this square? All right, let's just take a second. I almost just blundered my rook in one move. If I go here, he can just step forward. And then really, what am I accomplishing? Here, 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 here. And then it's just a draw, bro. I can plant my bishop in the middle of the board, step forward and go for this pawn break. Not at all convinced that that made any sense. But the idea is push my king forward, launch this pawn. If he takes, my king is closer to doing something, sort of. He can just play this. He has these types of ideas. We launch a pawn. Here, here, check. I think I'm chilling. He's got this check. Oh, yes, he does. I can step back two different ways, really. I could step over, but we're not going to play that. If I step back here, at least I'm on the dark squares. I also have this. Getting scary. It's getting real, real scary. Very scary. Game of chess going on right now. I'm not gonna front. If he steps back, I do get a pawn. Yeah, but he can just push. Definitely we see this. But what's going on in that position? Like after this check, I can step back. Or I step over here. This is something that we might have to deal with. Because if he plays this, he can make a pass pawn essentially. Because I can't really take because there's all this. We're just going to put a pawn in the dark square. If we see this, this is a wild, wild endgame. Now he can kind of be free to play whatever he wants. If I take here and he takes here, what if I just push and he takes? I have to take. But then he takes. We push forward. There's stuff going on over here, but at least I'm looking at this. So he has to waste a move. Yeah, that makes a great amount of sense. What if I just push, and get behind it? Just like boom, boom. Yikes. Because if he pushes, I just take. And here, then I just take. I mean, yes, he gets in, but I can touch it and defend it. Chess is complicated, bro. Chess is complicated. And he still has this, which I just don't think that he's noticed yet. I can also push and get behind it. But if he plays this, I take. If he takes, I take. Then there's this. So he can't even, he could play this, but I take this. That makes a pass pawn. What am I talking about? Am I stupid? Here. We have to. We have to. We have to. There's this. We give this check. I can grab this pawn, but I don't think that's really what needs to be worried about right now. He does have this, but then I can grab that. I'm going to probably grab that pawn first. There is this, but my king is defending it. His king is cut off, actually. I can just go for this one as well. I can push and make this pass pawn as well. I can push with check, but I take. I can just push and allow this, but he's going to block it, and that's going to be annoying to deal with. Here, here. Just don't lose on time. We're going to step here and push this. I can also play this. He can go here. Check. We're taking away some squares of that king. I'm trying to push to give this check to push the guy away. So he has to block, I think. Check. He can't take it. Check. And that's a wrap. He's gonna go here, Jesus Christ. He just blocks, bro. This is hectic. If he doesn't come back, I can grab this. He plays here, I take. But I can kind of chase him to the end of the world with checks, I think. He's miraculously kind of safe. I think we play this. We have to give a check. We give this check. Bro, this is unbelievable. We give this check. He's got this check. But I run away. I can also go here. I really just don't want to choke this, but he should resign, yes, because he's getting forced to this back rank. If he goes here, checkmate. If he goes here, checkmate. If he goes here, check. Here, check here. Something, bro. I would get the checkmate. That was an absolute slugfest of an endgame. I don't know if that's the terminology. I accidentally just clicked on his profile. Let's check how accurate that was. I think there were probably a fair bit of inaccuracies. This opening didn't make any sense, but you know what I mean? Like, look at this. Who's going ahead? C6 with the knight on like move 1, bro? Come on, who plays like that? Nobody plays like that. Move a pawn, dog. All right, so we're gonna check this with the computer. I'll see you over there, and we're gonna see what else we can learn. And here we are in the analysis, and oh boy, was that a fun endgame to play, because I was winning the entire time. Okay, so if we take a look at this graph, we see I was definitely struggling out of the opening a little bit. I had a minus 1.7 position, all because I decided to develop my knight in a strange manner. Then all after that, it's pretty much uphill. I threw it away to another little slightly minus position here. But for a 5-minute plus 5-second game, 86% accurate, 14 inaccuracies. That is a personal best, a new record for me actually. 14 inaccuracies. I got 11 before and was surprised. 14. I don't even know how many moves were in this game of chess, but like a huge percent of that is inaccuracies. Then 4 mistakes and 1 blunder. Now, if we look, the mistakes, the first 2 definitely did matter. The blunder didn't matter at all. And the inaccuracies, I mean, 14 inaccuracies definitely add up, so that for sure mattered. Our opponent, 81% accurate, 3 blunders, 7 mistakes, 9 inaccuracies, and I played 86% if I did not mention that. And so right out of the opening, boom, move number 2, inaccuracy on my part, because we basically walk into this where I have to make a pawn move. Because if I develop the knight, he sacrifices here, I take, he forks my pieces defended by the queen, so I have to step back, he takes my knight, I go here, and then he can even launch this pawn, he can launch this pawn, and I just get a completely equal position right out of the opening. So none of that is actually the way you're supposed to play chess. I play the bishop's opening, so I just instinct move the bishop, all right? Bishop c4, that's what I play. So we push the pawn because I have lost to this little tactic so many times. Now that you've seen this video, it will never happen to you. Now we take, and we develop my knight over here for the simple reason of I am worried that my opponent has studied this opening, so I played not the best move. This is the best move, but then we walk into this, and maybe he just knows what he's doing a little bit better than I do. And so I play like one of the, not the best move. But if we're going from a 0.2 to minus 0.2, largely it doesn't matter at all, okay? Then we push a pawn, we hit the bishop, he scoots back over here, I push this pawn, and now officially, guaranteed, neither of us have seen this exact position, okay? With the pawn here, the bishop here, the knight over here, I think that it's a completely new position for both of us. If we look in the Lichess database, this position has actually only been played 1 time. 1 time. We go back just a few moves, 18 times. Is that how that works? No, here's the sum. Yeah, it's only been 2 times in the entire database. New game, essentially. Then we develop the knight. We trade off. Taking with the bishop was the best idea. We're attacking this immediately. Then I put my knight here. So my whole idea of rerouting this knight, I thought about, okay, I want to attack the bishop. I did not think about, okay, the queen is just going to pin me and then I'm in a problem. So in this position, what I'm supposed to do is either castle and just let this happen. Like just castle, he gives up the bishop. I'll show you. Castle, he gives up the bishop. I take, he takes. And it's essentially an equal position because I have the bishop pair. Yes, I lost a pawn, but I have the bishop pair. That is the analysis, okay? So I was supposed to just be like, okay, it's fine. I'm going to castle anyway. Stepping up also works because generally the same reason, just like take, but then I'm attacking this or whatever. So I had, to be honest with you, I play this move. It's an inaccuracy, but only if we realize that after all of this happens, the rook sees the bishop and the queen will be getting ready to take this pawn. Okay, so I'll show you. He's supposed to step back. So this was just a touch of serendipity, and sometimes things just work out in your favor. So this is the idea. Pressure the pinned piece. Okay, I run away with my king, and I just accepted here that I was going to lose the pawn. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so and this is exactly what happens. Boom, boom. And then in this position, we needed to evaluate that this is fine. I grab this, but he hits me with this check. And if I go forward, he hits me with this check. And I got to give up the rook forward anyway, because if I don't, I mean, essentially I'm just going to get checkmated, bro. Like, I'm not even going to go into it. I got to give it up. I'm going to get checkmated if I don't. And so we needed to evaluate that. Now it's showing it's the best move. But either way, it's not that great because all of this was going to happen. Unfortunately for my opponent, he saw this and he said, okay, well, if I move this, my queen is attacked and I don't want to lose my bishop for nothing. So he steps back. Then I hit the bishop. The bishop steps back. And then all of a sudden, miraculously, I have a good position. Just out of nowhere, I have a good position. Then we trade off the queens. Now I really just have a bishop pair. This pawn structure doesn't actually suck all that bad because I've got an open file. And, you know, things are looking quite swimmingly. I play this inaccuracy because for whatever reason, I saw this and got scared of it, where I would have to like step back to defend this pawn. I didn't want this. Long story short, that's what I didn't want. So I play bishop move here so that this pawn pushes forward. So then I move, and now the knight can no longer play this. However, he can just jump to the middle of the board, and arguably this is a better square for the knight than this one. So, whatever. Then, you know, I think about it for a little while, and I thought, okay, I have 5 pawns on light squares. This knight is in the middle of the board, essentially really scary. Probably I should just give up the bishop for the knight. Unfortunately, that was the wrong idea. It's an inaccuracy, but it's not the end of the world. Now this moment right here, this pawn push is a high level pawn push. We push the pawn with 2 ideas. We push the pawn and we're threatening this fork. Even after this, we're still threatening to trap the bishop. So realizing that, because we don't want to take here and just help him solidify the center. Like if we take here and he takes, how bad is it actually? I'm still winning, but whatever. I didn't want to do that because it opens up a file onto my king and it solidifies his center. So for 2 reasons we didn't want to do it. I play the best move, pawn push, quiet pawn push, where it forces this. Then he has to make another pawn move or his bishop is getting trapped. He plays the best move. And then what I'm supposed to see is, all right, this tension is going on, but what are you going to do about my rook on the 7th rank? If you capture here, then I just start gobbling pawns and I'm on the 7th rank with ideas of this. And you grabbing this pawn was far less important than that. Unfortunately, I saw this tension and I said, I got to do something about it. So I push a pawn, okay? Then we put my bishop on this nice diagonal. I figure if I'm ever able to get something like this, it would be really good. So this is probably where the bishop wants to be looking. Then I put my bishop in the middle of the board. Then I move my king up because I'm going for this pawn push. It's an inaccuracy, but whatever, we go for it anyway. A lot of inaccuracies going on. We step back. And then this move didn't make any sense because it gives him the option to make a pass pawn. Because I go here and he can simply push. And I can't take because he just grabs my bishop and I'm losing. So essentially, he can just make a passed pawn. And it's worse than that. He pushes 2 more squares and it's defended by the bishop, which I'm never getting rid of. And he's quite quick to circling around and like supporting that passed pawn. And the whole game will turn and be about stopping this passed pawn. My king will have to like get dedicated to stopping it, or my rook or whatever. And so in this position, that's not possible because I can just take. And then I have the pass pawn that I can defend. And then it's the complete opposite where I'm defending the promotion square and I'm looking at this. So he just can't play this move. He just can't play this move, or it's losing essentially in this position. But when my bishop is here, this pawn is doing the job of defending it, not this one. Okay, that was enough explaining. So we play an inaccuracy, 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 mistake, mistake, inaccuracy, inaccuracy. Boom, some reasonable moves. Now I have a passed pawn. Another mistake, another inaccuracy, because the correct idea here was boom, boom, boom. Like getting my bishop here, or at least here, to defend this pawn push. That was the idea. My bishop's doing nothing over here, so it definitely made sense. It definitely made sense. Just boom, boom, boom. Didn't see it. I thought my bishop was quite happy over here. And not to mention, the longer I leave my bishop here, the longer this is still an idea. And so, okay. We do a little clearance inaccuracy, but come on, we're looking at like half a pawn inaccuracies here. Still, this is the idea. This is still the idea in the position. I saw it and my opponent didn't, and I'm so grateful for that because who knows what would have happened if he played that. So this is a complete blunder because we get into this position where, for one, I'm the one giving the check. My pass pawn is actually quite safe. Looking at a square that is defended, not to mention your king is cut off, my pass pawn is better. So he evaluated that wrong. And he has troubles pushing his pass pawn because I'll just take it. So, like, he can't just push immediately. So he's going to have to, like, do something else to start even pushing it. Mine, I can just push, push, push. And I'm ready to go. So I give a check. He steps over. And I just spent 1 minute talking about how good this pass pawn is. For whatever reason, I decided to attack his pass pawn instead of just pushing mine. Don't hate it. Whatever. It's not the end of the world. Then I have a +8 because I have this simple fork. Okay? This definitely was in the position. Did not see it. Don't hate it. I had 20 seconds, so don't hate me. I grab a pawn instead. He slides over, and I go right back to where I was, defending this pass pawn. We go back here. Now, this pawn is defended, and this is a safer structure. He slides back. I push the pass pawn finally. Now, the whole idea here of the move that I just played, I play this to cut off this square because I didn't want the king getting there. I didn't actually have to play that. I can just push with check. If he steps over, I hit him with this check. He can't grab the pawn because it's defended by the rook. If he grabs the rook, then I get the queen. I gave up the rook, though. So I was supposed to see that. The reason I played this is because I figured, you know what? I can do it and not lose the rook. So that was what I was going for. And so he could have just played this, and it potentially would have stopped all of that. But then I could have grabbed this pawn essentially, and then I'm up a pawn still. We get the queen. Endgame, we make the queen. Okay, boom. Now in this position, I have checkmate in 1, just like that. Checkmate in 1. I also have checkmate in 1. I also have checkmate in 2, I believe. What is checkmate in 2? Queen c8. Oh, boom, boom, boom. There we go. Okay, that's a weird maneuver. But either way, I got checkmate in 1, I got checkmate in 1. Basically, the way you win this position is you say, where do we not want the enemy king to be? Well, say he could be here, or any of these squares, per se. That is exactly where we don't want the enemy king to be. So this move makes the most amount of sense because it cuts off this row, and the king would have to step back. Say it wasn't checkmate. We're cutting off the idea of running this way and getting down here. Because getting down here, it's going to be harder to checkmate you. Definitely when you end up on these light squares, because I got a dark square bishop, and my rook is all the way over here. I miss mate in 1. Give a check. Now the king got exactly where I don't want him to be. Now the bishop's defending these dark squares, and just kind of look at how safe this king actually is. There's mate in 11, but it's not super easy to find. I mean, I guess I could play something like this. Actually, this probably isn't too far out of the question. No, he grabs this. So yeah, it's not super easy. Not super easy. We go back. I want to defend this pawn so I can give this check without the king being able to grab this pawn and kind of escape more. We give the check. He steps out. We give a check. We give a check. He steps up. We slide all the way over here with pretty much ideas of just giving this ladder checkmate. He gives me a check, but I'm safe. No more checks in the position. There's no way that he can check me. My king is actually safe, hidden behind all of the enemy's pieces. It's suggesting to just sacrifice something. But here we give this check, and then essentially, no matter what he does, he's getting checkmated in like 2 moves. I mean, if he goes here, then it's checkmate in 1. If he goes here, I think I can just push him over. Check, check. Oh man, okay, so it's a little bit complicated, but I was basically going to whittle him down. So, I mean, say he plays this. I'd probably just keep giving him checks. I'm going to be straight up with you, like, not that, not that. Either way, you get the idea. I can definitely checkmate a solo king when I got a queen, a rook, and a bishop, and these guys are doing nothing, okay? Thank you so much for watching my video. If you enjoyed anything or you learned anything, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and it is a long and treacherous road. So hopefully I didn't take up too much of your time. Thank you so much for watching. I love you. I'll see you guys the next time, and get out of here. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is bullying someone that is slightly lower rated, and I'm going to explain my thought process and why the moves that he makes are bad and why the moves that I make are good, and probably I'll make some bad moves as well. And I'm just going to share a secret with you. There are really 2 or 3 things that I have done that got me good at chess. So one of them is watching chess videos. I would recommend Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Sorry, his name's hard to pronounce. And then Will Taylor Chess. Will Taylor Chess plays attacking, aggressive chess, and that is what I want to emulate. I want to learn how to play like him, and he's much better than I am. And watch those 2 people. Don't watch Gotham Chess. He's just going to give you entertainment. He's not going to give you like hardcore information that is going to get you better at chess. Hate to say it. Some of his older videos, yes. So what we're doing here is we have the bishop's opening. You don't see this move really played often at a higher level because I'm not really sure of the reason, but I know that there is this line. If he takes with the pawn, Are you ready to learn something? We sacrifice the bishop. He has to take. If he doesn't, we just get out of there. He lost the right to castle. We got back. So that is what we're going to be playing. We step all the way back. His king is exposed. He can't castle. And we got back the pawn that we gambited essentially in the beginning. So this guy's being attacked. Generally, that is the natural development square for the knight. So I can do two things. I can defend the pawn, or I can push it forward in his face. And if I push it forward in his face, what is he really doing with that knight? He's got to kind of go back. You know what I'm saying? He can't go here or here. He can't go here. So he kind of just needs to go back. So you need to be very weary of developing your knight when there's a simple pawn push that can attack it. Furthermore, you also need to be a little bit nervous. Not nervous, but you shouldn't play moves like this bishop check if the pawn can just come forward and attack you, because then you lose a tempo. So he pins the pawn to my king. Very reasonable move. I think we're going to pin the knight. And if he pushes forward, I might even take. Then he takes. I can also pin the knight. So I think his position is just going to unravel quickly because there's this pin. I mean, we don't want him taking our pawn. That would be rather unfortunate. So, I mean, I can pin the knight, but then he just comes in with check. So I could just develop the queen and hold on to this. I mean, and then I can take. But what if I go here and he takes? I develop a knight? What do I do? I think we're just going to step forward and defend the pawn. His knight is still in kind of the same situation where it needs to step back, and I really like that. We just don't want to lose our pawn with check, with the prospects of like trading off the queens. So yes, he steps back. And kind of just like that, he took away an escaping square for the king. That was a crucial square that the king could have gone to. This diagonal is pretty much mine. So if I give this check, you always want to look for checks. And so I'm looking at this check. Yes, we hang the pawn, but how do you block that? Well, you can't block it on this square with the queen because my bishop. You can't run to the side, and if your knight comes back, then I really want a way to defend this pawn. So I think we're going to go here. The knight comes back. We can't really take, but then we develop here. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Here, here, develop over here. Then he can take. I don't want that to happen. And doing this stops all my fun ideas. So, I mean, check here. Step over with the knight, but then he grabs my pawn. And then where is my attack? Unfortunately, we might just have to play practically here. And just hold off. Maybe even going this way would have made sense. So he wants to just get into the position. We're going to attack the queen, because I can develop a piece with tempo on the queen. This is defended. Right now his bishop doesn't really see anything, and we're just really trying to touch these diagonal squares. And so he's really only got a few moves, and I can even just push this gosh darn pawn down your throat, bro. We push this pawn. Then where's the queen going? Then I'm walking in with this check. And is that checkmate? Am I crazy? We push this. It's defended. So I think we just push this pawn down his throat. And once we get it here, it's checkmate. Because he can't scoot over. So we just attack the queen. I'm not 100% sure if I'm missing something here. But we push forward. This diagonal. Have you ever seen a checkmate like that? I mean, that is checkmate, correct? We give him a check. He can't go anywhere and he can't take it. Absolutely ridiculous. I have never, ever in my life seen a checkmate like that. I've never done a checkmate like that. I straight up just pushed a pawn down the board and checkmated the enemy king with the queens and everything still on the board. That is absolutely wild. That was only 6 minutes long. So I definitely couldn't figure out what to do, but I guess like everything worked out. So the line that I was trying to show you in the beginning, we'll do it without the computer. The line I was trying to show you is when the king captures, because then you have a whole heckin' lot of fun. We still had fun, but you have more fun. You come out here, attack the queen, and you get this bishop. Okay? Then he normally pushes this pawn. You can grab this pawn, or you can give a check. Grabbing this pawn is just fine, and then it goes on from there. But essentially, most people are going to just capture this bishop. You give the check, you win this bishop because they're going to push this pawn. I did that in the wrong order, but let's check with the computer, see how accurate that was. Not sure. I know that this move right here, boom, this is not really a good move. It just has like a 50-50 chance of getting you a crushing position. So at the cost of getting an equal position, the main line is they capture, you bring the knight, they develop their knight, you take, he takes, and then you attack the knight. And it's a completely equal position, but you got, it's an equal position. So let's check with the computer, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and that game was only 11 moves long. So hopefully that was long enough of a game to explain some stuff. We definitely got some principles, but we didn't get really any end game or middle game technique. Middle game, you can call it that, but that was a weird game. I got a checkmate with my e pawn, bro. Like what? So in the bishop's opening, this is one of the best moves, and people haven't faced this a lot. So right here, this move is only played, 4% of the time. So the bishop's opening is played like 8% of the time, and then of that 8%, 4% of the time do they see this pawn push. So long story short, unless you play a whole heckin' lot of chess, people have not seen this. And so I would recommend picking a opening that is down on the list. Can you see down here where it's changing? Pick something down there, like in this position. For black, bro, do not just pick this because it's the best move. You can pick something else, not that move, but the knight, something that is not like mainline theory that your opponent has studied a whole lot of. And so when you get better, you can focus more on the mainline stuff. So the bishop comes out, we go for this. If he takes with the bishop, we attack it with the knight, he defends it, we grab the bishop, he jumps in, and then we attack the knight with our bishop, and he has to step back. We have the bishop pair, we're down a pawn, we have a lead in development. It's an equal position. So you're down a pawn, but you kind of have the bishop pair in an attack. So at the cost of that, getting an equal position, sometimes, just sometimes, they take with the pawn. Then you have this sacrifice, where if they step over, you run all the way back, like what happened in the game, and you just have a 1.4 advantage. I was about to say minus 1.4. You have a 1.4 advantage, and you're good to go. If they take, you come out with your queen, he's going to block with this pawn. Even if he goes back, you just hit him with this check. So if he hits you with the pawn, you grab this bishop. A lot of different things can happen here, but long story short, it's +1. You're going to grab this pawn, more likely than not, also attacking this rook. The king can't castle. He's very naked. His pawn structure sucks, and you are very quickly, this is just like an example, you're very quick to develop your pieces. Like, say this happens, say he does something else. You're very quick to castle opposite, and he just has a headache of a position to defend, okay? So none of that happened. Capture, capture. He didn't want the bishop, and we get into this position. So now he develops this knight. And when you develop a knight like this, and there's a pawn ready to push forward, you have to ask yourself, are there available squares forward rather than just going back to where you came from? So I think pinning it makes the most sense, but this is sketchy. It's not a good move. I have a +2 advantage now because I attack the knight. You really have a few options. Bring the knight back or pin the pawn to the king. Either one is sketchy. And so this looks like it's an open square, but it's not because of this check. Okay? So you can't play this. We're just gonna win it like so. Okay? So that looks like an open square, but it's not. The other squares are actually taken. Okay? Actually taken. I don't know why I marked this square. But okay, he pins it. Cool. Now it's unpinned. This is an option yet again. And so, like I said, he's got the option of going back where he came from or going back over here. Going back here is better because you want to run this way. Doing this kind of trapped your king with no moves. Your king has 0 moves, and you don't want to be in that situation. I mean, I guess he had 1 move the other way. So the difference is the king has at least 1 move, okay? So he blocks it off. Now, the best move is to step over with the king. Now, we're not super worried about this pawn coming with a check. That was the main thing. We're not going to have to trade the queens now. Now we can give this check or develop this or do whatever, and we're not worried about this whole moving my queen away, and this coming with a check on my king. Now my king is here, so that's a hard to play move. Either way is actually quite comfortable. I thought about this for basically like a minute and a half and decided not to do it. And I play another move that is still winning, okay? Now, we want to develop our pieces. So we don't want to develop this knight and get in the way of our bishop, so we want to develop our bishop first. The reason that we don't develop it here is it gets in the way of the knight. Here is taken by a pawn. Here just doesn't do a whole lot. And here attacks the queen. Obviously, this is the best move. So we play this move. Now he's in a situation where he can move the king, but then the pawn advancement becomes a thing. Or he blocks to the knight, which is hard to do because he's going to have to just completely give up the knight. And so one other tidbit. When your queen gets attacked like this, when your queen is attacked, your king is weak, and the opponent has a heavy attack like this, if you have 4 minutes and 40 seconds, spend at least like 30 seconds considering the top 2 or 3 moves, okay? Or 4, or whatever, however you want to calculate. Dude spent 8 seconds plus 5, so he spent 13 seconds. 13 seconds on this move, and then immediately I see this move. We just push it forward. We are literally just shoving this pawn down your throat. Now you're in another situation. Now instead of losing the knight like you were going to lose before, you're going to lose the queen. Because if you step over, I'm going to take it. And if you do anything else, checkmate is coming with the e-pawn all the way down the board on e7, checking the king. Have you ever seen something like that? I have literally never done that. I need to take a picture of this and just like show some people that care about chess, because that is interesting. A pawn checkmate supported by the queen and a diagonal cut off by the bishop. Ridiculous. Have we traded any pieces? What did we trade? We traded a pawn, right? And that's it? I have all of everything. No, he has everything. Except a pawn. We're down a pawn. What did we trade? I'm so stupid. Either way, that is how you play chess and win. I'm sorry that video was a little bit short. At some point here, he was supposed to realize... So my blunder of the game, stepping over with the king so that moving the queen so this doesn't come with check becomes an option. Hard to see. Hard to see. You don't generally want to play a move like that unless you have to. And I guess this was a situation where I wanted to. This being almost just as good is fine. Except he could have pushed the pawn and then this idea doesn't work. So I still just have a good position. Now, he just needed to think about like what is going on in this position. And I get it. He wants to develop this piece. But... this would have made far more sense because you really don't want my pieces arriving on this square right here because that's just problems all day. So, boom, boom, boom. Checkmate with a pawn. Crazy checkmate. Thank you so much for watching my video. It was a pleasure playing chess. I hope you learned something from it. If you did, please subscribe. And if not, just watch every single other video of mine or anybody else's on YouTube and you'll get good at chess. I promise. That's how you should do it. Watch like 3 videos, play 1 game. Okay. Watch 2 videos, play 1 game. Or just 1 and 1. I don't know. Watch a video, play a game. Watch a video, play a game. But I would definitely recommend watching videos of people that are slightly better than you. Way better than you. I got to be honest. Sometimes Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky is like talking about some stuff, and I have no idea what he's talking about. I'm like, okay, that was too much for me. But it's not always like that. So thank you so much for watching. I'm not going to take up any more time. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back. And thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we will be doing is playing the Caro-Kann against an 1891. Boom. Will we have the exchange variation, the advanced variation, or perhaps the Alien Gambit variation? I'm not sure what that move is. You never see it very often, so I have no idea what this variation is called, but he's pretty much going to have to step back. We will develop... I'm quite alright with just trading that off. And then I think we're going to be able to transition into a structure that I at least somewhat am familiar with, where he captures, we trade, and then we just go for this. I will just trade this off. We've got a 9-minute game of chess, but let's just go ahead and trade all of the pieces in the first 30 seconds. Why not? Nice dark square structure. I think let's attack this guy first. I mean, where's he really going to go? He's got to step back, no? And then I can kind of hover along these light squares. I've got the bishop pair. And then we're really in no rush. I think we just bring the dude here. Oh, I had this. I had this. I still have this. That is a ridiculous move to be played right there. I'm going to be completely honest with you. But now we are up the exchange. And so for that move right there, go ahead and trap that guy in there. we're going to take a look at my subscribers. Today we're at 1495, 5 more to reach that big milestone. So if you want to be a part of the inner circle, go ahead and click subscribe. And now how do we actually convert this? Probably what we want to do is trade off a lot of pawns. We're just going to situate this bishop on a better square. And I have not won the game. Now I'm just winning. I am just winning, have not won. Big difference. I can take here, and when he steps back, I take. Oh my god, and then this guy is hanging. So I can play this. If he plays this. Oh my god, this guy is just falling apart tactically. We take, and he takes, and that undefended the bishop. Jesus, we're attacking this and threatening to double up. 1891. Goes down. Without a fight. How long even was that? I guess it doesn't tell me anymore. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Go ahead and click subscribe. That was absolutely just a demolition. A demolition. And this move right here, you gotta be careful. Gotta be careful when you lock your bishop, your rook in situations like this, because pretty much if my bishop arrives anywhere, okay, not anywhere, but pretty much anywhere, you're in a lot of trouble. You could block with the knight, and then I could take, and you could like get out of it. So you could lose the knight for the bishop for free, which is arguably not as good as just losing the bishop and losing the rook and getting my bishop. We're not going to do an analysis. That was the entire video. Thank you so much for watching. If this is your first time seeing one of my videos, now you know that I can absolutely just demolish 1891s. So thank you. I love you. Subscribe. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, or welcome for the first time. My name is Kip, and I play chess. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today, we are facing Igor, 1965 question mark. 4 years ago, 3,000 games, doesn't play bullet, not that great at blitz, pretty good at longer time controls. So let's see what type of game of chess we can just conjure up against this enemy. And so we are going e4, e5 into the bishop's opening. We are immediately hopping into some tactics, okay? So if the bishop comes out, we go for this. If he takes with the pawn, there's a tactic. If he takes with the bishop, we simply jump forward. Potentially what people do is they trap their bishop in and we get it with the pawn. Or they bring the knight and we simply get the dark square bishop and lose a pawn for the knight. So we get rid of these two pieces for this piece, which is not actually so great for us. So we're really hoping that he just stop thinking so long, bro. Just take it with the pawn. Stop thinking. Just come on. It's in the opening. He takes with the bishop. That is the correct move, actually. So now the follow-up is to bring the knight. If he traps it in, we kill it. So people, unbelievably large amount of people play this move. I mean, I guess he can play other stuff, but essentially if I take, I can take back with the queen and win a pawn. So bringing the knight is the best computer line. That is what you're supposed to do. I simply grab this, you put your knight in the middle, I kick your knight out, your knight goes back to where it was, and I'm down a pawn, but I got rid of your bishop for my knight. So at the cost of, we'll go into this line. If they take with the pawn, you sacrifice the bishop here. If they step over, you just come back, he can't castle, you got the pawn back, and you're happy, okay? If he takes, you take, he takes with the king, you slide on out here with the queen, attacking the king, he'll push this pawn, and you'll grab this bishop, okay? Then they normally push here, and you recapture this pawn. You're then attacking this, so sometimes they even bring the queen out, they bring the knight out, things get complicated, and there's more variations after that, but the simple premise of the idea is take with the pawn, take here, take back, bring the queen, that's a check, he has to block the check with something, and you take the bishop, okay? So I do win and lose like a lot of games because of all of this, but we're attacking this. And our friend over here really likes to just take his sweet time contemplating positions. So that makes me believe, even being a pawn down, bro, I will absolutely destroy you in this endgame. Absolutely. So let's just see what our opponent's going to do. Don't trap the bishop, please, because it's not incredibly great for me. Like, he does get my pawn for it, and he's already up a pawn. So I'm essentially only up a pawn in material after all of that. So bring the knight. I might even message him and be like, bro, just bring the knight. It's the best move. I mean, what further else is there to analyze about this position? If he neglects to do so, I take the bishop. Okay. So I take the bishop, he takes in, and I take the pawn back. Yes, he hits me with a check. I can threaten checkmate, maybe? Not even going to think about it. We're just going to take the bishop. The whole purpose of everything that he did was to be up a pawn for the bishop and everything. But now, essentially, I got his bishop from a knight. And now we have even material, and actually I have a lead in development. And I am attacking this immediately. That is something else to note. This pawn is hanging. He needs to do something about it. Bringing the knight is probably the most principled approach. I believe I can just pin it. And so once this pin comes into play, like he can attack here, but I can attack. If you take my queen, I take your queen. You can't castle anymore. Your pawn structure's kind of weird. I think we just go for activity. Activity overall. My bishops are bishoping. My queen is in the middle of the board. Potentially his knight jumps out and attacks me. I can pin it, and then my bishop's doing things over here. Our opponent has sunk into a 2-minute deficit on time. I cannot believe it. Maybe I should just like mess around on my phone and let the time catch up, because I don't want him to get down to like 1 minute and then just blunder in the endgame, because nobody learns anything from that. Okay. Immediately, my queen is being attacked. For one, I can just take. If he takes like this, I mean, I can threaten checkmate. He blocks. I step back. He takes. I take. His knight gets to the middle of the board, defended by 2 pawns. His pawn structure kind of sucks. I kind of like this. Here, take the queen. No. He has this fork. He has a check after he takes my queen. So it would really go, this is how you calculate. I would take here. He takes here. I take the queen. Then, instead of taking back the bishop, he throws in this check. I have to do something about it. He gets my rook. Then I get out with the bishop, but I lost my complete advantage of everything. So what do? Pin this guy. He'll probably defend. Then I take. Wait. Here. No. Same issue. I think I might step back here to maintain this, what's going on in this position. And I just vacate getting attacked. But that kind of stops my knight from being able to develop naturally. I can threaten checkmate, but then he just jumps in. And I just don't think there's really a lot of good coming from that. I would have to step back. He'd attack my queen again. I'd step over. I think we just want to pin. That's sketchy. Stepping back is probably actually the best move. So what do? Pin here. Then I step back. We're going to do this first. He could just castle and get out of the pin. But then I can take here and it ruins the pawn structure. So I think defending is what he needs to do. And once the bishop is on this square, this knight is free to move because this is no longer a check. So castling, I can just take here. If he takes with the pawn, he's got a ruined pawn structure. If he takes with the queen, I take back, and he's still got a ruined pawn structure. He doesn't have a dark square bishop to give me a check, and this pawn is not advanced anywhere, so this check is not something I need to worry about immensely. Anyway, I could come back and block it a few different ways. And let's just, really what I would like, I want to just get better at endgames. That is where the games are won and lost. So if there's anything that I need to learn, it's like avoid simple, stupid opening traps is one main thing. Like just finding tactics in the middle game to like get up a piece or whatever. But there's so many tactics and just one move, huge blunders. Okay, so this re-attacks my queen. I can just take, then he takes, then I take. If he takes with the queen, I take back, he takes back. I develop my knight. I don't know how I feel about giving up both of my bishops to ruin a pawn structure. Because then we're just in an endgame where I have a knight and you have a light square bishop. What do? I think if we step back here and he jumps in, I take with check, he steps over. I just don't want to get in the way of this square for my knight, is really what's going on here. So we step back. He comes and attacks the queen. Maintains touching this pawn. This is now undefended. I mean, it was already undefended, but I think he can just maybe castle and he's chilling. So he did make like a minor blunder out of the opening, but now our opponent has been displaying quite good knowledge of chess positions. Just breaking, I think all of his moves were actually very easy. I think you just castle here. I'm no longer really threatening to ruin your pawn structure on that side of the board, so I don't think that's something he needs to be like immensely worried of. I'm still pretty much trying to develop my knight. He could just attack, and then here, and then here, and then here, and just keep chasing me around everywhere. He can also jump forward and allow this trade. That would still exist, where he's putting pressure on this. So, yeah, he could jump in and attack my queen. If I take, this fork is something I need to worry about. So I would need to react to it because I can't take back immediately. So like boom, boom, boom. My queen is still hanging. I step over here. But then he grabs this pawn. Then I slide all the way in and attack the rook. That doesn't look good for you. He then just simply castles this way. No, he doesn't. My bishop's cutting that off. Our opponent has 4 minutes. I have 7 minutes. Okay. He attacks my queen yet again. Trading off all of the pieces doesn't seem like the greatest idea ever. But if he takes with the queen, I think we're just going to do this. It's a check. He can step back, which isn't great for him, that's for sure. He can take with the queen and get out of the pin. Yeah, he takes with the queen. Now we're attacking. Yet again, we are attacking. My gosh darn queen. I can slide over here with tempo on this. That's what I see. But I need to hang on to this pawn because now this knight is free to take. So I think I have to slide over like this. Or step forward. I guess he could attack me again. But I'd still be able to step back. So maybe this makes the most amount of sense. I think this is active. He could advance this pawn and I step back. By golly, if he attacks me again. So I think I might have to go here. Because if I go forward here, step back, he attacks me again, then I have the problem of all of this. So basically, I calculated the first line. Wait a minute, can that still happen if he just does this? What about this? He takes the pawn in the middle of the board. I take here. He's attacking my bishop. All of a sudden, this position looks like it really sucks for me. We step over. He hits us with this. We then step up. Here, we step up, defend this, hang on to the pawn. And now I'm a little bit scared. I need to develop this knight so I can castle this way at will. And if not, then I might just castle this way. And I literally might just get rid of this pawn, because this knight, because it's still attacking this pawn, and my queen is the only defender of this pawn, because I have yet to get to develop my gosh darn knight. And so this knight not being developed is preventing me from castling, and either square that it goes to will be protecting this pawn, even pushing this pawn. And I guess something else that I could showcase is trade everything off and just keep the dark square bishop, which is easier said than done because he's kind of in a vulnerable spot. But we could just like play straight solid chess and getting it to an endgame where it's a knight versus the bishop, and then I'm fairly certain I'd be able to mop that up. Because look at all the pawns that we still have on the board, and when you have pawns on both sides of the board, when you get into an endgame, essentially the bishop is going to be better. Like if some stuff happens. Okay, he attacks this right off the gate. This is attacked twice. Jumping forward prevents this, and it takes away this. Also, I can just take here. So my whole talking about everything, I can just get rid of. This is somewhat scary as well. So I think we just take here. He's got too many of these minor pieces doing stuff. These knights are really scary. So I think we might just get rid of this. If he steps over here... Yeah, I think we just do this, because I'm going to get battered around, and I might lose this pawn. So I think we just take here. He gets an open file, but now I can kind of develop my knight. We just have a completely even position. I can develop this knight, protecting this pawn. He jumps in and attacks my queen. And this. Would the only move be to step back? I can just slide like this. What if I push? What if I don't care about the pawn in that castle this way? That's never going to work with this open file. Oh boy. What do? We're scared of this. Do we push? No. What do? What do I do? Jump in. He attacks. I mean, I can step forward. He takes here. I take here. This is scary. We step in. He can take here because the knight's in the way, but then I take this. What if you just... Oh, that's enough time. No more thinking about it. We have exactly the same amount of time on the clock. What did I do with my time advantage? I need to get better at that. And I need to gosh darn castle. I'm ready to castle. But I think he's going to just step forward and cause more problems in the position. And grabbing this pawn, I think, is far less important than that pawn. Okay, so he's going for this. He can also jump in this way. If I push, he jumps in and attacks my queen. We step over. We push this. Now I'm actually losing on time. Oh boy, if you guys are watching this, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm terrible at chess. This is kind of a scary idea. This is kind of a scary idea. This is still a scary idea. Jumping in, take. Over here. It looks like we are just going to grind this down into an endgame. Okay, so he does do this. I think I step forward. Or do I step back? Like, do I step all the way back? We step forward. You take. I take. What's the plan then? You slide forward and attack me. I slide back. You slide over. I push forward. I think we're just going for it. With 1 minute on the clock. This is scary. Grabbing this pawn is way better for him than me grabbing this pawn. But it keeps material balance in the position. And I never got to castle. And now it's looking like I'm never going to get to castle. Like, I suppose if he takes, I can just go for activity. And just not even care about this pawn. Like, how important is that pawn, really? If I go there, it kind of just brings his rook to the action. Oh, my goodness. There's this fork, but I can castle. We castle. He steps in. I wanted to castle so bad. That is exactly what I'm doing. This pawn is meagerly defended by my knight. My knight can also jump forward. That check is scary for you. My knight arriving here would be great. He's going to almost not definitely jump forward with check. But all of a sudden, I think that was a little bit... He should have taken this pawn. I think these two pawns were not equal. Me winning this pawn, it's already a doubled pawn. You know, you still got another one. So, like, his structure is already ruined over here. My structure is pristine and gorgeous over here. Like, he can jump on in and apply pressure to this. I guess I could just immediately kick him out. He's got 53 seconds. Completely equal. Completely equal. I would love to figure out... Like, I know there was chances in this game where I could have applied more pressure. And I just didn't. I neglected to do so. I just got to castle. Him castling is actually probably a great idea. I don't know why he wouldn't, actually. You can't really move the knight or I'll take this pawn. So he steps back. What is the idea behind that? I like the idea of just jumping forward with this. Then I win this. So boom. If you jump over here, it defends this. So I can go boom, boom, boom. You step all the way over here. I come in and I'm attacking the knight as well. Pawn advancement, baby. Pawn advancement. My knight is still getting ready to jump here. So what's going to happen is he's going to jump here. There's a fork. But it's covered by the queen. So he jumps here. I kick him out. Only move is to step back. I come here. If he does this, I come in. So I think just pressing here is the winning move. Or maybe not winning, but winning a pawn. Then this is hanging at the end of everything. So boom, boom, boom. You can come in like this, but I hit you with a check. You could block that. I take here. We play this. The fork is defended. Stepping back hangs his pawn. I do have to be a little bit worried about this. Oh my god, I'm giving him 15 seconds. I don't want him to just lose on time. Okay, he steps back. I take here. Yes, but then I give him this check. He comes back and blocks. I win this pawn. He could kind of trap me. Like this is hanging. I don't have such a great way of defending it. I take this pawn. Oh my goodness, I'm so scared. I'm really close to getting trapped. We push here. He can just castle. Oh my god, my queen. I think that I need to... I can push forward. What does that do? Attack the queen. He steps over. We sacrifice a pawn. I need a place to get rid of my queen being attacked. So this is more or less a pawn sacrifice. But my queen is basically getting trapped. We're going to take this. Here. You come here. I hit you again. I think we just grab this. I'm so scared. You can't grab it because the knight. We step back, guard the pawn. Here, I've got two passed pawns. This is a way of trading the queens. Right. No, I let him lose on time. God darn it. But in this position, what are his options? Jumping in or just taking and I fix my pawns? That is definitely what I was going to do. So whether that's good or bad, I could take with the rook as well and be applying pressure to this. But I kind of like the idea of taking here, pushing here, and then I have a passed pawn here, and this outside passed pawn is going to be an absolute nuisance. I'm up 2 pawns at this point, and I'm going to push him. And so, man, that was a good game of chess. I shouldn't have let him lose on time. But what am I going to do? You got increment, and I give you 15 seconds? Come on, bro. But he just shouldn't just make a move. So either way, I'm not convinced that I played the most accurately that game. I would guess maybe 85% or something. But let's go check out the computer, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And oh boy, I actually played a better game of chess than I thought. And so one of my mistakes or inaccuracies was Operation Save the Queen. My queen was chilling on h7 in the enemy's position, and I got scared. And then the other one was kind of like a tactical. I saw it, but I just didn't see how good it was, so I didn't do it. And so if we take a look at this graph, I had things under control. My second move essentially was an inaccuracy, giving me an equal position with white after like 2 moves, but there's the opportunity for some attacky stuff, okay? And so I got 1 inaccuracy, 1 mistake, 92% accurate, and our opponent, 86% accurate, 5 inaccuracies, 2 mistakes. Sorry, I was looking at this thing. I was like, am I recording? I better not be like just talking to nothing. And so right out of the opening, we get the bishop's opening. We go into this line here for everything that I explained in the video, but we can go through it one more time just to show you. If he goes here, we just bring it back. He can't castle, and we're happy, okay? We're just happy. We got the pawn, so he can't castle. We got the pawn. The bishop's safe. I got an easier game of chess than he does. If he captures, I bring the queen out. You can move back somewhere, but then this one would be with a check, and if he goes back here, I'm still going to do the same thing. So 99% of the time, they play this. It's an attack on my queen. We come over and grab this. Mostly they push this. We take here, and we're just doing quite well. Essentially, we're attacking this. If he brings the knight, we can pin the knight. If he brings the queen, we can simply just trade off. He can't castle, and we're winning this endgame because we're going to develop, castle this way, and this king is naked. So even without the queens, attacking it becomes quite easy. And so that is the line that we did not go into. The other opportunity, he takes with the bishop. We bring the knight. Like 1 in 10 games, I get this position, and they trap the bishop in, where you simply push the pawn, and he has to sacrifice for it. And so it's not horrendous. What am I talking about? It is horrendous. So the best move is to bring the knight. You bring the knight, I take, you put your knight in the middle, I kick you out, or I develop a piece. I believe that this is best practice going along something like this. And so what happens there is essentially I lost a pawn, but I get the dark square bishop for my knight. So it's not like it's let's actually check with the position and what it says. Let's check. Completely equal. Completely equal. This is not the right move. You attack the knight like this. Because if I take, you take back, I get the pawn back. So you have to step back. We got a little lead in development going on, and it's a completely equal position. And so that is why I go for it. Most of the time, you're going to see a mistake come out of this. Normally, they take with the pawn because nobody wants to put a bishop in the middle of the board. So they take with the pawn. You can go into the other line. If they take like this, you still get an equal position. It's definitely worth playing. So we get this in position. So everything that I explained didn't make sense because now we can simply take the dark square bishop and we get the pawn. So it's like we got our cake and we got to eat it too, or however you say that. So we essentially have equal material, but we got rid of his dark square bishop from my knight. So we are just, and lead in development with an attack. Not only that, we are also threatening something immediately. So he brings the knight, I pin the knight. He brings the knight, I pin the knight. We got knights pinned everywhere. If you notice, I'm playing the computer best line so frequently. Then, what did I do here? I step back. I'm supposed to take, but you know what? It's a difference of half a pawn, so whatever. We don't take this. The reason is it allowed him to jump in, and there were a little bit of complications where my queen is kind of in the middle of the board, easily attackable. And so that doesn't happen. We trade off the bishop. We step over here. He still could have been more active and like gone for attacking this pawn and the bishop at the same time. It's whatever, that didn't happen. We take here, still one of the best moves, still in equal position. And then here is kind of, he's supposed to just castle because this pawn being weak, such as this, becomes a problem later. And so if my knight jumps in and gets his pawn with check, it's very bad for our opponent. So I have a +1 advantage, and I have a pretty easy idea of just throwing my knight right in the middle of the board. But he's supposed to just castle. He attacks my pawn, and I'm supposed to completely disregard it because jumping in and allowing this, it wasn't about the pawns ever. It was about you don't get to castle anymore. I jump back out, and your king is stuck in the middle of the board. You go somewhere, and I'm castling. And so it wasn't about keeping equality with the material or anything. It was about hitting this pawn with my knight with the check, okay? So I was supposed to just completely just, when I saw this, don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Still one of the best moves is to push the pawn, but this would have been much better. And so even just castling and saying, who cares about this pawn, bro? I'm getting a knight to the middle of the board. This is just going to be an open file later. You still haven't castled. And so I didn't need to be worried about this pawn as much. So this is a mistake, but I'm still winning. He steps back. Correct move here. Now, as I explained before, he has still not castled. His rook and his king are now on this very forkable square. So not only this is a weak pawn, but it's a fork if my knight gets there. So what I thought for my opponent was to take this pawn. And what I was thinking was taking this pawn with my queen. What's better that I did not see, so I'm not sure if I would have played this with 1:47 on the clock. I have no idea. But I jumped forward with a discovery on the knight and a threat of this fork. and then I'm just completely winning. So if you do something with the knight, like you save the knight, like if you save the knight, I get the fork. If you save the fork, I get the knight for free. So you're screwed either way. And so I didn't see this. Discovery, fork, tactic. All right, didn't see it at all. And let's make sure we're playing the right moves here. Actually, the computer best line is to defend this weakness or put the knight in the middle of the board. So when he played this, I kind of got a spark of hope because I got to castle. This is no longer a weakness. You still haven't castled, and now my pieces are just on good squares, and I felt like I had an advantage here. Like, I felt like even if he took this pawn with his knight and I took this one with my queen, I felt like I was losing. So he couldn't do that because of the tactics that I never saw, but whatever. Now, instantly, so if you notice, where are we at? How many best moves? We don't play it. Best move, best move, best move, best move. Not the best move, but I grabbed a pawn. So that was the whole purpose of my line, is I wanted to grab this pawn. Jumping forward with the knight was more active. And so basically, because we're all pretty forcing, the knight just didn't want to get taken for a pawn. We give this check. He comes back to block. I grab this pawn. And then I became scared. Okay? I was supposed to just be brave and push here. And I did. I actually did play this move. I needed to be more brave and keep forward with the idea. He castled, and then I realized, okay, my queen is on h7. This is an idea. Like like pushing this pawn, sacrifice, so that you get attack on my queen, where everything is defended. I realize I have no squares for my queen. I can't go anywhere. Nowhere. I can't take this, I can't take this, I can't go here, 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 I can't do anything. I can't take my own pawn. So my queen officially has no moves. And whenever you're in this situation, you got to be really careful. And so I did not see a clear path. This is the best move. I did not see a clear path of getting saved. Like, if this happens, I just didn't see a clear path. And me winning this knight is like the last of my concerns. I don't want to lose my queen for a rook or a knight or a pawn or for nothing. And so instead of this and being brave, I play the much more human pawn sacrifice. So if you notice, I lose 2 points of my advantage, but you know what I have? I'm not losing my queen. And so I stand behind it. I would play that move again, because this, if you don't see the clear path of getting out of, oh, duh. Well, what if this? Then I come here, then I get out on this diagonal. Okay. I never saw it, okay? I got scared. He castled, and I thought, my queen needs to come home. My queen needs to come home. It's been a long vacation. She did her job. She's ready to come home and relax. So we lose this. We trade off a piece. We take in the middle of the board. He couldn't take because of the knight, so he jumps back with the knight. I then just get my queen out. The whole purpose has been served. I know that I have an advantage now, and I've got 2 pawns extra, okay? So I know that I'm completely winning the game. Instead of trying to just immediately push this pawn down the board, I have a smarter plan. We trade the queens. Boom. The queens are on the same diagonal. He can grab the pawn, but then I grab, and then you grab, and then I still have 2 passed pawns versus you're nothing, really. And so, or he'd have a pawn here, but my king can stop that. So this is the position that our opponent flagged, but regardless, I'm just going to trade here. I can just defend. I mean, you grab this. I'm going to bring my knight most likely. Never mind. There's a tactic. So maybe I still would have lost. So don't flag. Don't flag. There was a better way to do it. So either way, that was a good game of chess. I think the pawn sacrifice served its purpose. I saved my queen. But the tactics here in the middle of the board, this tactic here, I missed it. I missed the idea of this. I guess it didn't even happen, so like calculating it wasn't actually all that important for me, because he played the best move. I thought he was going to play this, but I spent a while thinking about, I spent like 30 seconds thinking about what to do here, and just realizing that I got a lot of problems going on, but I played the best moves regardless, so it didn't matter. So I guess I wasted time calculating something that didn't make any sense, but I still played the best moves anyway, because he played the best moves, because what I calculated didn't make sense, so he never played it. It makes sense? So I guess my calculations served its purpose, except I wasted some time. So I'm not going to waste any more of your time. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. That was a good game of chess. Unfortunately, he flagged. Too bad we didn't make it all the way to the end game. I love you guys. I'll see you next time. Sorry the review was so long. I love you. Bye. 2 plus 2? Now we're talking. That's more my speed. Same rules apply. We're trying to absolutely demolish this dude. I like what I'm seeing. And I'm gonna make it casual for him. We're gonna go here. Just in case he plays this, I get one step forward with the pawn. Don't you dare play some nonsense. We're gonna play this. We get it. Okay, one step forward with the pawn. Do it, bro. You needed those pawns. You needed those pawns. Launch, launch, launch. Launch, launch, launch. Which one is it? I'm pretty sure they're both decent. Last minute all castles. Screw the nonsense. Okay, there's a fork, so we're just going to take. If you take with the knight, I'm taking. You go here, and I'm stepping in. If you play like that, I think I have to play this, because that is a fork, and I just don't want it to happen. So this is a little bit more active. He can attack my queen. He can go boom, boom. I'm going to take. We jump to the middle. We're attacking this bishop. Then we're going for this pawn break. Move that bishop, bro. We're going for this pawn break. We're going to castle and put a rook there. You're in love with me? I'm in love with you too. Each and every one of you. But Matthew Ping slightly more than all the others. Those are the rules. That's the truth right here. Matthew Ping was here since the days when I had 100 subscribers. Okay. I want to just take, but then that adds this, makes it a little bit tricky. But this is a defensive piece over here. I think we're going to be able to castle. He can jump in. Oh, he takes with the rook. Now I can't push this. But we can push, push. And if he takes with the rook, we're going for it. Yeah, play that move, bro. Play that move. Wiggle over like this. I am going to need to castle sooner rather than later, but I am going to be able to put my knight into the middle of the board with tempo on the rook, so that looks quite appetizing, and he can't even play this to attack this rook. And if I can get this rook off this file, I will be able to push this pawn. Do you even do anything apart from chess? I snowboard every season. I just got into spearfishing. I've traveled to 20 countries by myself or with a Latina. I do a lot of scuba diving, skydiving, surfing. I hiked the tallest mountain in the United States, like a G. I go to the gym literally every single day. I have gone to the gym every day this month. No breaks, no rest, nothing. What else? And I'm a massage therapist and I work in finance. So I love investing. I invest all my money. When I get this first paycheck from YouTube, alright, we're castling this way. Putting the rook here and pushing this pawn. Not scared, bro. What are you doing over here? Who do you think you're fooling? Okay, so he goes for this. I think a casual little step over might be in order. Casual little step over. He could sacrifice. But at this point, do I make the hook? If he pushes, I push forward. Okay, we are going to make the hook. Sacrifice? I think our bro over here is getting a little scared. This. That's what we want. Mine first. Take it. Take it. Nothing's gonna hurt you. Nothing's gonna happen, bro. How do I make money? Right now I'm not working. But I work in finance. And I'm a massage therapist. And then I've got a couple other like side hustles. And I've made $30 from YouTube in total. So he wants to just do it. What do you guys think? Does this guy have what it takes? I'm not even going to think about it. If he takes, I'm taking. I can also give a check. I can also attack the rook. This might be time for a little bit of calculation. We can play this. We can play this. Check. Run. No, I make a queen. Check here. Push this. Take here. I take this with check. You then hide. What is the right move? God damn it. This one. He's going to take here. Dude, we're going to be in the same structure, but I got more pawns than you. Actually, no, I don't. It's kind of the same. He's got this. Actually, that's quite scary. I have no such said check. He can push. Do it, bro. We have literally the same structure. I've never seen a game of chess like this ever in my life. Fork. We take. Check. Try and run, bro. It's never gonna happen. We've got this. 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 Check. Fuck. Big yikes. This is an absolutely bonkers game of chess. Don't lose on time, bro. We grab this. Grab this. He can get in with a check. We step forward. We're going to attack this. Bro, I should have recorded that. That was sensational. That was a really fun game of chess. That was a really fun game of chess. Let's just trade off. I'm not really sure which one is the right move. We jump over with the knight, preventing this knight from coming in, and the entire idea of my attack has fizzled out, so we're just going to be in a completely equal game of chess. I'll go back real quick. I was really trying to show you this here. They come out with the queen, attacking and defending. So they come out with the queen, and you attack the queen. The queen's going to come down here with this check. You step over. Then there's a lot of things that can happen, but black actually has a terrible position where you can essentially attack the queen, and the queen will go like here, and you can push forward and defend everything. And he'll need to step over with his king to defend this pawn. And nobody ever steps over with the king. So there's a lot of variations that can happen in a game of chess. Right now we've simply got one that, I mean, it's neither here nor there. We're going to be basically just playing a game of chess. So we're going to step back here. Take a little tiny step back. He captures. We're going to capture towards the center so that all of my pawns are clumped together. Not that pawn, but that's a knight, obviously. So this is basically what we've got going on. We've got 4 minutes on the clock against our opponent with 4 minutes and 22 seconds. And having question marks next to his bullet score and question marks next to his classical score, it makes me believe that he only plays well thought out long games of chess. And I'm going to show you just another way that you can win chess by applying pressure in the end game in low time. And so this seems to make sense. We're directly attacking this guy. Where is he going after that? He'll probably go over here. So I needed to develop this piece anyway. So now we're doing it with tempo. And this square is pretty, he's pretty hunkered down on this square over here. So I will not be jumping into the middle of the board really anytime soon, because he just has too many pieces looking here. Sorry, my mouse is going a little bit crazy. So he steps back. Fairly reasonable move. We can also take, check. He'll step over here or... Yeah, okay. So, boom, boom, boom. Check. King comes over here. And I could just bring my knight. He'll probably step over. If I take, I can jump in here. Boom, boom, boom. He steps back. It's also probably just about time to castle. I can push this forward. He could push this pawn. I can step back. He can push this pawn. Let's go for a pawn break. I always have this bailout move. I guess he does always just have that, so that's a tad bit unfortunate. We will be stepping back. I don't want to just lose my bishop for no reason. We've both got 3 minutes and 30 seconds, essentially. This generally just brings his knight to the middle, but I'm actually seeing something here. We can capture, knight comes in, we take attacking both, He'll jump here to threaten this. So let's just do it. He could just take back with this pawn. If he takes with this pawn, or if he takes with the knight, I don't know, what was I calculating right there? I'm not 100% sure anything that I just said made sense. Because this knight is defending this pawn, so I'm not winning anything. Probably it's about time we castle. I mean, he can get into my position with check. We got to do something with my bishop. And he could castle opposite, and then it's kind of like a declaration of war. So he's going for this. I could push this now. But I somewhat like the idea of just situating my rook here. He could just castle into it. But I think we're going to take that knight. We just don't want that knight living there. Okay, let's just stop clicking pieces for a second and make a move that's actually good. So this applies pressure to the pawn. This kind of forces something here. I'm not sure if it's really good or bad. But we could just go into an endgame and win that way. That's always one way to do it. Probably more pieces on the board is better. So we're just going to apply pressure here. What if he does this? We have to push. Take. Yeah, we have to push. Where this bishop sucks. Maybe his bishop's cutting off a way more important diagonal than mine is. I'm somewhat sensing that I should be bringing my king this way. So we will step here. We can also bring the knight back. He can bring his knight forward, but I would get this. And I think we're doing quite alright. It's still probably even. I'm not really sure who's winning this. Okay, he steps up with the king. I might go for this now. Now the knight is free to enter. I could take here. Boom. If he takes here, then I jump in with the bishop. Let's do this. We got to get this bishop back into the action. He goes ahead and attacks. I mean, this can't be a bad move, correct? And we kind of have this idea now. So he wants to trade. Let's just trade. Not really sure what else to do here. But I am pretty sure that I want to play this. So like here, we jump in. Let's just go for it. 2 minutes and 38 seconds against 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Probably I need to be playing a tad bit faster. We have like an opposite side castling game, but this is just about as drawish as it gets. So bringing the king somewhere over here and fighting over this open file are the two things that are basically pretty high on my to-do list. Don't want to necessarily let him double these rooks without any sort of benefit. So I mean, I like this. It's just putting my knight in on a good square. We also have this. Yeah, so he's doubling up the rooks. Probably we want to play like this. What about here? Is there anything cool that I can do? I can push here. We kind of don't really want to allow this. So what if we go here? It gives us a check here, here. We step up. So here, check, here, check, I step up. He could go all the way back behind this pawn. We could plug the hole, like attack this guy, come back, plug the hole. We can just plug the hole like this. Attack this guy. I'm actually just like tinkering with these ideas. I'm not sure what's correct. Here, here. I could drop back, and if he takes, I take. He then gets in, I defend. Don't love that. But I push forward and it's pretty well defended. Here, here. Let's just make a move. I'm getting a little bit low on the clock. It's a little bit scary. If he plays this, if I take. What if I step here? If he takes, I go up. I'm going for this. We're trying to bring this guy over here. That's the new idea. Then we can trap the rook. I'm just kidding. He'll trade like this. But 1 minute and 30 seconds against 3 minutes? Jesus. Okay. here. Where's the knight going after that? Nowhere useful. We can also just fight over this open file like so. Boom, boom, boom. Looks like he's going for this. Here, 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 here. Let's do it. I mean, he's got the open file, and I'm tired of it. Sick and tired of him having the open file. So we're going to trade the rooks. Go into a king and pawn and knight endgame. So he's coming in, but I'm coming in. He's coming in. And I guess, like, what do we really need to be worried about? Not actually sure. We can give this check, but his king's just coming up. So I could step here, check, here. If I get to this pawn, it might be a little bit problematic. And if the king ever tries to go this way, I have this check to win this pawn. He's got this check, but I come in. Go here. He's got this. But I do have this to win the pawn. So he's got this check. I come back. He goes here. He could probably repeat the position. Ooh. We can give this check. We grab this. The knights are looking at each other. He steps back. We step back. He's going for this. But I have a passed pawn now. I push. He can take this one. What if I launch forward? If he takes, I take. Like, boom. Boom, 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 boom. And I'm pretty quick to play something along the lines of this. So, let's do this. 49 seconds. Awesome. We're going to take this. Now, this pawn is also weak. I've definitely made some mistakes here. He's going for this. Jeez, bro. Here. Here. I'm scared. You can go for this, but I step back. We go here, here, and launch this pawn. He's also got this 2-on-1. Ugh, I'm not even winning anymore. It's probably still a draw. Okay, so that separates his pawns. So here, here, but then he's just got these guys. But I can go for it. Here, 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 here. Take. Here. Push this. Oh dear lord, that's what it was. That's what it was. Sorry if I shut up for a second. I'm really locked in. These are always the hardest parts of the game. Just so everybody's well aware of that. He can push, but I take, and you lose that. And this outside pawn is going to act as a decoy. So where are you going? You have to step back. If you push forward, I just take. Tragic. Absolutely tragic that I hit him with the deep freeze. I think that's it. What do you do here? We push. We're now touching his weakness, and we push our passed pawn. He can step in, but we take. He steps back, but we step back. He can't guard everything. Grab this, and this guy runs. We could play it real safe and just win all of the pawns. Here, 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 here. Queen, he takes the pawn. Then I do need to figure out. So we could just take. We could just take. Like, there's no need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. I saw that there might be some complications here. Like, the king is going to get this pawn. He'd have a passed pawn. Of course, I can still win that. But taking all of his pawns, so there's zero reason to be afraid. And I just realized that was a rated game. I thought that was a casual game. So I am so grateful that I won, because now I'm 2,032. Wow. Let's check that with the computer. I have a sneaking suspicion I played that incredibly accurate. And so let's switch the scenes, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are in the analysis, and to my disbelief, that was far more inaccurate than I had thought. I thought that was at least like 92% accurate, and it was really 85, with 2 blunders, 2 mistakes, 2 inaccuracies, and we will be addressing all of those. And so we'll slide back up here so we can take a full look at the board. Now we have e4, e5, bishop c3, the knight comes out, the bishop comes out, and we go with this, queen g4. Generally, what this does, it attacks all this stuff. This or this are the best moves. The most common move is to bring the queen out. Now, here's generally the line if the queen comes out, and you'll be able to see that he needs to step over with the king yet again, and nobody does that. They generally like push this pawn where you attack the queen, and then you just have a crushing and winning line out of nowhere. So unfortunately, that didn't happen. Maybe I should check what to do here. We step back, the queen comes, I'm supposed to attack the queen, where you take, and I just get a lead in development. Okay, I guess that wasn't too hard to see. Plus, I'm sort of attacking this, and I'm attacking this. So I'm attacking the fork. Okay, we'll be doing that next time. Instead, we take the queen, and we just get a completely equal position. And instead of bringing my knight to the normal square, I put him on a weird square. I go e2 instead of f3, with f3 is obviously the natural development square for the knight. And we just get into a completely symmetrical game. None of this really matters all incredibly too much. We develop our piece with tempo. I guess that I had this idea, but that's really never going to work, so we might as well just push a pawn. Completely equal. We step back, trade, castle, and we've made it 15, 16 moves, and it is completely equal. Nothing exciting has happened thus far. He gets the knight in. We take it with our knight. We step up with the bishop, which is an inaccuracy. We have a half a pawn advantage, less than half a pawn, but we do a little fiddling around, and we come back, attack the bishop. We trade. We get the knight in, knight to the middle, and I'm supposed to push this pawn to prevent the knight from getting in. Never in a million years am I playing that. This is basically where I spent the most amount of time in the entire game, and I didn't play the right move. I'm supposed to keep it equal by pushing the pawn up. Oh, maybe I can double? Like here, you attack and I get behind. That's what the idea is. Like this, and I cover like this. That's weird, but yes, it would have worked. Okay. I did not think about doing that and like putting my rook in front of my pawn. I guess that makes sense. My rook in this file is better than like over here. Okay, so either way, I play the wrong move. We step up, we step in with the king, trade. We go for the open file. It's slightly more accurate to play this. I can't really tell you why, but this is a complete draw. And we just get in. And our opponent never used too much of his time here, but we finally get in here and we get a pawn. It's still a draw, because he can get in and still attack our pawn, and we really have not a great way to defend it, because even if I push, he just takes, and that is exactly what happened in the game. So we play a blunder here. I'm officially losing. We jump back with the knight, and we trade. Now it's still a draw, but I hit him with the deep freeze. Now this is just important to memorize. This pawn is holding 2 pawns. He can't push forward or I'm going to take, and my pawn is too close to promotion, so you can't do that. So 1 pawn stops 2. You can also do it with 3. So imagine if there were 3 pawns here, you wouldn't be able to push either of them because I just take, if that makes sense. Sorry, I drew this arrow. I meant like pawns here. You can't push either one because I'll just take. So 1 pawn can actually stop 3 if you kind of get lucky or strategic. So still a draw. But here, what was he supposed to do? He's supposed to allow it. We get the queen, you get the queen, and it's still a draw, but I'm going to be honest with you, I'm probably going to win this. Because his king is far away from all the checks, so I'm probably going to be able to figure out a way to give a bunch of checks and win at least one of these pawns. And put my queen somewhere not terrible, like on a defended square, so you can give me some checks, but at least my pawns are held. And so, man, he could have just gone for the pawn chase. But we go in here, and then this outside pass pawn simply becomes a decoy. He's got to chase it at some point. And here, I guess probably the easiest idea is to just make a new queen. But I realized that I'm going to do this. And he's going to get in here. And I'll make a queen, and then he'll win my pawn. And then it's a king and a pawn. And I got to stop that with my queen. I had 30 seconds. So I just chose to... I mean, once I take this pawn, for one, another thing you should just know about king and pawn endgames, his king can never stop this. So I can go here and come in here and have all the time in the world to do this, and his king can never actually take this pawn, or this one runs. So like, say my king runs all the way over here. If his king is right here and he takes, this pawn will run and become a queen. And if he's too lazy and he tries to do something with his king over here, like I can push these pawns, and when he gets closer, I can make the same structure of just 2 pawns. So 2 pawns in this structure, the classic structure, is safe against an enemy king. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I am on a mission to try and get monetized, and so I need some more watch hours, I need some more subscribers. I need to do a whole lot better with this whole YouTube thing if I expect to make any money or do anything with this channel. So thank you so much. Your support is immensely appreciated. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what I'm going to be doing is destroying this 1837 from Algeria. All right. Doesn't matter where you're from, the Caro-Kann will destroy you in any position. And so we have the Caro-Kann advanced variation. Oh my god, and I misclick out of the opening. Well, I'm going to show you how to bounce back after you make a little mouse slip in the opening. So now I'm basically just one step behind. I should not have played that. But we're going to be all right. And so, what do I want to do here? I think we're undecided, so we're going to just do this, okay? If he pins us over here with the bishop, we slide on out and attack this pawn. So if he plays this, we just get out of the way instead of trying to, like, overly protect this knight or whatever. And so, there you go, bro. Even if you study openings and you know the best moves to play, it doesn't really matter all that much, because if you just make one mouse slip, you know what I mean? Now it is for no reason at all. And so I really want him to capture so that I can recapture and have a natural development square for my knight. And we're somewhat worried about this, so let's just trade in the middle. I feel like that can't be a bad idea. Now I can develop my bishop with ease. I can bring the knight, and I think we're doing quite well. He's got the open file, but completely equal position. We're going to just castle. Dang, bro is just trying to steamroll me. We're going to go ahead and push a pawn over here. And now I'm going to bring the knight. Obviously, he has understood that capturing here is probably bad for him because it just gets my knight into the game. Even a pawn push in the middle makes sense. But probably the best move for our opponent is to develop the knight to either one of those squares. I think I'm going to just develop my knight as well. And I haven't played on chess.com in a while, okay? So yesterday I played 10 bullet games in a row, and I literally just won 9 games in a row effortlessly. Either I just won on time or smoked the opponent. Going over here. You put your rook there, I'm putting my rook there. You pushing forward, I'll capture. You capture, and then we fight along this open file. And this guy seems to be the most promising out of all of the players that I've faced so far. He seems to have a solid grasp of just everything going on. And so, arguably, he's got the better position. Man, I'm not going to mouse slip right now. So, what we're worried about is this queen move. So if I don't capture and his queen does arrive here, it's no good. But we have a more or less equal position. I have the bishop instead of the knight, but it's trapped behind this just incredibly dense structure of pawns in the middle. So I really kind of like the idea of take, and bringing my queen, and then I'm applying pressure before you are. So let's do that. His knight is going to step back. Ooh, he captures with the queen. But I think I'm pretty quick to step in. Question mark. We step in. New idea of bringing my bishop this way. The back rank checkmate idea is covered. Plus, I can cover it a bunch of different ways. So there's no huge reason to be scared of it. I'm attacking this pawn. I'm attacking this knight. And he's got the open file, but it's covered in a lot of different ways. Oh, dear Lord, what if he plays this? Do I really have to, like... Okay, I think this move actually would have made a huge amount of sense. I don't know what to play. I think going for a pawn break might make some sense. But I think we're still actually pretty scared about him playing this. And I don't want to just spend forever and let our opponent figure that out. So what if I step over? Trade, trade. And then I have a 2-on-1. But he has a passed pawn. And he can just push it. And then defending it becomes kind of hard. What is the move to play? Step over. Take, take, push, here, push. We step back defending this, but I don't have a great way of attacking this. You probably bring the knight, I bring the king. Not convinced that that's going to work out in my favor. And we're still worried about this. I don't want to play this. I mean, that's so boring. But let's just do it. We're really fighting over this open file. And if I can figure out how to get my bishop in behind these pawns, maybe it's a good thing for me. But I think I probably have to like at least go for a little pawn break. And not go far below in the clock. And so we're going to be going for this pawn push. If he captures, then I think I'm okay with putting my bishop on this diagonal. Ideas of maybe bringing my knight this way. I think we capture. If you capture with the pawn, that really weakens this. If you capture with the knight, I can take, and that separates this. So all of a sudden, I'm thinking, we split the pawns. Now he has a weakness. He has two identifiable, really three. He has four. That simple trade right there definitely just gave my position new life. How do we immediately apply pressure to some of those pieces? The answer is I don't know. I could give a check, but then he just pushes a pawn. I think claiming this open file is probably the best move. And if he pushes, we don't even have to take. So I think coming over here and getting active on this open file. So he wants to step in. Probably that's a really great move. We could induce this and then come back. I kind of like the idea of giving this check so he covers it and then I come back and play the move that I was already going to play because I don't want him putting his pawns on these light squares. So it does not make any sense. I can also step forward. And if he does play this... Okay, so actually, we're playing this. He's got to do something. But now we're coming back to prevent all of this nonsense. Like if he comes in, I think that in this queen and pawn endgame, queen and pawn endgame, I think I'd be okay with just trading this off. I can even push forward. No, he would go here. And then I give him a passed pawn. So boom, boom, boom. But everything is held. I can step forward. If he comes in and hits me with this check, I can step up. He can get here. But I get in with check as well. Hard to say. If his knight comes in, is it really worth it for me to take? That is what we're trying to figure out in this position right now. He's got a lot of weaknesses, but the weaknesses don't mean anything if he gets his queen to this square, long story short. So what I'm calculating is boom, boom, boom. I mean, I can come forward, and if he takes, push here, queen. Not beautiful. Okay, so he just attacks all of my weaknesses. Very, very reasonable move. I feel like essentially I have to step over like this. Or I step up with the king. Or I give a check first. Defending a pawn with my king seems sketchy. Definitely when I step up, he could play like this. Then I have to push. Then he can get in. Seems sketchy, but I don't want to give my open file ideas away. So everything is feebly held. mean, if I trade, he just solidifies this, and this is weak, and there's no way to defend it. Step forward. Yikes. But then he gets in. I come over here. I think I'll be all right. Will I be all right? I step in. He gets into the position. I can just step over. I step over, but then he can just attack. I can also just go for this at some point. What do I play here? Take, take. Attack this. You get in. Then you're attacking this. Here, here, here. If I do this, what is going to happen? He gets into the position. I step up. He steps in here to attack this. I can take this. He can take... I don't actually know what the best move is. Please forgive me. I step in, but what if he just... First of all, there's a check. But he just steps up. I block here, then he takes. Then what did I really accomplish? Here, here, here. I don't know what to play. Don't know what to play. He can just get in. And then I'm really scared. Really, really scared. And all of this is still being attacked by this knight. This knight is beautifully, beautifully placed. If I can just get in and kill that knight and fix his pawn structure, I mean, that sucks. Like, if I ever capture this knight with my bishop, his pawn just takes back and he fixes the pawn structure. So that sucks. But okay, he gets in. I step back. He probably steps up. We go for this now. Here. I think we go for this. We're going for this pawn. At least we're like applying pressure to stuff. And I need to be playing faster. This knight sucks. I hate this knight. He can get in, but I'm taking the pawn. So he has to at least like do something about that. So he defends. We come in, take, take. Is that promising? Here, 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 here. He could actually push in the middle of that. So boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. 1 minute on the clock. I think we just rush into this endgame. Grabs this. We have to grab that. I think that I capture this. He captures this. I step here. He steps back. I push. He takes, takes. I come here and I play on these weaknesses. I can just push, but then he pushes. So I think it's probably better that I grab this. He grabs that. I attack the knight. He steps in. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? We grab that. He grabs this. For one, I can attack this pawn first. And instead of jumping here, he'll jump back. So we're going to just go for this, attacking this, so that his knight goes here instead of here. And I think that's slightly crucial. We grab this. 40 seconds against 5 minutes. All of a sudden, I'm up a pawn in an endgame where I have a bishop. I can do this, push. I think there's no huge rush. His king can't actually come closer. And when the time is right, we sacrifice this. Boom, 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 boom. He steps over, but I step here. Okay, we give a check. He steps back. 18 seconds. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Ah! Okay, we step back. Yikes, there's this check. We're stepping in. He's got this. We're stepping in. Touching the dude. He's coming back, but I'm grabbing this pawn. Yikes, 10 seconds. I hate chess. Plus, he's got this dude. We grab this. Coming to touch it. We're going here. If he moves the knight, I grab this pawn. Here. Touching 2 pawns. Fuck, dude, I just lost. Yikes. Two seconds. Pre-moving this, bro. Pre-moving it. Gotta hope for something. Pre-moving this. Pre-moving this. Fuck, bro. Oh, hello and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is absolutely destroying our opponent here with the Caro-Kann. And so, we have the Caro-Kann on the board. My favorite, most known opening. We have the advanced variation. What will we see? We see the cheeky pawn move here. And it's a 6-minute game of chess with 3-second increments, so I'm going to explain far more about this in the end. But you gotta push the pawn 2 squares, okay? You push the pawn 2 squares, you make the pyramid, we go for the pawn push. And that's the most trying move right there. You know what? I don't actually know what to play here, so we're just going to throw in this check. I'm fairly certain that it's going to be okay. Okay. And then, what do we play here? I'm always afraid of this. We pin the knight. That's what we do in this position. We pin the knight. We go for this. That's what we do. I hope. I sure hope I know what I'm talking about. And so, this variation, I don't know everything. But what we're generally trying to do here is bring my knights. That is the game plan. So we're going to bring the knight. If this happens, we're going to wiggle all the way back, maybe to this square. The queen can generally come out to here, but not right now because we don't want to trap my bishop. Okay? So we got to figure out what we're doing with this bishop first. And I think this pin is just dreadful. And so I can step up. If he traps me, I trade. So we're not going to go for it. Oh, did I just walk straight into this? Come on, bro. I need to get better at chess. I literally just walked right into this. Then I step over. Then he attacks. Yikes. Yikes. Ooh. This check is going to be terrifying. when he gets my bishop. So I think I might have to play something like this. Not to mention, we were trying to figure out what to do with this bishop. I think that was a terrible move by our opponent right there. I think that was a terrible move. I'm going to take with the bishop because we're covering this. But once this knight moves, this pawn is hanging if this bishop is still in the way of the queen. So this pawn is defended by this knight, which is actually a weird configuration. So he should probably just move the bishop maybe. Yeah, moving the bishop would probably make the most amount of sense. Because once I kick this knight, if he jumps in, I'm winning a pawn like this. Okay. Dude is just terrific at chess. What a bummer for us. We have to kick this knight out. We cannot let this knight hang out, harassing my side of the board. So we are literally just going to kick the knight out. And the knight's going to go back. And I think I survived. I'm okay with giving up my bishop. He can jump in. If we take, he has this check. It's about time we castle, don't you say? It's about time we castle. And we're up a pawn. We will move my least active piece, the last piece that I have not moved. So now it is in the action. Pushing this forward seems a little bit risque, and I don't really want this knight to move, so we are just going to play this. If he plays here... Not really sure what I want to do about that. Maybe I should have thought about my move for just a second longer. Oh, if he pushes, I take. If he takes, I take. He comes in. That's scary. Really, without any hesitation, I think we're going to just take this. Right? Now this pawn is hanging, so... I think I'll survive. Pawn is defended. He can play something like this. He can get active. This knight is very scary. Okay. I'm thinking we are really worried about the queen coming in, so something like this might be in the cards. So I think we play this. Then we're threatening this pawn. Is this stupid? Active with the queen. We're up. That prevents this because of the rook. We're attacking this, then we're attacking the knight. We're preventing ideas of this. This would work. But we can just step back. But then he's got these ideas, which get scary. Okay, so he steps back. What I believe is going to be really beneficial for me. We don't want his knight coming in. But what we're going to do is just aim to trade off the pieces. This is the open file, and I intend to fight over it. And if he does not capture, then I'm putting my rook on this square. And then if he captures, I got to pass pawn. So, quick calculation, that is the game plan. He wants to do the same exact thing as me. I think I jump forward, and I'm attacking this pawn. This is a little bit scary as well. Is giving him a passed pawn... Like, take. I think jumping in is going to be okay. He doubles up. That really forces my hand on that one. I can go here. We really don't like this position. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I think I just give him the passed pawn. This is going to be a headache to deal with. Do I step forward? He steps over. Then I step over. No, if I play this, he jumps in with the knight. This square is a little bit of a cause for alarm. Pushing this hangs this pawn with check. Jumping in attacks this, but then my knight is like far. I can pin the knight. And if he jumps in, I take the queen. So this move might make a fair bit of sense. And I'm not sure... Ooh. Not convinced that was a great move. His knight can definitely get in. And that's just scary for all sorts of different reasons. But I'm up a pawn. If he lets me get up 2 pawns, then I don't care about him having the passed pawn. I'll be able to do something about it. So if he doubles, I take. He comes in, but then I take your pawn. Or I take your pawn in the middle, and that's... No. He would capture back with this pawn. Then it's safe. But then my knight's over here. Take, take, take. Then he pushes. So I can just take. I can just take. The knight's coming in. I take this pawn. We just trade the queens. I'm up a pawn, right? We take here. The knight comes in. I take this. Then what's this knight trying to do? Jump in like this. Then I take. He takes. I'm not convinced. Did he really calculate everything there? He can get in. Like, if he doubles, I can grab this. And then I'm just up 2 pawns. And if he doubles, I can take this. I think I'm just going to go for this, right? Or we go like this. And then we come back. Here, 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 here. I come back. If you push, I block like this. You take, take. We're going for this pawn. You double, and I take. I think we're going to be chilling. 2 pawns is a lot of pawns. My knight on the side of the board sucks. Make no mistake about it. Okay. For one, I think I have this first. This is actually kind of scary. So I have to step over here. Then take, take. So we might want to just get rid of this rook first. Then he has the passed pawn. That's actually really easy to defend. If I play this check and I step up. This check is almost definitely coming. Need to bring the knight back. This is where we want my knight. That is what we're trying to do here. He also just has... one step closer with the knight. I think that makes a fair bit of sense. No? Sure hope I'm not hanging anything. And I'm really trying to go like this. Because if we trade down and you're up a pawn, it's a draw. But if I'm up 2 pawns, I just don't see a way that you can win. We step in and jump in like this. Boom. 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 I also have a tempo winning move on this rook. Then he doubles, but then I slide in like this. He takes, 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 takes. "56 seconds. We got 3-second increment. Don't worry. I play a lot of bullet. I got this under control. We are in a rook and pawn endgame where I'm terrified. We don't want him to win this pawn. We jump in, we're attacking this. Like, what are you going to do? Push? I think I just take. And I'm not 100% sure, like... You take, take? You don't want to give me a passed pawn. But now I'm not convinced. I will just take, 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 and bring the king. And at that point, I know that I'm winning. We take. You get a passed pawn. Potentially, so do I. Okay, so he doesn't want to give me a passed pawn. Do we want to trade that knight? I can question the knight. I can step forward. Step forward. We step forward. The idea is to kick this knight out and make him take. "35 seconds. I need to play faster. Okay. We're going to go You take with something. I'm just going to take this. You can get behind it, but I go here, here, here. Defended. Yes. I push this. And it pries apart. We're going to just pry apart this position. One tiny step forward at a time. Because we need this king getting in. We're going to take like this. That breaks the pawns. We step forward like this because the king wants to get in like this. So yes, you can kind of stop me. But I'm fairly certain you run out of moves before I do. I step forward. Like, what are you even trying to accomplish with that? I'm coming in to kiss, like, give your little pawn a kiss, my friend. Held. Like, yes, you can touch. My rook is uber passive. I can create a passed pawn over here. I can step forward, and if he defends it, let's do that and just kind of get his rook to step back. He's gonna repeat, obviously. Oh, he gives me a check. Activity. We're threatening the rook. The rook's got to do something. You got to stay on this file. I think I pushed this. We pushed this. Now I'm going to make a pass pawn over here. Outside pass pawn, my friend. You can play this, but I'm literally just going to invest in my pass pawn with my king. Good luck stopping me. You run this way. I step in for this pawn. We use this as a decoy. There's probably a million different ways to win this. You guys, I probably missed some stuff at this point, but the idea was to have an attacking game. Was that an attacking game of chess? I don't know. This is just how I play chess. We just, you know, play chill, grab some pawns, and win in an endgame. Now, to be fair, my last two opponents have both been under 1900, like 1880, and I only really play casual because every time I play, I record a video, and I just don't want to face cheaters, and people don't cheat in casual. So, fun fact, a tip for you. I have this, right? You step up, I step up. That's scary. This rook is annoying. I probably just give up something at some point. I step forward, right? I don't think that's going to work. He can just check me into oblivion. Okay, we're coming back. We're coming back. We will push this pawn one square at a time. This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous position. I have two outside passed pawns. That took away this. I can sacrifice this, right? At some point I can. And your king can't really come help because I will probably just grab this. It's not so clear. I just don't want to hang anything. I can push this. Let's do another round of shuffling to gain some time. That could be scary. But really what we're doing is we're shuffling these moves. Here. Okay. Now, officially, I cannot repeat the position again. I think we push this. I'm not sure, bro. We step here to touch this. Yes, he can get this. I'm so just confused right now. What if we just put my... What if we completely change the plan and we bring my king back to block this? Does he have a way of attacking? Okay, we cover. Yes, he can push this. He pushes, I take. If he goes here, bro, are you kidding me? I hate chess. Now I lose this. We step forward. Bro, absolutely unbelievable, this game of chess. Oh my goodness, if I throw this away, I'm going to be so upset. We go here. He covers. I step in and I grab this. You have to play this. I step here, you step here. We touch this. We're going to sacrifice this pawn to grab this pawn. Right? And then we focus on this 2-on-1 situation in the middle of the board. We play this. Here. He's going to give me a check. I'm going to have to step up. This is not super fun. We step here. We give a check. We're going to go here. If he attacks this pawn, we step back. And I'm really threatening this now. Now I'm just absolutely winning. Absolutely winning. We'll go ahead and give him some time because I'm confident. We're going to take this. If this happens, we're just putting it on a square. Here. Here, here, here. Are you kidding me? He's blockading me, bro. Now he's going for this. I shouldn't have given him time. I should really just... I don't even know what I'm trying to accomplish. He can attack my pawn. This is ridiculous. How long have we been in this endgame? I don't know what I'm doing. We're going this way, bro. What if I bring... I think I need my king. You can't take. You can't take, bro. My pawn will run. We step back. Still defended. Jesus. I'm trying to come this way, bro. This is what we want. This, and we're chilling. We're trying to come up to go here. Push. I push, right? No, I don't. Oh my god, I gotta step back. This is not a draw. I know it is not a draw. I think I gotta start giving checks. I haven't given a check in a while. Let's try that out. He's gonna hit me with the 50 move nonsense. He loses on time. I'm embarrassed at that endgame. I think, you know, we probably made close to 50 moves at that point where nothing had happened. I did not know how to win that endgame. Trying to bring the king here didn't work. I just kept getting checked into oblivion. I need to figure, like, check, forces him back. I threaten a rook trade. I don't know. I went about that the completely wrong way. Look at all of these moves. We're up. I need to look at this with the computer. You guys need to look at this computer with me. That was harder than it looks, okay? I know you guys are screaming at me like, oh, bro, but that was harder than it looks, and I'm not that smart. So, let's see how I was actually supposed to win that. And getting to this point, I mean, I think was pretty solid. Not knowing how to convert this is embarrassing, but getting to this point, I think was pretty solid. So let's check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And if you notice, I am wearing a robe because I went on a date with a Vietnamese girl and I ordered the wrong thing. So I ordered this special all you can eat. So it ended up being $75 each. And the total bill was $190. And I got a little at the end. So is that what I wanted? The answer is no. But now I have time to show you the game in its full entirety. Okay, so I have analyzed this and I have recorded 2 different videos trying to explain this and the best parts, and the end game was literally just beyond me. There was a few tactics, and we're gonna fly through this opening real quick. We're playing the Caro-Kann advanced variation. When you see this, all you got to know is push the pawn 2 squares. I'm going to show you this real quick. If you don't push the pawn 2 squares and you push this forward, boom, 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 your bishop is trapped. Okay, you got to give it up for something, and it sucks. Okay. If you play the pawn 1 square, you get boom, boom, boom. You can either go here and get forced back here, or you can go back here all by yourself. Going back all by yourself is better, but we're not going to ever do this because you're going to push the pawn 2 squares. Then he pushes forward, you defend with the queen or bring the knight, and either way he's capturing, and this happens, and you have essentially a really bad position, okay? A really bad position. So all of that can and will happen if you do anything else other than push this pawn 2 squares. So some people say you need to like understand the meanings behind moves in the opening. I don't think it's true. Just push it 2 squares. Everything else that I explained will never happen to you. Push the pawn 2 squares. That's all you got to know. You don't need to know what's going to happen if you pushed it 1 or you don't push it at all. You're never going to find out because I tested it and tried it for you and lost many games to those other variations, and it's not going to happen to you because you watched this video. And so boom, boom, boom. This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be pinning the knight. It's okay. Now I know the idea. We pin the knight. He captures. I capture back. That check would have been fine. We develop a knight. And this pawn in the middle of the board is simply hanging. Okay, I can just grab it. This is pinned to the queen, so you're not going to capture back and lose your queen. And the discovery check doesn't work because that square is defended by the knight that took the pawn. It goes boom, boom. Okay, and if he jumps in with the knight, I can attack the queen. You capture back. Then I step all the way back. Okay, whatever. Either way, I'm winning a pawn. Long story short, I'm winning this pawn. This pawn is hanging. Okay, we scoot around. Boom, boom. And I question this knight. And in this situation, he jumps forward. Now, what you don't want to do is trade a bishop for a knight. What you almost always want to do is trade a bishop for a knight and a pawn. Now, if it is a central pawn, specifically, this is the most annoying pawn that he has in the position, and we get rid of it. So, yes, I lost the light square bishop, but I got a knight and a pawn. And not only that, he doesn't have a dark square bishop. So losing my dark square bishop doesn't even suck that bad, okay? So we are chilling. We're up a pawn. We're making some moves. And right now, this pawn is hanging tactically for the second time. We can take. If he takes here, we take here, deflection to move the queen away from attacking the knight. We take back on the bishop, and if he attacks the knight, there's a lot of different things we can do, but the simplest is like just come back, and we lose the pawn, but we're chilling, okay? I miss it. I trade off equally, and I'm still winning because I'm up that pawn. And so now if you see the evaluation is like -1, that's because I have a pawn. Tactically hanging for the 3rd time, right? 3rd time. I can take the pawn because this rook was never actually defending that pawn or attacking my knight, because if he ever takes the knight, I'm just going to take your rook with check, and that sucks. So you can't even do it. So tactically, the knight is hanging again. Do I see it? No. Instead, I move my queen closer. He's got this tactic where all this can happen. Neither of us saw it, so we don't really need to talk about it, okay? We step forward, he steps back. Yet again, he moves a defender of this pawn. But lo and behold, it is literally hanging again because now my queen is on this square. So I can take it again if the knight takes. Boom. And I mean, for one, it's going through here. So the best move is to really just step back, but then we just trade off equally. Then I grab the pawn. I could plug the open file, whatever. It's all winning. So was that the 4th time that pawn was hanging? It was the 4th time. 4 times, tactically, this pawn was hanging in the position. 4 times in one game. Each tactic was different, and I missed every single one of them. So that is just not the sign of a strong chess player. So we trade off the queens. We grab a pawn on the side of the board, and then, first tactic for our opponent to find, we step here. Now, the simple idea of this is a good square for my knight, and you trading knights gives me a pass pawn, and me trading knights simply means that you're just losing more because I'm winning. Now, unfortunately, he has this move. jumping in, defended by the rook, threatening a fork of all my everything. So the best move is to really just step up, but then he just grabs my rook. So by the way, it's just attacking my rook. So if he jumps in, it doesn't matter which way I go, if I go here or if I go here to defend this square from the knight fork. Well, let's just go here. He jumps in with the fork anyway. I take, but that moved my rook up to undefend the other rook. The same tactic that I had on him earlier. Bada boom, bada bing. He missed it. Okay. 5 minutes. All right, let's just skip forward a little bit. We trade some knights, we trade some pawns, and I know in this position I am completely, absolutely winning. So we push this pawn to get my king in. Cool. He doesn't want to take and let my king get in. We're just going to take and separate your pawns. His pawns are now separated. He has 3 pawn islands against my 3 pawn islands, but 2 of my 3 pawn islands are 2 pawns. Okay, we push this forward so I have a square for my king so I can get into the position. If I can get my king here, I'm attacking this pawn. That is the idea. Boom, boom, boom. We get in. Then I figure, let's step forward with my king. Step forward with the king. Then I figure, let's step back with the king. Then I figure, let's step forward with the king. Then I figure, let's push a pawn, because that is the best move, because we're making a pass pawn, and then I have 2 outside pass pawns ready to turn into queens. Should be an easy way, should be an easy road to victory, right? No. The answer is no. Now, what I did here is I did a little bit of time farming. Shuffling the king back and forth. Time farming. It's a real chess term, but it's something you can actually do. And so essentially the idea here is to get checked a few times just so I can gain some time on the increment. So I could have gone all the way up, but I guess I got scared of like my king getting stranded and cut all the way off. So I didn't do that. Not this time. But I go up 1 square just to get checked, to step back, to get checked, to then make the move that I was originally normally going to play. Cool. And I gained a little bit of time from doing all of that. Now, in this situation, I do the same exact thing. We step up, we get hit, and instead of stepping back, this is the best move and the move that I want to play in the position, but instead we go boom, 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 boom. And that's a lot of moves that if are played quickly, look, I got 17 seconds, boom, 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 boom. Then I play the original move that I meant to play, but now I have 25 seconds when I make that move instead of 17. Okay? Now, we start pushing the pass pawn. Let's just get into this. We're scooting around, and I blunder. I blunder it away to a draw because both of my pawns are undefended on this rank. So I push forward, and my rook isn't actually defending this pawn because he can just take it, and I can't take the rook. The rook's not actually hanging because, well, it is, but then he just makes the queen. So my rook needs to stay on the back rank. I can't go up taking things. So long story short, this happens. He makes a queen, okay? So I have to go back and defend, which I do promptly. And what he needed to realize is to grab this pawn and lose this pawn, and this position is holdable. This position, boom, 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 everything like that is holdable, which is impossible for a 1900 rated chess player to know. So instead, he defends his asset. This pawn is his asset, and I can understand him not wanting to give it up. Plus, with 40 seconds, I've got 7 seconds. But now I step forward and I defend my asset. So now you've got an asset and I've got an asset, but at the end of it all, I have 1 extra pawn. Yes. Yes. Okay. So we start pushing the pass pawn. We're doing a shuffle, and literally, I cannot explain to you how stupid I am. In this situation, he literally showed me how the tactic worked. I pushed my pawn forward, and he just took it, and I wasn't able to take the rook because he would promote to a queen. This is literally the same tactic. I take the pawn, and you can't take the rook because I make a queen. I got confused because it's on the other side of the board, and I'm the one doing it, and it's not being done to me, but I am so bad at chess. He literally showed me how the tactic worked. I understood it, and I saw it, and then I have the position to do it right back to him, and I don't. So I don't know how many games of chess I need to play to not make stupid moves like this, but I can straight up just grab this pawn because this rook is not defending it because he needs to stay on the back rank just like my rook was. Instead, I hang the queen. Okay? I'm still doing okay. All right? I'm still up a pawn. So I'm still up a pawn, so I'm still doing okay. So it's a draw, but I'm the one fighting for a dub. Okay? Now, I'm trying to figure out how to position my pieces. We're getting checked, but I grab this pawn. And now, I step forward, I step over, and I challenge you. I'm going to tell you what I did. I took this and I played against Stockfish on the highest level. No, I ran through this exact position with the computer so the computer could show me the best way and the best idea of how to win this position. I did that 2 or 3 times, and then I played the computer 2 or 3 times. Literally, I got a draw every single time. So this is harder to play than you would think. It's harder to play than you would think. 1 pawn is pretty much always a draw. 2 pawns with the king blockading them is also a draw. So you can throw it away to a draw pretty easily. like I did just there. It's all zeros. But neither of us know that. And so we got to make some moves. I'm not giving up because I got 2 extra pawns. So essentially, I can just keep making moves till I lose the 2 pawns. And that's when I'll give up. I'll still, even if I got 1 pawn, I'll still keep going because I'm the one it's a draw, but I'm the one that could potentially win if one of us blunders. So we're shuffling around. And I challenge you to try and find, like, the way to win this. Okay? I'm trying to figure out what to do with this king. We step up. We're stepping around. I'm coming over here. And why is this move throwing it away to a loss? Boom. He's coming in. 2 attackers on my weakness. It forces this move. It seems like the right idea to me, right? I mean, you're literally as active as you can possibly be. You're cutting the king off. You're taking the pawn. Seems like the right move. It throws it away to a loss. So the reason for that is maybe I can run up this way and support this. I forget. We cover. And here, I think I need to step up. Actually, no, stepping back is fine, but stepping up is also fine. So stepping up and just giving this up, you can't actually take it. So like if I step up and you take, I just take. And so I think I realized that at some point. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. This is where he lost on time. And I made that pawn capture on move 75, and now it is move 94. So essentially, I have 30 more moves to figure out how to win this endgame. And I got to let you know, I don't think that I have it in me. The right idea is to give this check, okay? And then if the king steps up, you step in, you can give another check, and you slowly but surely you start pushing the pawns. Played perfectly, I think it takes far more than 30 moves because you've got a rook and you can just give a million checks. And definitely a human can throw in some extra checks that aren't actually the best moves, but you can just throw in some checks to waste some time and make more moves to get towards the 50 move rule. That was 12 minutes of analysis. I can't believe I didn't get this like an actual win, but I challenge you. Take this position. Boom, boom, boom. Take this position right here. White plays this, and then it's your move as black. Play against Stockfish, and if you can win this, I'm proud of you. Kudos to you, because I just couldn't do it, and I even watched how to do it with the computer. And so we could run through it, but I don't want to waste any more of your time. And I think it's too complicated for me to really explain. But long story short, what you do is at some point you give a check. And if the king goes this way, you step in somehow, and you give a check supporting this pawn push in a way where he's not going to take this pawn. It's hard to do. It's hard to do. Please subscribe. I hope that convinced you that I'm the best chess player to watch on YouTube. So thank you so much for watching my video. It's been a pleasure playing for you. And wish me luck in this date. I've been shooting some shots recently. So we'll see what's happening. All right. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much, and get out here. Bye. Oh, hey, what's up? I didn't see you there. Hiding behind my big ass water bottle. Look at that thing. Stay hydrated, my friends. Welcome to my channel. We're playing chess. That's what we do around here. And we're facing an 1815. I'm spitting water all out of my mouth. What we're going to do is absolutely destroy this opponent with the fantasy variation. I just decided right now. So if you play the Caro-Kann, there's really 2 approaches that I go with. The Alien Gambit, if it's a faster game and a lower rated opponent, or the fantasy variation, which is basically your best bet at having an attacking game of chess. If you go for the Alien Gambit in a long time control like this against an 1800, you're probably going to lose, but it might be fun still, even if you end up losing. Then, I believe in this position, we just develop the knight. That way we have a little bit of pressure here. He goes for the pin, and I think that we have to defend the pawn with the pawn because this defender is no longer defending the pawn in the center. And this is about where my opening knowledge fizzles out, but I'm gonna just level with you here. The opening is probably the most boring and most unnecessary part of the game to really study. Understand the general ideas of a few openings and what you're doing, but I can guarantee you the blunder spikes are going to happen in the end game. So that is what you need to be studying here. So stay tuned until the end of the video, or just fast forward to the end until we get to that end game that I'm talking about. I think just breaking this pin is a fairly decent idea. I mean, if he captures, we're going to have the pawns in the center. I'm ready to castle. I also will have some discovery ideas attacking this bishop a few times. Probably the next course of action is going to be to pin this knight. Actually, this pawn is hanging. What are we going to do about that? If we pin the knight... Now, hear me out here. If he tickles us and we step back and he tickles us again and we step all the way back here, then the pawn is still hanging. So if I pin the knight and the pawn comes forward, I'll be forced with the decision of capture, where he just recaptures. So I didn't even ruin a pawn structure and I traded a bishop for a knight for no reason. I could stray away from the pin and go like this. Or I mean, step back into the pin and go like this. I can also develop my knight in front of my bishop, but that just doesn't seem like the correct course of action. Let's do this move and not spend too much time thinking about it. Soon we will be able to castle this way. But now after this capture, then he can move the knight pretty much anywhere he feels like, and we will be attacking the queen because now he will be attacking my pawn with his queen because my queen no longer sees it because now my bishop is in the way of the vision of my queen. I hope that made sense. So let's see what this young man has prepared. What is he going to do to us? And we're going to check his profile real quick, and we see that he's from Ireland. People from Ireland aren't good at chess. That's just one thing you should know. And then he's not good at bullet. And we're playing an 8+3 casual game of chess. Now, if you've been watching my channel for a while, you should know something about me. I pretty much exclusively play casual because when I sit down at the board and I face an opponent and I'm going to spend 20 minutes of my life playing a game of chess and talking to this microphone and recording and everything, I don't want them to cheat, because if they cheat, then that just ruins the experience for literally everybody. Now, hear me out. Let's just play a calm, cool, and collected move, such as this, where now at least my bishop will be defending this pawn. This guy is defended. He's going to castle this way. Before I castle, we're going to add a defender to a little bit of everything. And I gotta say, I love my setup right now. This is exactly how you're supposed to develop your pieces. Now for him, moving the queen. Okay, actually queen here would probably be the best idea. A little b6 action. Okay, moving the queen. So this dude is a decent chess player for sure. Now, there's really two things we can do here. We can step up with our queen and castle long. Or we can just play the principled approach and castle same side. After this, that's really my only option. My king is going to be really exposed. You hate to see it. And also there's things like capture, and then this can become an issue along with this. So now that I've looked at this for a decent amount of time, I think castling this way is stupid. But castling this way is boring. But you know what? Maybe it won't be boring. Let's just go into it, see what happens. I have defended this knight ample times, so this bishop is literally just at this point doing nothing, and I'm quite ready to bring my queen, applying pressure to some stuff. Probably him coming out with the queen here made some sense. Actually, no, it didn't, because then I can capture with the attack on the queen and the knight. So I see why he didn't do that now in the first place. I mean, how are we feeling about a little capture? I can also pin the knight now, but getting my queen out of the pin, that just feels like the right move. Just feels like the right move. Slow, calm, cool, and collected, just slightly improving our position. We're not doing anything fancy, nothing special. We're just developing. And, I mean, the fantasy variation, it can lead into some attacking lines, but in this case, it has not. One thing that we are a little bit, we're not going to be super happy to see, is attacking our queen. We probably got to do something about that. Or if he captures, we capture. Then his knight jumps in, attacking a little bit of everything. And I don't have a great place to put my bishop. How are we feeling about this? How are we feeling about that? Or this? We don't have to take like this. But this is probably the best move. God damn it. The other ones are probably okay, but it leaves this pawn just so susceptible to all sorts of attacks. But this will have a passed pawn. So I think we do have to just play this. This pawn push doesn't work. We're just going to shove this pawn forward. Then this pawn break will come into play at some point. But I've already got the open file. And we're coming back to about the same amount of time on the clock. Dude is up by like 30 seconds, but you know what I mean? We don't got to freak out about it yet, and we get plus 3 seconds every move. Okay, so he does play this. I feel like just trading off the bishops. This is a little bit annoying to deal with. Is there anything fancy after this? He could launch this pawn forward, but I actually kind of like that idea. Let's do this. We have to take with the queen because the knight is doing the very important job of defending this pawn. So we're going to take. These guys defend each other. This guy's defending this. I have the center. And then this will actually be a threat. No, it won't. He can just step here and defend. Dag nabbit. Probably the next thing that I will be doing is moving my last piece that has not been moved. So I will be... Ugh, he did go for it. He wants my bishop. He wants the bishop. We can play this. But then he just takes... Okay, we're going to have to let him get the bishop. Because this bishop is literally on a square of a super important fork. So say I try and run. Then he just captures. Then I take. Then he hits us with the fork. And I got nothing to show for it. So I think we'll step back to this square. That way we're getting out of the fork for 1, and then we're defending the bishop for 2, and we're also defending the pawn, and we are also defended. Those are all of the reasons that I chose this square with the queen. Now we could wiggle out of it with this, but then he just chases us. Probably just grabbing this. Just he has the chance to get the dark square bishop. I was worried about this like 10 moves ago. Okay, maybe not 10 moves ago, but I was worried about this a couple moves ago. So he's going for this. That lets my knight come forward. We also have this. Is he really trying to play this, bro? We might have to take that idea away. Let's play a slow move. Let's play a slow move. We're going to just try to not let this knight onto my side of the board. Then I'm fairly certain that just putting my rook here is going to be the next course of action. The bishop getting into my position is one thing we got to be slightly worried about. But even if he's like attacking my dude, like he would win this pawn. I mean, this seems quite powerful, does it not? But first, let's play this. I think that's just fairly reasonable. If he pushes, we can step forward. And then we have a passed pawn. It's kind of not that easy to like... I'm not sure if it's an asset or a liability at that point. To be fair. Because he can just play this pawn break at any moment. And if I take... If my pawn is here, it's just... He's weak. And he's attacked by like everything in the position. So these pawns, I do have the center. But he's got the pawn breaks that can immediately confront them. Which isn't super fun to deal with. So we're probably going to have to do something like this and just station my pieces in front of the pawns. And this comes with a gosh darn immediate threat on this pawn, where if he pushes, I can take, and then he wins my queen. Maybe we step over with the king. Something you just always want to look at is he's got a dark square bishop. I do not. So moves like this become incredibly powerful. So this diagonal, all the diagonals, essentially, become delicious for this bishop. So, like, what if this? That's just, like, a hardcore immediate threat on my queen. And even if we attack, then he gets this check first, and he can just defend. I'm not loving what I see right now. But we are venturing into the below 3 minutes realm of the game. And we have still yet... Oh, he's going for stuff. If I push forward, he might just push again. Where I can't capture because then he wins my queen. This, like I said, I'm not 100% sure is a great idea. I mean, if I take, then I just essentially lose my queen instantly. I could step over, and then if you win my queen, I win your queen. But then you win my knight, I win this. But then pushing forward is probably the simpler of the options. Yeah, I think pushing forward is probably just going to be simpler of all the options. Nothing like that works. This is no longer a possibility. He can go for this diagonal. Now we both have 3 minutes. And we are venturing into the end game. And now this part of the game right now, this is what matters. Everything before this was like just getting to this moment right now. This is where the real chess is played. Everything before that, it's like partly intuitive, partly memorized, partly opening principles. And once you reach like a certain level, it just becomes automatic. Like, I don't even play the fantasy that often, but it's pretty easy to not just make crazy one-move blunders. What I like is this. That just seems like it has a little bit of sting. Like, if I'm able to bring my rook, like, this pawn can potentially get a little freaky. This square for a knight is also awesome. Really, the only way to get there is this. So he'll have to let go of this diagonal, which he probably will not be doing anytime soon. Okay, so he just wants to go for this, I think. What that does is it makes this move a threat here. I don't know if we need to be immediately worried about that. We could venture onto the opponent's side of the board. Or we just step here. This kind of just concedes stuff like this. I don't know. Is this move stupid? We're going to play it. This doesn't work. My knight can still potentially come forward. This pawn push also does work. Bro, this. That was the freaking idea. Are you kidding me? We attack the knight. The knight was going to go somewhere. Then I play this fork. But then if he took and I took, then this was hanging my queen. Oh my goodness, maybe this is still the idea. This might be it. We got pawns in the center. Pawns are capable of forking. Every single piece on the board is capable of forking. Even pawns, even kings. Obviously the knights, because every single one of us have gotten hit by a knight fork when you least expect it. But this might just be like the most rudimentary step. That literally might be the play. Because what do you do then? You got to step over and I'm winning this. Okay. This still has this threat. He's coming in here. But do I not just step over? This doesn't work immediately because I take and you don't have a check. So I think stepping over, or we push first. Then you attack me, then I step over. Then you have to play this. No. Here. Okay. This first. He attacks my queen. I step over, attacking this guy. You pin me here, but then I step forward attacking the queen. The queen goes to this diagonal. What do I do? This is the move that seems cool. This is probably safer. This. You pin me. I go for this. You step forward. I can take. I don't see what he does here. What do you do there? You support this. Then I play this. Then you attack my queen. With 1 minute on the clock, I'm playing this move. I'm not sure if it was correct. Big scared. This is just a pretty simple idea. So if he does anything other than attack my queen, that fork will work. Then we go here, defending this check, defending this. We might have to play this. That knight is absolutely terrifying. Okay, we play this. This is a threat still. He got a pawn. You love to see it. Now we've both got 50 seconds, and I have completely fudged up. Completely, I have fudged up. I don't know what to do. Let's get into a game of bullet, my friend. There are still so many pieces on the board. It's really just about don't blunder a piece first. These guys defend each other. That's important. That adds pressure to this. What about that? Oh, we got to do something about this knight. Let's just do this. Okay, he attacks me. We're stepping up. That attacks the knight. Knight can go back. We apply more pressure with this frickin' guy. Once this moves and the knight moves, then this attack only works if the knight is also applying pressure. I'm just going to level with you guys. I'm completely terrified right now. We jump forward. He plays this. Check. Take. This. It's not a check. This is hanging. Oh, god damn it. Someone's going to blunder, if I'm just going to be completely honest here. Any knight move. I'm stepping all the way back. I got completely shook right there. He takes. You can't take with the queen or this. Check, checkmate. Oh, you fudged up. That's crazy. We double the rooks. Lot of ideas on this. Let's step all the way back so this guy's defended more. He comes in. I think we just play this. It's defended. We grab a rook. We win the queen. We defend the rook. 18 seconds against 15. I can literally just trade stuff. He could resign right here, but he might as well play on because we have such little time. But resigning also makes a fair bit of sense. What did I say at the very beginning of this video? Nothing in the opening or middle game matters. Everything that mattered right there in the end of the game, like, was the end of the game. That's all that mattered. And I was losing, but because I play bullet and I practice my end games to some extent, let's take a look. Right here. This is when the importantness started. This is when the importantness started. And now that I'm looking at this, I like this move. Do I play this? Then what am I doing? Coming back? Okay. We are going to check this with the computer real quick. Our opponent said well played. I'm not sure if it was. He was completely winning here. Just tactics here, dude. Oh, how tragic. Because we take, and the queen can no longer take. We're going to take this. All right, we're going to plug this into the computer, and we're going to see how accurate actually was that. I'm going to let it load so it doesn't make the camera lag. And here we are in the analysis, and we're going to set a 5-minute timer so that I don't go overboard with analyzing stuff that's not important. We're going to fly through this rapidly, and then we are going to see how accurate did I play, how many blunders did I make. I'm going to just make a guess now and say I played like 83%, and my opponent played 80, because for sure I was losing, but then he messed up bad in the end game. So we start this thing out, boom, 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 and this is the Caro-Kann. Pushing this pawn right here, a little F3 action is the fantasy variation, where if they capture, you capture. He pushes a pawn, you develop the knight to defend the pawn. He pins the knight, so then you have to push a pawn to defend the pawn in the center. He develops a knight, you develop your bishop to either one of these squares. I guess this one is slightly better, but whatever. I don't have this memorized, I'm just going off basic ideas here. Then I'm supposed to castle, but I was reluctant to play that because what I wanted to do was boom, 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 and castle opposite. I didn't really analyze the position too in depth, whatever. I just wanted to develop my pieces, get my queen going somewhere, but then I realized, like, if I play this, castling this way is just not really a good idea, because this capture is going to just open up the file onto my king, and even if I step over, then I only have 2 pawns, and it just wasn't going to be a good idea. What am I supposed to be, like, fighting for in that position there? So we do castle same side, best move. Stepping over with the king, H1 is the best move here. then also stepping forward with my queen. I guess that makes sense, but whatever. I elected to play this, which is a mistake, the first mistake of the game, but it is only going from I'm up half a pawn to now I am down half a pawn, so whatever. So capture, capture. He comes back with the bishop. We block that with our bishop. We trade equally. I had to take with the queen because if I took with the knight, then this was hanging. Then he jumps forward. And this is a little bit unfortunate. I did see this from many moves back, that if this move ever comes into play, I really don't have a great place to go with my bishop. Like, I can't go anywhere here, and if I go here, I'm still just going to die to the knight. So we step back, capture, capture. Let's see if this knight move, if this queen move was the best move. Nope, defending with the rook was slightly better. I guess that makes sense because it was my last active piece. So the queen was already active, so bringing the rook to defend that and then bringing my rook up instead of putting my queen here where I still need to bring my rook later. Everything is about time in chess, but whatever. It's still completely equal. We are on move 17. We have 3 minutes left of the analysis, and this is about where the game started getting spicy. Best move is to launch b4. Really now. Okay, whatever, we push forward. Still, I'm only down a pawn. And that's just by Stockfish. Stockfish is saying I'm down a pawn. So, okay, we move over with the queen. Coming in with the knight. Ooh, I can play this because you can't capture. But what if you push and attack my queen? I guess I slide over here attacking you. Okay, whatever. We shove this pawn forward. And what is so tragic about this is I spent a minute and a half deliberating over, do we slide the queen over one square? This queen has been doing the shuffle the entire game. I didn't want to do this because I saw like this, I saw some ideas. I thought maybe this was just going to be fun, and it wasn't even slightly cute. We push this forward, but like they're not really scaring anybody. The knight comes in and attacks me. I have to step up, and then he straight up just wins the pawn. That is not too hard to see. It's just a fork of my pieces, and there's 2 attackers on this. Okay, so we lose the pawn. We are officially down minus 1.5. That's not great for us, but whatever. Now we have entered the part of the game where he's got 49 seconds and I've got 36. So it's completely equal here. We do not find the best move, and so we slide back down to a little bit of a disadvantage. Stepping forward with the queen, yet again, is not a great move. But finally, we find the right idea. We step forward with the knight, and we just have a lot of pressure piling up on this pawn that can actually no longer be defended by a rook. So the queen or bringing a rook up along the second rank, that's the only way you can defend this pawn, or pushing it, but in which case I might just push forward or capture or something like that. So he takes here. We step back. Wrong move. I'm supposed to step back here. Whatever. And finally, when our opponent has 10 seconds and I have 17, the blunder of the game was made. Simply we grab the rook for nothing, because if he takes back, he's straight up just getting mated in the corner. So he can't do that. So, oof, really sucks that he played that move. He could have just stepped forward to defend. I would have probably just played one of these moves first, or potentially even like this and just allowed the capture, and then my pawn is in the way of this double barrel bazooka shooting at you in this position. Yeah, so there were definitely some blunders here in the endgame. We step back. Why is this so much better? This is -1, and this is better. For what reason? What could he have done here? Okay, we play the not best move. I guess if he plays the best move, then it's like, what am I really doing here? This is uber defended. This guy's going to just get kicked out. If not worse, he's going to just get attacked. Okay, so we'll go through this, and I'll show you what happened. We grab the rook for free, and at this point, we're up a rook. We double the rooks. For one, we can just take, but we slide all the way back. I could have gone for a rook trade. That would have made more sense. We jump in with our knight. Our knight is just forking everything. In low time, he doesn't see that I'm attacking the rook. We do take, and we win the queen. And in this position, it is kaput, because literally what I can do, I think the game did go on slightly longer, but in this position, literally what I'm going to do is just trade my rook for one of your pieces. Like this, you've got ideas. Like you can outpost the knight like on one of these squares that's pretty good. You could get a bishop, you know, on a square that's pretty good. There's checks in the position. Like he's got this check, and then maybe he like jumps in defended, and I'm just going to trade my rook for one of these pieces because a knight and a queen is way stronger than just one of these pieces. So I would do some simplification, guaranteed, if the game was to go on. Like if he plays this, I just take. I straight up just take. And then I'm going to figure out how to win with the extra piece like this. Extra queen. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed hanging out with me, I hope that video wasn't too long and you were able to learn something. That's how you play the fantasy variation. That's how you attack in low time. And I also showed you how to blunder a pawn in the middle game. So let's scroll down, actually. What do we get? 83% accurate, bro. That was perfect by me, and he played 10% less accurate than I did, 73%. And actually, the middle game stretched on for an immense amount of time, and only the end game started here on move 34. I guess we just took forever to play the middle game, and we got into low time here, because there were still a fair bit of pieces on the board around. This is not the end game. I guess it's not considered the end game. Lichess is whatever. All right. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe. If you liked this video, I'm going to put another one up here. So click on that, and I'll see you in the next one. I love you guys, and I'll see you later. Subscribe. I love you. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we are going to be doing is absolutely destroying this 1986. Doesn't say where he's from. We're going to take a quick gander. He's from Italy. 2,000 games, joined 1 month ago. That is sketchy. He doesn't have real ratings in anything but Rapid and Bullet. He says, hello, have fun. I don't think we are going to be having any fun today. And so, let's just develop the knight. You know what I mean? Already, just out of the opening. Not sure if I made the right move here. He's definitely just got this. So let's just develop. He's got the pawn push. We're going to take that idea away. We don't want the pawn pushing forward, so we're going to just do this. We don't really have a great square to put this bishop. Like if I go here, I'm breaking the pin. Let's just push a pawn. Let's push a pawn on the side of the board and not be afraid. And so I guess one thing that I want to hammer in is studying openings is way overrated. You need to study endgames. If you're trying to get better at chess, that is where the game is won and lost every single time. 99% of the time, the opening does not matter. You can literally make like a selection of 5 different moves in every position that keep it just about equal. And so we want to develop this bishop. I don't have really great squares. The pin is not going to happen. I guess we don't really have to take. We could develop this. So the reason that we're challenging this is like, what else was I going to do with the bishop? I really had my choice of this square, but the pin was never really going to happen because my pawn is defending the pin. I think it's time we take a little castle. Probably our opponent will castle. Okay, we capture. Now it might be time to castle. And we could jump forward. And then like this happens. I don't know if that's really good for anybody. Putting my rook here probably makes more sense. So let's just go with this. Probably that's the correct idea. Go ahead and put my knight to an active square. I mean, we're just going to trade it off. Why not? And we kind of got to keep my knight here because I don't want this to happen. We can go for a double up technique. He could play something. If we play this, 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 we're going to be all right. So we're just going to play it. And basically, my strategy in some of these games is literally just like trade evenly, get into an endgame as fast as possible, and that is where the game is won and lost. We have made 14 moves, and I can almost guarantee you that it is a complete draw no matter what. Let's just trade a piece equally. He might even throw in this rook capture. I'm not really sure that it's good or bad for anybody, but we're going to double up the rooks. That is the straight up idea here. We're still holding down this square. That makes the knight step back, which is probably really not like incredibly useful or anything, because if I take, and then I bring my queen over, I have no infiltration because when the knight moves from being attacked, he could even step over with the king. There's probably a lot of things that he could do here. But let's just rush into an equal endgame. It looks like I came back surviving a shipwrecked island. Yes, it does. Look at this beard. This thing is ridiculous. Should I shave it all off? I took your idea, Isaac, and said that I would do it like live on stream, and then if I reach like a certain level of subscribers or like whatever it may be, then shave the beard. So I'm just thinking this. He comes back with the knight. I could just push forward here. If I step back, capture, capture, his knight can actually get access to this square in 2 moves. How powerful is his knight being on this square? I mean, I could probably just like step forward and then like bring my knight over here challenging this. I mean, I could just take, but then he's got this pawn break, which I don't love. Shave at 1.5. I think 2K. 2K is a better idea. I'm sensing that I want to be able to push here to defend this. And dude, we are just rushing. Like if the knight comes here or here, he's got some good squares for this guy. I mean, I can get my knight here and he can get his knight here. I'm not really sure which one is better. And I don't see really any weaknesses or like any great movement forward. I guess I can go here and go for the pawn break. Here. Push like this. That's sketchy. He can go here and capture, capture, capture. Let's do it. We're going for the pawn break. He can defend it like literally. He's going to be making one of these moves. I think that this one's probably more flexible because he has the choice of going to either one. We do have this check now. We do have the pawn break as well. Then we just get into the position with tempo on this. Covering these squares. I think we go for this. If he brings the knight. Okay, we take with tempo on this. Never forget the tempo winning moves. He defends. We could just trade. It's probably time. He can launch here. He's got a 3-on-2. He's got a 3-on-2. Also tempo. Scary to play move, but we're going to do it. He can attack us. We jump in. Oh, he defends. Okay. He's got his choice of these moves. I could play this. What about check? Check. I mean, what does that accomplish? Got 5 minutes. Don't say something like that in the chat, bro. I think we play this. Here, here. Attack it again. It's not really attacking anything. Would give this check. I mean, he just steps over. Potentially I hit him with this check. He steps over again, or he steps forward. Maybe I just defend this. We're a little bit worried. Like if I step forward, he jumps in. Okay? We attack. He jumps in. We push again. I'm not... Ugh, these knight endgames are complicated. Kind of thinking just step forward. We just step forward. No, that walks into this. Okay, we're doing this. It defends this square from the knight. We can at least get a check. This is undefended. Probably we got to push forward. I have a 4-on-3, and he has a 3-on-2. That is the imbalance of the position. The only thing that I really got going for me is the kings are on this side. So his 3-on-2 is weaker than my 4-on-1. The knights are on this side, but the knights kind of are not as good as the king in the endgame at stopping pawns. And so what I am thinking is if I can make some sort of pass pawn on this side of the board, there's a chance that I can just completely immobilize the knights, and then we fight over these 5 pawns over here. Quit playing ring around the rosy. Develop the king. I stepped the king forward. I'm on the 2nd rank. He's on the 2nd rank. I think we're completely even in regards of king activity. So he goes ahead and gives me a little tiny check. If I jump forward, he kind of just gets like a tempo winning move. What am I really accomplishing with the knight? I think this might be the new idea. We play this. He jumps in with check. I step up. I'm playing this. 4 minutes and 22 seconds against 7 minutes. His knight will be quite happy over here. Also able to access this square, attacking this guy. As long as I don't hang some sort of stupid fork from these knights, I think we're going to be all right. But this is going to be a doozy of an endgame. An absolute doozy. It's all about who blunders first. I can defend that with the king. We have to play this, no? He's got this. I push forward. He hits me with a check. Step over again. I'm a little bit spooked. I'm not going to lie to you guys. His knight seems to be doing more knightsy stuff than my knight. Do we attack? What do we do? We can jump forward. attacking this. Ooh, I kind of like that. He pushes forward. We hit him with the check. I think we go for this. Attacking this guy. How do you defend it? We jump forward. If you push, I hit you with a check. You step here. I hit you with another check. If I do this, if he captures, I take. He pushes forward. I stay defending. It's a scary move to play, but this is the move I play. I think it might be a winning move. I jump in. You jump in. I push. You hit me with a check. I attack. We're going for this. This doesn't work because I get in. This push doesn't work because I have the fork. Boom, boom. Defending with the knight. Please. This is so scary. This. We step over. We're going for this guy. You can't defend because your square is taken. That's the defensive square. He's also got this, but this is not going to work either. So I might be grabbing a pawn. And then it's still a draw, but then I'm on the happy side of the draw because I all of a sudden made a pass pawn. I win this pawn becomes stronger. And I don't even need to like completely commit. At some point, if this knight moves, I can step forward. And then I have like a super impenetrable structure and we can focus on this over here or like making a pass pawn over here. I think we're doing all right. I think we are doing all right. And finally, our opponent decides to take a little bit of a think. Okay, I think that what I calculated made sense. Check here, check. It doesn't work. This is defended. Am I stupid? Am I stupid? Check. We attack the knight, no? If you take, I take. Here, here. I think I have to play this. We attack the knight. If you take here, I take here. But then he just takes back. Ugh. What about this? Here. Still this with check. Oh, did I just blunder? God damn it, that was not a game-winning move. That was me blundering away the endgame. I think I can still survive. What do I do? What do I do? Check. This doesn't work. This. Here. To. This is what I'm playing. He can take. Then it's a 3-on-2 versus 3-on-2, but his 3-on-2 is more advanced than mine. Help. 1 minute and 36 seconds. This is tense. Take. He's also got this. We're ready to attack. If he does something else, I think I'm ready to just attack like this. He can throw this in with check, so it actually doesn't work incredibly well. My king would be pretty active right there. He gives me a little check. What do I do here? If I step forward, he's got this check. Don't love that. If I step over, then we're covering a lot of stuff. He could step in, but then I'm ready to take and separate these pawns. I quite like that. If the knight ever moves, I can take that as well. So take. Probably take. If he pushes, I take. He steps forward, I step over. He pushes, I take. He takes. Then this pass pawn is actually tremendously scary in that position. Here, I can attack first. Attack this knight first, then grab this. Here, grab this, attacking the knight. I think something is happening right here. We attack. Do I simply capture this back like this? Could step forward as well. I think we go for this. If you step in, I take. We're doing this. We attack the knight. If my knight goes here, though, I'm completely invested in making a pass pawn and winning the endgame. This 3-on-2 is actually getting really scary because my king is not over there and my knight is potentially going to be quite far. So if you play something like this, we take. Where are you really going in that situation? You have to play something like this, no? I capture. I got a long journey home. Okay. Here, check. I step over. Here. Okay, we don't love it. We can take here. Here, here, here. Ah, what do I do? Take, check, here. He jumps in. I step back. He wins this. I win this. 24 seconds. Here, here. This, I step back. He wins this. I win this. He hits me with this fork. I step up. He wins this. I attack this. He could attack this. I grab here. That defends this. Okay, he wants to play that. I've at least escaped from that fork. He's got this, this, this. I'm back to defend this. He jumps up here. He's got this, this. He jumps up here. I push. He jumps over. Completely equal. But now I have 9 seconds and he has 3 minutes. I hate chess. Gosh darn it. Okay, he goes for this. We're just committing. You go for this. I'm making a pass pawn. That is the whole idea here. He takes. I push. You take, take. I'm ready to run. Don't have time to calculate it. Push here. We run. Oh my god, I got 1 second. Okay. This is tense. I think I can just push, push. At some point, right? Here, here. No, if he does this, I take. If he goes here, here. We step forward. No checks. 5 seconds. Ready to push. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. 5 seconds. Here, here. How are you stopping this pawn, bro? I can almost pre-move that, correct? I mean, this is going to be my next move. I'm so scared. This. This, this. Comes back, I push. He runs over. I make the queen. Doesn't have this. Where are you trying to go with that knight, bro? I got 6 seconds. 1 square away. How are you defending this? You got a 2-on-1, but like I said, our kings are on this side of the board. He can try and flag me. It's been a while since I've played a game of Bullet, so he could try and flag me. There's a chance. Okay, we're doing this. We're just going to make some moves. We traded the knights. I've got 9 seconds now. Take this with check. He steps over here. We give a check. We go here to attack this. We step over. He's got this. Here. What are you going to do? Push forward? Okay, we take this. Step forward. Go here. We grab this. We're going back. 17 seconds. We take a deep breath. We go here. Check. Take the pawn. Whatever you do, I am going to get you in the end of this. The reason that I'm playing like this is to get rid of this pawn. I don't need another queen. It's easier to just get rid of everything at the end of the game. And so, like, right now in this position, we've got some pawns. I feel much better about checkmating in low time when we just get rid of everything. He's got, like, a check that we'd... 2 checks that we'd have to deal with. So, we were able to do it. Now, the question is, should I do an analysis? Should I do an analysis? Let's do a very quick one. Very, very quick. Boom. And I could probably change my scene collection. We're going to do this in like under 2 minutes. Push through it. Did we request the computer analysis? Holy crap. 98% accurate. I am a genius. I played a perfect game of chess. 6 average centipawn loss. Holy smokes. That might have been the cleanest game of chess that I've ever played in my life. Okay. I was not confident about it. I definitely played all those moves like I'm not sure. But we crushed it. We crushed it. Holy crap. We're going to do this real quick. And I guess everything that I explained made perfect sense because I won the game and played 98% accurate. Okay, so this is all just mainline computer stuff. Pushing this pawn, whatever, it stays equal. I mean, pushing this pawn is just too weakening. I'm not playing like that. We develop, castle, trade. Knight to the middle, we trade equal. We trade equal. The reason I play like this is, like I said, you get to the end game, and that is where the game is won and lost. All of this stuff did not make really all that much of a difference. Like, we're on move 20. Nothing exciting has happened. Trade. And this is where it starts getting fancy. Jumping forward with the check is slightly better. Whatever, I like this. Bring the king. Jump over here. Step up. Oh, my God. Best move. Okay, best move. He steps in, I step up. My original idea was check, somewhere, take. None of that made any sense because this was covered. So I calculated it wrong, but I was able to get, you know, a little bit of compensation by playing this. We're applying pressure to this pawn and this pawn. So even once I get here, if he captures, I can always just capture back, and I'm not going to straight up lose a pawn. Best move. Best move. Best move. Second best move. I'm up a clean pawn. I guess this is going to be a problem one way or another. So capturing this makes sense because I'm still going to be able to grab this. If I capture here, he can push, and I'm not going to grab it. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. Like, if I grab this one, this is still an issue. Like, if he tries to defend, I just come back with this fork. Okay. Okay, that was my blunder of the game. I was like, which one is more important? I liked grabbing this one because it just seemed like this was still going to be there. But I'll explain it one more time very quickly. If I take this one, he has to defend this, but I can just come back and I'm going to get it. If I take this one, he can push forward, and then all of a sudden I need to switch my eyes on getting this pawn, which is harder to do. So wrong move, he pushes forward, we push forward, we step over. Best move. I realize I'm losing this pawn, but I've got a 3-on-2. Like I had mentioned, he's got a 3-on-2, but it is not as good as mine because the kings are here. So at some point, like, my king can stop your last pawn. Does that make sense? So, like, nobody's over here to deal with this. The knight is over here and the king is over here. So my 3-on-2 is much more effective because I can push, make this pass pawn, and then all of a sudden, it's still a draw. How is he supposed to stop this? He played the wrong move. This. You block. We go here. You lock it down like that. Okay, so that sucks, and I'm still probably going to win this. Because I'm going to figure out how to get in. I can get this fork. I'm going to figure this out. 3-on-1, but I got my king and my knight. You're stuck over here. And if you make 2 moves, I make a queen. So basically, your king has to go all the way over here. Actually getting a draw from this position for our opponent, that would be very difficult. That would be very, very difficult. So the computer says right here that it's equal. I disagree. That was going to be very hard to play. And then we just... You know what I mean? We just push. We get the queen. We give a check. We give a check. We take, and then I just was in low time here. So something you want to do when you're in super low time is like give the checks. This is a forceable way to trade the knights, a forcing way to trade the knights. And then I just gave some checks. We're making just some moves to gain time. I do have a little bit of increment. We get in here and then just make things simple. Get behind the pass pawn. If he blocks it, just give it away. If he doesn't block it, cool, you make a queen or a rook. If he blocks it, you give it away. And if he does not take it, it's turning into a queen with check. So like say he tries to like run here, then I just make a queen and it's with check. So that was amazing. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed hanging out with me, please subscribe. I'm on a mission to actually grow this channel. And so I was traveling for like 25 days. I didn't even talk about my trip or anything. I just got back from Thailand. That's why I look homeless. I didn't shave for a month. So please subscribe. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much. Bye, and get out of here. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is destroying this 1816 with the Caro-Kann, and so hopefully we hop right into a main line that I can explain to you quite well. Well, we have the advance, the exchange. Often when people spend a while thinking about it, they go for the push. Or we go for the straight up main line. This is actually called the Caro-Kann main line. This is the Alien Gambit, but this is the Tardicower. So this is a structure that I am very familiar with and I love, and I can explain to you the ins and outs of what to do, at least with the black pieces. So right now that he has developed the knight, it is a prime opportunity to pin the knight. However, castling before pinning pieces is the priority. So what we're going to do is we're going to develop this bishop to the most, not the most active square. This would be the most active square, but it would get simply repelled by this pawn. So that's why we're putting it here. Next, we're going to castle and be putting the rook onto the same file as the king. Most likely he will castle as well. But we're still going to put the rook here because this is the open file in the position, and rooks belong on open files. And so this move right here it signifies that he wants to strengthen the center, which is never a bad move. He's defending the pawn. But in the future, my knight is going to have a journey to the square that can be repelled by this pawn. Does that make sense? So my knight in the future is going to go like this. And we're playing with 3-second increment, and I am quite comfortable with my rapid playing skills, or my bullet playing skills. Speaking of that, let's check our friend from Argentina. And if you look, if we take a gander, we step back, and we're really praying for the pawn cube structure is what we're going for. But dude doesn't play bullet, and we are in a 5-minute game of chess. So at some point, we're both going to have 1 minute, unless I get checkmated very early on. And it looks like he plays a lot of variants, some anti-chess stuff going on. I would highly recommend never playing any of those ever, because chess is hard enough as it is. So there's no need to change the rules and play a harder, different variant. It doesn't make any sense. Why would you, other than chess 960, go ahead and play that, and then maybe some horde just for fun. But I have had this exact structure in a previous game, maybe even my previous video. And so bringing the knight back here to be a defensive piece is not such a terrible idea, but I really do like my prompt idea of just trying to bring my knight to one of these squares in the middle. Obviously, we can't bring it here right now. The drawback of this is my queen can no longer get out to this square. But seeing as that he pushed his pawn, so this pawn is now defended, my queen out here attacking pawns that are defended is not really a great use of my queen. We're going to step in, and we're doing a few things now. We're attacking this pawn and we're attacking this bishop. So he kind of has to make a stepping back move, or he has to just attack me. Then I take, and he gets a strong center, but he loses the bishop for the knight. And actually he can't do that because I will grab the pawn. So right now I think he has to step back, and that's just kind of uncomfortable. I can take a step forward right now and kind of, ooh, I could jump like this. This might force, because we're attacking this and we're attacking this bishop. He could step back further, but then we're really causing, my knight is making both of his bishops step back, and I just feel, sorry, you see that rattling? I'm on a new desk, and it's a $20 desk from Amazon, so it kind of sucks, but I'm in a temporary home for like 3 months because the house that I live in is getting renovated, if you wanted to know what's going on in my life. So I'm moving houses, I started a new job, I don't have a girlfriend. Look at this sunburn, absolutely jacked, but this sunburn, I'm in a little swivel chair. Bro, the sunburn, you see that? It looks, that's the tank top. That is the tank top that I was wearing previously. And so, what's going on in this position right now? Well, this is being attacked. If we take, the queen comes up and defends the knight. Or I can step forward and just straight up attack the knight. Also, I don't like that my queen is the one defending this rook. Also, there are sort of... No, it doesn't work. I was thinking I could take here with check, and if he steps over with the queen, then this is hanging. But he can just step back with the knight. But is making his knight step back, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I like the idea of just attacking the knight. Probably what's going to happen is we're going to get the pawn cube structure, and then we can all cheer and feel happy and warm and fuzzy on the inside because we get to have a pawn cube in the position. And now I like that my rooks are looking at each other, so if this rook trade takes place, then my least active piece all of a sudden will get nice and active here on the e8 square, looking down the open file. So probably it's in both of our best interest to kind of just leave the position as is. If he takes... I actually played a quite interesting structure earlier where his queen ended up over here on b3, which was applying pressure to my f2, f7. Okay, so we're going to get the little pawn cube, and we all get to feel happy and warm and fuzzy. Look at that. Pawn cube. Queen attacked. Queen attacked. But I can trade the rooks in a way that makes his knight step back. Then I can get active. So I think we're going to go for this. It doesn't immediately do anything, but having, but having like my queen on these diagonals seems promising. I believe that we can just step forward. I mean, if he hits us, we can step forward again. So we're just trying to get super active with the queen right now. We got the diagonal by his king, and I have this beautiful pawn cube. Look how safe and happy my king is. Not only do I have a luft, but it becomes increasingly difficult for our opponent to like do any action on this open file because I have so many squares defended by my pawns, my beautiful pawn cube. Okay, bishop is attacked. Stepping all the way back to like stay active on this diagonal seems to make sense. I could also rush. Let's play a little bit faster. Actually, I don't really need to play faster because we have the same amount of time. And it's early in the morning because this guy's from Argentina. Is it? No, I'm thinking about the seasons. I've been to Argentina before, and one really trippy thing is, what do I do with my queen? I would love to like stay active, but it looks like I'm going to have to take a little bit of a step back. I can't step over because of the knight. I can't step forward because of the knight. I can't step forward because of the queen. So this maintains touching this. So he could push and I take, and he takes and I take, and he gets a pawn there, but then I attack it, then he defends it. I can throw in this check. He probably steps over. And my king is actually quite far away from being able to do any damage. This doesn't work because the rook comes over. But I step over, the rook comes over. I step here. He takes with check, I step up. Then he just defends checkmate by moving anywhere, and it's not even checkmate, he can still run away. So I like the idea of just stepping over and attacking in this square. He can defend it by just moving the knight somewhere, so that now that this was never occupied, but moving the knight would make sense to just defend this with the queen laterally and have like a defensive, beautiful queen. But I'm going to play on my opponent's weakness because now we both have under 3 minutes, soon to be under 2 minutes, and we still have queens and rooks and bishops and knights and a whole heckin' lot of pawns. So I sure hope that he knows what he's doing in these little bit of a time crunch situation. If nothing happens, I'm ready to just step into the position and attack these pawns. That is the immediate idea. Like, I'm threatening this, yes. But if he doesn't move the knight, his queen can't occupy the square, and defending these pawns will become tricky. So moving this walks into this check. But he defends it with the queen, then I take, then he steps back, then I bring my rook to the open file. He steps up with the king. Probably I attack this pawn. He could just push. I take. No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. No, he couldn't. There would be a check at the end of all of that. Okay, so he does play this. I think everything that I just calculated seems to make sense. I step in, he steps over, I take, he takes with the king or the knight. Either way, I'm attacking this pawn. He could shut the door like this, but then we're not so worried about this pawn structure. So I think we're going with this. He has to cover. He has to cover. Then I step over. What do? I think time is everything, and stepping active into the position seems to be real smart. Attacking the knight, if he takes, I step in. He could just attack and defend. I can bring my queen back to attack the knight. Here, I step over. I think just activating my least active piece makes the most amount of sense here. Like, the queen is defended, so I'm not super worried about my my bishop getting dislodged. My rook is undefended, my bishop is undefended. I mean, but so is his rook and his knight, so who is really winning? I'm winning, because I play more bullet. Look at my bullet score. Look at his bullet score. The sooner you realize that every game of chess, most likely, it turns into a game of bullet. I mean, okay, why did I even think about that? Obviously, I have to take this piece. Now, activity is everything. I can also step back. Then he's got to do something. What's he going to do? I step back and attack the knight. If he defends, okay, so this, he has to go back somewhere. And whatever he does, I think I just get active. So we're going to step over here, attack the knight. We have two things attacking it. I could have just taken and let him take in, and then been super active with my rook and really happy. But I think he could have just pushed a pawn and stepped over and kicked me out of the position, is the reason we're not going for that. But right now, if he goes for this, we hit him with a very simple fork, which is just losing on the spot. If he steps over here, we still hit him with that same fork, and he has to step back over here. And then, I mean, I think it just gets spicy. Really what we're trying to do is make this young man step back with the knight with 37 clocks. The clock turns red. And we have to play this. I mean, there's just no other move that I feel like playing. Okay, that doesn't work. None of this cool stuff works. We're definitely applying pressure. I would love to be able to attack this pawn. How can we do that? I mean, if I go here, he just takes and I take. Then we're attacking this. He steps up and defends it. I give him a check. He steps in, defending everything. What if I just start bringing the king? He's kind of frozen. He can't move the knight literally anywhere. I can step forward like this. If I take like this and he takes, then I'm forking these two pieces. We're attacking this. He has to take. Now we're getting in this low time, but I'm attacking this and this. And the open file is covered by my king, so if his rook comes over, sometimes you just got to know when to trade into a winning endgame. And my rook is active. Okay, so we're going to have to grab this pawn. He's going to step up, but then we're going to reoccupy this open file. Maybe I should have attacked this pawn. That actually probably would have made a lot more sense. But his rook is stuck, passive. We can do a few different things here. We can go here and force this and get behind it. I like this. If he steps forward, I mean, I grab it. So he's kind of got to push, right? And then I take. Okay, he wants to play like this. Probably time to get active with the king. I am winning in this endgame. Okay, he wants to attack my rook. There's nowhere else to put it, so I'm just going to put it here. This is going to happen, but we're chilling. We take. Take. I like this. If he pushes a check, we step back, and we're going to be able to attack this pawn again. But we're really stepping forward is the idea, and he doesn't have the greatest way to bring his king to defend this pawn, and now this pawn, I promise you, is not making it to the promised land. So that undefended the pawn. He wants to go for this check, but we're going to defend with the rook to defend this pawn. If he trades, he loses, so he's pretty much got to skedaddle out of the position. That's all there is to it. And oh by golly, I might give this check. He steps in, I can grab this pawn. He gives this check. How many pawns do you really need? Grab, check, here. I shouldn't have spent that much time thinking about it. He can give this check, but I step up, and then he does not have another check, and I'm defending this. Okay, he does have that check. We're stepping here. We're going to be alright. Don't worry about it. We're stepping forward. Grabbing this. Grab some pawns, bro. Simplify up this endgame for me. We're going to just grab this. You grab that. I'm going to push this. You can grab this. Here. Here, here, here. Jesus. We push the pass pawn, right? We just let him grab this. God damn it. We push this. Grab this. We push this. We go here. Oh my god, now he starts pushing this. We step up. We step here. Here, here, here. I'm not really sure, bro. He's gonna cover this. I so threw this away to a draw, by the way. But I think I'm doing alright. He put his king in the way of that. It gave me time. I'm gonna try and wiggle like this. Because if I can get my king here, I push. Here, here. I think he just blundered the game right here. He gave me too much time. So I was completely winning, but I think he was a little bit frazzled. You can give this check, but I step up, and then you're out of checks. So we're gonna make this queen. Give this check. You can push this pawn, but then it is checkmate, my friend. Heavy sigh of relief. I almost threw that away to a draw. I'm actually fairly certain that maybe I did. How did I lose like 5 pawns so that I could grab however many? So right here, 6 pawns versus 4. So how did I trade down into an equal pawn endgame? Your answer is as good as mine. I guess I'm not that good at chess, but I won the game, so I guess we had it under control. I'm fairly certain that it was a draw. We trade off his last pawn here. We give a check and he steps forward, and we start pushing. Or just go for this. And then I'm the only one left with a pawn, but actually stopping it becomes hard because your king is so far away. So I think just forcing this move right here wins on the spot. Or draws on the spot. Impossible for me to say. I'm not that good at chess. Let's check it out with the computer real quick, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and that was not my most accurate game of chess that I've ever played, but oh boy did we get her done. And so check out this graph. Now, I just want to highlight something for you, you fine ladies and gentlemen, is the opening. Completely equal the entire time. The middle game, a little bit of action happened, but literally everything that was important happened in the end game, and all the way down here. Check it out. I have 3 blunders. Look where they happened in the end game. My opponent, 2 blunders. Look where they happened. All the way down here on move 64, I threw it away to a draw. And that is why in the video I was definitely stressing out, because I had a crushing position, and then I threw it away to a draw, and I knew it, and that was my face trying to process that information, that I'm crushing, and then all of a sudden I'm getting a draw, and I'm fighting not to lose my pawn. And so that's what happened. So we played the Caro-Kann mainline variation. When they capture like this and you take it back with the pawn, it's called the Tardicower variation, where your ideas of development are quite simple, and I will explain them to you. You develop the bishop here because it's the most active square. You don't want to block your king in this way, and if you go here, you just get hit. Next, you want a castle. get your king safe. Next, you put your rook on the open file in the position. Then you either pin the knight or put your bishop here. It's kind of interchangeable. This move is actually better, but if you want to slightly deviate from the main line, you play this move, pinning the knight. And it's not really pinned because, yes, there's a bishop there. Then what you need to do is, for one, we get attacked, so we're just going to step back, no problem. And we want to complete the prophecy of the knight zigzag to the center of the board, where you can make 1, 2, 3 moves to get to the center of the board, and he can make 1 pawn move to kick you out of it. So it really kind of sucks. And once your knight is here, you can't jump back here, or when the pawn comes in to attack it, because you can just push this pawn and fork your 2 pieces here. So once your knight gets here and this pawn push comes in, it gets a little bit annoying with your knight. You have to like step back to one of these squares, and it's not so great, but you want your knight in the middle of the board. So let's not go into too much detail about all of this. And by golly, we got my knight to the middle of the board by way of zigzag. And so now my knight is actually doing some stuff. We're attacking this pawn, we're attacking the bishop. You can't just kick me out because I'll take, and I'll grab this pawn. So you have to step back with the bishop. So my knight made you step back. Now here, I miss kind of a more or less simple tactic. I can come over here with the simple idea of attacking this rook, and the rook has no squares that he can go to that are not being attacked. Furthermore, if my bishop gets here, I'm attacking this pawn twice. So I could get in, take, and then get in with this fork. So this obscure bishop move is actually the best move for an idea that I just simply did not see. In lieu of that, I step over here with my knight, where I am essentially guaranteeing you trading a knight for... I'm trading a knight for your bishop. If you take like this, then that's what I want. Or you leave this guy here, and I just simply take your bishop, or you step back. So I'm either getting a bishop for my knight, or making another bishop take a stepping back move. And I already made this one step back, so if this one also steps back, I feel like my knight is just a little bit OP. So he takes, I take. Mission accomplished. I got rid of my knight for a light square bishop. I have the bishop pair. I feel quite comfortable about the position. We take this time to get active with my queen, trade, and now we got a beautiful pawn cube, so everybody smile and feel nice and warm and cozy inside because we got the pawn cube, and mission accomplished. He attacks my queen, but I throw in this check because it yet again makes one of his pieces step back. He can't take with the queen or I'll win the knight, so he has to step back with the knight. That is why I did that move, and yet again the knight steps back. All of his pieces are stepping back in this game. But now I guess it's my turn to step back because he attacks my bishop, kaboom, so I step back. Then he attacks my queen. I step back. He takes a little step forward, and I come over here with nasty ideas of this check that is covered because the knight is blocking the view of his queen to this square. And if I get in with this check, I'm winning this pawn. The king gets very weak. It's just, you're falling apart. You can't let that happen. It is a -2 position, and I get the check. He steps over. I bring my last undeveloped piece. Now my rook is active. He takes, I take, and then I step back attacking this guy. You can't really defend it in any meaningful way. Stepping over is a terrible idea. So you essentially have to move the knight. Well, you can't go forward, really. None of your going forward squares work. Let's look at that. If you go here, you walk into this fork, so you just lose the knight. So yet again, the knight has to step back. Oh my goodness. And with tempo, you step back and I step in. Now I'm in your position, bro. Checking on your king. Now, turn the engine on. I want to show you guys. I wasn't cheating, I promise. Best move in the position. Stepping over with the king. Because I want my rook to do some damage, and we're afraid of his rook getting to the open file and getting into the position. If this happens, if that check happens, and I step up over here and he gets this, he's basically just going to eat all of my pawns. And so that is why stepping over with the king is the best move. He pushes the pawn on the side of the board so that he can do something with the rook, so his rook doesn't have to stay passive defending this. I guess, yes, I could have just gotten behind this pawn, and that would have worked just as well. But now I trade the bishop for the knight for the specific reason of after he takes, I'm guaranteed to win a pawn. I'm attacking 2 pawns. You can only defend 1, and pushing them doesn't work because I'll just take the pawns behind them. Not this one because it's defended, but you get the idea. So I grab a pawn, back to the open file. I got scared of taking this pawn because I didn't want his rook to get in. It never would have happened because all of the squares are taken and attacked by my pieces, but it is what it is. I step out. Sorry, my nose is super itchy. There's cats in this house, and I guess I'm allergic to cats. So, sorry about that. Now, he's got a passed pawn, but it's not a good passed pawn. It's a liability passed pawn because it's right next to two pieces that want to kill it. So I'm very quick to just grab that pawn. Right now it's a check. It looks like if I step up, I'm going to lose something, but I can just defend X-ray style with my rook. He steps up, I hit him with a check, I grab a pawn, he comes in with a check, check, I'm stepping up, I grab a pawn, he grabs a pawn, I grab a pawn, he grabs a pawn, I push a pawn, he grabs a pawn, and this is the most important part of the position. What I needed to play was check, down, another X-ray check where I'm defending my pawn through the king. Then my pass pawn becomes an issue because this pass pawn can no longer push, plus your king is really far away, plus this pawn can't push because I have pawns in the way of it. Instead, the way I did it is I lose both of my pawns for no reason, and now it's just pass pawn versus pass pawn. Yes, mine is closer, but still it doesn't really matter because he's never going to make it because I just don't have enough stuff to watch this pawn and my king. If my king ever gets to these squares to support the promotion square, you can just check me, and I'm either stepping in the way of the pawn or away from the pawn where you'll just attack it again. And so none of it's going to ever work. But, like I said, I'm on the comfortable side of the draw, where our opponent is on the scary and hard to play side of the draw because he's been losing for the past 40 moves, and all of a sudden 64 moves and 51 moves. Sorry, I can't get anything right. And so we shuffle around, and I hide here so that this check isn't an option. I'm hiding behind the enemy's king, and then I have a new idea. Put my rook here so I can bring my king behind the rook. It still doesn't even work because it works here because I can just straight up promote and make a queen, and there's no check here. I would just take the rook. This doesn't work because once I make the queen, he can hit me with a check. I step out. He wins the queen. I'll show you. Boom, 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 and then straight up, this rook is just not stopping this pawn. I'm trading this rook for this pawn at some point, and that's all there is to it. But this idea kind of makes sense, hiding here so this check doesn't happen. I like the idea. You know, it's not the worst idea in the world. But here we give a check, he defends it with a pawn, but unfortunately that is being attacked by the two most powerful pieces on the board. And it's mate one. So take it with a grain of salt or whatever. Please subscribe. Thank you so much for watching. It's been a pleasure playing chess for you, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello. And welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. If you are trying to get better at chess, you are in the right place, because what we are doing right now is facing the Sicilian against a 2000 rated opponent, where we have the open Sicilian on the board, basically characterized by this capture in the middle. Now, there's a few things that can happen in this position. There's a lot of different lines. You can push here, you can push here, you can push here, you can push here, you can push here. And I think that's pretty much all of the main lines right there. But that's too much stuff to be memorizing. This is called the accelerated dragon. And so what we're going to do is just bring our knight here. So essentially he's going to come through and apply pressure to this knight. So we're going to develop our bishop, adding another defender to this knight in the center of the board. That is attacking our pawn over here. But what I have learned is actually going and defending it with the bishop is not what you want to do. You put your bishop to an active square. This will sort itself out later. We then want to do something with our queen. We have to keep it here, essentially. Not anymore, because now the bishop doesn't see. The bishop no longer sees my knights. Look at this. We got 4 knights. Nothing. This can only happen coming out of the Sicilian defense. And now this is probably what's coming next, where it's going to be hard to hang on to this guy. But we're going to step back with this bishop over here, eyeing this super long diagonal on the side of the board. He pushes over here, eyeing to put his bishop here. But it looks like I could take a step forward, a step over here, but then where's my bishop going? So we don't love that. So we're going to castle this way. And so we have just said to our opponent, someone is winning and losing this game, and it ain't your boy. Okay, that's a weird move. So we're just gonna, take it with a grain of salt or whatever. This knight is undefended, so there could potentially be some tactics that unwind in doing something. I would love to just push this pawn forward, but then he jumps in and attacks me. So I think we're gonna push this pawn first, so then we can push this pawn. And he put his bishop. In front of his pawn over here, the A pawn. And the A pawn is kind of the javelin that he's going to want to throw at the heart of my position by getting it here. Did that sound good? Okay, so a lot of stuff's being forked right now. I can just take, but then the bishop unblocks the javelin, so I don't love that. If I step over and he captures and I capture... Ooh, that gets scary. It walks into ideas like this. What if I just pin the knight? You take my Dude, I take your dude, you take my dude. No, none of that's good. None of that is even slightly good. If I step over here and he sacrifices, let's do this. I feel like he has to defend, but I can undefend it. This is scary because I walked into a pin, but the way pins work is we're both pinned. So when the knight moves, we see each other. So it's all about who moves first. And right now what I'm doing is adding an attacker to that knight. And so I have definitely slipped a little bit further behind in the clock than I would like to do so. This attacks my queen, so we step up. Also, we're defending here. And I think we just want to go for this. It's a scary move to play, but we're going for this, I think. The knight can't jump in immediately. Pushing one of these pawns probably would have made a lot of sense. This move makes sense. So he attacks here. We're going for it. I'm trying to just crack open this position over here. So he captures here. Cool. It doesn't threaten anything. So I can throw in this capture first. We can also double attack the queen. Does that win? Like, yes, I lost the pawn. We jump in and attack the queen. You have to do something with the queen because I'm attacking it with two different pieces. I'm also attacking the rook. Is there anything meaningful that he can do with the queen? This is a crazy looking move. He could just double attack on the queen, right? That's the move that needed to be played right there, I think. And if you capture, well, for one, I can throw in a check first and then take the queen. So not only that, it just makes matters even worse. So now I think it is probably time to cash out on the rook. You capture like that. I'm capturing like this. I'm going to look at this guy. That's scary. We go here. No other move to play. If he moves the knight, we have a check. Check. Here, we get out of it. We have to play this. That was fancy. I get your queen. So now it looks like we have just greatly simplified the position right now. Is there anything cool that I can do? Alright, we're going for it. He gets out. Oh, it's with check. Freaking heck. Now it's like really even. And he's got the bishops. Oof. It's not really even. I'm really losing. Oh, chess is so heartbreaking. We slide all the way into the position. Don't know what else to do. There's back rank checkmate ideas looming everywhere. He's got 3 minutes on the clock. I did not calculate something correctly in this game of chess. Okay. Literally, I have like no squares to move. I need to like boom, boom. We're going for this. We're going for this to then get a check. He just steps back. We attack this guy. This is all I've got going for me. And he can just step back and go for this. Okay, we gotta do something. Cool. We get a check. You can just bring the knight. How dandy. This is a horrible, horrible position. There's no coming back from this, to be completely honest. Look at these bishops. I don't even have any moves. Step forward? Like, what on earth did that accomplish? You can just bring the rook at some point. Like, step back and bring the rook. He's also got this. This isn't even attacked. He's defending it. This bishop is just defending everything in position. I'm not picking up any pawns. We step forward. He can pin it. That's kind of a risky move, though, is it not? Going for this. I'm so lost. I'm so completely and utterly lost. And he's got 3 minutes, bro. If you've made it this far in this video, just find some solace in knowing that we're making a comeback. Is what we're doing. We get this guy. Now he is only up all these pawns. And the knight can't move where I get this. That's not checkmate. There might be a way that I can trap this rook. I mean, not rook, knight. What if I go here? He has to play this move. But then I'm kind of running out of squares with my other rook. I need to play like something like this. Please don't be hanging some sort of ridiculous fork. He steps back and I get another pawn. I am fighting back from the ropes. Make no mistake about it. We played the Sicilian. We knew what we were getting ourselves into. Okay. We're going this way to avoid the checks. Man, he can just lock it down. This doesn't even really work. Let's shuffle around maybe a little bit. He's got this. And then I have to step up. Check. What on earth is happening? This is checkmate. This is checkmate. This is checkmate. Is it not? Am I ridiculous? What did I tell you, boys? We make comebacks. We get those. Never give up. Even when you're in a bad position, keep making moves. Maybe I lost a little bit of my enthusiasm while I was playing that game of chess because I realized how bad it was. So forgive me for that if I got a little bit less entertaining as the game went on. Because sometimes, you know, I just give up mentally. But for the camera, I'm still like, we got this. But mentally, I'm thinking there is no possible chance. It's minus like 8 position. I don't know if it was that bad. So we're going to check it with the computer. We're going to see how accurate that was. We're going to go bada boom. We're going to and here we are in the analysis, and that was not the cleanest performance ever. If we take a look at this graph, it shows a tale of someone that knows the opening decently, played a wonderful middle game, made a horrible tactical blunder, and then had to come back from the graveyard. If we look here, there was a mate in 9 on the board, and I had a -6 position. And so, arguably, I had a -9 position, okay? We had mate in 9 on the board, and it didn't happen, and I made a comeback. And so never give up. You know what I'm saying? Never give up. Just try and pose problems. If you blundered, there's a chance your opponent blunders. And so we hop into the open Sicilian, capture, and this is the accelerated dragon. Yes, I know my openings. Check it out. And so the best move is going ahead and throwing your pawn forward, trying to really clamp down on this d5 square. But I don't know the structure very well, and the difference between playing the best move and like the second best move is 20% of a pawn, 1/5 of a pawn, however you want to look at it. So I choose to play the structure that I am more familiar with rather than going for the best computer line into something that I don't really know all that much about. Okay, so we develop our pieces. We develop this guy because he's being attacked twice. He develops the knight. Now the bishop no longer sees my knight. We develop our bishop here because it's the best move. And if you take stock of my moves, I know the best move. I know the best move. I don't know the best move here, but it is what it is. You know, I made it out of the opening. We've got an equal position. I'm ready to castle opposite, and we're ready to just have an attacking game of chess on our hands. And so my bishop is attacked, so I simply step back. And then I believe what my game plan is to launch these pawns, is generally what I'm going for here. And so I push this, which is an inaccuracy. But the reason I'm pushing this is because I want to launch my F pawn. But when I launch my F pawn, I don't want this knight jumping over here, attacking this guy, because I don't really have a great place to put him other than here that's not being attacked by this knight. I know that's a lot of arrows, but long story short, we don't want this knight going here, so I put the pawn there, so the knight's not going there anymore. Instead, the knight comes over here, where the best move is to give up my light square bishop for the knight. I don't want to do that because right now my bishop is, for one, defending this square, which is kind of a weak square for my king, and then for two, we're hitting this diagonal where the enemy's king is. So I step over into this pin, but it's really kind of a situation of who's pinning who, because you can't move the knight or I take your bishop. And so as long as he doesn't have like a check with this guy, then my queen is safe. And so it's a scary move to play, but you can make moves like this when you are like okay at chess. So he captures. This is attacking my queen, but just like we talked about, I can step up. We're all good to go. Then I go ahead and I stick with my plan. We're ready to start launching these pawns. I feel like in this position, he's got this hook, and I feel like I'm able to crack open the position better than he is able to crack open my position. Plus I have like a lot of defenders over here and sort of an attacker-defender. So in this position, I make my first mistake of the game. I'm supposed to push this pawn. If he plays the best computer line and jumps over here, he straight up just gets trapped and has to sacrifice for this pawn. If he pushes this pawn, I simply just grab a knight from my pawn and we're happy. So the two best computer lines, nobody was ever going to play. He was going to step back, in which case I can attack the queen. If he steps over, cool, we're coming in and getting this pawn. If he comes forward, we yet again attack the queen, defending my knight tactically by this fork right here. So he can't take, or I fork these guys, and get the queen. And so, was I going to see all of that? No. There's no possible way that any of us, that I see this. So, instead, I go with the more forcing move. Maybe not the more forcing move, but my pawn is confronting the structure in front of your king, okay? So capture, capture, boom, and then knight sacrifice, not really, but a double attack on the queen. It's a fork, double attack on the queen. This is the most fancy move of the game by far. The knight is hanging, but the queen is hanging. I'm also hitting the fork. There's a lot of stuff going on. He has to slide over, and at which point we grab the rook. Then things get a little bit out of hand. For one, I did not see this diagonal pinning my queen to the king. Didn't see that, but you always need to be worried about this. When you castle this way, it's very common that this actually happens, and your queen and king are on the same diagonal, and I don't even have a dark square bishop to confront his dark square bishop. So when you have time, stepping over with the king is generally one of the best things that you can do, simply so stuff like this doesn't happen, and you're a little bit safer here than you are here, okay? And so we have to block with the knight. We're supposed to just defend, but I decided to try and get fancy, where I only calculated really 2 moves, and he didn't play either of them. I give up the bishop. Now, what I had calculated was if he steps forward, we're good to go with this check. He has to block with the knight. We can defend. We can bring another thing. Okay, not like that, but we're going to have a really comfortable position, and we got a pawn and just a huge attack in the position. So that's what happens if he goes here. If he steps over, boom, I could still try to do something, but I guess the best move is to push this pawn. I guess you don't want to do this because the bishop comes in, so I could have just locked it down, and I still have an absolutely crushing position. If you take, I can take like this, opening my rook up, so he takes back, but then I'm going to give checks, and I'm going to figure out how to get in here. I'm like really applying pressure. Unfortunately, neither of those moves happened, and he took with the queen, because if I take his queen, he takes my queen with check, because I'm still on that same diagonal. None of that changed, and so I completely just screwed up this part of the game, essentially. Then I'm supposed to just defend. That would have been the better move, but then the queen comes in, could have happened. I feel like he probably would have just like taken, step back, step over with the king. We got an equal position, so I should have just defended. Instead, I kind of accepted my fate, which made no sense because I'm losing the knight, so it's not a fair trade. Like, yes, we're trading the queens, but I'm not getting this bishop because take with check, I step over, you get the knight, and I didn't get the bishop. And so now, look at this. He's got 3 minor pieces for my rook, and my rook hasn't even moved yet. And so we're sliding around. Really don't have a lot of great moves. I'm trying to make this wall to prevent this bishop from seeing this square so I can give this check. That is the whole idea here. So we slide over. We give a check. This is hanging. Then I push the pawn because I don't want the bishop to grab it. But there still is just this move, where these are pretty common, actually, where you go ahead and you attack me, and I can't slide back over to defend this pawn because the bishop cuts off all of these light squares, okay? So this kind of like forking thing and getting a pawn is pretty common with the bishops. So we start moving around, making some moves. I'm completely lost. Trade. It's saying to take. I'm not taking. Not in a million years. Mate in 10 on the board. Yet again, the computer's suggesting that I take the knight. I'm not doing it because I need both of my rooks or I'm losing guaranteed. Now my rook is kind of active. We're like doing some stuff. And finally he makes a blunder and throws it back to complete equality. I'm hardly losing anymore because he straight up just hung the bishop. So basically the way we have it is 3 pawns versus 3 pawns, rook versus rook, and then bishop and knight versus my rook. So it's completely equal, but I would say better and easier to play from the black side. So we're sliding around, we make some moves, we step over, and in this position, he could have just locked it down. He plays this, and arguably my rooks are separated, so my rooks can't see each other or defend each other or really work together, and this rook has a hard journey of like getting into the game. The king is here, so even if I say like bring my rook here, I still can't even really get into the position. All of the squares are covered. Like all of the squares are covered. Look at that. Every single square. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. And so he didn't play it. Instead, we tickle the bishop around. The bishop moves, and we get this skewer. What is this called? I'm not really sure. Where I attack the bishop has to move, and then I get the pawn. I don't know what those are called, but that's what happened. We get the check. He steps over. I'm threatening checkmate at this point. He comes in with a check. My king hides on the side of the board. We come over here. Best move in the position. All of a sudden, I am winning. Came back from nothing. Mate in 9 was on the board, and now we got plus 2.7, where essentially I'm threatening checkmate and I'm also threatening this pawn. So the best move is to come back with the rook. But then at that point, I'm kind of just going to grab this pawn and then say he plays the best move. I grab this pawn. I guess it doesn't really matter which way. But in this position, I have a 2-on-1, which is good, but it's not that good. Once I win this pawn, either way, it doesn't matter. Then I have a 2-on-0, and then I promise you I'm winning this game because the 2-on-0 is very valuable. The 2-on-1 is valuable, but not that valuable. I'm not sure how like you can calculate it or whatever, but I would say that this is like plus 2.5, and then getting rid of this pawn is like plus 6. Like two connected pass pawns are powerful. Definitely when the king is close and the rooks are close. Like it might even be more than that. And so if that was to happen, then the game would have switched to pushing these 2 pass pawns. That's what everything would have been about. Even if he wins this pawn, I think mine are just faster. And so unfortunately, he doesn't see that. He steps back. Or fortunate for me, unfortunate for him. He doesn't step back. We give the checkmate. The only move is to block with the rook. I simply capture, and then it's a ladder mate, plain and simple, on the back of the board. So thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply watched, and if you simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. And thank you so much. Bye. I love you. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is playing a fast 3-minute +2 game of chess with the frickin' Alien Gambit. Pre-moving, everything. Just a show of good faith. Okay, we got the Alien Gambit. We pre-moved a bunch of stuff, and we've got it on the board. If you wanted to see that a tad bit slower, the main line, knight f6 instead of this, but I'll take it for what it is. I feel like this check is actually somewhat decent right now. Right. He hasn't pushed this pawn, so he's actually a little bit safer than before. Do we give this check and force this? Let's do it. He can put the knight in the middle, but I'm pretty sure that this knight is supposed to stay over there guarding stuff. Then we let him trade it immediately for my bishop. That's really was not the best course of action, if we're going to be completely honest. I know that going ahead and playing bishop e3 is the correct move in some lines. Let's try and play this. We're going to try and make something happen. I haven't given up just yet, but his knights are ferocious. Absolutely ferocious right now. We're locked into a pin. He can essentially just trade that knight off. This knight never got to give the check. We're going to step back. And we capture. He steps back. What do I do here? I think maybe I launch this pawn. I'm coming for this. Queen over here. He's got this. Do we sacrifice? Take. Push. Two sacrifices can't be correct. We're just going to step back. It can't be correct. I want to step up. Just go for this. We've got this, but he can just always take. I can play with the bishop. He steps forward. I still don't see the in. He has, like, cocooned himself with all of his pieces. For sure, we're just going to push this pawn forward. He slid on out of there. We're going to capture. Immediately, we attack this pawn. I don't see how he actually defends that. He can play this, but we're getting this check first, and you have to block. I still don't see the win. I'd probably just castle, give this check, and step over. We'll let it happen. We need to castle, get this rook over here. I get my rook over here to h1, and we're cooking. This has to be the correct move. No? We get the pawn in front of the king. I feel like that had to happen. He can play this. Yep. We've got time to stay on this file. We step back. He jumps in. We step here. What do I do here? This? Actually? So if you move, I'm winning? Is that a ridiculously crazy move right there? What if we jump in with the knight? What if we just castle and allow this? We step back. No, we don't. This move seems to make sense. It temporarily blocks this. Absolutely, it's a bonkers move, but we're playing it. This guy is also pinned. And we're getting ready to be able to castle. And his bishop is quite nice. Oh my goodness, this is a ridiculous position. Please don't let me screw this up. And I got the 2 pawns for the knight, so I think I'm actually winning here. I think I was able to spin this around. We castle. You take the pawn. That can't be correct. Check. You step up. What about this? What does that threaten? We castle. You can't take this pawn. It's defended tactically by this. This little maneuver. And the king has a scarce amount of squares. But he's got a good defense. Okay, so he's going for this. We might just go ahead and play this right here. Sacrifice. You take with the knight. Stepping over seems incredibly weak. I think we just go for this. Here. Do I shove this in? I'm playing this. 46 seconds against 59 seconds. Oh, dear Lord. He doesn't have to accept the trade 100%. I don't have a lot of squares to even wiggle around with this dude. Okay, so he goes for it. This. We threaten the rook. We go here. Playing this. He's got check. Only move. Check, only move. He's got more checks. We've got this. Just threatening mate. There's a repetition maybe. This is check. If you step up, check here, check. If you go over, then I get you, but you come up. We have to play this. We're threatening mate. Now it all comes down to, is there a repetition here? What just happened? Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, he hung the queen! Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? He hangs the queen. What is that? What is that? Dude, I don't even think I've got it. That hangs my queen. This seems safe. I'm hiding behind your wall of pawns. How are you going to get to me? Oh, this is pinned, so it actually works out. Check. Gotta play something. Oh my god, I have no time. We gotta play this. We can't get back in. Forget. I hate this freaking bishop. We play this. We block to get in. That comes with check. You don't have to take. You could touch. We step back. We step up. We step up. Go for this. This is an absolutely bonkers position. 4 seconds. Grab this. Oh! Fudge. This got wild, dude. We're going for this guy. We're going for this guy. We go for this. Oh my god. Am I going to just lose in this endgame? He can. He can just remove the defender of this guy. Subscribe. That took years off of my life. Okay, let's hop into the analysis. Control Z. Bada boom, bada bing. We're over here now. I'll show you the main line of the Alien Gambit because that's something just fun that you should know how to play. So we hop in like this, the knight comes, and we play this freaky move right here, where the best move is to push the pawn, but most people will push here. Even if they push here, you still go into the gambit, it's just not as strong. Normally they play this, you sacrifice, this will be the structure. Now, if you look at the structure we had the same exact thing other than this pawn being pushed. So let's hop back to the real game and just fly through this. So we have basically the same structure, the knight is here instead of this pawn being pushed, whatever, it's still about the same. So, all of this is not too incredibly important. He could have just traded off the bishop for the knight. I don't see why he didn't. We're wiggling around. We fade away some attacks. But if you look at the computer analysis, I hover at around the same negative 1.3 that starts with the gambit itself. I think the actual gambit is negative 1.7. But whatever. I'm still fluctuating. I'm down 1.5. Let's just call it that on average. So we line this up, so we basically pin the knight, so if he moves, we're going to capture this because the rook can capture back. He gets aggressive here. He's looking at this weak pawn, but I straight up just castle into it, and I say, who even cares? Now, for some reason, this doesn't work because I guess he can just capture. I play this. He gets the bishop. We get this, but he pins me at the very end of it. So I did not see all of that, and it gives an equal position. So my little tactic, there was one step further with the tactic. There was a pin residing in the end of all of that. So we trade off this bishop. This is the dude defending all of the light squares. Now we've got one more hombre defending all of the dark squares. So we're doing quite well here. We're doing quite well. He grabs a pawn, and in this position, capture. How do I turn off the computer? He captures back. Find, mate, and 4 in 20 seconds. That was 10 seconds. So I hope I did not ruin anything for you. I did not find it in the game. I saw this move, but I saw like a repetition. I saw step over, step here, then he steps up, and I forgot about like one of my most powerful pieces on the board, literally sliding to the only open file in the position. Like the whole reason that I pushed this pawn and traded it off and traded the rooks was to replace this rook that traded with this freaking rook. I got 2 rooks. That's why we traded one. We want this one to come over. So bada boom, bada bing, bada bing, whatever you block with, I'm getting in like that, or you block with the bishop and I'm getting in like this. Boom. That was the mate in 4. I did not find it. I hope you found it. I did not. So this blunder right here, it's not really assuming unless you see that mate in 4. He captures here, and it goes from minus 7.7 to mate in 4. Look at the valuation bar right here. That's just about as big of a swing as it gets. Boom. So I freaking miss it. I do move the rook over to the open file, but not with a check. Now he has time to grab this pawn with a check. All that I can assume is he made a mouse slip and didn't grab the pawn, so I get the queen. Sick. I'm finally winning. Now, I should be able to convert this. We jump around. Realistically here, after this check, sliding all the way back here to get in like this. That is what I need to do. Like, my queen is really not going to be doing anything over here. This is a whole open diagonal. If I get this, or even like pin here, threatening this and this and this and this check and pin the bit, bro, that's all I needed to do. I don't see it. I slide back to defend this pawn, which doesn't even work. He can just still take, and it's still check. So that didn't even work. So we still have to move. Right here, I can just straight up trade the rooks. You can't run anywhere, so all you can do is stay along this file, and you take my rook, and then I take you. And then even here, like with 10 seconds on the clock or whatever I had, this is not incredibly easy to convert. It's you can convert it, but with 10 seconds, it gets a little sloppy. So I didn't find it. I'm freaking running around with my king. We're giving some checks. We're stepping around, and he literally baits me into it. So this move would have made the most sense here. Launch the pawn up forward. This knight in the middle of the board is causing all my problems. If you go here, I take you. If you give this check, I take you. If you go here, I give you this check. If you go back, maybe I give you this check. I do something, I pin this guy, whatever. I'm not afraid of the knight anymore. Literally, I should have played this move. That pawn never got a chance. We step in, and he freaking baits me. He baits me with an open pawn. How long has the thing been going? 5 minutes? We're wrapping up. He baits me with a pawn. He throws a pawn at me, and I say, oh, free pawn. And he says, oh, free queen. Not free, but I got the queen. He absolutely got the queen. And it happened. And now it's just a draw with precise play. And if you know me, I don't play precise. And so we're doing the hocus pocus dancing around. Nothing good is coming of it. It's still a draw. But I'm supposed to play boom, boom, boom. And we're double attacking this. You got to defend this. And it's drawable. It's actually in the favor of white. That's all I needed to do. Instead, I step back to defend like a beta, but he straight up just pushes the pawn so it's not being attacked by the knight. It's in between the radar. The knight can't see here, only these squares. He steps forward. Oh god, what am I supposed to do? I guess just launching this and like getting behind it and sacrificing for this later, or trying to get in the way of my king. A lot of those moves would have made sense. And in this position right here, I lose on time because I was trying to find a good move. And there really aren't any. I successfully threw away my advantage. But what are you going to do? I had 2 seconds, and I had been living off of my 4-second increment since I got down to 2 seconds here. So I was essentially living off the increment since this moment, essentially taking 2 seconds to make each move. And so it's a tragedy. I hope you enjoyed that. I normally don't post videos of me losing, but there you go. That's me completely fucking it up. Please subscribe. I love you. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. We are sitting in front of the 64 squares, ready to absolutely demolish this 1885. He elects to play. Is this the Perk or the French? I'm going to be completely honest with you. Knowing the names of the openings don't matter. What matters is memorizing the moves. Let me turn up the audio just a tad bit so we're actually recording the sounds of this. Now, to be honest with you, I forget what's the best move, but I know for certain that this is the second best move. And we're just going to naturally develop. This check doesn't really make a whole heckin' lot of sense right now because the pawn's going to just step forward and completely block all of that. So going here, we haven't been pinned yet. So we're going to move this bishop first because we haven't decided what's his bishop doing. Potentially we want to break this pin. If we go here, we might have to live with this pin for forever. And so that's not something that I'm going to be able to stomach while the game starts. We're going to start doing this at the beginning of my videos. Did it disappear? It's refreshing. Maybe the number will go up. We are so close to 2,000 subscribers. And so you guys will be watching this in the future. So if I have 2,000 subscribers right now, I'm doing something right. He castles. I think we're going to just get out of all of this nonsense with the pin. It's a weak move. It's a slow move. It's not something that a grandmaster would recommend. But me being not a grandmaster, and we're doing this to block the check so we can castle. We don't want to run into any discovery ideas. I'm really fighting for no such advantage. You know what I mean? If you can just make it out of the opening without making a blunder, you're doing something all right. What is this knight doing? This knight is almost certainly jumping here. There's no way he goes in front of this, weakening this. Because if he does this, then he does exactly what I did. I'm pretty much considering moving this knight here now. That's the new game plan. And none of his pieces are on my side of the board. None of my pieces are on his side of the board. There's really no checks. There's really not a lot of useful captures. Like, we've got this and we've got this, but nobody really cares about that. I guess the one move that we need to keep on our radar is the knight jumping forward, but we do have a solid grasp of that. And his rook is already on the open file. So here shortly, I will be scooting my rook over to match his rook on the open file, because that's generally what you want to do in a game of chess. I'm just going back, just making sure. So immediately he goes for the little pawn break. If we capture, that just brings his knight. If I don't capture, my bishop is going to have to step back. Which one is better? Your guess is really just about as good as mine. I guess the only other thing to note about this is my bishop can jump forward to b4, b5. We got some music playing in the background. I'm wearing a robe, by the way, because I'm a wizard. I'm an absolute chess wizard, and we're playing a 10+2. So time is not something that I'm going to have to worry about. I'm thinking about just moving my bishop forward. You got to do something about that. Do I? I mean, I can just capture. What is your bishop really doing over here? We're playing this. We're playing this. Earlier on, I got hit with one of these checks. Oh my god, picking up the bishop because there was no more knight defending it. Chess is definitely complicated, but all we're doing right now is surviving the opening, getting into a middle game, not losing on time because I'm down a minute, so potentially it would be in my favor to just make a couple quick moves here and there. Almost certainly the knight's coming forward. Is he not? The rook's not scooting over. If the bishop goes back, then cool, we solve this problem. We just get rid of the bishop, because I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my bishop anyway. My queen will be just as happy on this square if we trade and the pawn doesn't come forward and attack me. And I feel maybe this little attack on the rook has really flustered our opponent here, because he is reluctant to play a move. That is a move that he needed to play all along. That's my first idea. Pressure the pinned piece. But what if I step forward and he just captures? I capture attacking the queen. You have to take back. I take like this. You pressure the pinned piece. If you just capture, I take here. And your knight's not threatening anything. I was really hoping that that would be a little bit more of a dynamic type move, and it was not. Is there anything I can squeeze? Scooting the rook over just seems incredibly slow. But I have my pieces, you know, I'm having ideas of... I'm on his side of the board. How can I squeeze something else out of this position without wasting a huge amount of time? You know what we'll do? We'll trade everything off and go into an endgame so I can win the endgame. That is what we'll do. Okay. I mean, I have to play this, no? I have to play this so I can recapture the pawn if he does take. This guy is undefended. This square is looking a little sketchy. And it looks like he's got the center. So our opponent has definitely got the best of us out of the opening. But it's hard to say that this center is solid. I don't think that's a good center at all. Even if he just lets me capture and the bishop comes in, I don't think he's got what it takes to prove to me that this center is great. Okay? If he captures, the queen is coming out. And I will be attacking the a-pawn in this position. Not that that does anything useful. He can literally just step forward. And then realistically, what is my queen doing? Like, okay, let me think. Take, take. He steps forward again, attacking me. We can get freaky. We can get freaky, but that's asking for trouble. That's asking for trouble. He pushes forward again. And what is the knight doing? Okay, so we will be playing this. This was the move that I was considering next. And it just feels good to know that I've got options, okay? I can step forward, which is a bold move. It actually walks directly into this, where I would have to defend like this, walking into this fork. So we will not be playing that. So we have calculated this move sucks. This move sucks immediately because that's where the queen ended up in this line, walking into the fork. Man, my arrows suck. Maybe I'll alt, blue arrows, control, red arrows. This would be the threat. God damn it, dude. Drawing these arrows is harder than it looks. That's the threat if my queen is there. So I'm thinking, what about going over here? And then going here. And then coming back. Okay, so we calculated a lot of different stuff. I've really got two options, this or this. Which one is the better option? This one's forcing and it's attacking something. Even if I grab, you're just chasing me. I think we'd be all right. There's also this, but I'm sensing that this pawn push is going to come forward. I could step all the way back, but I didn't even consider any of those moves. Like, I could just play this. But let's get freaky. Queen on the side of the board. He could just go for a quick attack, and then we take the pawn. And then it's really like, it's anybody's game at that point, my friend. Also, I'm laterally defending the bishop. I don't know if that's even somewhat or slightly important. And he does just have this pawn push. Yeah. Where... I mean, if I play this, he just pins me. So that's super uncomfortable. Nobody wants to see that. If I go forward, he just takes me. I can't go here. Here seems reasonable. This locks my rook in there, so we're going to play this move. I'm getting a little bit steamrolled. But the game is not over. The game is not over. It's not even slightly over. And you know what? I actually almost prefer this pawn structure opposed to, like, this pawn structure. How it could have ended up. And this bishop is actually quite nice. This is a nice diagonal. He probably wants to trade off, because look at all the pawns he has on dark squares. So his dark square bishop is not that great, and I only have 2 pawns. See how good I'm getting with the arrows or the circles? Boom. One other thing, I just want to talk bad about chess.com. The knight, like, how do you envision the knight moving to this knight moving to this square? I literally just imagine the knight moving there. Like, I just boom, boom. That's what I see. Boom, boom, boom. That's what I see. Chess.com goes like that and draws like a crooked that arrow. It literally does this, which can really throw you off. I think immediately we need to go for this. If he pushes forward, I don't believe my queen is scared. This opens up the escape. Because after he plays this, he's going to play this. And I have to play this. But without spending a huge amount of time. Oh, I'm winning on time now. So let's just get into a little bit of a time scramble, my friend. We can step all the way back. We don't have to do anything about this position. We can play this. And you have to play a weakening move, right? What is this bishop really accomplishing over here anyway? We play this. You have to defend this somehow. Yeah, you do, because otherwise I take with the queen, and I take like this, and take like this. I guess this pawn is hanging at the end of all of those lines. Ugh. What about this? No, I'm just getting my queen trapped. I'm asking for trouble. This. Okay. This move definitely seems sketchy, but it didn't seem like the end of the world. He plays this. I put my bishop on this diagonal. That seems useful. That cuts off this diagonal from this bishop. We just got to react quick to this move right here. He could also jump forward with the knight. That would actually probably make a lot of sense. Or go for this now. I'm wearing my... my wizard robe with no shirt underneath. That's right. If you want to see the physique, check it out on Instagram. YouTube is for chess. Instagram is for showing the abs. So he pushes forward. Immediately we're playing this. He's going to play this now. Yet again, we are defending the bishop laterally. It's not like the bishop's under attack or anything, but it is cool just to see the queen getting freaky all the way across the board. And my knight can go here. This is just a balancing act. This is just a balancing act. Don't blunder first, or at least don't make the really obvious sucking blunder first. If you make like a crazy tactical blunder that nobody was ever going to see, it's not a real blunder. Like sometimes you'll see at the end of a blitz game that you played a blunder, and the reason for it being a blunder is the most ridiculous, disgusting computer line you have ever seen in your life, and you're like, that's not a blunder, bro. You can quite happily play this move, and they're not going to see a 12-move sequence. Okay, so we were anticipating this. I seem to think bringing the knight forward just is what needs to happen here. This is a passed pawn, but we have so much stuff. Not to mention this knight will be guarding this. And if this happens, I mean, I can just bring the bishop back. You bring the bishop. That guy's hanging. You could take the check, though, so it's not hanging. Okay, I think I just bring the knight. Is there just this? Oh my god, I do have an escaping square. This escaping square got covered by the pawn. I do have this at the end of the day. And then we have undeveloped the queen entirely. What was the journey of this queen? Can I scroll on the wheel? I guess not. All right, we're going back to where the position. Okay, so he is attacking me. Can't go here. Can't go here. Can't go anywhere on this diagonal. Can't go here. End of calculation, we go here. Oh my god, if we see this pawn push, that is not what we want to see. Because then he can take. Then it does get split up, but this is hanging. But I think our opponent underestimates how much bullet I play. Because I have 4 minutes and 41 seconds. I'm going to guarantee to you right now, the viewer, I'm going to win this game of chess. And it's going to be sloppy. Almost for sure it's going to be sloppy. Okay, so he just wants to defend this. I've got this. What is... Does that trap the rook? You would have to play this, no? This. Is that good or bad for me? I don't have any other attack on it. We have this, but then he has to take. No. This. We attack, or take, but then there's this. And the rook here is actually probably a decent thing. I could just immediately go for this pawn break, or step forward with the queen. In the interest of time, I know it's not a blunder, and if I go for this pawn push, this is held. Okay, so here. I think this makes sense. There's double en passant. Okay, I think I have to go for this. What are the options there? He doesn't have to take, but then I take this one, and I feel so much better about my position. Here. Push? And then you just hang on to these two passed pawns? I'll defend that, bro. I will defend that. Pre-move this. First pre-move of the game, I believe, and hopefully it flusters our opponent. 1800 bullet. That's actually quite decent, but 1500 blitz. And he's going to have another passed pawn over here. I mean, we can get really freaky right now and play this, but he's just going to play an obviously decent move. We can shove this dude forward in his face at some point. Okay, 1 minute. I got 1 minute extra. What if we just do this? We just start stacking stuff up. I feel like it's not a blunder, so we're going to just play it. Probably he's going to want to get rid of some of these pieces over here. The reason I want to keep my knight here is I don't want this knight jumping forward, just applying pressure to literally everything. And I don't want to have to take with my bishop. I don't want to give him the bishop pair in an endgame where we're running low on time, where he's up a pawn. That's something that I'm just not super keen on doing. So we will not be doing that. We attack the bishop immediately. Oh, this. You take, I take, and you frickin' escape. I can play this right now. We have to play this. Oh, I wish that this worked, but he's got this. Push forward. I don't know if that's the right move, but we're playing it. He's still got this. Taking like this, I don't want to just weaken my king and weaken my pawn. Oh my god, this is covered. God damn it. He can just straight up take. And that holds everything. 59 seconds. Yeah. We get freaky. This is not what you want. You can just play this. We have to take. We have this, where if he takes, I get this rook, and I got the pawn. All he has to do is defend the rook. This. This, he just takes the rook, no? And I'm screwed. Really screwed. Jesus, now we're tied. Now I'm hanging onto this rook like so. We're massaging the position. He can run this way. But then we take. He sacrifices? Has to be a blunder, no? We take. He makes the queen. We take. We can also just block. 27 seconds against 30. Oh my god, why does chess always get so freaking complicated? This is under threat. This is under threat. What do you do? Something like this would actually probably work. Now I grab the bishop. What do you do here? I think I'm winning. I think I'm totally winning. Don't lose on time, bro, please. And I don't want to give you time because I'm not sure if I'm winning. We give him time. We count that as a dub. We count that as a dub. Here, 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 here. We get behind it. We also have this. We get behind it. He can't grab that immediately. That's a complete dub. Complete dub. Dude, what did I say at the beginning of this video? The game is won and lost in the end game. Did anything matter? Did anything matter? before this point right here, all it takes is a little bit of confidence and a little bit of finesse. We got lucky here. Don't know. This right here. What was that? What the flippin' heck was that? Let's check with the computer, see how accurate this was. We're going to do this incredibly fast. I'm going to even have like a little timer over here. We're going to go to computer analysis. I will see you over there. And here we are in the computer analysis, and I don't mean to let you guys down, but I was losing that entire game. And I knew that it was uncomfortable, but I never lost hope. I knew that once we got into low time, your boy was going to clutch it up. Now look at this graph. That shows a tale of I was literally in trouble the entire game, bro. Equal, in trouble, then we clutch it up. 92% accurate, 1 mistake, 5 inaccuracies, and our opponent, a miraculous 82%. I'm a whole 10% higher accurate than him, and I lost the game. So let's just fly through this real quick. Now, I remember best move. I knew that bringing the knight is the best move. This is like not a great move, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Okay, so maybe I will just start trying to play something different. Going with a little h3 would definitely throw some people off. All right, we're just getting pieces developed. None of this is incredibly important. We castle, and we kind of get into the meat and potatoes of the position. Jumping forward with the knight was the best idea. Capturing was the best idea. And just attacking the rook, where if you go here, I'm freaking chasing you down. Wow, so the trapping the rook in the corner because this bishop is cutting off so many squares, all I need to do is get my bishop here. Man, trapping the rook with the bishops was an idea all along. I didn't even consider it in this position. I thought he escaped somehow. Like, I don't know what I thought, but that's really not too hard to see. Boom, boom, boom. Or like okay, you see it. We slide out of there. It's a mistake because I missed that free up in exchange trade we could have had going on. He shoves the knight forward, and I'm supposed to walk willingly into this pin. Never in a million years am I playing that move. Maybe I'm playing this move, but that just walks into this. And then my knight moves, so that would just be a big simplification. We step back. It's not fun to play, but we do play it. Getting my bishop active was the correct move. I chose the wrong one, but I needed a little luft. I needed a little bit of I needed to know my queen was safe. And in this position, the queen's not safe because I'm walking into these discovery ideas. My queen's not safe. This little pawn push, and I do have some escaping squares. He shoves it forward. I move the bishop forward with the right idea. We jump in with the knight. We're wiggling around, and we go for the pawn break. Never mind, I'm too afraid. So I step forward to defend this pawn so that I can go for the pawn break, although I could have still gone for it. We do go for the pawn break, but no matter what I do, I have a -2 position, -2.5. He brings the bishop. We shove the pawn forward. Desperation. Desperation calls for crazy things. We shove this pawn forward to dislocate, or whatever you want to call it. This bishop can't see this pawn. Only the queen does, and I got 2 things attacking it. So we trade. I take with the bishop, correct. Sliding in with the rook. He gets freaky with the knight. We chop his head off. Sick. Okay. We scoot over with the rook. Best move. This is a strange configuration, to say the least. Best move. I am hitting it with the best move, best move, best move. And then straight up here. This was the entire blunder of the game. All it took was whittling him away on the clock until he had 44 seconds. And I don't know what he saw here, but it throws it back to a draw, where he needs to move the bishop. Well, yeah, of course, I'm attacking the bishop. You needed to move the bishop. I guess pushing this also like threatens making a queen. But at the very least, I'm going to grab your bishop and then lose my rook. And then probably have pretty good prospects of winning this pawn over here, and you don't have great prospects of winning this one. So moving the bishop would have made more sense. We get behind the pawn, and we take here correctly. If we take like this, we're losing this guy with check. Okay, so my queen is defending this pawn in a way, okay? So, sort of, at least the check. And so we take with the rook, he takes the queen, we step in, we get behind that passed pawn. He has 2 pawns, 1 square away. 1 frickin' square away. Have you ever seen that? 2 pawns, 1 square away from promotion, and neither one of them makes it. Oh, it's rough. And then I believe he resigned in this position because what are you going to do? You can't even take this pawn because it is covered. Thank you so much for watching that video. I know the analysis was super quick, but that's what I promised. I'll see you guys in the next one. If you haven't subscribed already, please subscribe. I will love you forever. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here. Bye. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. I have taken a small sabbatical from playing chess because I have been working and moving houses, and I'm not going to show you the camera, but I am in a new room. As you notice, the colors of everything has changed. So, we are playing in 1830 with the open Sicilian. So he's going to just go ahead and develop this knight, or not. We're still going to try and claim the center, make this little trade, and let's see what happens. So he develops the knight, we're looking at each other, and this knight becomes a liability real quick because he has ideas of bringing the queen out, applying pressure here, and applying pressure to my weakest square at my position. So what we're going to do is just promptly trade that off, and I feel like we have to do this because we're going to walk straight into that. And like I said, this now becomes an issue. I can fork them and defend this all in one foul swoop, but it did not solve the problem of this. So we're going to go ahead and castle first. That's an interesting move. I like that. It supports the center so that if all of this happens, he can replace it with a knight. But we're going to go for this, the forking idea. Plain and simple, we're going to go ahead and fork these guys and grab this guy. Queen comes back. We can now develop a bishop with tempo, and out of the opening, I think our opponent has made a minor inaccuracy. This attacks my pawn in the corner. This is soon to be the open file, so I can push a pawn and really try and claim the center. This is also a little bit under attack. So what am I supposed to do here? Definitely don't want to lose a pawn. We bring the queen up. That solves the problem. So I'm not going to think about it anymore. That defends the pawn, it gets in the way of this, and it forces a queen trade, and now I'm kind of just going for this. So, like I said, we're going to go for this. Now I have the bishop pair, is one other important thing to note. Going here immediately attacks this knight. It kind of forces one of these moves, and it's just going to be getting me hyped up for this long diagonal in the endgame. So I'm kind of liking the idea of having this structure just in the endgame. We're going to just take a brief moment to make sure this knight's not coming forward and attacking my stuff. He's also not going here because of my beautiful, beautiful defensive pawns. So, right now in this position, we can ruin his pawn structure. I'm not really convinced that that's all that great for us. I somewhat like the idea of just throwing a pawn in the center. Kind of questioning him, what is he really going to do? He has to make some sort of stepping back move. Still, these squares are defended by my beautiful, beautiful bishop. So it sort of attacks this, but it's defended, so we don't have to worry about it immediately. This becomes an idea. This becomes an idea. Go ahead and pin the knight, then all of a sudden this becomes a threat. Castling, but then I take, it opens up your file. But then we're in an opposite colored bishop endgame. So I'm not sure trading off my bishop here to ruin the pawn structure. I had the opportunity here, and I have the opportunity here. I think the opportunity here is a little bit worse because then we're left with opposite colored bishops, and we're going to be heading towards a drawish position, which I don't really want to do. So, seeing that this is going to be the open file, I'm going to slide up so I can put my dark square bishop looking at all these dark squares. And this knight is just going on a spiritual journey. But we're going to tuck my little bishop back here. Nice and safe and tucked away. Now I've got this bishop, and what about trying to have my bishop's bishop this way? Or back here, but that kind of just walks immediately into this. This gets in the way of the defense of this. Probably it's inconsequential what move I make here with the bishop, as long as I don't leave it there and die to the pawn. But I think all of these moves are probably about the same. Now he's got his bishop like this, so I kind of like the idea of just matching him. Cool. Smashes open in the center. Immediately I don't need to trade, so I think just putting a rook onto the semi-open file, and look at this configuration that I have right here. So we take, the knight takes. This is only defended by this rook, so probably I just need to make a move. We're playing 5+1, so we're only getting 1 second. Now the pawn is defended. We might step up so my bishop is defended, so if a rook trade ever occurs, I will be able to, like, have the bishop defended. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. We're going to just stop that. Not really sure, but we're in a game of chess, and we're going into this endgame. We go here. He can't push, so we're just immediately applying pressure there. I think he could have just taken. No? So what if we scoot my rook over here to defend this pawn? Man, he's playing rapid fast. Don't... If I take here, if he takes with the knight, this is hanging. We're going to just go for it. If he takes with the knight, I can get this. But then he's got this fork, but my rook would be covering it. I think it all works out. We trade off equally. Now he's got this knight. We can grab this. No? If he hits us with the check, we can grab the knight, but he grabs our rook. Don't love it. Got 1 minute on the clock. It's an endgame. We're getting active. Couldn't just get smoked by that fork right there. We attack the knight. This rook became undefended real quick. And man, so out of the opening, he played a little bit, but I promise you, if we look at it with the analysis, I wasn't crushing. Like, I wasn't absolutely steamrolling him. You really need to play, 30 moves? Wait till we get into this endgame. I don't believe he has a great resource. Like, he can't step back in any way that defends this rook. So the best that he's got is to step back and give up the knight. Or sacrifice like this. But I can just take the knight. So what's better here? Is there anything fancy? We're going to just grab this. But now I've just got this extra piece. And resigns. Okay, that's fair. I mean, that's fair. What else was he going to do here? I think the way to play on was just give up the knight. I mean, you're going to be down a knight, but my bishop is not doing anything immediately. You have a lot of pawns close to my king. So if we look at it with the computer, just giving up the knight. It's not a fun thing to do, but very, very common thing we should look at. Look at the structure of these rooks right here. Very often you'll be in a situation where only the rooks are defending each other. So there will be all sorts of tactics where you can do crazy stuff, like just take a pawn or whatever, and the rook can't take because the other rook is undefended. So the rooks do a great job of defending each other, but I don't know how to explain this. This is so common. So common, where it's like these guys are defending each other, these guys are defending each other, and if you do anything else, so like take a step forward, you do anything else, and all of a sudden this rook becomes undefended, and when they're looking at each other, it just opens up the door for tactics, like a pawn push in the middle, attacking the pinned piece. You can't step back. That's a wrap. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we are playing for all the marbles, because I have not played a rated rapid game in quite some time, and now I have a question mark next to my name. So what we are going to need to do is destroy this opponent, and we are going to be doing so by the first move, c6, with the simple idea of supporting the pawn in the center. We will then develop our bishop, I believe, before we close the pawn chain. Now, please forgive me if my arrows are horrendous in playing this new one. If you check right here, boom, I got a new mouse because I am sick and tired of the lag on my other mouse. So this one actually has a wire. See that? So it actually has a wire. I'll give you guys a closer look. I showed this on a stream, but look how cool this thing is. It's a $40 mouse, the nicest mouse that I've ever owned in my life. The old one is right here, Logitech, but it's connected with no wire. It's a Bluetooth wire setup. Okay, so let's just not go ahead and lose our time advantage. We don't want none of that. So I think we're going to go up ahead and develop this knight. I think we'll challenge this bishop. If he takes, then we get to develop our queen. If he goes for the pin, we will question the bishop. This also takes away the square from this guy. And I think, first things first, we're going to just support this in the center. And we have a pretty similar structure. But now that the knight has developed, or defended this, I think I'm free to move my queen elsewhere. And we are also playing, okay, making sure that it's rated. We are actually playing a rated game, and okay, so he wants to take away these ideas from me as well. Now, this is kind of the moment of truth. I could castle same side or I could castle opposite. If I'm castling this way, I think he's got a pretty clear plan of... Let's just not overthink it. Let's not overthink it. Let's castle. This is something that I just do not do all that often. And he same side castles. Okay. Well, now I don't really understand why he went ahead and traded that. I don't feel like he... I guess he did need to because ideas were lurking where I could win this pawn and get my queen in there. Sorry, I warned you guys about this. And I don't know what else to do, so I'm going to take this time to step over with the king. He steps over with his king, and I think we're just going to bring our rook to the middle of the board. We're kind of just making improving moves, and this is the part of chess that actually a lot of people really struggle with. It's like, we've castled, we've gotten the minor pieces developed, we've gotten the rooks developed, but what you need to start doing at this point is thinking, how can I put my pieces, okay, maybe I should have just drawn a line. How can I put my pieces on the opponent's side of the board? That's generally what you want to start figuring out. Like, if you don't know what to do and all of your stuff is in a good position, think of your moves forward. And so this is one idea. I mean, that's not really putting a piece, but if a capture happens, you know, I'm sort of closer. We're kind of doing something. So yeah, so I kind of anticipated that move was going to happen. And so what I'm sensing is that this side of the board is not all that immensely important. I somewhat like the idea of stepping back with the knight. It is a retreating move, but it's a rerouting retreating move, because I'm kind of thinking like the battle is going to happen on this side of the board, and so I don't want to fall any lower in the clock, but I think we play a move such as this, where if he captures, we capture back with the knight with tempo on the queen, and then we can station our knight here. If he steps in, we still have ideas of winning this pawn, so we jump in with the knight. Is that what I had planned? Did I say capture? What did I say capture with? Whatever. Essentially what we have done now is we have a knight versus bishop situation. I can get real fancy and slide all the way in and attack this pawn. He can only defend it by playing this. Looks like he's trying to come into my position over here. I can also play something like this, force a pawn push. So once... well, we're really still thinking about how to put my pieces on the other side of the board. We don't really want his pieces coming to our side of the board. So at the same time that you're thinking about how can I put my pieces on their side of the board, you have to also be thinking, I don't want his pieces arriving on my side of the board with tempo. So I'm really thinking something like this, where if he pushes, maybe putting my rook here actually makes sense as well. Or like just an entire rook lift, like boom, boom. I mean, he can defend this weak pawn so many different ways. So like something like this, we're spending too much time. Let's just make a move. Let's just make a move. He can step back. That guards the threat of the queen, if you even want to call that a threat. Like, I mean, I can play this, but he just can... it kind of helps him, if anything. So he steps back. We're going to just immediately retreat. Just immediately retreat. We don't want to give up the bishop for the knight. We're not going to think about it for a huge amount of time. I could have gone to probably some other squares, but it is what it is, and we're going to make it work. So he's going for the queen trade. If I take, then the knight just goes to the middle. If I don't take, then this is under fire. If I push my bishop here and he takes, I mean, yes, this does a good job temporarily, but it doubles my pawns. But let's just see what happens. We'll just trade the queens for the simple reason of maybe we can trade the rooks and get into some sort of king and pawn endgame, king and pawn with bishops and rooks, or bishops and knights. Because right now this is the imbalance of the position. And that's really all we got going for us. He can capture back 3 different ways. Probably just putting the knight in the middle. Unless he wants to make it completely struck. Oh, he wants to go this way. So this gives me this diagonal. That's what I first see. But I think first things first, we're going to take these squares away from the knight. Fairly reasonable. I could do this and he pushes. That puts a lot of pawns on these dark squares. I should probably start thinking about what to do with my rook. Let's just do this. I feel like it can't be a terrible move. He pushes forward, I step back. Oh, goes that way. Let's cancel. Something, just a tidbit of information. If you're holding a piece and you don't want it to, you don't know what's going on, just press the right button and it will cancel it. So let's go here. Now, essentially, if the knight lands on the square, we'll almost definitely have to take. But what we're really going for is an endgame. You know, we're going to check this guy's profile. He doesn't play bullet. He doesn't play blitz. What if I push? What does that accomplish? Take, 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 take. I like this. Where if he pushes, I take, and it splits his pawns. So I like this. That's kind of my immediate idea. He could push here, but then I just take. We're not going to think about it anymore. I'm down a minute on the clock. I think we need to make some moves. We need to make some stuff happen, and nothing is happening. So capture, capture. He could push. He could be real brave. Like that's not a terrible move to just push forward. But we're trying to make a little bit of an imbalance. If I can separate this pawn, like if this happens, this pawn is an identifiable weakness. Immediately it has a weakness in the position. Also, if he takes, he does not have this pawn push. And so I don't know what that move accomplished right there. But I think we just take. No? We take. He takes back. And are we still worried about all this? We also kind of have tempo on this rook. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I think we're going to try and slide in. If he pushes, we slide over with this rook. If he captures, I capture back like this. Hard to say which open file is more important. So we're just going to play this. If this happens, we can get active. No, what am I talking about? We slide this rook over. Because the interest has shifted over to this side of the board. Or the interest has shifted over to this side of the board. This pawn is now a weakness. We want to be able to attack it. What if we just attack immediately? If he pushes, we step back. There's not a great way to prevent this pawn from pushing forward. So I think we're just going to play this. Time to start bringing the king. So he wants to line up on this. Maybe I had like a tempo winning move or something. What about this? Stay on this diagonal? How important is that diagonal? We go here. He pushes. What about just sliding in? He then pushes. We step back. If he takes, I take. I think we're going for this. Where if we trade, I feel like it's a positive transformation in the position for me. That is generally what I'm thinking. And so we're going to just trade. Tempo on this guy. We do this. You step back. I attack this. You can't really go here because then I hit you with this guy. And if you slide in, my spidey senses are tingling. I want to freeze this. So we're going for it. This pawn is an isolated pawn. If he pushes and takes, I'm just going to defend like this. So I'm really thinking like get in like so. Also, this is weak. So what if we slide over? We could slide up like this temporary. Okay. Enough thinking. Open file. He can come over and attack this, but then we slide up. Then we got some real good ideas with my rook. He can slide over here as well. Like this would make sense. I could then step in attacking this pawn. You come in. I take. You take. But then I get you with a check. You'd probably step up. Oh, so he wants to run away. Here, here. Take. I think we need my king a tad bit closer. Now he is one step away from defending. So I think we just apply pressure to this, right? Oh, he just defends it like so. That was pretty reasonable. We can force the trade, actually. So what about this? Take, take. We've got pressure here. Let's do it. Bishop versus knight is kind of what we were hoping for. He could play something like this, where I take and the bishop comes in. Boom. Okay. Still probably a draw, but what we're trying to do is like boom, 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 boom. Really? Is that really my plan? And this is a little bit of a fake out move. He does have stuff over here. Don't have any of this. Okay, probably just got to do something. He could try and come in. Here, here. Here, 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 here. Oh my god. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. And my whole idea was unsuccessful. What do I do? What do I do? I think it's still just a draw. Here, 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 here. Or the knight. No, the knight's not going to come in. Let's just do something. I'm not really sure what else to do. Here, here. It looks like he wants to just completely run to this side of the board. We do have to be a tad bit careful. Okay. Who is winning this? He's got this now. With check. I could step over. One minute. Gosh darn it. Here, here. I don't know what to do. That's a weak move, but I want to stay eyeing this. He could start trying to like bring this guy. Rerouting this, does that really make sense? But the knight is just doing a great job of defending this. And if I try to make this journey with my king, I just don't believe in it. I don't think that that's ever going to work for me. Okay, so it seems like he wants to bring his king this way. My bishop is like more or less trapped on this side of the board. Now this is defended. I think we just play something like this, defend this square. We are attacking this as well. If he plays check. Check here, and then I step in and get this. What about this, though? Here, here. That became a passed pawn. Let's just do it. I think a nice well-timed capture always makes a little bit of sense. Okay. You can just kind of go here. If I run too far, he's going to play something like this. But he can't go anywhere either. Okay. He has to push, because if he captures, I touch. Here, 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 and then I just lose. If I capture, he captures back. I push here. He captures. We have to play this. This is a tense moment, everybody. Clearance. That's what we're going for. Here, 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 here. Okay. Bro, what are you doing? Are you kidding me? Are you flipping kidding me? He was totally winning. He was totally winning. Ah, chess is emotional. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I deserved that win, but dear Lord, am I grateful that I did get it. I think it was a draw. What on earth was he doing with that king? Bro. Check, okay. I step back so that this doesn't come with a check. That's something important to note in this position, is I don't want to just get pushed into checks. So I run back, you know, it's all I got. Push the pawn. I push the pawn. You hit me with check. I step over. Boom. Boom. check here, king in here. Checkmate. Bro, he's totally winning. Whoa, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're going to check this with the computer. We're going to see how accurate it was. I will see you guys over there. Don't let me tell you stuff that I don't understand. I don't know how accurate that was, but let's go to the analysis. I'll see you guys over there. And here we are in the analysis. And like I said, I don't think that I deserved that. But we'll slide on down here and check the accuracy. If we look at the graph, bro, this is flat. We had a draw for the entire game. There was one moment here where I'm losing. Oh, maybe we'll skip back. We'll find that blunder in the game. I threw it away in this endgame, trading that bishop for the knight. I didn't really calculate. All I calculated was if he took with the d pawn, I believe, and he didn't have to take with the d pawn. He could take with the f pawn. And, I mean, I was completely winning if he took with the d pawn. And I was like, you know what? It might happen, and I went for it. You cannot play hope chess like that, and I almost just learned a punishing way to have learned that immediately. So all of this stuff is not all that incredibly important. Now here, I can attack the bishop stacks back. Because I have the battery, this comes in with check. I kind of discredited how powerful all of that was. You don't see that too often, okay? There's normally like the queen guarding or something, so I just didn't even consider this. I did see this after, I suppose. I even mentioned it in the game. And so castling is a blunder, and then he captures. So he saw it here, and he said, okay, my best thing I can do is take. All I really saw was boom, 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 and I win a pawn. But I didn't really think about that it was with a check. I kind of thought the castle would come in or whatever. So we completely miss it. Everything is completely equal. We both step over with our kings. We are playing copycat, essentially. We push forward, we attack. We got the bishop versus knight. Sliding around, everything is a complete draw. Boom, 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 boom. And then this, I felt like gave me some hope, but it really didn't. So this whole pawn being a weakness, it's not really that big of a weakness because he can just get behind it and then push it whenever it's really in trouble. So I needed to lock it down on a dark square and then configure my rooks in a way where I can attack it, and he can just like bring the knight to defend it. So just however you want to do it. Like he did, okay? So where was it? Okay, everything's still equal. All these moves make sense. I mean, just get active with the rook. Trade. It made me think, like, okay, that was one of the defenders of this pawn. We traded it off. Now figuring out a way to, like, attack it more. I literally even considered, like, bringing the king all the way around the board. So that didn't make a lot of sense. So we'd lock it down. I'm still dead set on figuring out a way to, like, apply pressure to this pawn and get the rook in here. And I even was literally thinking about this. That thought crossed my mind, okay? So that's how you know I'm not that good at chess. That's obviously not the right idea. Bringing the king to being active is the right idea. Okay, trading the rooks, great. Okay, king active. And I just couldn't figure out what to do here. And so I literally even shuffle around. We step around, we go back, put my bishop here, and then all that I really thought here, this is the whole point of the game, is I was like, okay, if he takes with the d pawn, I'm winning. I win the game. You can't defend this pawn. I win. And then you can't defend this pawn, and I win. Unfortunately, he can take with this pawn, and then I'm completely losing. So I didn't calculate that well at all. Now, calculating that this is not that hard. It's like once this is the position, yes, I have a passed pawn, but the king is in front of it. What you're going to do is push, capture, and I'm not going to be able to take back because all these squares are checks, so my king is going to be back here, okay? So like boom, boom. First I'm stepping back with the king, then you push, then I take, then you go, then you have two passed pawns, and you can bring the king to touch my undefended pawn. So yeah, that's not that hard to see, but with 1 minute on the clock, yeah, that is horrible play by me. Horrible play. And so, for all of the reasons that I just mentioned, he can absolutely push this forward, and if I don't take, he's pushing forward more. And so that's not good. And this whole idea doesn't work because he's got two pawns looking here, so pushing forward doesn't create a passed pawn. Okay? He just takes with this pawn. And so that's what we need to do. So I step over, he goes for it, I step back, what else am I going to do? I take, he takes, and right here, this is my last grain of hope. We push. Now, he can just take, because this is also a passed pawn. So then you would have 3 passed pawns against my 2. And yes, you can capture one of mine. But he takes the pawn. And really, what he needs to be worried about here is these pawns. Either you're taking here and you're worried about this pawn, or I just push, or I capture and push. It doesn't really matter because they're both going forward. And neither of them are checks. So winning this, like, you're not worried about this. If your king steps back, like, just, you got to have patience. In the end game, what's more important, winning the pawn or moving one of your pawns closer to the promotion? All that matters is pushing the pawns, okay? And he did not do so. I'm checking the time. I capture. He pushes with check. I step over. And it's a complete draw because, yes, I'm going to get this into a queen. And basically what I'm going to have to do is give a million checks and sacrifice for both of these pawns or something. And I don't know. But he goes on the pawn chase, which there is a very simple thing that you can do. You draw a square. If it is your move and you are not inside of the square, you are not catching that pawn, regardless of where the king is. So if the king is here, or the king is here, or the king is here, or here, he is going to catch the pawn. If the king is here, or 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 here, anywhere outside of the square, and it is your move, and it is your move, that's the important thing. You got to calculate it on your turn. You can't calculate it on their turn, because then they can move the pawn forward, and the square gets a lot smaller, okay? That's the square. This would be the old square. So you have to calculate it on your move. So all he had to do is say, okay, it's my move. Is my king inside of the square? The answer is no. So are you going to catch this pawn? The answer is no. So what you need to do is completely invest in your passed pawns. And how do you do so? I mean, I would probably push this one, and then this one, and then this one, and then I step over, and then you step over, and then that's checkmate. So let's see. Boom. Boom. I would have given this one. Oh, no, because then I step up. So you step in, we push, you give this check. If I step up, you step out of the way, okay? But then I'm making the queen. You're making the queen. I'm grabbing this pawn. Gets scary because we don't want to, like, have my king here and allow, like, this check to win the queen. But let's not get too far into the weeds. Long story short, he lost this game because he doesn't know something that you should learn at, like, 1,000 elo. You should just know that you're not going to catch this pawn. I have no idea what happened. What was he doing? Like, he was completely winning. He was completely winning, and then it was a draw. It's a draw, but he chases it, and now he's just completely losing. So he was winning, drawing, losing, all in the last, like, 10 moves of the game. And then this is pretty rudimentary. You cut the king off. So what we're doing here, he didn't leave the back rank. I guess he really couldn't. I guess this would have been the best move because it avoids being on one of the edges, okay? So run to the center if you're the king. If you're on the edge, you're in a bad spot. So bada boom, bada bing, we cut him off like this. It's just the easiest way to pre-move, and we get a checkmate. Thank you so much for watching my video, and I am super excited about that because I gained 24 elo, which means I am now 2,000 rated, again, with no question mark. I am an official 2,000 rated player. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you guys. Please subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hello, my fellow chess friends. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today, I have some very sad news. The notorious username ZipTiesandLube has officially been banned, and I have 48 hours before my account closes. This is the official email from Lichess.com, and so I will have to create a new username. Most likely Kip314chess will be the new username. I should just play a casual game because there's really no huge point playing for elo at this point anymore, but we're going to do it for you guys. Today, we are playing a 1784 with the Caro-Kann. We're going to check his profile. He does not play bullet at all. He's decent at blitz, and he's lower rated than me and everything. So hopefully I can give you a little instructional game on the Tardicower. So if he steps back, I don't know the line as well. If he captures, I know this structure quite well. And so if he goes back, I'm not going to be able to explain as much. But if he takes, you're in for luck because I can explain quite a few things. Like the next 5 best moves. This is a weird move. It's an Alien Gambit-esque structure where this knight is already developed. So what if I do coax him in? Do you actually need to do this, or can I just develop? And if he takes, no, that's a blunder because my king will be here and he'll hit me with this check and he'll grab the bishop. So maybe we do coax him in. I think this is the main line, but his knight has been developed. And his options are basically step back here, which isn't great. Leave it there, which isn't great. Coming forward isn't great here. So he's basically got the sacrifice or stepping all the way back here, which I can ruin the pawn structure. So hopefully he just captures and we'll have a little defensive game. You generally don't want to play the Alien Gambit when you're playing a 10-minute game of chess, though. So our opponent is kind of in the hot seat. I'm not 100% sure. He could develop the bishop and apply pressure to my f7 square, the weakest square in black's position, and f2 on the white side is the weakest square because it is only defended by the king. If we take a look right here, only defended by the king. So that opens up a lot of sacrificing and attacking ideas such as this. Like this square can be attacked so easily. He does elect to sacrifice the knight. Then I believe pushing this pawn is what we go for. Right? This knight is already developed, which gives me the creeps. It gives me the creeps, most definitely. And so, if I develop the bishop, he gives me the check, and I just straight up lose the bishop, because I got to step away from it, he just takes it. So pushing the pawn makes sense. I can also get in the way with my knight, but I feel like this knight is actually a very, very defensive piece on this side, because we do not want this queen getting these dirty checks on us. So I'm going to defend with the pawn. My bishop is locked in. If he pushes the pawn, I believe the best move is to just counter it. I mean, it's hard for me to actually explain. It makes it so I can develop my knight normally. So I think it's just like a pawn sacrifice, but he's down a knight, but we get to activate our knight on a more ideal square than here I'm blocking in my bishop. Because basically, this rook gets suffocated. This bishop has a hard time like aiding in the defense. This check seems to make sense, but I believe I step back in the corner and I just say, come and get me. Which I was hoping to get more of an attacking game, but it looks like we're going to be doing a little bit more of a defensive type game right now. And so he's definitely bringing the rook. That is happening. I'm still quite weary about all this. What if I launch forward and do this? Does he have time? He probably does, and he just stays on this super long diagonal. It makes me believe that I can develop this bishop somewhere and then bring the rook to defend this. Something like this to defend against that. So here, check. We step back. He jumps in and attacks my rook. No, he doesn't. I take that with the king. Let's just go for this move. I sure hope I don't just fall apart. And so, basically the game of chess that we're playing right now is if he can checkmate me in the next 10 moves, he wins. If he can't, then he probably loses in the endgame. And that's basically how sacrifices work. It's like you sacrifice a piece and you prey on the attack. So the whole reason of moving this bishop was so that I can slide over and defend it with my rook. Because this pawn looks like it's a little bit soft. So I think we're going to step over like this. And then we might even just step back. But I think this is going to work temporarily. We've got 3 things defending it. So if this check comes in, I don't necessarily need to take. But what we need to be worried about is this queen coming in. I think that I just push, right? Is that what I do? Oh, dear Lord. Because I believe the idea of this is to jump in with the knight. And if I take, this pawn takes, and my knight has to jump over here. But then the queen gets in. Then I step back. Then you can even like sacrifice again and at least get a draw of some sort. I mean, jumping over here with the knight. So I think pushing this pawn is what I'm supposed to actually do. We push this. He jumps in with check. I step back. My knight remains here defending against the infiltration of the queen is what's important here. Can't really very well do this and cut off all of these attacks. What if I just step out of it? What if I just step away? Or attack, but then he scoots back, but then I attack. But then he defends. Then I push, then he's here. So I could have like some tempo winning moves. I'm spending too long thinking about this, but I don't think time is going to be a very big factor in this game. It's just don't get checkmated. Do I jump in like this? Then the knight comes in with check. I take. No. I take here, here. Queen comes in. I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. Do I just push? Then if he pushes, I take, push here. If I take, he takes with check, I take. Then I'm just kind of like open, right? But I know that this is a computer line. That's what I'm supposed to do. Not exactly in this position. Boom, boom, boom. Check. Take. here, take. I think we're just going to go for it. I know that this is a good move. No, I don't know that this is a good move, but I know that this pawn push is what you're supposed to do in the beginning in certain structures in the Alien Gambit, okay? So that's what I know. So it makes me believe that this is the similar structure, so this has to be a good move. We'll check it with the computer, and we'll see exactly what's going on. We'll see exactly what's going on. Because now my knight has this square to develop to, which is very crucial. Because going here prevents me from defending this pawn, which we don't want to do. So if something like this happens, then the queens see each other. If we trade the queens, he loses, because I just don't think it's really possible for him to win the game if we trade the queens. And yeah, I'm pretty sad about zip ties and lube. That's been my username for quite some time now, and it was my like when I was real young, it was my username on Xbox. It still is on PlayStation. I don't have an Xbox anymore, but I have a PlayStation, Team PlayStation. I've actually had both, but I only have a PlayStation now. Okay, so he takes. I think I just ignore what's going on over here and I bring the knight. Do I capture? I think developing a piece is probably in my best interest. So we're going to go ahead and do that, right? Oh boy. I'm so scared. Do I take first and kind of open up the position? He's also got this queen move coming in now. And it just applies more pressure to this gosh darn piece. Take here. No. Knight first. If this happens, we have this fork, which would be delicious. Then he'd have to defend like this, and I could take. He has to take back. And if we trade off this bishop, I mean, this bishop is absolutely a nuisance. All of his pieces are new. These two pieces are not a nuisance. All right, so he brings in the queen. Do I dare take now? We're going to just do it. Right. Okay, he takes back. Oh boy. I can attack the queen. Does that do any good? Attack the queen. Queen goes somewhere. Then I jump back here. If I capture, here. I think this is what we do. We go for this little tempo winning move. The queen has to stay. Wait a minute. Yeah, if I go here, the queen has to stay defending this square. He can do so like this. But then I jump in the way. And if he takes, I take with the knight. I think that this is the move. What if he sacrifices again? And I take. And then take. And then take. And then push. No. None of that's going to work. I think this move works. And luckily my knight is holding on to this square right here. And I'm rated 100 points higher than this guy, so I should be able to just like untangle here. The Alien Gambit is really fun to play. It's not super fun to defend against. Like, I've played against it many times. Not so much in Rapid, but definitely like Blitz and Bullet. And I think that I fare quite well. I probably have like a win ratio playing it and defending against it. But it's become such like a meme chess opening that everybody plays it and everybody knows to just push c5. And then that kind of ruins it. Okay, so he's defending against this fork. But I can jump back here and attack the queen again. And if he doesn't take, I'm coming in with this skewer. So I think we're going to be all right. We attack the queen again. If he doesn't take, I mean, he can move the queen somewhere else. Okay. Didn't necessarily win anything by doing that. Potentially we go for this now. because he's still thinking about this. But I think I can just take, or I just step back, actually. So this is a really slow move. But if I can get this bishop to like just leave me alone and get off this diagonal, I'm good to go. We need to just make a move. So scared. Because if he jumps in and I take and this pawn comes, it dislodges my knight. And it just becomes really scary for me. I can also potentially trade this. Jump in and attack the queen again. This doesn't really do much good for me. What am I supposed to do? Let's kind of just attack the queen again. Okay. I mean, I really like my knight being here. If he takes... Okay, okay. How... Ooh. Activate my queen like this, threatening the queen trade. If he... Okay, we're doing this. If he takes, I can just take back. Still defended this. This is still defended by 3 things. This check, I can step back. I don't have to take and like remove this knight. And I can line up something here, but essentially if we get these queens off the board, we're good to go. But I don't think that he's silly enough to let it happen. This rook. This is such a difficult, not fun to play position. It's like a structure that you just never get, ever. Like, what is going on here? King on f7. So what are his options? If he steps back, I could jump in like this. He jumps in with a check. I step back. So he goes for the check first. I step over here. I mean, if he takes the knight, I take back. I think we step back. The knight can come over here. I'm also threatening this pawn. I am absolutely tied in a knot right now. This is the issue right now in the position. But essentially we just need to trade. So maybe this is a video of how to defend against the Alien Gambit. That's the title of this video. Absolutely. We get a 10-minute game. Probably I've already made like a handful of blunders. But I haven't lost. So we're still going. I got 2 minutes. He's got 4 minutes. Really looking forward to this end game. Look at the king's safety situation. Look at his king. He is just happy in his mansion over there. And I'm on the streets begging for change. Just don't hit me with your car. Okay. We have to step back. I feel like we've got the opportunity to get rid of that guy. We've also got the opportunity to just get rid of that guy. If he takes with the pawn, okay, he takes like this. Probably I want to do a little reroute. I might even step forward now and defend this pawn again. Okay. I mean, we got to activate the rook. Then I believe a formation like this would make a whole lot of sense, where I just defend a little bit of everything. There's only one piece attacking this. He can't push. I just take. I think the bishop wants to be there. We're just hanging on to everything. Next step is figure out where my knight wants to be, and potentially my knight wants to be here, applying pressure to both of these pawns. My king probably just steps up and defends this pawn. I can also kind of jump in and attack this and have some ideas. And now, this is the open file of the position. So this is held on a beautiful, beautiful light square. So he's going to step back. Temporarily, we're just going to jump in. I mean, he can go somewhere. Maybe I just ultimately do want to put my knight here. So yeah, let's just step back. His bishop can go here. But the only thing, I mean, I could come in again and attack it if he doesn't want to, so he doesn't stay there. Okay, so he applies pressure there. If my knight ends up here, this pawn is no longer defended. Here, here, and I defend all the way across like this. He comes in, but I defend, and I'm on the open file. I got 1 minute. What do we, oh, we're playing plus 5 seconds. I should definitely be able to conjure up. I think we're going to step forward. We just don't want this sacrifice idea to work. He can definitely put his bishop here. That's a delicious square for my bishop. But then I defend my whole 7th rank like so. And we will fight for this weakness and this weakness. And my bishop is like just unopposed. Rocking it out. Defensive bishop. Also sort of attacking later on. But because if you look at the pawn structure, like his bishop is going to hold down his pawns. And my bishop's going to hold down my pawns. And then we're going to play with my extra knight. And my knight is going to do a little hippity hop all around the board. I also have this fork. So he wants to go there. I think this works actually because I'm attacking your bishop. If you defend here, I attack your bishop again. I think we're going to jump in like so. That attacks the bishop like this. And I can jump forward. I mean, he can still get in. But we're kind of trying to... I mean, my knight is on a good square. Also, through all of it, this is hanging. It's hard to say if I really want that, though. If I, like, jump in, I might just get, like, pinned of some sort. Or, like, just attack. I don't know. I don't know if grabbing this pawn is what we really need. Winning this pawn and this pawn is what we need. And now my king is on a light square. We're pretty happy. I mean, we're attacking this guy. If he goes here... What if we just infiltrate? That actually... No, because he could take here and then get all of that. We don't want that. Okay. So I think I can jump forward. If he goes here... I think we're just going to make a move. We are defending this. There's no good way for me to defend this square. I need to get my pieces in, bro. So what becomes the new idea? If he goes here, the new idea becomes infiltrate like so. But he could defend it by just bringing the king up. So we still have a game of chess. But I think that if I'm able to just make enough moves, we're going to be all right. We go back here. He comes in. I go here. He goes here. Because this now works because my rook is defending. So he comes in. I jump back and attack. I can also take away this square, but he could just push and open it up. Here, here. As long as I just don't blunder. Please don't let me blunder. This rook is undefended. This rook is undefended. Don't know what to do. I don't think I need to do that, actually. But let's do it. I can then go here, then here. And then... Because now my next square is here, and then I have a fork, and I'm actually doing stuff then. And he can't necessarily push here because I don't need to take with my pawn. We jump in with the knight. This, all of a sudden, is hanging because he's not attacking this anymore. He's got to defend this. If he defends like this, I'm just going to take and get his piece off the board. So pushing doesn't make sense because I'm attacking this. So you got to do something about this. So scooting over, I think I can just take. If you take, I take. If you go back to attacking this, I literally don't know what to do. Maybe I defend like this. 27 seconds. Okay, so he defends here. Okay. Okay. He attacks this. I think we're just going to put my bishop back. I'm still playing like super defensive. This is held. I can move my knight here. Maybe I want my knight over here now. His dude is still defending this. Okay. I mean, that's pretty nice. I'm completely winning. It's just I need to actually do so. And unfortunately, it looks like our opponent maybe have just left the game. I would like to get... I'll give him some time. It is what it is. Essentially, what we're going to do now, I mean, we are applying pressure to this. So if he ever does come over, I can just take, and it's defended twice, actually. And so if he comes back, maybe I just hit him with a check or something and then come back and just accept the pawn is gone. We'll give him some more time. I don't think he's coming back, though. And so I'm completely winning. It's just I'm going to have to not blunder and make some strategic moves. And probably like putting my rook on this open file, putting my knight here, applying pressure to all of this stuff, obviously would make sense. Oh, okay. So I think we're going to go here. I can jump in like so. Now my knight is over here. That hangs the rook. That hangs the rook. So I'm glad it worked out like that. I was nervous I would screw up this video and lose the game. I'm grateful that I didn't do that. And so I'm completely winning in this endgame. Even if he didn't hang this rook, it's like if these two pieces are on good squares, your pawns are totally screwed. They can't really go forward. And eventually I'm going to like just break over here or just harass you forever with these pieces. Like you have to stay defending this. This is defended. This is defended. This is super weak. I could figure out if I infiltrate with my rook, it's over. We trade the rooks, it's over. And so hanging the rook, it's really over. So we're going to check it with the computer. I don't know how accurate that was on my end. I think probably like 87%, I would say. And so we'll check it with the computer. Make your guess, put it in the comments, and I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And I am overjoyed that this will probably be the last video of Zip Ties and Lube before I make a new account, and then I got to start the elo grind all over again. Can you imagine that, bro? Zip Ties and Lube, I get banned for that. Like, bro, I'm a mechanic, if everyone's asking. Just kidding, not a mechanic. But I said, what, 87%? Check out this goddamn graph, bro. I had it under control. I played the best move, like every move out of the opening. And so 94%, we made one inaccuracy in the middle game because I'll show you. And so I only got 5 elo for that. So my ending elo for my entire thing is going to be like 1921. And so I made one inaccuracy, one blunder. I mean, one mistake, one inaccuracy, 94%. So quite accurate. And my inaccuracy and my mistake didn't matter. I was still winning. And so the Alien Gambit is not so great at a higher level playing against people in 10 minutes because you have a lot of time to think about your moves. In Blitz, where you're like under time pressure and you have to make a move, that's when you blunder. And so I wouldn't recommend ever playing it in Rapid because people, once you play it 25 times, like you know kind of how to defend. And so let's hop right on into it. We get this, which is a strange variation of the Alien Gambit, but nonetheless, it's still the Alien Gambit idea, okay? So I'm not actually sure what it's called when this knight is already developed, but we accept the Gambit, because what else are we going to do? We defend with the pawn, and so every move, best move, okay? Best move, best move, best move, best move, best move, best move, best move. And so should I be explaining this stuff? The idea of developing my bishop is I need to develop a bishop. The problems are over here on the king side of the board. I know this pawn is becoming a weakness. I want to have an extra piece to defend it as my rook. So I'm moving the bishop out of the way so I can bring the rook to defend this and match his rook. That's the whole idea of putting the bishop here. We aren't not worried about defending this diagonal as much because this diagonal is not super important. But that was the whole idea. So now I can bring the rook over. This is uber defended, okay? I'm supposed to step back with the king now, but still one of the best moves. They're equal. We play this. Now I have a nice square to bring my knight, so we do put my knight there. Best move. Then, best move, I capture. Trying to remember my moves here. And then, so my whole idea here was, technically I'm just supposed to go for this bishop, and I can just win the bishop. So that's the best move. Just go for this bishop. But what I saw was attack the queen, attack this fork, reroute to the center of the board. And once my knight is here, I'm chilling because this bishop is no longer seeing this pawn. I feel a lot safer. So I do this kind of tactical moving around. This move didn't make sense. Whatever. We do this kind of just to gain some time, essentially. Like I just did this because I was lower on the clock and I want to just repeat moves, repeat the position. I can force a bishop trade as well, but I bring my queen out here and then this, right after this is my mistake of the game. Because the way that I did it, I left the queen trade in his hands. And so if I would have captured, he captures, then I take the queen, I make it happen, and then I bring my knight back here, and then we play this end game. So ultimately, it still did transition into something similar to this, but the way that I played it, I stepped back, then instead of trading the queens, he should have kept the queens on the board. Never in a million years do you trade the queens when you did a gambit. You can't trade your most active piece. And so when he does this, I know that I'm going to win the game essentially. So he could have maintained the attack, done something like this. And the whole reason that back here, the whole reason I was afraid of taking this is because this pawn comes in, attacks my knight, then my knight has to go somewhere, and that opens up these squares for attack, okay, by the queen. But the queen has already dedicated herself to this side of the board, so the queen coming over here with this check and these attacking ideas, it's not a thing. So taking here and the pawn coming in and this knight needing to move away from the protection of these squares is not super important. But I was still hanging firm to this idea that I needed to protect these squares because if you get obliterated by the queen coming over here a few times, you're not going to ever let it happen again. So I stepped back, whatever. And so he didn't need to trade the queens. He did. We are now in a position where we have gotten rid of the queens. So essentially just trading the pieces. Should I trade the bishop for the knight? It's not the best move, but from a human standpoint, we got rid of another piece. There we go. And if we just keep trading pieces, I'm going to have an extra knight at the end, okay? So if I can just get rid of the bishop's trade, the rook's trade, we're good to go. So now, this is my least active piece. Rule of the least active piece. Still, I'm playing. Okay, now that it's thinking about it, we'll crank up this depth a little bit. Now, best move, because this rook is serving a purpose. This rook is not. So you look at your position and you play the rule of your least active piece. This knight is doing stuff. This bishop is doing stuff. This rook is doing stuff. This rook has not even moved yet. He is not doing stuff. Obviously, the best move is to move him over and have him be doing stuff. You want your pieces to be doing stuff. And so now, this is just a defensive idea. It's not the best move. It is one of the best moves if we let this thing think a little bit, but it's the safest move. This pawn is defended. He can never take it with the bishop. He can't really take sacrifices, aren't really an option. This is defended, and now we just play with my extra knight. And so now we figure out, how do I get my knight to the most active square, the best square for my knight, like something like this. Sorry, like this. So we jump in with the knight. We jump back. He's trying to figure out what to do over here, but this is defended. Now, I saw this sacrificing idea, and I got scared, so I just stepped up. I spent 1 second on it, so I guess 4 seconds on it. I could have just hit him with this fork immediately and then traded off some more pieces. And better than that, there's really not a great way to defend. So if I jump over here, there's not a great way to defend because I'm attacking the rook. You can't defend here because the bishop. If you defend here, then I just take it for free. So you would essentially have to just give up the rook for the knight and trade back like this, because this is being attacked too many times now. So I missed that. I played defensive. You know what? I was playing the entire game defensive, so making a defensive king move, I understand it. I'm not attacking yet. I'm like in the mindset of we're defending, don't lose. And so now my rook is defending this all the way across the board. We've got the open file. We're defending this, looking good. I was supposed to be more active and jump in with the knight, but then the rook moves and we're attacking. I'm not playing that move. We're figuring it out slow and steady. This knight is now rerouting a million squares. He hangs a pawn, essentially. We take, then we just bring... I could have taken this pawn as well and defended. But it gets complicated. That's getting complicated, you know what I mean? I jump in, I'm defending this, he could attack it. Just keep it simple. I'm going to win the game. Just keep it simple. I don't need to make the best move. And now it is the best move. Whatever. We slide over. We slide up. We're doing a reroute to get my rook on this open file and be on a light square. So that's why we're doing it like this. So we can avoid these dark squares because this bishop sucks. So we slide over. We're good to go. Now my knight is on a good square. Okay? He can never get rid of it. It's applying pressure to this pawn. Constant ideas of jumping into the position are there. And he just hangs the rook. But if he didn't hang the rook, I mean, what is he really supposed to do? Like, I'm gonna be able to advance and like essentially just open up the position. I have a +5 advance. I have an extra piece. I'm gonna win. I guarantee it. And so if you made it this far in the video, thank you so much for watching. That was a nice little instructive how to play the Alien Gambit. I hope I was able to explain everything to the best of my ability. I'm sure that I did. Whatever. Either way, I'm trying to reach 1,000 subscribers. If you want to subscribe, please do it. If you don't want to do it, that's okay. Just I'll never see you again. So get out of here. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. And in today's episode, I'm going to show you what opening to play when you are not that great at chess openings. So, he said, hello, good luck. Hello, and good luck to yourself. So, we start with c6 no matter what. Because there's a chance we go into the Caro-Kann. Not really anymore, but, you know, it is what it is. And so what we're generally going to do here is play just a super safe and easy to play opening, where the general idea is put my pawns. I think it's called the Slav defense. I'm not even 100% sure. I am so bad at the names of the openings, but we're going to lock my bishop outside of the pawn chain. If you see, I've got a beautiful structure of pawns. Now, he could have just simply gone for my light square bishop. Trading this off is such a good idea for me because literally, like I explained, we put so many pawns on light squares, so my dark square bishop is good and my light square bishop sucks. So we have the opportunity to trade it off into complete equality. And so this pawn push, it does work. He can also take here and try and have ideas of this. But now I think we're just going to go ahead and bring the knight. And so this pawn push, the general idea for it is if they capture, we take back with the bishop and we get to develop just for free, essentially. And we have a place to put our knight. This is the natural development square for our knight. So just like this knight, this is the natural development square for this knight. So it's hard to say, am I supposed to play this first or play this first or push forward or capture? It's hard to say. I mean, if we capture, he just comes in with this. If he captures with the pawn, it ruins this pawn structure slightly. I'm not sure if that's like good or bad for either of us, but we're going to just go for it. And if he attacks with the bishop, we're going to just develop our bishop. So easy to play. All of these opening principles are so easy to play. So if he takes with the bishop, we're just essentially going to try and rush into an endgame. And so the best chess opening that you can play is keep an equal position, trade everything off, get into an endgame, and that's where you'll win the game. Unless you're trying to get like some crazy tactics. So essentially what we're going to do here is, we're going to develop the bishop If he takes here, we take. Then this is still defended. If he slides back, we're going to ruin his pawn structure. He gets a little bit of an open file right here. We're going to take this opportunity to trade. He's going to capture back with something. Most likely this pawn would make more sense. Okay, or you play like this. And he can castle this way. I can also castle this way. As it stands, I'm not really sure what is better. Something to note is this pawn is under a little bit of attack. So castling this way, it just becomes really scary. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take a step forward. I mean, this is defended twice, so no reason to panic. But I'm going to develop my queen. Now I have the possibility of castling this way. And I did it with tempo, attacking this pawn. And so essentially, if I attack this pawn and he comes over, I can get this pawn. He comes in here. I can hit him with a check. He has to step up or bring the rook back or something. It's not really always advisable to go pawn grabbing with your queen. So like this pretty much would, man, I'm bad at these arrows. If I capture here, it just walks directly into this. And then I got to step aside. And then he gets into my position. And his rook being here, because at that point he can just castle. And then attack my queen, like, I don't know. And then bring the rook, and then I got real problems. Real problems. But if he castles kingside, if he goes for the castle right now. Oh, my necklace is all messed up. Excellent move. Excellent move. If he wants to get into my position, he'll be attacking a lot of different things. I think we're just going to push this forward so that this isn't scary anymore. His knight can get in. Oh, yes, that's true. But this is still an option. If I castle and then grab this, hard to say. Is he going to castle? If he castles this way, I'm castling this way. And what we're trying to do is just play simple chess. I don't think this entire game of chess I've played anything complicated. Like just pawns on light squares, bishop outside of the pawn chain, trade off the light square bishop because all of the pawns are on light squares. Go for a pawn break so I have a place to put my knight. Develop a piece. Trade. Develop a piece. Trade. Trade. So far, these are very easy moves. Castling this way just seems really scary because he's got these open files or semi-open files looking at my pawns. I somewhat like the idea of stepping back, guarding his knight infiltration. And then just same side castling. Because I don't think my attack is all that great. Is it? I think we're going to just go with simple chess. We're going to step back. What you need to be worried about, yes, I can jump into his position. Actually, this comes with an immediate threat. It stops this, and it threatens this. That's probably the most reasonable move that we can play here. I'm not sure if that was a complicated move, but it does the same job of stepping back. That was the whole idea, was to guard this square from this knight jumping in, because once this knight jumps in, then I don't know, I just don't love it. But now I'm threatening this. And he can defend it. Now, how does he defend it? He defends it like this. But then I maybe bring my rook and I do castle this way. Because all of a sudden I have created a threat. This is a very, very real threat. Look at that. Everything, bro. We get the knight here, it's pretty much game over. There's no real reasonable way to get out of that. And then this seems actually fairly decent. And so we're just playing simple chess. Simple chess. So far, nothing super complicated. None of these moves. Oh, sorry, my back hurts. I don't know if I already mentioned this. I went to the gym yesterday and I did 275 for squat. And the time before that, I did 315 for my first time ever. And now my back hurts. That's how you know you're getting old. Okay. I think that this is the best move. Or this. Or this. This seems a little bit sketchy. He could kick me out. And my king is still in the center. And this doesn't work because I still hit you with a fork. So he has to defend this, essentially. And he can do it all of those different ways. Yeah. Yep, those are all the different ways he can do it. And so all that I don't like is I have not castled. And so once he does defend this and kicks my knight out, then all of a sudden this square becomes available for his knight. Okay, so he defends it like that. Very, very reasonable. simple chess. You castled, I castled. Now we've got the kings on the same side of the board. So his little 4-on-3 pawn structure, I don't know how you want to even classify this. I've got 2 pawns. That is just a strange move. That is just a strange move. It still has the forking ideas. But I like the idea of bringing my rooks like this. But he's going for the... Ah, okay. It makes sense now. He's doing that so he can push this pawn so this one is defended. I guess I can slide over. I mean, that kind of would allow this. But I could step over. If this happens, then I get in. Because this cuts off the queen from seeing it. So this move actually maybe makes sense. One of these 2 moves. I suppose this one because I'm going to want my knight to go there. If something doesn't work out beautifully. So we're playing this. If he plays this, we take. If he pushes again, we come back to this square, and I'm cool with all that. And if we can grab a pawn, then we instantly try to trade everything in the position and go into an endgame and just win the endgame. My knight coming here is kind of the new idea. This fork is still not great. But essentially his rook on this square is a very weird, not great square for his rook. So if he's able to untangle, he's good to go. I need a little bit of water. This is your daily water break. Drink some water. Look how big this thing is. It's not a joke. And I put creatine in this thing. You want to trade off. Let's just play simple chess. Simple chess. Did I need to do that? No. I could have solidified it. I could have played more actively. Now I step forward and attack the rook and this pawn. I hope that made sense. We're attacking this rook. We're attacking this pawn. How do you defend both? Not sure, bro. I didn't even calculate that, but I just figured we get rid of the knights. I kind of thought he was going to step forward with the king was my what I thought. But this is all of a sudden the threat. And so what's probably going to happen is he does something with the rook. Probably this idea would become the next best thing. But once I grab this pawn, bro. Once I grab that pawn. Like I said, we grab a pawn and we trade everything off and we just win in the end game. And so we're also pressuring him a little bit on time. So I really like this. He had to waste a move. Now this rook is defended. But we're going to grab this pawn. If he tries to do something fancy, we're going to go into an endgame. If he steps forward, we get out of it with a check. Okay, so he attacks this. This is under threat. Pushing this forward makes this pawn on the open file weak, so we're not going to do that. This is my least active piece. Like, this rook is kind of ready to participate. So we're going to just defend with this over here. And he can kind of, like, come forward with an idea like this. So pushing this pawn is probably going to make sense, because when the king moves and this happens, I'm going to have to move my queen, and I don't want to lose this pawn. Also with the idea of his rook getting into my 7th rank. Okay, so that is exactly what he's going for. We're going to give a check. So he moves. What if I just push forward? I can get out like this. So we push forward first. Check first. I mean, he can block like this, then this check, then he steps forward. Then I'm getting really close to getting trapped. So I think we're just going to push this forward. The rook is going to come. I'm going to slide out to the only available square. And we're going to play a game of chess from there. And he can't push this pawn to trap me in here. So definitely this is what's going to happen. We're going to slide out to the only move. Now this file is a little bit scary, but pushing that pawn made sense, because his rook getting in to my 7th rank like that, I pretty much just lose the game. I can also step forward like this, have ideas on this. I also have this check, potentially. He could centralize his queen, would probably be a great idea. Threatening this and this. So if he does play this, I probably have to step over. Okay. What to play, what to play. I think we're just going to kind of whittle. We're going to just whittle around. If his king goes this way, I'm going to also go this way. Is kind of what I'm thinking. Because it would make sense to move his king and bring this rook to support this pawn break to have this pin going on. I could also just move aside. But yeah, if he moves his king to the center, I'll just move my king to the center. Okay, so he wants something like this. And again, like I said, we kind of just need to make some moves. So I think I'm okay with this. 2 minutes against 4. As long as I don't make any crazy blunders, I'm just up a pawn. We trade off the queens. Rook gets active. Cool. And it's not so clear to me how I like push forward into the position. So we're just going to play a move. Probably this is going to be his idea, but I step forward with my king, bring my rook, and then push. Then go for a pawn break, and when he takes, I take with the rook. Okay, so generally what I'm seeing here is going into a king and pawn endgame where I can just be winning up a pawn. And he has like a kind of weird pawn structure over here. So if he brings the rook, I can bring the king. If he locks it down, I attack. If he takes, then I'm just chilling. Okay. I can also bring my rook here. Because now this became an idea. So I can do two things. This type of sacrifice would equalize the game right now, and I would lose my entire advantage. So stepping forward with the king, let's go with the defense of this, and blocks the rook. So stepping over like this makes more sense. Then I push. I think this is the more flexible move, where if he takes, I take. No, it's just not going to work anymore because now this is defended, so this whole idea doesn't work. This would have also worked because take. So if I go in, take, and I think we're just chilling. We push forward. He's going to step back. I push, take. That's weird. But if I push in here, take. So it's not going to work immediately. So if I bring my king to this square, it does work. And we're going to do so like this. If he pushes forward, this rook no longer sees this square, so then it does work. So take, and I could even take with the rook at that point. And if he takes, then my rook gets active. He's getting dangerously low on time, which I don't want to let him lose on time, because playing this up a pawn rook endgame is very important. So he's going for this, but I'm okay with it. So we're just going to step forward. If he goes for this, we just take. Rook gets in. If I go for this, then take. Ooh, scary. But okay, so now this works, right? I've got enough things looking at it. Here. No more calculation. We're going for it. And now this is the moment of truth. My king is touching this square. If he doesn't take, I push forward with check, and then my extra pawn becomes a passed pawn. So we're going to do this. We take. If he takes, we take, and then my king is in the center. So potentially we have the potential to trade off everything in the position. He can run away and keep the rook on the board. That's the best move. That was the worst move. I'm very close to just coming in. I think we just go ahead and play a pawn move. You got to be careful here. These pawns suck. So what if I go like this? We play this first to take away this idea. Don't worry, I won't let him lose on time. But I do want him to play quickly. 2. Okay, he played a move. Not sure. This is my extra pawn, but this is a weird structure. So now I can't actually get into the position. If I play this, he just pushes, but then I can step over. So I'm going to play this first. I gave him time. I almost let him just lose on time right there. Now do I step over? If he steps in, we do some stuff over here. I think it's kind of interchangeable. I think we're just going to push this. And the general idea is to trade off the pawns. We're trying to just trade off these pawns here. We push. If he pushes here, I take. What if I just go for this? He steps in. I think we go for this. He takes, I take. He's kind of slow on getting in, so I push this pawn. Right? He could stop it. But if the king leaves this file, I can distract him. He resigned. Okay, so generally what's going to happen here is, say he steps back, I step forward. If he blocks this pawn, I go for this one. And at some point, I can just push this pawn. And once this one's gone, we're good to go. And so that was a super simple, easy game of chess. It took 20 minutes. I think I played fairly accurate. Let's fly through this real quick. Was there anything I missed? We play the easiest opening known to man. Trade off the light square bishop. Pawns are on light squares. Make a pawn break. Put the knight on a natural square. Knight on a piece comes to our side of the board. We get rid of it. Trade off equally. Trade equally. His position is a little bit funky at this point. Now that the rooks don't see each other, it's very unadvisable to play a move like this. You don't want to make a rook on the side of the board to defend a pawn push to attack a knight. It's just not a good use of a rook, and because of it, this rook became undefended. Now, how would it have worked? Yeah, if I would have just taken here and he stepped forward with the king, that is kind of what I thought was going to happen, then this whole idea didn't work. And so he took with the queen. I didn't like that move because I felt like getting the king off the back rank just made more sense. I didn't even see the whole tactic of this, but whatever. We grabbed a pawn, and then we just slowly started advancing things. And so we completely dedicated ourselves to this pawn push. We brought the king, so now we have a pawn, 2 rooks, and a king looking at this square. And basically, this offers the trade of those rooks. He could have stayed in the game by just sliding all the way back. That is what he should have done. And so it's still, I'm slightly winning. But once he trades here, then I'm up a pawn with a ruined pawn structure. So I'm still winning even if he plays this. But when he captures, he's guaranteed to lose. If you keep a rook on the board, you've got checks, you've got different ideas. You can very easily go up some pawns. But once he trades off, and this is the position, he's screwed. There's nothing that he can do. And so let's check it with the computer and see how accurate that actually was. I hope that that was a simple, easy to digest way to play chess. And so we're going to check out the computer. I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and oh boy, I played a very accurate game. And so it was all just came from playing simple, easy to find moves. Nothing crazy, no crazy tactics, nothing like that. And we just get up a pawn and we're good to go. And so if we look at the graph, we can see this was generally just a slow conversion. There was one tactic that I missed where I was going to lose a pawn. So he had an opportunity to go up a pawn as well. But then once I go up this pawn, we just traded things off equally. Here, it says that I threw it away to a draw. But I'm going to be straight up with you. It wasn't a draw. It sometimes says that when it's like a king and 1 rook or whatever, and I have an extra pawn. It's still a draw. But I'm going to let you know that like 90% of the time, neither of us are going to be able to play perfectly, and it ends up in a draw. So one mistake will be made, and it's no longer a draw. So it will say that sometimes. But if it's rooks and pawns, or like even like a knight and pawns or something, it's hard to play it 100% accurate, so it's actually a draw from both of our ends. And so the easiest chess opening known to man, we put the pawns on light squares, we develop the bishop, we close the pawn chain, we're good to go. All of these moves incredibly simple. We trade this off because we put all of the pawns on light squares. All right, I've explained that like 4 times. I'm not going to explain it again, but we have pawns on light squares. We trade off the light square bishop, okay? Then we push this. It's not the greatest move, but whatever. We have a place to put our knight. Not there, but there. Okay, we developed a knight. That's why we pushed the pawn. Then we develop this knight. We take, and I step forward attacking this. Now, the reason that it doesn't work is I step in. If he takes, if I take with the queen, he can take here, and I can't take back this pawn, because if I do, he hits me with this, and then I'm losing. So I would lose the bishop. So essentially, if all of that happened and he captures this pawn, I just can't take it. I just have to step back, and he's up a pawn. And so that was his opportunity to see all of that, and he didn't. So we trade this off equally. Maybe I should show the best moves. We trade in the middle. We get active with our queen. We're attacking something. Even if I had the opportunity to grab this pawn, I don't think I was going to do it because it's just too risky. We then push this forward. Best move. I'm supposed to castle this way and just be brave, but I don't. I jump my knight into the middle of the board. Probably a strong second for the best moves. Okay, now it is the best move. It's just directly threatening something. He defends like he has to. And now his rook is kind of passive, and this rook is kind of silly as well. And so we castle this way. He pushes his rook here. It's one of the best moves. But from a human standpoint, it's weird to use your rook to defend this pawn so that you can push this pawn. It's just a strange setup. This rook is not very well defended. This rook is not very well defended. The whole setup, like all of this is trying to deal with one knight. Okay, so that sucks. He literally has 13 points of material over here fighting against my 3. So that sucks. So he steps back and I take. And if he would have just taken with the king, it's completely equal. But if he takes with the king, it's equal. If he takes with the queen, he loses a pawn. And so I would have just played this because we're going into an endgame. And so at this point, you probably want to start bringing your king to the middle of the board and just like whatever. The king is doing nothing over here. And you probably want it out of the way so that the rooks can come over behind your pawns. Okay. He takes like this. And how long did this take? It took me 6 seconds to find this move. Now, did I calculate that? No. But I figured this is an equal trade. Whatever. And that he takes with the wrong piece, and there we go. We have a tactic. We attack 2 things at once. He's got to do something about it. We grab the pawn. He gets active, plain and simple. We defend our weakness that's being attacked. He steps forward. Now, I could have played a multitude of different moves, and they are all still -1 for the opponent. So I push this pawn first, allowing this attack to step out, but now this is defended by the other pawn. Putting his queen in the middle of the board was guaranteed the best move because I can't really push this, so this is undefended. I'd have to step back over and defend this. That would have been the best move. He's still losing, but it would have been the best move. We then defend this. Why is she trading off pieces, bro? Something that you don't want to do. You're down a pawn. Don't trade off your most powerful piece. Try to keep it on the board. If anything, trade off the rooks and keep the queens, because then you're more likely to get a draw. Like a queen down a pawn, you're good to go. But a rook down a pawn, it's harder to play. The queen is harder to play, so it's harder to play by both, so it's less likely to be a draw. The rooks are a little bit easier to play, so it's more likely to be a draw, but it's still probably not going to be a draw. So we play all these moves. We step forward. My whole idea is just put everything in my position to make this pawn push a possibility, so we trade some stuff off. So we make it happen. Now, it says I'm throwing it away to a draw because take, and he has this pawn push. Where I push this forward with check, the king blocks, then I have to do this. And it's still a draw. They're saying that it's a draw, but I'm letting you know right now, probably not. Probably not. Because he has to play 100% perfectly, and it's still 0.2, okay? So it's just not going to happen. I'm up a pawn, and it's a supported, defended, passed pawn. So his king has to stay here, or like, whatever. So the computer says all of that was not a great idea. The reason that I'm playing this is because everything that happened is what happened. Because I'm not playing against a computer, I'm playing against a human, and I know how humans are going to play, and I can anticipate what's going to happen. So we take, boom, boom, and this is the moment of truth. You keep the rook on the board. Trading the rooks means that he loses the game. Plain and simple. You trade the rooks, you lose the game. Now you have a ruined pawn structure against my okay pawn structure. Against this is equal, but I have an extra pawn. So we're in a king and pawn endgame where I'm up a pawn and you have a bad pawn structure and you're losing. Every time you're losing. If you run away, you're still probably losing, but you have a better chance at not losing. That's all there is to it. Like, you keep the rook on the board. So all that happens, he trades off. We're in this position. Now, this is something instructive here. The reason we're pushing here and playing a5 is to stop his advancements of this, okay? So imagine if I play this. Then he gets to play this, locking down my whole position. I can't push this anymore, he just takes. So his one pawn is stopping my 2 pawns. It's called a deep freeze, and that sucks. So we don't want this to happen. Because if you see the valuation here, -4 if I play this and he gets this move, it's minus 1.8. So it's kind of a little bit in depth, but we play this first so that we can play other moves and not get stuck in this deep freeze. We trade off some pawns, we push this, and I'm pretty much ready to just launch forward. We go ahead and do it. Now it's completely equal here, it's completely equal here. All that's left is I have a passed pawn. And so at some point, I can abandon my passed pawn and let him capture it and go for one of these guys. So most likely what's going to happen here, he resigned, but most likely what's going to happen, we push our passed pawn. If he steps over, we step here. He's got to make a move. We just come back. He's got to make a move. If he steps in, we're going like this, and the pawn is passed. If he steps back, we step in. If he blocks, we push again. If he steps back, we step in. If he goes here, we go here. He's got to do something. If he goes here, we're just going to make a pass pawn. So even if there was a way for, like, I don't know how to explain this. Say it was my move. Say it was my move in this position. I just run, and he grabs this, but I get this, and then this is my new passed pawn. So that's like a distraction pawn tactic. You can always do that in king and pawn endgames because the king can only do so much. So if there's pawns far away like this and one passed pawn, it's like you just push the passed pawn, push your passed pawn over here, the king goes over to take it, and then you push this one and you're good to go and you win the game of chess. And I hope that was super simple and educational for everybody. That was fun to play. I don't know if I went through the accuracy, but I made one inaccuracy, one mistake, 95% accurate, and our opponent played 87% accurate. So that's the easiest opening you can possibly ever play in chess, and that's how it works and wins. So just play simple C6, bro, C6, and you'll win every game. So thank you so much for watching. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. I love you. I'll see you guys next time, and I've scheduled a bunch of videos for this week, so stay tuned. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. First things first, we're facing a 2100, so let's just get that first move out of the way so the game does not abort. We are playing the Sicilian. I'm going to start bringing this into the start of my video so we can see just where I'm at. I am 5 subscribers away from reaching a milestone of 1,500. So if you're watching this video in the future and I have 10,000 subscribers, just kidding, that will never happen, please subscribe. So I forget exactly what this opening is called, but we are playing the Sicilian. This is one of the variations where we're going to go ahead and put our pawns in the middle and recapture with our knight. He brings his knight. Let me clear my throat a little bit because I'm going to be doing a little bit of yapping about chess. So at some point this knight is going to come. He has obviously showed us he's going to fan counter the bishop, so we're going to just prematurely go ahead and defend this. So now that if this ever happens, we do have 2 defenders on this. I think we're going to bring the bishop out. I feel like that is the most promising move. He castles. And there's the moment of truth, ladies and gentlemen. Not yet. Technically, I'm going to move my queen. I forget which square is actually preferred. I, for some reason, feel like this one is. I'm doing this one, though, because we're never walking into this dark square bishop pin. So I think that this is going to make sense. But really what we're going to be doing here is castling opposite. Oh, my goodness. Where we're going to just try and kill each other, okay? I believe that this move is what needs to be played right now. The only reason I don't like that, I've had this exact position and I need to be able to memorize. Like, I need to memorize my openings a little bit better than what I have right now. I want to play this to stop the knight coming in. So if I push forward, he doesn't come forward and attack my dark square bishop. I guess if he does, I can not immediately because the knight will be boomerang defending this. But I think we just go for it. Where we capture, he captures, and we launch this pawn. No more calculation needed. If this happens, I think we just allow it. I think we just allow it. And if capture captures, we still have extra defenders on this guy. We can pretty much trade this off at will. And this somewhat takes away the idea of a quick e5. Because now we have at least a little touch on that square. So still, let's make sure that I actually pressed record. This is recording. I'm recording a video for the future. I'm trying to just foster my attacking chess abilities because the way that I win all of my games of chess is I same side castle, trade completely equally, completely boring, go up a pawn, and somehow win like a king and pawn endgame. That is literally the way that I win every game of chess. Okay, so it looks like he really just wants to arrive. He really is just trying to crack things on open over here. I like the idea of this. What a... What about take, push, take, queen's trade? It's hard to say. I want to play this, but I think that I just lose a pawn at the end because we have this, and then there's this in-between capture. So what if I take here, then push? Here, if he brings the pawn, we're cool. But here, we push. He could take with the knight attacking my queen. I'd have to take, and the bishop would take. He's attacking this, but I could just take and then take. I'm down like a minute and a half on the clock. This is not what you want to see. It's one of these pawn pushes, right? Like there's even the slow approach and then push. What am I thinking about for so long? Just play a goddamn move, bro. This isn't right. Take, push. Take, steps back. I don't know if I have anything. Take, push, take here. He steps back, attacking this. We go for a trade and bring my queen over here. And just let him get that pawn with his knight. What if we play this? I don't think that move made any sense. Because there's this. I spent way too long thinking about all of that. Okay, so now if he ever moves the knight, this bishop is under attack. This rook is also looking at my king. It's a tiny bit disconcerting. We could take. Let's just do this. If he takes with the bishop, we step back. Held. I like my bishop on this diagonal, if we're going to be completely honest. I don't like this dude looking here. Probably that's the move that's going to happen, though. Maybe we step back here. But then, actually, if I step back here, then potentially my bishop gets locked in jail. So I might step back here, add a defender to this. Maybe an attacker with a pawn push at some point. Okay, so he does want to capture it. We've got too many things looking at this. We've also got discovery ideas here. I think we do just step back. The problem is now that if this knight moves, I can't step forward to defend this guy. I'd probably have to jump forward. Or take. I need to play this. I need my attack to arrive, and it's not arriving yet. My pawns are close, but they are not there. I need all of my pawns on these squares and just start pushing things forward. Let's check this guy's bullet. Terrible at bullet, terrible at blitz, only good at rapid. Let's get this into a low time situation. I don't think that's really going to be able to happen because I'm down 2 minutes on the clock, so I do need to play a little bit quicker than I am playing. This is going to be my next move. Or he could just lock it down, and if I trade, it's like my isolated pawn here. And no matter what, once he captures this knight, I can't even take back with the queen. I'll have to take like this, and then my king is just susceptible to all sorts of attacks. So potentially I push forward. Maybe we play this. Get this little action going on. I'd kind of like his pawn here. I'm quite scared. I'm not sure. Is my voice the appropriate sound level? By the way, I haven't gained any subscribers, so quick little update on that. Let's get that thing out of the way. I think that it's still completely equal. I'm really just hoping and praying. That seems good. Like, boom, boom. Even if he takes with the knight, I just take. Completely destroys the pawns. I'm ready to rebring another rook. Do I really need 2 rooks to initiate this attack? We're almost equal on the clock as well now. And we're just kind of in a complicated game. This... he doesn't need to take, is what really sucks. What is the correct move for him to play? He could just step forward and apply pressure to this. And then, like, bring the knight. And once he brings the knight, he does have a lot of attackers on this guy. This knight seems like a liability. Maybe I bring him back and just fully invest on the attack. Okay. We can push forward. We can also push forward here. I think we take. If he takes with the knight, we also take. He'll for sure take with the bishop. Let's do it. It's only +2, so actually once we get into a little bit of low time, it's going to get a little bit ridiculous. This knight seems like a liability for me. This bishop is absolutely terrifying. So now we've just got a lot of things looking at this, so I think we have to take. This is held. I kind of like this. He might play this, where I capture, capture. The rook coming over is actually quite scary. And what does this even accomplish? What if he just takes? He just kicks me out of there? Let's go for it. We gotta go for something. We're scared of this, but I could just push forward. Here, here, here. I take. He comes in here attacking the... No, no, no. He would come with the rook. And I step over with the queen. Allow the check. I step up. He's going to double down on this guy almost certainly. He could trade. And our opponent has just slipped below on the clock. 4 minutes against 4 minutes and 36 seconds. A 2100 sitting across the board from us. What is going to happen in this endgame? He's also... I feel like his attack is just kind of arriving faster than mine. If we're going to be completely honest. Like, he can just take. It ruins his pawn structure. He doesn't have to, though. So, almost definitely he's considering, like, some other options. Like, even something like this might make sense. Like, just put a pawn in the center. What am I going to really do? Capture like this, en passant? And then he just, like, stations a completely indestructible defense. So he goes for this. What on earth is that? I mean, pretty plain and simple, he's going for this pawn. We take like this. He takes like this. We launch a pawn. He takes. We launch a pawn. Take. If he takes like this, it opens up ideas here that aren't actually terrific for me. I feel like that was the whole entire idea of my position. So we will be playing that move. I can maybe step forward. Now is no time to be making stupid moves. He is slipping low on the clock. Dude is 100 points rated higher than me. What on earth? I capture with the bishop, no? You capture here, I take. I mean, if I take like this, sacrifice here, I take like this, no? Also, I can take with check over here. So for one, I can just play that move. Gave me a little bit of hope. And I take like this. This doesn't work. I just step up. But now I'm getting officially attacked. He did just sacrifice a piece. Okay. He is really, really trying to grind down on some stuff here. I'm thinking about stepping over. We step over. We step up. If I play this, Okay, okay. You're gonna give up in this position, bro? I mean, you're lost. That sacrifice I don't think worked. Don't know what to say about that. I don't know what to say about that. I almost feel bad for him. What on earth did this dude calculate? Why would you play that? I feel like in this position, like this move is brave. It's not dumb, but it's brave. Was the whole idea. So you're telling me he thought about this for 6 minutes? The whole idea of this was this? Dude is a maniac. And then yeah, like I don't have to take with my queen and allow this. And even if I do, it's not completely losing. And I can always play this in the middle of everything. So I do actually get to like shred open your king as well. My pawn gets to gobble gobble. Or even... Oh, hello and welcome back. And thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we're going to be going head to head with an 1882 playing the Caro-Kann. So we will be playing the advanced variation. I could go for the Alien Gambit, but in a 10-minute game of chess, I just do not think it's advisable. So we are going to go for the fantasy variation, which I don't have memorized at all, so that's probably bad for me, but we are going to just go for it. It's like it's like the 5th most popular move. I think he goes for this, and we develop the knight. That seems to be what I remember. We develop the knight. He develops his knight. But we capture. He takes. Okay, he goes for the pin. We break the pin if he... I think we take. What do we do here? Defend the center one more. It's a pretty straightforward plan. I think we're just going to go for it. If he captures, I take. He takes, I take. He develops this knight. Somewhat of a problem. Just a tad bit. A little bit of a problem. If I take, and he takes, I take. He takes. Not great for me. Potentially we tickle here. He steps back, I tickle again. If this happens, we're doing this. This pin is a problem of defending this. He's got this capture, capture. He's got this is also hanging. If he steps back, I literally might chase him. Because this pin is really an issue right now. But oh dear lord, what do I actually do? If he steps back, boom, boom, boom. And he's got a lot of pressure on this pawn all of a sudden. We just take, no? You go here, I step up. I'm not even going to calculate it. We're just going to take this bishop. He jumps in, I step up. Or I step all the way up. Okay, so he captures here. I think we just take this, no? And then if you take, I take. You jump in. I get active like this. Okay, this is kind of forcing. I'm doing quite well in the position. I take. I don't know what our opponent was thinking there, but I think we're gonna be all right now. I'm up a piece. That was a complete sacrifice. My king sucks, but I think I'm gonna be able to. That's scary. Absolutely, that is scary. But I can just play this. No. Force the queen trade. I'm playing this. I'm playing this. I will trade the queens in the middle of the board, my friend. I was a little bit worried about like some of these like diagonal type moves. And so if we trade these queens, I feel very good about this endgame. Like he's still got this. But I can just attack you. And then you got to get out of here. And I can attack you again. And then you really got to get out of here. And I can push you again. And then you got to really figure out what you're doing with this knight. This knight all of a sudden becomes a liability. So we trade. We take back with the queen. He's got this, but like I calculated, we attack you. Where do you go then? Here, the only move, right? I attack you again. You could go here, but I'm defended. I might just develop a piece at that point. And if you take, I take, and I'm up a piece. I'll lose my bishop for the knight, but I'll get activity and develop my pieces. He's got this. Yes. We defend. He attacks. I step back like this. I could just attack here. Here, here, here. Oh, he takes and it's defended at that point. I mean, instead of being fancy, I could just step back. This, check. I step up. Let's be safe. He's still got this, but, I mean, I can run away. And, like, this check, I mean, my king steps up. Ooh. Now I could go here. Kind of like the idea of that. And we gotta do something. Here, here, here. What about this? Check. Boom, boom, up. We're playing this. It's going to defend this F2 square. We don't want nonsense like this. Knight's defended. This guy is not defended. I'm getting quick to be able to develop this guy. If he plays this, 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 I can capture. I'm also ready to bring this knight. I'm also getting ready to castle. Have I moved my king yet? I completely forget. Completely equal on the clock. He can castle. We develop. He can jump in. I'm stepping up. Then he's really kind of in a situation. He's going to have to decide what to do. And my pieces are defending each other. So he's got this, but I'll just move up. I will straight up just move up. Oh, then he can attack this. Okay, so I got to play this. Only move, right? I'm ready to castle. I think I got to like fast forward through this game. Okay, so I guess I can't scroll on the thing anymore. We got to remember, did I move the king? I don't think that I did. Okay, so he goes for this. We step up, no? We step out of this defending. We attack and defend. What else is going on here? We step up. If you capture, I can capture like this. He can play something like this, but we'll capture. Or if he plays this, I could capture here. And if he captures here, I capture here. I think I'm going to be all right. Like, all of my pieces are swarming my king, and we have no queens. So it's really just going to be like a tactical thing. If I'm able to trade down some pieces, I win. If he's able to like launch some sort of crazy attack, I'm going to lose. But I feel actually quite decent about what's going on in this position. At the very least, I can capture, take. I'll have to defend this first. So maybe I'm going to bring my rook. Like, my configuration of pieces is sloppy at best, but I don't hate it. I don't absolutely hate it. What do you do? Bring this? We go here. Take, take, take. Don't love that. We defend. He goes here. Move my rook. I think we go for this. If he doubles... I am literally surrounding my king with every single piece that I have. Like, every single piece that I have is surrounding my king right now. And I actually think if I'm able to move this guy, like if he doubles and I move this guy, take, 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 take. I think I survive that. Or actually, does it work? Here, here. What are you going to do other than take? Push this pawn. I'm going to grab this first. Okay. unsure what is the better move. I can take here, but what does that really accomplish? Let's just do this. It adds a defender to this guy. My rook is completely left out of the game. Maybe we do this. I'm going for this. It's a pretty straightforward threat. Like, that's my entire idea. He can get in, but I'm hitting this fork. Okay, we do this. We're attacking the rook and this guy. He has to step up. We take. We're going for this. This is defended enough different ways. This doesn't really work. It's defended too many different, freaking every single way in the position you could ever think of. And I'm going to be able to grab this bishop. And if I grab this bishop and, like, bring his rook over here, all of a sudden, we have, like, gotten rid of so much stuff we need to be worried about. So, for one, I can take this with check. Okay, I mean, just give up. I can take this with check, for one. Like, take this with check. If you step up, I take this with check, and you have to come back, and then I take this. So, he, what was he really supposed to do? I think he just needed to scoot the rook up one square, but I'm still taking this with check, then check. Then I attack. Probably you take, I take. You attack again. I'll defend. Let's check it with the computer and just see how accurate of a game was that. I feel like it was actually pretty solid. I was in trouble in the beginning, I felt like. Maybe not, like, tremendous trouble, but it wasn't, let's change the scenes. Set up for Lichess. Bada boom, bada bing. Request a computer analysis. And we're going to take the moment of truth. How good am I at chess? One inaccuracy I see already. The computer is thinking. And the graph is off to a bad start because it shows that I had a very big advantage. And I'm not sure if I converted that completely the way that I was supposed to. We could do a little game of guess the accuracy. Like, we guess what % accuracy it is. Okay, so let's just see this. Caro-Kann, fantasy variation. Best move. Best move. Best move. Ooh, not the best move, but who cares? It's about equal. Then this. He's just sacrificing the bishop. I didn't believe in this. And we just go for the queen trade. No, it's not the best move. Like, getting more active is like defending the discovery check with the bishop. No. The easiest, best move to play. Get rid of the most powerful pieces. I know that I'm winning here. Jumping back with tempo on this. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Not the best move. This was better. I guess just defending the pawn. Could be a weakness at some point. Whatever. Ooh, castling out of it. Realizing that there was this fork. If he goes here. Oh, castling to add pressure to the fork. Okay, that's a complicated move. We're castling. That's fancy. We castle to allow this so that there's this fork because now we have added... Okay, you need to be real good at chess to find a move like that. And I'm just not that good. So stepping up with the king is the second best option. Keeping my advantage beautiful. We step over. I guess I could have taken 3 different ways. They're all about the same. We develop, and we get this fork. And yeah, we're gonna take this with check. Pretty much no matter what you do. Like, if you step here, I'm going here. So I'm just getting in. I take this with check. If you step here, I grab the rook. If you grab this rook, I take. Then you grab this. I'm completely, absolutely crushing. I think that might be another 98% accurate game. Straight up, every move was the best move. Let's just see how accurate it was. Oh, it's still loading. It says 100% accurate. I was like, 100%? It can't be 100%. This thing needs to load just a little bit more. Please load. What's going on here? Wow. I feel like that was pretty accurate. And then here, like, okay, I'm tossing away some % of accuracy here to play the human best move. Like, if you're a human and you're winning, trade the queens. Could I have, like, defended and developed my pieces faster? Yes. But if we get rid of the queens, I am far more likely to win. He's not going to develop... Like, if we got into this position right here, and, like, just say a queen appears here and my queen appears here, that's a whole different game. That is a whole different game. I am actually getting attacked, and I'll need to figure my way out of it. But yeah, everything was like pretty accurate. I'm thinking it was a really, really high. Oh my god, it's slowly loading in. 93% accurate. That took way longer than it needed to. 3 inaccuracies, 98% accurate, 25 average Sunty pawn loss. Not the greatest. Where were my inaccuracies? I mean, if he captures, I just take back. No, I'm slightly losing. Okay, he's gonna get like a little bit of development. We're not scared of that. Okay, that inaccuracy, who cares? This inaccuracy, not an inaccuracy. I know that maybe it's not the best move in the position, but it's a way to trade the queens. Best move. Then, okay, stepping over here to apply pressure to this. But doesn't that just allow this check, and then I step up, and then there's this, and then I gotta like really kind of get fancy. Like kind of what I was thinking here. Like if I do this, I allow this check. Then I step up, and then this, yes. And then I gotta get real fancy. I probably would have played this, where you can attack me again. Then my rook comes all the way over here. I did see this for a second, this configuration. I mean, it gets a little bit flimsy if I play something like this. I didn't want to go into any of that. It seemed too scary. I didn't want to like allow checks and stuff. So instead of that, I'm allowing the check, but I step up, and I've got at least my knight, because this guy is not going to be doing anything. So that is why I didn't want to bring my knight over here. Then he's not like helping in this situation. So sorry that it took forever to actually have the computer analysis. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here, or watch another one of my videos. I'll put it right here. Thank you so much. I love you. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is what we always do, somewhat faster, because normally we do a rapid game. Today we are not doing a rapid game, we're doing a 3+5. And so what we're going to do is just try to put the pressure on this guy, okay? I would like to play as aggressive as possible, but I'm playing with the black pieces and we have a not super aggressive structure going on. So we're going to have to step back. Bishop was attacked. We don't want the bishop. He's going to push here because, okay, we're going to just trade this off because that bishop was kind of a liability. And we're going to go for this pawn break so we have a natural development square for my knight. We are then going to put the knight on that natural development square. And we need to develop this last piece. So he doesn't need to trade. If he does, it's really not terrible for anybody. But I think we're going to trade the rooks because we pretty much got to do that. And now we are in more or less of a little bit of a situation. We can't go here because it hangs the bishop. We can step back, but then he can take here. If I take this first, he's going to give us a check. We can only block it like this, and then he takes, and I have to step out, and then he gets this. So I'm in a little bit of a problem. Stepping back like this really is going to just walk into issues here. But I could step up or step over. You know what? I think we can step over. Then the queen comes. But we're going to take this time to just step up. Defend like so. He has 2 attackers, but we also have 2 defenders. So I'm a little bit weary about capturing this bishop and just letting his knight arrive to the party. This is hanging. So I think we can take this first, then step over. I mean, he could grab this first, but then I could save my dude. I can jump forward, but then he can grab this, his queen comes back here, I give a check, he steps up. Don't love it, to be honest with you. This pawn is hanging, and that is the issue. That is what I'm trying to figure out right now. I can step over, but then he just captures this pawn. So being aggressive as possible did not really work out in my favor. If anything, he's the one pressuring me. What if we step back with the knight? We take this first. No, we can't do that. We take here, let him grab this, then we grab here. It's the best idea that I've got. He can grab this, but then I grab the knight. I'm really not sure what I'm supposed to be playing here, and I've got 2 minutes on the clock. At some point I can step back. I'm still thinking about trying to play something like this. Actually, we can play this, and then we're pinning this knight. So he could grab this. But I think that I just untangled. I'm also attacking this pawn. And I have checks. So this knight is pinned for the moment being. So he grabs this. For one, I can grab this with check first. So that's just important to note. I don't want to like take and then let him play some nonsense. So we're going to play this check first. Maybe I should have saved that. Then we play this. And then there's really a lot of different things we can do. Anything on the back rank is checkmate. So I can take this, guarding this, and if he takes here, then this is just simply checkmate. So we're going to take here, defending this pawn from check. He can't take this tactically because there's the checkmate. He can go ahead and push a pawn forward, yes. But I think I'm just going to push this forward. And I'm ready to kind of give this check. He would have to step forward. Then I can give this check. Dude having all this time in the world didn't really do him so much good. This just wins the knight straight up. So check here, we win the knight. I could even give a check here and then win this. But then he gets in with a check. I step back. He could chase us, but I block with the knight. He checks here, but it's guarded. Okay, so we're going to go for it. We're going to grab the knight. We're going to grab the knight. The pawn is defended. Yes, there's this check. Stepping this way walks into this check, but I can block here. So we're going to lose some pawns and stuff. But what if I step this way? Does blocking with the knight guard my pawn? He's got this, but I can slide all the way back. We step over. That hung this pawn. Yes. Then there's more checks to deal with. Gosh darn it. What is the way to escape from this nonsense? Well, he's got this, and that's checkmate, so that's something kind of scary to look at. What should I do? Here, allow the check. That kind of hangs the pawn. What if I just step back? He plays this, I play this, he plays this. So that's not going to work. So I'm thinking we're going to allow this check. We step back. He can play this, but we're getting ready to run. There's no more back rank checks over there. We've got this. Everything is held by the queen. And we just force a queen trade. Immediately we force a queen trade. He can go for it, but pretty much at this point it's a wrap. So this is a passed pawn, and he's going to have to deal with that. I don't know if I'm in a huge rush. I think I could, like... What should I do? Here. Here, here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm grabbing the wrong piece. What we're doing is this. And going for this pawn. I think I'm gonna... He's gonna have to go for this eventually. I mean, I've got all the time in the world to figure this out. I could maybe just, like, straight up invest in this guy. Like, he can get in the way of it. We just come over here. We're gonna attack this pawn. He can push, but I take... He push, but he's completely lost. That's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. He realized it just as I did. He can't push any pawns. He can't do anything. That's a wrap. So, 8 minutes. Thank you so much. Let's check it with the computer real quick and just see how accurate this was. And let me see. There we are. And we're in the analysis. So I didn't know that I could do that while recording. I would always make 2 videos. So I'm probably going to start doing it just in 1 video and then cutting out that little black section in the middle. And is my audio good? Looks like we're chilling. Let's see. I was really getting pressurized in the middle. So Caro-Kann, bada boom, bada bing. Not a Caro-Kann. What am I talking about? I'm so used to playing a Caro-Kann. We trade this off. We're good. Pushing the pawn was better. Oof. I always forget to play moves like this. Okay, I could have also shut the door on the queen, because the queen being on this diagonal did prove to be a problem. So that's a blunder. I can also still plug the hole with my knight. Didn't go for it. Instead, we traded these pieces without even thinking. We step back with the knight. We get pinned. Step up with the king. And really what I thought was going to happen here was some sort of nonsense where it's like take, 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 take. And like just this. What am I really supposed to do? He can take here and I step forward. It's like, bro, my king is my most advanced piece. So I saw that briefly in the game. And luckily it didn't happen. So I traded that off to get away from these ideas. But now he's got his 2 most powerful pieces over here on the side of the board. And it's back to equality. So I just got really lucky here that he went for that. And it looks like this is what you want to do. But essentially, if I plug the hole and your pieces aren't getting in, then this is literally like all of your material. Like these knights aren't doing anything. This is all of your material held up by a knight and a pawn, essentially. So we trade, and now we get in, and all of a sudden we're winning. Bada boom, bada bing. He captures. Best move. Check it out. Computer says it. Okay. Either way. Either one was fine. You know what I mean? I don't think that was a situation where it really mattered all that much. And then, simple fork. Boom, boom. You always got to look like, come on, bro. You got to look for forks. I guess it's kind of hard to see, but obviously I'm giving one of these checks. So you always got to check, like, what are the diagonals coming from those checks. So boom, we grab this. And then essentially I just knew that I was going to get hit with a bunch of checks. But I'm doing the little cocoon. Like, yes, he got a pawn, but realistically, like, come on. He couldn't keep checking me. And everything is actually quite guarded. So this pawn is guarded. When my queen is here, both pawns are guarded. So all I need to do is just stop getting checked, and I'm going to be able to make advancements forward. Right here, the easiest thing to do is force a check. Force a queen trade with a check, I should say. He steps back or whatever. It doesn't matter. We're trading the queens. And then in this endgame, essentially my game plan is my knight is going to deal with these guys, and your king has to deal with these guys. And my knight is quite capable of jumping in and grabbing this and jumping over here and grabbing this. And just my knight can mop up all of these guys because my pawns definitely stop some stuff. So thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is trying to play an attacking, vicious game of chess. Today we're facing an 1850. Let's check the profile real quick. E4, E5 on the board. He's quite good at bullet. He's okay. He's got comparable ratings to me, to be fair. And so what we're going to try and get in this game of chess, unfortunately, I explained this in my last video. When you have this structure, you can't bring the knight because they can sacrifice. You take back. They push this pawn that's defended by the queen. You have to step back. They take the knight. You take the pawn. They can hit you. A lot of things can happen. Long story short, you got to push this pawn. Okay? So this is one of the drawbacks of the bishop's opening. And we're just going to go right on into it. And instead of stepping forward to where I'm just going to get hit, I'm going to put my knight on this less optimal square, then develop my other knight in a way where my pieces are developed. So I just simply replaced this. I'm ready to castle. We're going to break this pin. He castles. And you know what? You know what? You know what? I mean, if I play this, you can kind of just... We're doing it anyway. We are doing it anyway. And we castle opposite. I didn't calculate anything, but we're castling opposite. And we're going to have an attacking game of chess. So a simple capture, of course. That hangs this pawn. Yes, indeed. But I'm just going to step over. You grab this pawn. And I'm not convinced. Without any calculation. I'm not convinced that grabbing that pawn is what he wanted to do. I can also have a tempo winning move. What about a sacrifice? Check. I kind of like the idea of just attacking this queen. I mean, we're doing something. We're definitely doing something. We are trying to absolutely attack. Yes, we're down a pawn, but I don't know if that pawn was super important. We now have this. We now attack the queen yet again. And he has to do something about this. So I think this is just a winning move right here. We're going to completely lever. We can do this, but he can attack my queen. But then I take the queen. No. If he comes in, I just take. Then he takes. We play it. We play it. We are absolutely just grabbing my g2 pawn, just opened up the file, and now we just have avenues of attack. And look at my bishops, bro. Like, nothing about this position seems even remotely fun to play for our opponent here. And at the very least, I can grab this and get the rook. I mean, this is pretty forcing. Do I win the game after that? So one thing to note is I can't take with the rook first. Sometimes you want to do that. But I feel, I mean, like, you know, an attack... I'll give him the take back. I'll give him the take back. Okay. I mean, I step forward with a check. This is actually quite an interesting position we've got going on here. I can hit him with a check, but then he just steps back. Then do I bring my rook? I think I probably want to bring this first. And then at some point, we're going to launch these pawns. I can also give this check, but he just steps back. So, like, check, steps back. Then check again. Check here, check. Steps to the corner. First things first, we're just going to put the rook on this. I'm pretty sure we can take. Simple tactics here. We bring the rook in. I mean, he can try and hang on to it. We grab this. There's no discovery check. And now this is just completely a rough situation. It might even be worth it to, like, scoot my king over a tiny little bit just to avoid all the nonsense. So he's going for this, but when he does, I'm going to hit him with this check. So we're going to play a slow move. I still need to win this. I do still need to win this. Winning this pawn actually, what's more important? Actually, this one will be left alone. So I think I'm going to hit him with this check. If he steps back, I'm going to grab this. You always want to look how can you grab the most amount of pieces. So this is a tempo on the bishop. And he resigns. So pretty much what's going to happen here is, I mean, they're both undefended as well, but I'm pretty much just going to, like, slide all over the board and win all of these pawns. And I mean, dude, look at my pawns. I got so many pawns. Let's just check the evaluation. 8 minutes, good enough. We put him down quick. He didn't have to suffer long on that one. Let's check this position. How much? +5. Yeah. And so pretty much my idea was win this pawn. Like, win this pawn. And it's just, bro, you have a very difficult to play position. Make no mistake about it. I'm not even sure what he's supposed to do at this point. His king is naked, not defended by anybody. His pieces are undefended, and his pawns are just getting ready to get mopped up. And so that's how you attack. That is absolutely how you attack and win. I mean, let's check it with the computer and just see how accurate that was on my part. I think because he resigned, it might be more accurate than I'm anticipating. But let's just hop into the analysis, and I'll see you over there. And oh boy, I just played a perfect game of chess. Now, that was quite easy to do because my opponent played terribly. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm going to message him and say, hey, I'm going to make a video out of this if you want to watch it. But he definitely made a lot of blunders. And so there were a few things. For one, he grabbed the poison pawn. Like, bro, you just opened the file allowing me to attack. And then the queen got battered around after that. So not only did I get an open file, I got tempo on that file. And so if we look at the graph, I was never in trouble. Not a moment. Not even a second was I in trouble that game. 0 inaccuracies, 0 mistakes, 0 blunders, 94% accurate. We're not even going to talk about our opponent. We're not even going to talk about it because I feel bad. Now, we get the bishop's opening. E4, E5, bishop C3. He brings the knight. Like I explained, you can bring the knight, but it walks directly into this type of stuff where you're actually supposed to like bring the knight, let them capture, and then you bring the queen out. You do this, and then they have to step back, and you win the pawn back, or you block. I don't know. You know what I mean? It gets complicated. So push the pawn. Now the center is fortified. You capture this. I bring my knight here. It is a less optimal move. The best move is to bring the knight out here, but my general plan is to break opening theory and not play completely like openings that everybody knows. So this is by far, like if we look down here, how often are these moves played? It is played 4% of the time. So simply by playing a move like this, you avoid 96% of all of the opening theory. Boom. Done. There you go. Make a move like this, you're good to go. Like not like this. Okay, this one is really the only realistic move. We bring the knight, trade, we just replace it. We break the pin. We bring the queen up with the simple idea of castling. He could have just jumped forward, and it's actually not so great for me. I didn't actually look at that, but whatever, we castle. Then trade. That didn't make any sense for our opponent because that just put my bishop, like, that's not safe. And you just gave up your bishop for my knight for no reason. So not only did you better place my bishop, you also gave up your bishop for my knight. So like that was a lot of arrows going on. Boom, 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 boom. But terrible. We step over with the king. Best move. And grabbing this pawn is just straight up a mistake. What's funny is he's going up 1 point of material, but he's going down more than a point positionally, because look what that did. Tempo on the open file, like that is the most important file to keep closed. The one with your king and your queen. And he opened it up. So I bring my rook. Basically, we have the idea of this. He scoots up here, and yet again, another tempo. He could have gone somewhere else, but I'm essentially either going for this or this. Probably not this because the bishop would come in, so I'd probably, like, after this, I'd scoot the rook over. Or bust open with a pawn. That was the best move. I'd probably play this. And we still got a great... He pushes this, then he's got weaknesses on the dark squares. So he comes up. Basically a one-move blunder. This square is very important. He had already scooted the rook over. If you don't scoot the rook over, this is less of a threat. But the rook does not defend this pawn. And that pawn is being looked at, definitely by my bishop. So we attack the queen. Queen's got to go somewhere. We take. He actually blundered, and I gave him the take back. But still, after this, it's just not great. And so you can be slightly more ambitious and step forward with a check. He basically has to step back, but then you bring the rook. Then you've got ideas of like getting in. Oh, never mind. If I play this, he has to stay guarding the rook. Oh man, so it would get a little bit dicey for our opponent. Whatever. Putting the rook here is quite simple. Then here is just a tactic, just a game-winning tactic. There's better things that can be played, absolutely, but this is the easiest. You get rid of the knight, you sacrifice the rook, because if he lets go of the rook, then simply I take it. So if he plays something like this, I mean, what if he does play this? I can just force it. You have to take it, or if you move out of the way, then I'm going to win your rook for free. So you have to take it, but now I get this with check. So I could have just really forced it and been like, you're taking this rook, buddy. We get this. I understand the idea here. You got to move. That's the only thing you can do is you can't move this or this hangs. So you got to push this pawn to do this. So this is defended. But in that time, I make a little square. So no back rank checkmate ideas later in the game. And what's unfortunate is, I mean, you attack my queen, but I'm just going to step over here. King goes somewhere. I grab this pawn. Wow, that's the best computer line. That is a ridiculous move to play. I guess it makes sense. You get really far away and safe from my queen, and you maintain defending the rook. Crazy move. Computers are wild. But in this position, I'm giving this check. Wherever you go, there's opportunities of me getting this at some point. So the rook is undefended, the bishop is undefended, the pawn is undefended. I'm going to mop everything up and completely destroy him. And so, long story short, if you're going to learn anything, look at this position. Opposite side castling. What do you not want to do? Take this pawn with your queen. That's it. That's it. That's the major pitfall in this position. Any other move would be fine. any other move, essentially. Like, even if you play this, I mean, it's still... Okay, never mind. Whatever. You got to play something. You got to play something. But taking this pawn absolutely just lost him the game. Then, I just wanted to take a look at this tactic here. I mean, we're attacking the queen. The queen's got to move somewhere, but we are just applying pressure to this. And the f7 square is always the weakest square in the enemy's position, generally before castling, because it's only defended by the king. And it's still weak in this position. We take. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. Then this tactic here, I guess, is worth taking a little look at. Stuff like this does happen. Boom, boom. Then you sacrifice the rook, basically for a pawn. We get the pawn, you have to grab, let go of this. You can find stuff like this when there's a piece only defended by a king or a queen or something like that. And you can sacrifice a piece close to it so they step away and let go of whatever piece they're defending. Because, like, the king and the queen suck at defending pieces because stuff like this happens. And so, either way, thank you so much for watching my video. I know that one was a little bit shorter, but I sure hope you enjoyed. That's how you attack and win. If you learned anything, please subscribe. And I'm going to schedule more videos to come out pretty consistently is the plan, like once every like 2 days or something. So thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I love you, and get out of here. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is playing the Caro-Kann against a random person that I have actually faced before. So I lost the other game, so wish me luck in this one. And so we have the Caro-Kann, the Tardicower variation. He might even go for the Alien Gambit, and if he does, then I will be defending for the next 10-15 minutes. He's thinking about it. He doesn't do it. So the main line here, the plan of development for me is pretty straightforward. You develop the bishop to the square, you castle, you bring the rook over, you pin the knight if it's an option. So we're going to go ahead and castle. And we're undecided what we're doing with these minor pieces yet, so I believe scooting the rook over first is the correct idea. And I wish I should have looked at the game in which that I lost against him. And so what we don't want to see is some nonsense like this. So I talked about scooting the rook over. I know that's the best move, so I don't even know why I touched the bishop. Now, I think we're going to go here. If he attacks us, we scoot back and we go for the pawn cube structure. And every chess player loves to see a pawn cube. So hopefully we all get it and we can look at it and say, look at this beautiful pawn cube. It only really arises in this opening variation. When else does it occur? You know what I mean? This is the only time. Let's do it, bro. My hands are sweaty looking at the opportunity of this pawn cube. Let's go. Come on, bro. Do it. Okay, so he did not take. We're still worried about these ideas, but we got to do something with this knight. Coming this way is actually an okay idea, because what's about to happen is I'm going to have a pawn cube at some point. I guess he doesn't really need to take it. I mean, this option is there. So one chess principle is if there's a situation, I guess if he moves the queen somewhere, I can maybe get out of it. But when you're in a situation where it's like this is always going to be an option, playing other moves first is actually okay, because this isn't going anywhere. You're going to get that bishop, and I'm going to get the pawn cube. And so there's no reason to fret about it. Is that the right word? Fret? I can bring the knight now. Queen up or knight this way. This is a very like cagey type structure where we're both taking all of the necessary precautions before we actually start making advancements forward. Now this knight is defended. I mean, I don't know if this was something I really needed to be worried about. But just in the end game, I think having my rooks on the two open and semi-open files, I'm putting the rooks in the middle of the board. It just makes sense. This pawn push can attack this, so maybe pushing this forward or this forward will make sense in just a little bit. And then, okay, with this right here, with G3 played, I don't think that I've had this exact structure, but imagine that it was there. I have almost definitely had this exact structure. He needs to take this and I'll be more familiar with it, but one of the ideas is sliding back with the bishop, and the bishop lives here because we're worried about some sort of crazy stuff happening. Also, the knight can do it in 2 moves. But I think we're just going to push a pawn on the side of the board because I'm undecided and I'm unsure what to do and how to proceed forward. Basically what we're going for, and the most important thing that I've learned through all of my years of playing chess, and specifically in this past year as my rating has gone higher than it ever has been before, is, Bro, just survive the opening. Like, just survive the opening, survive the middle game, and the game will be won and lost in the end game. So right now, I'm fairly convinced that it's more or less equal structure. But now, the idea of escaping suddenly comes to mind. If I play this, what's going to happen? You play this, I take. I think I'm going to go for it. He had the chance. I mean, the position has changed just enough that now my bishop is supported. When he captures, my rook is in the middle of the board. But I think that it's more or less unassailable. I'm ready to double the rooks. There's no check discovery. I mean, there's a discovery here that looks at my defended bishop, so it's not like that's not going to be scary. And if he doesn't take, well, by golly, I think that I'll just take. And it's hanging, and that will make your knight step back. Okay, so he takes. I take with the rook. That was the idea all along. He can definitely touch it. He can give my rook a little touch ski, so that's not great. But the idea of doubling the rooks on the only open file in the position can't be a terrible game plan. And then my knight doing a little ziggity-zag to the middle of the board seems reasonable. And his knight is no longer attacking my bishop on either of these squares because the bishop is dead. And so his knight on the side of the board is kind of stupid. And so what's he thinking about right now? I mean, my game plan is more or less pretty simple. And you know what? Just for you guys, I might even go for this. Just to get the pawn cube. Because I talked about it. We thought about it. We thought we were going to have a pawn cube structure, and he didn't go for it. So if I can do it by trading off a knight instead of my light square bishop, then I'm a happy boy. That's scary. That's scary. But what did I talk about earlier? The bishop sliding back. Because what we're worried about here is some sort of crazy stuff where he applies too much pressure to my g7 pawn. And I just don't like it. So my bishop's being attacked. I mean, I can't move forward. So we are not going to spend a huge amount of time. I spent more time than I needed to on that. But we are undeveloping the bishop. We're sliding in with this check first. Okay. Definitely my queen is being attacked. What on earth are my options? This doesn't work. This is like the only square that seems to be doing anything in the position. So if I come in and then knight jumps in, I don't have to take it. The only thing I don't like about this is it doesn't really give my knight. So maybe I come all the way out and attack this. I'm coming all the way out because I have this open column. What do we call open rank? Open rank. That's the term for it. I was thinking about like an Excel spreadsheet. We're playing chess, not Excel. And so this attacks the pawn, and it also attacks the knight. I mean, that attacks this pawn. I'm not convinced that grabbing this pawn, this with tempo. So I think I just need to take. He takes, and then I'm up a pawn. He gets in with his rook, but I slide back. We're doing that. I mean, his rook is getting ready to come in. And then this is a big problem. So if I play this, he brings the rook in. I come back, attacking this. He steps over attacking. I step over attacking. This is now defended. If he attacks my queen, I'm not sure that I can grab this pawn. I grab in, and I come back. That way this is no option. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. He can play this first, but then I slide somewhere. And I can even like step back with my knight. So I grabbed a pawn, but he's going to have what is called the initiative. He has a piece on my side of the board, and he's about to have another. And my queen is on the side gobbling pawns. But I am up a pawn, so if I'm able to not get checkmated, I'm all right. And the reason we're not coming back to here is boom, boom. I guess I could jump out with the knight at that point. But then this is hanging. So boom, boom, boom. Not sure what to do. I was basically deciding between these two squares. Now this dude is going to get into the position. And like I said, I can defend it. But he can push this pawn. And then I'm in a real problem. So my knight is hanging. If I go anywhere, what am I trying to do? We're doing this. Yikes. We're getting into a little bit of a time situation right now. I'm getting scared. Okay, so now he's attacking this pawn. Check. Does that accomplish anything? No. I can step here. We attack the bishop. He can defend like this. So he can grab. We give up just the knight? What am I supposed to do here? We go here, here, here. Boom. We're going for it. You can play this. No, you can't. What am I talking about? You can play this, but then I grab. So this bishop is pinned. So I think he has to step over, and then I step back. And then it's a completely even position, but I'm the one with the separated pawns. I think that's a blunder, right? Is it? I step in like so. I step in, defending this, my back rank. I'm so scared. I think that was it. And if the queen gets ideas... Okay, so he pins the knight. I'm literally just going to push a pawn over here. The idea is to step over so I can move the knight. He can try and get in. Like if he just plays this, what do I do? He wants to play this. I step over. He comes in. I jump back attacking the queen. But there's checkmate. Oh my goodness. We defend like this. Yikes. I'm up a piece. But I'm in such a difficult to play position. If he comes in like so. This attacks the queen. What if I just take? We're trying to step back. 14 seconds. Do not blunder this away, bro. If we play this... Bro, I'm just going to hang my queen. Oh my god, bro. I hate chess. Jesus Christ. Cool. You attack the knight. I go here. And I never got away from my stupid back rank checkmate ideas. He can just attack my rook. Awesome. Awesome. I just need to get out of these back rank checkmate ideas. I'm going to lose all my pawns. I'm just pushing this pawn. I'm just going to lose this pawn. And we are going to be in a stupid game of chess. Check here. I mean, can't be good, but we're going for it. Here. This sucks. He can just attack me like this. If I step in like this, he just steps in. Another check. If anything, I'm just helping him mobilize the king. We're going to give this check. He steps forward. This check. This is so not easy to play, bro. And he's got a minute. Okay. You can just push this. You can just push, bro. I'm not checkmating anybody. Did that work? Oh my god. Okay, we grab the queen. We're going for this pawn. Oh my goodness. Here. Here. Which pawn do I grab? Grabbing this pawn. Which pawn? This pawn in. I'm grabbing the closer pawn. You know what? I'm in an endgame that I think I can win regardless. So we're stepping closer with the king, and if I get in here, I can win all these pawns and just trade for this one. It's not really what I want, but it will work. I'm going to save some time. Here, 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 here. I think we go closer with the king. Uh-huh. Get a pawn. He can go for my pawns too. But I don't think I care. I'm so scared. But now we have this. Okay. We're good. We are good. That tactic in the end game. Bro. From out of nowhere. Losing. And I come hopping around with the knight. I made a lot of knight moves. You got to be careful. And I just set up this tactic. A Hail Mary. Boom. And it works. Boom. What did I say at the beginning of this? Games are won and lost in the end game. And all the way back here, we're in the end game. This situation, you know what? I could have just admitted that I was going to lose the knight and just like started grabbing pawns or something. I think taking with the knight would have also made sense because you take, I take, and the rook is under attack, so you got to do something. So I think I could have just taken here. And if you grab my queen, I grab yours. And if you grab my knight, I grab your rook. So if you save your rook, I save my knight. And then I just got a knight, an extra knight against these like three pawns, 2 extra. So let's check that with the computer and see how accurate it was. That was an emotional roller coaster of a game, and it was won and lost in the end game. So let's go to the analysis. And here we are in the analysis. And don't even say it, I'm thinking it too. I came back from nothing. Did I deserve that? I had a completely winning position. In low time, I hang my queen. I hang out long enough for him to hang his queen as well. And so, man, what did I say at the beginning? Games are won and lost in the end game, and there can be huge swings. And so, look at this graph. Look at the graph in the opening, look at the graph in the middle game, and then look at the graph in the end game. So, if you're going to practice and study and understand anything in chess, it's the end game, okay? Because every game that I play at my level, maybe at lower levels or something, it gets crazy in here. I don't actually know because I'm not looking at graphs of like 1200 rated games or whatever. If you can avoid like blundering pieces in one move in the opening and the middle game, you can do it in the end game and still survive. So that was long enough. Let's hop right into it. We have the Caro-Kann. I believe it's called the Tardicower. Tardicower. Look at that. I know my openings, okay? You don't got to play like this. Right here, developing the bishop is the best move. So just take, this is the main line, Caro-Kann main line. Boom, boom. And then the Alien Gambit would be this. Okay, so that's how the Alien Gambit arises. He takes the knight, we take back like this, away from the center, but we're going to castle this way and potentially get a pawn cube. So, best move, best move, best move, best move. Not the best move. I'm supposed to step forward and get away because I can actually escape on a lot of crazy dark squares like this. But I went for the pawn cube and it's still completely even. If you look at the clock, tiny advantage for white. Now, we're just developing our pieces. And at this point, I realize this was it's been on the board for a while, but I was kind of okay with the pawn cube because I know that it's still an even position. All right. So we are like 18 moves into the game. How many moves into the game are we? Where is it? Yeah, 14 moves into the game, completely even. All right. And there was a lot of moves we could have played. Finally, I realize I don't need to go for the pawn cube. I can get out of this now that it's supported, and it's been supported for a while. So he trades, I take, there's no useful discoveries, and I can get out of it with a check. So he brings the knight, and then this is something in this structure. If you play the Tardicower, if you play the Caro-Kann, and you go into the Tardicower, you should just know this idea. The bishop is attacked. This one, he made it really simple. I mean, he attacked the bishop, and I essentially have one square. That's like, what else was I going to play? Realistically, leave it there or move it. And if I'm moving it, this is the only square that makes sense. But even when the knight doesn't arrive here and maybe there's like other stuff going on, undeveloping the bishop to defend your g7 square is an idea that exists in these types of positions. All right, so it looks stupid that you're undeveloping a piece, but it serves its purpose, and you can get back out in the end game after the pressure on this pawn is alleviated. Okay, he attacks the queen. I go ahead, best move, throw in a little trade first, then I jump in. I'm attacking the knight, I'm attacking the pawn. He jumps in, and essentially I didn't want to grab this pawn and let him grab this pawn. And it's the right idea to simply trade. Now I grab this pawn, and it's still even because, like I explained in the video, I got a pawn, but he got the initiative. So he has a piece on my side of the board, and he's ready to bring another. Not only that, I've got looming back rank ideas because I have not found the time to make any pawn pushes to give me a little luft. Ideally, this one that I play later. Okay? He attacks my rook. What is the best move here? Just attack the bishop, but I play the second best move, so don't hate it. Then his rook arrives. I undevelop the knight in a way, and just doubling up is what he's supposed to do. It's completely even, but I'm up a pawn. And so a pawn means very little when you have two pieces on your 7th rank and a third ready to support and just get in, okay? So I'm supposed to just throw a pawn on the side of the board. If you expected me to play this move in this position, you're crazy, and that's a cheater. There is no possible way that I play this move, or anybody. Like, are you kidding me? This is what we're dealing with, and you push a pawn on the side of the board. That is how you maintain your advantage? Not a chance. I play the second best, far more natural move. We attack the bishop. When the bishop moves, I get the pawn, or you have to defend like this, which kind of pins the bishop because the rook is undefended. So it's still completely even. But I need to put my rook on the open file. I need to say, these guys are stupid. My queen can maintain all of this. Rook to the open file to prevent the queen from getting in any type way is what I needed to play. I don't. Now, I throw away my one pawn advantage to a minus pawn advantage. It looked fancy. It looked fancy. You take my knight. You take my knight. I take your bishop. And white is just slightly winning because he is not up a pawn, but my pawn structure sucks in comparison to his. Like, his pawn structure is beautiful, pristine, undestroyed, and I got the gap tooth structure and double pawns here. So I was trying to get rid of the knight, like get rid of the knight and get the bishop. I think that actually it's very still holdable. So he steps over. He's attacking this. It's defended by this, but I have this in-between move where I take the bishop, and now I'm defending the rook. So he pins the knight. What I'm supposed to do is say, okay, you take my queen, I'm taking your queen, with tempo on the rook. You get in to touch my pawns, and then we go on from there. I got a knight. Okay, we're not going to go further into this. So this happened. I'm supposed to just find this tactic. Instead, I wanted to take 2 moves to get out of the pin. I'm still winning. And again, we're supposed to go for this. We attack the queen. That's funny that the queen is being attacked on both of these squares, somehow with a discovery with the knight, but I'm supposed to just go for it. I go for your queen. If you take, I take. And then, like I said, if you grab my knight, I grab your rook, you lose the game. If you save your rook, I save my knight, you grab a pawn, we're chilling. And so, happened twice. Twice in the position with 36 seconds, I didn't find it. Instead, I defend a pawn. But now, being pinned is still very much an issue, because the queen is coming. One more opportunity, he basically forced me to look at, I looked at it. Like before, you got to find this yourself. Here, he literally forces me to think about what happens if my knight takes. And with 26 seconds, I don't know why I didn't play it. Didn't find it. I take with the pawn, and it goes back to a draw. I'm still slightly winning. But you see how the pendulum swings, bro? Like, I'm completely winning here, and then all of a sudden, I go up another pawn, and I'm not winning anymore. Chess is wild. And he chooses the wrong square. This is the square he needed to pick to attack my knight twice, and he picked this one. And the difference is I can attack the queen here. So if he takes here, I'm going to checkmate you in 10 moves. Let's be realistic. That was never happening. The simple idea of attacking the queen does make sense, but then I'm just giving up the knight. So I needed to realize I can give up the knight, you can win the knight, but now I have the initiative. I'm going to checkmate you. Never was seeing that with 14 seconds. Sorry. So instead of that, I hang my queen. And now he's winning. All of a sudden, the pendulum swings. I'm completely losing. He's got the queen. He's got the better pawn structure. I've got back rank ideas, and then a knight and a rook are not as good as like a bishop. If I had a bishop and a rook, it's better. At least a little bit. So we jump the knight to the middle of the board. We defend the pawn. We come back to defend the knight. We push a pawn so that there are no back rank nonsense. So I completely gave up this pawn, but now I'm not going to get back rank checkmated. We move the rook to an open file. We give a check. We jump back. We give a check. We give a check. We give a check. We give another check. So I'm literally just doing nothing. I'm just harassing the king, but the knight and the rook in this structure, I'm never going to checkmate him because he can run this way. And so there's too many pawns in the way. Yes, there are rook and knight checkmates. I don't remember what it's called, but I'm not going to find it. And so I attack the queen. Thank goodness I moved this pawn because now I have an escaping square. He attacks the knight. He basically forces this move. He comes in, and I set up the tactic. He had 1 minute on the clock. If we look at his profile, he doesn't even play bullet. If he would have played bullet, I think with 1 minute on the clock, he wouldn't have panicked. He would have taken the time to realize the rook is looking at my queen. There's a check here. There's a check here. You got to move the queen. And after this move, I'm completely lost because I can't even save everything. Like, I'm so lost. You just get in here and touch both of me. I got to do something. And I picked the not as good move. I could have played this. The difference is... the difference is whatever, okay? We play this move. I guess he could have taken and I taken, and he gets a little bit closer, and then it would be hard to... I don't know. I'm winning regardless. We get the queen. He takes. This pawn is just straight up hanging, but I was more worried about the closer to being promoted pawn. Whatever, we take it. And then here I kind of realized that I've got a 4-on-3, so if I can just get my king in and take these 3 pawns, even if you take all 3, if one pawn makes it, I win the game, and I just sacrifice for this. So I'm supposed to realize I have time to go boom, boom, grab this, you come back, and then move the king, but I come back here. So I could have grabbed a pawn with the rook, whatever. Everything is winning. We go all the way back, and I realize I'm coming in with my king, I'm grabbing these pawns, and then this move right here, this pawn is being attacked, so we jump forward. If you take this one, I get a pass pawn. So that is why I play this move. I guess this is technically better. Or just grabbing this. Whatever. I like this move because it forces the position. We get rid of this pawn, and we're getting a pass pawn no matter what. And then this part, we get behind the pass pawn. We take. He can make a queen, but I'm just going to take it. And my pass pawn is going to live. We don't even care about this one. Thank you so much for watching my video. That was a pleasure to play for you. Sorry if the analysis was a little bit too long. Maybe I should just breeze through the opening and just show you guys the end game. Because the opening is like, okay, play chess every day for, 6 months, 7 months, and you're going to have a more or less general idea how to play all the different openings. And so just pick 2 openings, bro. Pick one with white, pick one with black. When other stuff comes up, okay, analyze the game after, look at the best moves. That's all it takes. You just got to, what's the main line? And then you know the general ideas in the position, and you don't have to study that hard. It's not like I don't take time aside to study openings. I just study the opening after I play the game. And that has worked just well enough for me. And then in the end game, that's all you got to really know. Don't hang your queen twice. Like I hung my queen, he hung his queen. We're 1900, bro, 2000, whatever you want to call it. And we're still hanging queens. So focus on the end game. Focus on the end game and the tactics, all right? Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Sorry that was too long, but get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today we are playing one of my favorite subscribers. His name is Matt Ping, I believe, and we have played 2 games before, but they were more of an instructional way to lose rather than an instructional way to win. So what we're going to do now against the perk, boy, papa perk. I don't actually know how to pronounce it, but I believe this is the perk system. And so what we're going to do is we're going to do the kip system in retaliation, where we make this little structure of pawns. We bring the bishops, we bring the knights, we bring the queen up, and then we castle at will, deciding which way the opponent goes. We will try to be castling opposite, but I can't always make that promise because I realize sometimes nobody castles. And so generally this system works quite well when you don't know what to do. There's a time in chess to play stuff that you know what you're doing when you're doing it, but when you don't know what to do, this is my fallback plan. And so I have another video on it, and basically it works quite well in a number of different openings. And so I suppose I'm going to bring this knight first, just to have the option of castling this way. And so we've got my custom setup. Oh boy, opposite side castling. Let's do it. Let's absolutely do it. So what's going to happen right now is I'm going to launch a4, and then he's going to launch his pawns directly at my king. And so we're going to have a game of chess, ladies and gentlemen. So let's just go ahead and do it. I can also kind of force a pawn trade in the center, but I like the idea of just pushing my pawn. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I think we push, and we just try and get a little bit fancy with it. I can also just sacrifice the bishop and see what happens, but I think that would be ill-advised as my pieces aren't really fixated on an attack yet. So I kind of like the idea of just pushing and pushing. Actually, what am I going to do? We're going to push this pawn first. Just pawn advancements, bro. That's what we're going for. I can also capture and have this idea if this knight ever moves, where I'm attacking these 2 valuable pieces. So that would be something to take note of. Whenever there's 2 valuable pieces on a diagonal like this, you got to take note. And one other thing just to take note, this bishop is undefended, this bishop is undefended. That is one of the major drawbacks of this opening, but I will go ahead and show you. That's also just a hanging pawn. But is it really a hanging pawn? Because it is also just an open file. But I kind of like the idea of just grabbing it. I mean, he brings, I step back. If he does something with the knight, I can take this for free. So I think we're going to just take here. I think we're going to just do it. Is it a good move? Don't know. I actually don't know. But we can step back, and we can prevent this pawn from pushing forward more. So I think we're going to do it. This bishop is very undefended. Just about as undefended as a piece can get. He's over here alone. Nobody's watching his back. That's a crazy move. That is a crazy move. Make no mistake about it. I think I have to just push the rook forward. I don't think there's really any other refutation in this position. We step forward. If you jump, I'm getting attacked, bro. Okay, we're going to just play this move. I feel like I have to. I don't know if there was any other options. But what if he just doubles his rooks? What do I do then? I guess I can push this pawn forward. But it's looking a little bit spicy. So sometimes what you got to do is you just got to survive the attack, and then you can launch your own attack. And so this whole idea of the 2 valuable pieces, it does not matter at all in the slightest anymore. I can also step back, defending some stuff and attacking this. And oh boy, I feel like that's pretty strong. He got rid of his pawn. He wants a pawn here. He really wanted his pawn to arrive to this square, forcing this. So that hangs the bishop. Sort of. He can trap me, but then I can just sacrifice again. So we're just going to do it. That bishop kind of sucked anyway. He can trap me, yes. But for one, I don't need to take immediately. I can also just take the knight now. I mean, I'm scared to do it, but we're going to just do it. And then, is it now time for me to do this idea? Boom, 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 boom. I feel like that makes a lot of sense. I'm up a lot of stuff now. His attack doesn't seem like it's going to break through immediately, at least. I can take the time. Screw it. We're just playing this. Screw it. He's got a queen defending his king right now, and I quite like the idea of just opening up the position. Like this. And yes, he wants to double, but I can straight up just push this pawn. And if he pushes again, I push again. And if he sacrifices, I take. And I think I'll just survive. Right? We push. If he pushes, I take. He takes. And I can do a number of things. So I'm just not even going to think about it for too much longer. His knight could come in. He doubles. Like, yeah, if he does double, I probably have to react to that. We're going to just take. He can't take it back because it pins the queen to the king. You always also got to be careful, not only on these dark diagonals, but you also got to be careful when you're on the files. You can't be having your queen and your king on the same file because tactics like this, sorry. Okay, so yes, he's got the double-barreled shotgun pointing right at my king. That is very, very true. But what if I just push forward? Then he pushes forward. Do I even really need to react to that? Like, if he takes, I just take. If he takes, I take. He takes. Do I survive? I think I'll be all right. Like, boom, boom, boom. Sacrifice, take, take. I can also bring this, and if he pushes, we take. If he takes, I take. He takes, I come over. Is his attack stronger than I'm giving it credit? I might have to do some defensive stuff right here. I can also defend with the queen, but that's not something that I love to do. I could also step over at some point, but what's better? We bring the knight, he just kicks us out, correct? So that's not going to work. So I think we push. He will then push again. But in that time, I step back and defend with another knight. So I think we're going to just go for this. Could he sacrifice? Then I take with the knight. Then he takes with the rook. I would take the rook. Key component here is I am defending. Hardly, but I am defending. Right. But now do I jump back here and defend with another piece? So if we push, I'm fairly certain a sacrifice will come. Then I take. Then he takes. Then I'm just a little bit cooked. So what if I step back and defend this with another piece? If he takes, I take, take, take. I think we'd survive. We're going for it. This is no fun. I'm getting absolutely pressured, bro. I'm getting pressured. I'm up a knight. But unfortunately, it's like this bishop or this knight is like my extra knight. And he's got so many points of material pointed directly at my king that it's not even reasonable right now. So he takes. Now, what do I take back with? If I take, he jumps in with the knight. But then I step up. He takes with the knight. I take. I think we survive. So the idea, I believe, we take. If he jumps in with the knight, we push. If he takes, we take. He gives us a check. Bro. All right, we take with the knight. We take with the knight. His knight jumps in. We make some chaos on this side of the board. What do I do? So I think I take with this knight, because this knight is defending this pawn. And if I move this knight, then I... So we're just going to go for this. Right. But take, and I think I'm all right. Would love to get this bishop out of my territory. What if I step over? Or what if I just capture? That also makes sense. What if I push? Then he takes, then I take. I think maybe pushing now would be key. Because if I do this, yes, I have this check, but what does that really accomplish? Not a whole lot. So I kind of like the idea of pushing. If he pushes, I just push again. So we push here, here. Or with the rook. Now we need to double check if I'm safe on this side of the board. Take, 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 here, take. I step over. He gets my queen at the end of all of that. So here, here. If he sacrifices with the rook, I take. He takes with my rook. And I'm trapped, bro. So what if I step over? That's the main difference here. I step over. He takes. I take. If he takes, it's not a check. So we're going to just step over. But if I step over and he takes here and I take here, screw it. This is what we're playing. This is what we're playing. King to the side of the board. If he brings the queen, I think I might just be totally toasted. I'm so scared. Okay, so he takes. Yes, that undefended this. For one, I can take here. No, he gives us check. So if I take here, 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 this, check, I step over, you double again. So I think I'll be all right taking with the queen. We take with the queen. He takes the knight. I take back. He takes. I step over. I think I survive. Absolutely just getting destroyed right now. We take. That's scary. Do I block like this? I think so. I have the opportunity to like close this file for a trade. So scared. What if he steps back? I don't know. I think that I'm going to survive here now. That wasn't beautiful in any stretch of the imagination. I just hardly survived this attack. And my attack just never got to arrive. We're stepping over. Okay. Jesus. We're going to push this forward to prevent the queen from getting in. This pawn is hanging, but I'm up a bishop. Jesus. I can also make this pass pawn at some point, which I would like to do. He can also just take, so he can get some of my pawns, which actually becomes a little bit bothersome for me. So what does that do? Is his idea to come over here? I might come here, 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 here. If he hits me with the check, I block here. So I think I have time. Boom, boom, boom. Then if that comes in, I have this. I guess there's this check as well now. Gosh darn it. There's this check. Didn't look at that. And if I step up and the queen comes, I think I'm just going to get checkmated. So if this happens, I step over. If that happens, if I step up, then essentially this is checkmate. If I step back, then this becomes really scary. If I step here, the queen just comes over like this. Then I'm getting checkmated this way. So I think we step back. Oh my goodness. I'm just going to push this pawn, bro. We go here and then I come up. So if this happens, I go... I'm literally just going to lose my queen. Here, here. We're pushing this. Will I survive? I don't know. There's also this check, which is actually quite scary. Right, but I'm going to push here. This check is blocked by this. If take, take. I think we push. We push. Because take, take. This check. I block with the bishop. And how do you stop that pass pawn? Really impossible for me to say if that was the correct move. I'm not even sure if this is winning or losing or what. I step up here. If take. Oh my god, 5 seconds. What am I doing? He takes here, but I get this check. We get a queen. We grab this. There's this check. Oh my god. I think he can get a draw here if he really wants. We step over. And somehow his king is safe. I'm up a rook. I need to bring this piece back. I need to bring my queen back. Check. Jesus Christ. I got a lot of pawns hanging. He's up so many pawns. If not, I take this with check. Okay. We go here. Stuff is sort of defended. What a just absolutely wild, wild, wild west position this is. Like, I'm completely winning, but I have 9 seconds. Against, like, 5 pawn islands, essentially. Like, look at his pawns. Look at this structure. This is the most ridiculous endgame. I don't even know what to think. I can take this with check. I can take this. So I think we take this with check. If he comes this way, I trade the queens. Yeah, if he goes here, I trade the queens. If he goes here, I trap the queen. We trade the queens. We get the queen. We get the queen. By golly. I don't even know what to think about that game. That was wild. That was absolutely wild. And he still has 4 minutes. I have 13 seconds. I don't know what to think about that game. Was I winning? Was I losing? Was my defense all right? Was that sound? Let's check with the computer, and all of those answers will be answered. All of those questions will be answered over there. And here we are in the analysis. And oh boy, I said at the end of the video that I don't know how I feel about this game. Well, now I have looked at it with the computer, and I know how I feel about this game, and I don't feel too strongly. So let's just take a gander at this graph. Mr. Jagged Tooth cryptocurrency valuation graph. So I played 5 inaccuracies, 1 mistake, and 8 blunders. 8 blunders in 1 game of chess. Oh my god. Oh my god. And 66% accurate. So like half of my moves are pretty bad. Now my opponent, less blunders, but more mistakes and inaccuracies. 56% accurate. And if the graph is horrendous. So let's just hop right into this. The first portion of this game is beautiful. So just take note of my structure here. This structure of pawns with the bishops here and the knights here. Then you can move the queen up and castle either way at will. This is my custom opening. And if we look at up here, you guys can't see my mouse, but 0.3. This opening works against literally anything, bro. Anything. Sometimes it's zeros and sometimes you have a slight advantage. And so if you don't know, like I have not played this structure very often. I'm going to be just straight up with you. And so you do this. It's not an opening. It's a setup. Like it's a structural setup. Okay. So this is another example of my custom opening and it's sort of working. So I castle. It's an inaccuracy, but I wanted to castle opposite to get an interesting game of chess. And oh boy, did we. Now, he develops his last minor piece and I launch a pawn. When he sees me launch a pawn, oh boy, he starts to launch a pawn. Then I push, I advance slightly more. He prevents it from pushing any further. And I'm advancing this pawn because I want this pawn to, I want my B pawn to force this trade. And so once my B pawn is here, it's looking at 2 different things. You either have to take or let me take either one, okay? Now, the best move for our opponent is to take here, not for the simple idea of trading these 2 pawns. That's not necessarily what's so important. What's important is what can happen later. And so he advances here. I'm supposed to ignore this because I have this idea that's pretty straightforward. I trap the bishop. The only way to free the bishop is to jump forward with the knight, attacking my bishop, but I can step back. Now your bishop can escape. So let's go with the idea. That's what we're trying to do here. Escape the bishop. But then the knight is trapped. The bishop took away the square for the knight, and he can't retreat anywhere. Okay? So what the computer is generally saying is, forget about it. This is going to happen. So go with the attack. That's why it's suggesting these pawn pushes. But I'm trying to show you, like, I trap the bishop. You take, and then the knight is getting trapped regardless. And you can't go back because the bishop is there. That was the escaping square for the bishop. So I miss it. So this pawn capture in it of itself is not a terrible move, but this was better. I could have won a piece. So this move isn't bad. It was just there was a better move that was better. Now, explain something to me right here. I scoot back. Look at the valuation, 0.7. Then it goes to 0.6. That is slightly over a point, slightly over a pawn. Slightly over a pawn, remember this. And this is classified as a blunder. Slightly over a pawn. Long story short, I step back. He comes in. I'm supposed to defend with the knight, but whatever. I defend like this, and he's supposed to, now that the rook is here, he can sacrifice the knight because it's looking at my rook, and if he takes my rook, he's looking at my queen. So I basically will have to take. Or I take here, he takes here, I step up, then there's this. No way I'm doing any of that, okay? So that was his idea. He can jump forward with the knight. These guys will see each other. I can either take the knight, but then I lose the bishop, or I can take the bishop, and then I lose the rook, and I'm going to lose this with check. So hard to say. That was a sacrifice. Instead, he steps back, and he sacrifices the bishop on accident. And so here, what he's supposed to do is sacrifice the knight, because when I take, he takes with the queen. So we trade evenly, but his queen will be closer to coming in on this side of the board. So that's why what I said in the game, this pawn push doesn't work because my bishop is not attacked immediately. So I have time to push this pawn and then potentially push and then save myself, or you take and then I get out and it's defended. So pushing the pawn didn't work as well. Now the computer thought about it long enough and it's like, okay, push the pawn, whatever. We take. I'm up a piece. I'm completely up a piece, but he is up an attack. Now, I'm supposed to take a deep breath here and say, okay, the rooks are getting doubled and I'm going to get absolutely obliterated. So I'm supposed to step over. If I step over right now, that attacks the bishop, and the bishop has to go somewhere, which is good for me, because right now the bishop is an attacker of this square, and when the rook comes here, that's another attacker of this square. And even if I push my pawn, still the bishop's here attacking this square. So if the pawn ever trades or dies or whatever, then the rooks see this square, and that means the rook is getting to my 7th rank, or he goes with the bishop and hits me with a check. I step over, and then he takes with another check. It's a really big deal. So I'm supposed to step over for the simple idea of it attacks this. And right now there's only 2 attackers on this, and I have 2 defenders. So the bishop would have to move. Don't see it. I get greedy, and I push a pawn. I say, you know what? You're going to attack me. I'm going to attack you. Unfortunately, we take. Now the rooks are doubled. Now stepping over is no longer an option because he has 3 attackers, and I have 2 defenders. So stepping over doesn't work anymore. And I play the right move. I push the pawn, but I should have just stepped over. I'm completely winning. A +3 advantage, completely winning. He takes, taking with the knights is kind of interchangeable. He then attacks this piece. It's essentially my pinned piece because of these rooks. And I step over with the king. And now it's an inaccuracy, but look at the valuation right now. It's 3.5, goes to 2.1. That's more than the other one, and this is an inaccuracy, but the other one is a blunder. I am never going to understand what to think about that, okay? Whatever. Or maybe because it went from winning to losing. I don't know how they do their classification here. So he's supposed to sacrifice the rook, because if he sacrifices the rook and I take, he hits me with this devastating fork. So that's what he needed to see. I'm still winning because I don't have to take back. I can just take over here, and we're going to just play a game of chess. So he basically could have got that piece back for free. I'm still winning because I'm positionally winning, and I'm up a piece. But he could have just taken here. If I take back, there's the fork. So essentially, he would take, and I'm not going to take back. I would just do something else, okay? So he takes with the wrong piece. Now I take, and there is no more fork available. The best move is to step over with the king, I presume, because this is going to become an idea, and you need the king to stop that, okay? So if the king is here, this pawn push won't work later on down the line. If you remember, my pawn gets here, and it prevents the king from getting over to stop it. I think he needs to step over now to realize that's a problem. But also grabbing here would be a good idea. You can just grab this pawn, then you're up a pawn. And then not only that, this check becomes scarier because I block, and then you can do something else. I don't know. He gives this check. Gives me time to block with my rook. He takes, I take. He gives me a check. I step over. Now this pawn is defended. What I'm worried about here is the queen coming in. I'm supposed to just be brave and push this pawn and allow this check and say, okay, you give me another check. Okay, you give me another check. Okay, you give me another check. Okay, I'll survive. I will survive. And the reason for that is the queen is blocking the infiltration of the rook, okay? So if the queen comes here with a check, the queen is kind of the tip of the spear instead of the rook being the tip of the spear. And the reason that's important is because it's my king and my queen over here. So if the rook comes first, then losing my queen becomes an actual serious problem. I'm supposed to just ignore this and push a pawn because this is more scary than this check. I'm up a piece. I got pushed really close to passed pawns. I play a very human move. I cut off this infiltration idea. The queen comes here. Now, what both of us are thinking is over here and over here. That is what we are both thinking. Neither of us are thinking about this. So I step over. Now, the reason that this is so bad is because the rook gets in with check. I have 4 options to make. 3 of them lose tremendously. If I come up here, I walk into this check. If that happens, I have to push here. You hit me with this check. I step over. The rook hits me here. I step back. You hit me with another check. I step up. The queen can get in somehow with a check. I'm getting cooked. If I step up here, it's bad. If I step here, you're really, really quick with this idea. I'll have to sacrifice this pawn to come up, to go here. It's not going to work. So if I go here, it's bad. If I go here, it's bad. If I go here, well, it gets real bad. And if I go here, I barely survive. I'm still losing because I'm going to lose a lot of stuff, but I'm still surviving, okay? But I choose the worst of the 4 options. The reason it's the worst of the 4 options is because this idea here. The queen comes in. Say that I step back. This is an idea. If I step over, I'm losing the rook with check. I step up. You can trade the queens. I can't even take this back because there's a pin with the rook. If, where's my move? If I do anything with my queen, I lose my queen. If I step up here, I lose my rook. If I step over like here per se, well then I get hit with checkmate. Check here. If I step over, checkmate. Okay? So I step back, but it's only bad if you switch gears and you bring your queen over here, which is actually kind of hard to do. Kind of hard to do. Then I hang mate in one. But it's hard to play that because we're not looking for mate in one. He's looking to win my queen. But unfortunately, I can step up. I can push my pawn. I'm still losing after this. Make no mistake about it. You give me this check, then I'm stepping over. You take. I'm getting cooked. Absolutely. But again, he gives the wrong check. I step up, and he takes my queen. But it's not a check. I have time to make a new queen. So I've lost my queen, but I made a new one. Look at the switch here. If he gives this, it's minus 2.4. If he gives this check, it's plus 10. That is a blunder. We step up. He takes the queen. I make a new queen. I take the rook. He gives me a check. I block. Oh, no, I step up. I should have blocked with the bishop. Why did I step up? That walks directly into this. Now, he takes this pawn. I can block with the bishop, and I'm still winning. But for no reason, I step back. Impossible really to see this. All the different variations into the future, but it's a draw. He can check me into infinity, and no matter where I go, I'm getting hit with more checks, okay? So just believe me, I ran through it. It's a draw, okay? And so I step back, and it walks into the draw, but nobody's going to play that because on the board right now, we have capture, 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 capture. If you don't capture, I have capture, capture. So it's hard to not play one of those moves. Like the check doesn't seem to win anything. Even when I step up here, if you win this pawn, it's not with a check. So I understand our opponent's move. You now have a passed pawn. It's not terrible. So then I play a mistake. I'm supposed to give this check to force him out to hit him with checkmate. I don't know. I'm supposed to do this to draw the king somewhere more attackable, okay? Instead of all that, I give a check and I slide my queen back here. Why? Because I'm literally putting all of my pieces together so I can't hang anything because I have 9 seconds, and I'm just consolidating my pieces. I give this check. He steps over, and then I trade the queens. And then that is a wrap. Officially, that is a wrap. Even if he takes, I'm going to take back with the king. We're good to go. I'm up all these pieces. I survived the attack. I survived the mate in one. Neither of us saw it. There were so many just different attacking ideas. These games of chess, opposite side castling, like the amount of blunders made throughout this position here. I should have lost. I should have lost. Blunder, 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 blunder. And then I guess he got the queen. So that's not a blunder, but it's still not good. That was so many blunders. Now, my only excuse is I had like 9 seconds on the clock when all that happened. So if you made it this far, or you would like to play one of these games with me, just let me know. Thank you so much for watching. I love you guys. Sorry that was a little bit longer than I intended it to be. I hope you learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope my opponent learned something. Thank you so much. I love you. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Oh, hello, and welcome back. And thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. If you are trying to get better at chess, you are in the wrong place, because what is going to happen in this game is we're going to play the opposite side castling attacking version of the Sicilian. So this is Sicilian. We're going to go into, I hope, some sort of open-ish structure where the bishops get to bishop. The knight trades off almost immediately because it becomes a problem. And so the game plan is as such. Develop the knight, develop the bishop, do something with this bishop. I'm unsure of what that plan is yet. Do something with the queen, castle this way, he'll go this way, and we launch some pawns. So none of that has happened yet, but mark my word, all of it is going to happen. And then we're going to try and perfect the attacking game of chess, because literally the way that I win every game of chess is so boring. I just go up a pawn, like some tactic in a middle game or something, and I just win in an endgame. And I am so tired of doing that. I want to like figure out, how do I attack? If he ruins my pawn structure, for one, it ruins my pawn structure, but then this guy's hanging. So deciding what to do with this bishop, my bishop is going to become a pawn temporarily, because we are not going to hang this pawn, because this pawn will be a thorn in the enemy's position at some point. I'm already occupying some squares in the center, which is good for me. And so if he captures, cool. We got a ruined pawn structure. I'll still castle this way, bro. I will still do it. So what he's really going for is figuring out how to, like, just win a pawn on this side of the board. But it's not going to happen. It is just straight up not going to happen. And I think this is pretty close to what I had predicted. You know, I put some of the pieces where I had planned to do so. We're still got to figure out what to do with the queen. Most likely we're just going to go here to e2 because I can't go here, I can't go here, and I don't want to get in the way of this pawn. So that is my analysis on this position thus far. This little standoff, we're not going to do that. We're going to develop the queen first. Most likely he brings the knight. He brings the knight or pushes this pawn, or he castles. And if he castles, so we're playing, by the way, we're playing a 5+5 casual because, 2 tips. If you want to have a fun and enjoyable chess experience, bro, just play casual because you don't have to worry about the elo. And then for 2, nobody cheats in casual. Okay. So I've played 2 grandmasters in my life, okay? And one of them gave me some free advice. We had a somewhat similar position, and he said that f4 is more forcing than f3. The computer says that they're the same, but I'm going to learn how to just make this work because he hasn't castled, so I'm throwing this pawn. Stepping back to touch my knight. Now that I have pushed, maybe my grandmaster friend knows what he's talking about. I think I like the idea of bringing my knight to this side of the board. He still needs to develop some pieces. So if he's not careful, I might not even castle. I might just try something forcing like this, where a capture will take place because I will be touching 2 pieces. If I push this pawn, a capture does not need to take place because he can simply push it forward. So he defends this idea. Terrific. I really want him to castle because what I don't want is to like launch, like I don't want to push this pawn. I mean, let's go for it. That's an uncommittal mood. I was literally thinking about just pushing this pawn. I kind of like where my pieces are. I'm somewhat developed. And he wants to get a head start. So it looks like neither of us are really going to be castling during this game of chess. And so that's exactly what we had asked for. So I still somewhat like this idea. It's supported by the queen. So boom, boom. Jump in with the knight. Capture, 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 capture. Then the knight goes somewhere. And then I castle. I don't want to rush into any sort of endgame. That is for sure. Let's just do it. We break in the center. My queen is looking at the king. This forces a trade. He has not castled yet. And he has to do something about it. And so if I'm lucky, he won't get to do anything with the bishop. That's never really going to happen. But we're going to do our best. And then I am kind of ready to castle this way, with the slight problem of my knight getting attacked. What do? I jump to the middle. I push the pawn. Now I got to square for my knight. Ooh, this position is just playing itself. And I am ready. Even after something like this, maybe I just push forward again and really just try and destabilize this naked king. Because I feel like he's only castling this way unless he moves the bishop. So, okay, so what I was talking about is capturing like this is forcing because it does something with this knight, but then I just... Where does this knight go? He goes over here, but then I attack him. So where is this knight going to go? He has to go... If he goes here, I feel like that's just not good for our opponent. Because I can just capture, right? Attacking the queen, you have to take. And then I'm ready to push forward. But then he might just castle. He might just say, you know what? At that point, I'm castling and going down a pawn. So I definitely don't want to do an up a pawn winning an endgame situation. If that's what it comes down to, that's what it comes down to. I did my best for you boys and my one female viewer. But we'll see what happens. Because really, like, coming this way just gets you trapped. No, it doesn't. There's a fork. Okay, you got to think about where's the knight going to go after I attack it. It's going to fork my 2 most valuable pieces. So over here does sort of work. But then I can jump in with my knight, attacking your knight. And if you defend, that destabilizes your position, at least somewhat. Correct? Then I attack the knight? 2 minutes on the clock. Let's give a a quick little peek. How are your bullet skills? He steps all the way back. Oh my goodness. He's either a genius or an idiot. Well, what do we do with that? This pawn is actually kind of weak. I did not even consider him stepping all the way back. And so how do we punish? Immediately we attack this rook. I like the idea of this, because it kind of forces the idea of this, this, this. Then my knight's trying to come to the party. I feel like my bishop sucks. So just trading it off is probably a good idea, because this bishop is going to be annoying, okay? Like, if his bishop gets on this square and just gets this diagonal before my bishop does, it's annoying. So what we're going to... Did not see that coming. I kind of like the idea of just pushing this. Do we castle now? Well... This is an idea. Launch. What is the game plan moving forward? We castle, he pushes. I jump over. Let's do it without even thinking. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. My rook is at least active now. He can step back like this and now castle, which was the game plan all along, to be completely honest. But the knight going here is actually a great square for his knight, because look at the future momentum of that knight. However, look at our opponent's clock. And for no bullet skills, I'm a little bit scared for him. So I really like launching a pawn. We can also trade, like try and get active with my bishops. Attack this guy? What is the game plan, my friend? Let's just put my rook here. I mean, it's just going to let him castle. But then we get the attacking game of chess that I was asking for. And we're running out of time, so it's going to get a little hectic. So we're going to just take that. Cool. This doesn't work because he defends it. Correct? But this... Well, there's also this, so drawing his queen into uncharted territories. So I believe that this move just pins two really valuable pieces. I'm not sure what he's supposed to do about that. You got to do something with the queen, and whatever you do with the queen, I'm going to get this rook. So grabbing the pawn in the middle of the board with the queen seemed like a relatively bad idea. So he doesn't need to resign, he can just step back. But that is like his only move. Because literally I am cutting off every single square in the position, bro. Like, so he has to play this. I could essentially pre-move this move. Because he's going to lose the rook for free. But I'll message him. Don't quit. No, I said do quit. Don't. I've been at work all day. I'm tired. This is the only move. Unless he plays something else, just absolutely genius. Like, he could play this, but it doesn't get out of it, because I don't have to actually move the problem. So, like, this looks like it would make me move the problem. It doesn't. I would just take with the queen, and then the problem still stands. And it doesn't actually help in any way. What's he supposed to do with this queen? Let's go ahead and just give him some time. Seems like our friend is having a hard time over here finding this move. I'm going to tell him right now. F6, bro. F6. Only. Jesus. I've got all my like streaming stuff. I got my little beautiful microphone. I've got a light over here so my face is beautiful. So typing is kind of hard because I really need to like scoot this microphone around. We don't want to do that. And he resigns. Wow. Quite sad. I mean, he was going to lose. He was going to lose anyway. And so Getting your queen in the middle of the board like this when all of my pieces are active, you know, I'm hesitant to say that that was all that incredibly accurate by me. I hung that pawn, but I hung it while it was defended tactically. So let's see. Let's check with this computer real quick. How accurate was this So we had the Sicilian. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Pushing forward with the pawn, but developing the bishop is just fine too. This is essentially winning because... Okay, so let's say he didn't do that. We chase him around. Is that the idea? We just castle? Okay. Confusing stuff out of the opening. Don't know about all that line. Okay. F4. Best move. What did I say? Grandmaster gave me a goddamn lesson. F4. Okay, so I'm slightly getting better at chess. I used to play F3. Now I play F4. So things are working out in my favor. We step over with the knight. We push a pawn. This was kind of a waiting move, if we're going to be honest, because I really wanted him to castle so I could castle. Right now it's saying to just castle or bring a rook, but you know what? I made that move because I wanted the castle situation to happen. He steps back, bishop here, rook over, then castle, best move, completely equal position, and then, oh my goodness, it hovered saying it was the best move for a second. Now it's saying that it's an inaccuracy. And it even recommends it as one of the best computer lines, and it still goes into an inaccuracy. Bro, chess is so hard. So this is a blunder because I can straight up just take that knight, and you can't take back because of all of these tactics. So, like I had explained in the video, I just come out here, and boom. So how long did that take me? Like 20 seconds. 15 seconds it took me to find that. That's actually a considerable amount of time when it's basically like attack the queen in the middle of the board. So, okay, let's moment of truth. How accurate was it? 78%, dude. That is terrible. Not my best game of chess. Not my best game of chess. But at least I found this tactic to win the queen or the rook or whatever. And thank you so much for watching. It was a pleasure playing chess for you. I will try another game. More attacking. Oh, hello and welcome back. And thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we are facing a 1950 with the Caro-Kann. My favorite, best opening that is known to chess. It is so easy to play. This dude is from planet Earth. Looks like he doesn't play bullet. Oof, I hate this line. But essentially what we're going to do is we're going to trade off. We're going to bring the queen out. Go ahead, pre-move it. We get hit with the knight. And it's kind of like a Scandinavian-esque type idea. And so, anticipating the position right now. I'm missing pawns on this side of the board. So essentially, I'm not going to castle that way. I mean, castling this way, I'm on a super open file, so just taking one look at the position, I probably am going to want to castle this way. Now, what we're a little bit worried about is something like this. So it might make sense. Develop this first. We're going to develop this knight first. I guess knights are more flexible, so we're going to develop the knight first, then we might go for this Fanketto idea. I think we're going to do it. I never play these types of structures. The queen, yes, has been attacked. I have a scarce amount of squares to go to that actually are very reasonable. These get in the way of my pieces, so we're not going to do that. This walks into an attack. This walks into an attack. This is taken. This... I'm losing track of what squares I should look at. Maybe this is actually the correct idea. I'm not actually sure. Or just going all the way back. Let's go over to the side of the board. I feel like that makes a fair bit of sense. At least I'm still doing stuff. Okay, he's going to hit me again. But in that case, we're getting ready to castle. If my queen does get attacked, bro, we're going all the way back. My queen has been battered around enough. We put the queen back. We're ready to castle. We castle. My king is now safe. I like my structure. Like I was saying earlier, the knights are more flexible than the bishop, and I'm not sure what I want to do with this bishop, so we're going to just bring this knight first. That's the general plan. We also have ideas of taking this and having two attackers on this pawn. Not sure what that did. We play this. I needed to develop my last minor piece, and so seeing that I've got a lot of these pawns on light squares, I think that just trading this off makes a decent amount of sense. We don't really want to see this guy jump forward. We're going to push this pawn. I mean, if this pin happens, we're okay with just vacating this back rank somehow. Maybe even we go back over here. What we need to be a little bit cognizant of. Okay, so yes, this pin just happened. We need to be a little bit worried about this knight coming into our position, okay? My queen is pinned. This is only defended by one piece, so what we're worried about is it getting attacked again, okay? So we essentially need to be able to avoid that, because if this happens, I just lose the game. Long story short, if this knight comes over, we lose the game. I can bring my queen all the way forward. That's a bold move. It defends against this. It defends against this. We're not going to calculate too much, but my opponent is playing very active. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we are facing a 1950 from Planet Earth. It looks like he doesn't play very much bullet or blitz, and so we're playing a 5-minute casual plus 5-second increment. I've been really enjoying this time control. Okay, so I've explained this in my last 3 videos, so I feel like a broken record explaining this again, but the reason that we have to play this pawn move is because if we bring the knight, he can capture. If we capture back, he hits us with this fork where we step back with the bishop. We have to recapture when he takes. So it's just like this. Boom, 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 boom. And then he can hit us here. He occupies the center. It's just not super great for us. Or you develop, he takes, and you come out with the queen. He basically has to go back. You can win this pawn with check. The queen comes out and you trade like this. Whatever you do, it's an equalizing position for white. So we're going to strive not to have that happen. We're going to go ahead and develop this knight. If this pawn comes forward, we're going to try and break this pin. It has not happened yet, so we're going to just develop another knight. Once this pawn push does happen, okay, so he's prepping it like this, and he will be doing so with tempo, and the pin will become a problem. So we're going to stop at these ideas, essentially. So I think we have to take, not sure what else we're supposed to do in that situation. We have 2 attackers, but he also has 2 defenders, so we're just going to step up here. If we get hit, we step back. If we get hit yet again, we step back. We step back. If we get hit again, you better believe we're just going to step back one more time. He could play this one as well and ruin my pawn structure in the center. And this pawn is also hanging, but it's not super hanging because of all of this. Okay, so we're going to take. We're going to trade this. It's scary to jump forward with this knight. But with threats, my friend, we jump forward with threats. Correct? We jump forward with threats. He comes here. I mean, scary to play that move, but we're going to just go ahead and do it. That is the idea. Plain and simple. I'm pretty sure he can just slide back with the rook. Like, I think that would be agreeable. Okay, so this slightly ruins the pawn structure in the center of the board. But what we need to be looking at now is my knight. When I get attacked, what am I doing? I mean, ruining my pawn structure over here? I actually don't hate it. What to play? What to play? I could just castle. I, for whatever reason, wanted to castle the other way, but we are just gonna play a safer game of chess. He probably will attack my knight. I'll probably have to go back here, and we end up with this ruined pawn structure. But he's got a ruined pawn structure in the center. And these pawns are going to be a little bit hard to defend, specifically this one that is already being attacked. So he attacks us. I mean, we can just take a look at our moves. Moving forward is not an option, not an option, not an option, not an option, only option, not an option. So that's the end of the calculation. I guess I could have pinned. This. So where if he takes, I take the rook. We still have this idea where potentially we do trade and he undevelops. So we can grab this pawn with tempo. And it's on a light square, so the bishop can't attack it. And I think I'm just up a pawn now. So he steps back. I kind of like this idea, where if he steps over, I trade this with check. I think this is the most active move. It's a little bit scary because does anything like this work? It's undefended. What's actually better? Developing my bishop. Let's just play safe. Let's just straight up play safe. I'm up a pawn. Everything's chilling. If I'm not an idiot, I won't lose this game. But I'm an idiot, so I might. He's attacking this pawn. I step forward to defend it, but then he jumps in here. Attacking this. And once he takes this pawn, he's also attacking this. What if I just push? He jumps in, and I step back. He could try something fancy. We're going to do this. Yeah, he jumps in. The bishop is hanging. But we defend the pawn. We're ready to just push forward. He gives us a check. I feel kind of safe over here. I think stepping up would have probably made more sense. Specifically, we don't want to... Oh, if I step forward, he's got this check. So I think I have to actually just give up my bishop. Because if I step forward, he's got this check. Where if I step up, he has this sacrifice where I have to take, but then he wins my rook. We have to take it. Rook on the open file. I'm going to have to push this forward at some point. This pawn is also pretty weak. And I need to... That just lets me trade the rook. Do we attack this? My king sucks. I want my king in action, bro. I can step back and attack the rook. If I attack... Let's just attack. He can double up. If he doubles up, I attack the rook. We come in attacking the rook. If he takes, he slides in. I put my pawn in the light square. I struggle to get out in the endgame. If he plays this, I just take. So that pretty much forces this. And we're going into an endgame where I'm up a pawn, but I have the knight instead of the bishop, so I think that it's totally still equal. And my opponent has not spent any time at all. We're doing this. That's what we're doing here. And not only that, so I can play this. I'm literally going to have to spend like 10 moves trying to figure out. I think just putting the pawns on light squares because they're just not being attacked. Did I just get deep freezed, bro? We bring the king. If he hits us with check, we step back. He's got this. My pawns are completely deep frozen over here. We jump in. What's better? We attack this. He just pushes in. We hit him with check. He steps up. Here. 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 I could step over and go for a pawn push over here as well. This. What is better? I think this is pretty important, actually. Either one is probably fine. This attacks this pawn immediately. This is more centralized. I I could do like this and fork these guys. We're doing this. We come back and jump in. Does he have a way of defending everything? We also have check forward here. This is not good. We're going for this. Wait, does that even do anything at all? This is defended. So if I attack this, he can just push or jump back. Actually, this does work. It at least applies pressure to something. But me winning this pawn, I'm in a deep freeze, and I should just explain this. No way of defending this pawn, but winning this pawn isn't actually all that great. We're going to take and then jump in, attacking the bishop. He comes here. I think we grab this pawn. We grab this pawn, then there's this check. So we go here, check. I get out. We're going here. We can come this way. We step this way. We're now attacking this. I can also remove the defender of this with this move right here. So if he plays this, I have to take. The king comes in. I hit him with this check. He moves somewhere. I hit him here. If I win this pawn, I have 3 passed pawns. But literally, this is the deep freeze. I'm going to explain this after the video. 1 pawn holding down 3. So I'm up 2 pawns, but it kind of sucks. I can also just attack first. Attack first. Move somewhere. Here. Here. Check. Let's not be foolish. Let's just play a move that makes sense. We attack this bishop. He lets go of the defense of this. I can also grab this. I'm not sure which one's more important. Okay. We're going to be all right. I'm so scared. He's kind of running out of moves. And his king is so far away from my passed pawn. And so I think that this pretty quickly just becomes the new idea. We're just going to take. My knight is very happy on this square. We're attacking this with check and the bishop. I think that does it. That is a beautiful, beautiful knight. Doing like 3 different jobs at once. Defending ideas here, attacking the pawn, attacking the bishop. We hit this with check. He has to react to it. We jump back to the light squares. If he gets 2... We step over. 49 seconds. I think we're chilling. I just hung a pawn. I've got plenty of time. I've got 3 extra pawns. Unless he is successfully able to... Guess we're going over here. We're going to get hit with another check. Then what do? Step back? Jesus. He can come in, but I get here. We attack the bishop. Pushing this, like, is probably the plan. I need this king to move so I can step up. We need my king on this square, essentially. But I need this to be defended. He can't cut my king off. We're going to step forward. We step forward. We step forward. We can now potentially shield and push. Check, defended. Check. Slowly making progress, my friend. We bring the king. Jesus. Hit him with a check. A check. We push this pawn. 53 seconds. It's a slow process, but I am going to be inching my pawns forward. This one first, maybe? This, then this. We step forward again. This is held by the knight. It's not stalemate, bro. Okay. There's probably a lot of different ways that I can win this, but I think the one that I'm going to choose is this. I could, for one, just give him a check, but then he steps over. So maybe we give him a check. He steps over. We're doing this. If he tries to block, we push and distract him. We're going to make the red carpet. You got to be careful about these stalemates. He can go here. He can still go here. And when he does, he can run away as well. You just got to be careful. 42 seconds. Make gosh darn sure you're not going to get a stalemate. And so that end game was so much fun to play. He's saying, good game, well played. Good game, well played. Thank you, my friend. I'm going to tell him that I'm going to make a YouTube video out of this. And so I was completely winning. That was a lot of fun to play. But oh boy, the bishop versus the knight. I had to inch one step at a time to make a new queen. And so that was a lot of fun. And let's check out the analysis and see how accurate it actually was. And I'll see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and that was a tedious process, pushing all of those pawns in that endgame. But if we look at the graph, there was one moment where I was in trouble. It was a tactic that neither of us saw, but then from there on out, everything was good to go. So 90% accurate, 3 blunders, 3 inaccuracies. Don't hate it. And then our opponent, 86% accurate, 3 blunders, 3 mistakes, 7 inaccuracies. And so one of my blunders was a hanging piece, like just a straight up missed win. And then the inaccuracies don't matter at all. But 2 of my blunders mattered. Yes, one of them we didn't see, so it didn't matter all that much. But let's just hop right on into it. And so e4, e5 on the board, and we play the bishop's opening, my favorite opening in all of chess. And so I have learned through experience that pushing this pawn is generally safer than bringing this knight, because stuff can happen, and I avoid it, okay? Sometimes that happens. You do something, and it works, and you just keep doing it. And yes, there's like better lines and stuff, but I'm going to just stick to what I know. And so we get the pieces developed. For one, there is a pawn hanging in the middle of the board. Definitely didn't see that, so that was the best move, and I missed it. So whatever. It's not even an accuracy, because essentially I'm just going to kind of get attacked and battered around, and there's ideas of this, and I haven't castled, so doing this to prevent the pin when all of this stuff happens makes a fair bit of sense. Now we capture, and I play this. Now this is a blunder, but it's a little bit tactical to see this. You push the pawn. My knight has to go somewhere. It's the computer says just forget about it and lose the knight because I'm going to lose the bishop later. But let's just say I play something in the middle. You capture, and then at the end of all of it, the knight moved away from this checking square and is no longer defending this bishop. So he just wins the bishop for free. And so, long story short, you're making the defender move and you're making this check available. So we both missed it. I'm grateful he didn't play that, or I would have absolutely lost the game. We step around, and that's why those moves right there, blunder, blunder, because neither of us saw that. Then we capture, trade off the queens. The rooks come in. Knight to the middle of the board. It's a risky decision, but I mean, what else was I going to do? Step back or step over here? I don't know. Knight to the middle of the board is the best move. It's undefended, and I don't have all that many great retreating squares, but it's still the best move nonetheless. Now, I have the opportunity to ruin his pawn structures for an equal trade. So obviously that is the best move. You ruined your pawn structures, and we traded a light square bishop for a light square bishop. Now, we castle. Being proactive and potentially even castling this way somehow, just being proactive would have made more sense, but I felt like being safe. So it's the difference of 0.3 of a pawn. So we're chilling. We step back. Yes, this ruins our pawn structure. We go ahead and grab this pawn. The best move is to get active. But, okay, now the best move is to take the pawn. Sometimes you got to let, Stockfish think for a second. Also, we took the pawn with tempo on the bishop, so it can't be a bad move. He steps back. We develop the bishop. His knight goes to the middle of the board. We defend it. He steps over here. I step back to defend this pawn. He hits me with a check. I step over, and then his knight arrives. And so basically in this situation, we're going into an endgame where I'm up a pawn and you have a weak pawn. So trading the bishop for the knight kind of sucks for me, but trading off pieces in general sucks for the opponent. So we do trade off. We put a rook challenging the open file. He comes here. I mean, it's a reasonable move. We step over and attack the bishop, and he doubles up. And so I'm fairly certain there's just a tactic here. Like if I take and then take, I can take. Yes. So I could have just captured. I'm attacking this bishop. So if I take, yeah, the best move. I'm just attacking the bishop at the end of everything, and then I win this pawn. So we traded everything, but I'm but another pawn, and then I'm absolutely winning. So what I saw was forcing a trade of everything. So another blunder. It's a missed win. Neither of us saw it. Complete blunder. Missed win. We trade everything off. And so if we look at this position right here, when you are down a pawn and you have a weak pawn, you keep the bishop on, keep the rook on the board. You don't want to trade everything off, because the more stuff you trade off, the more powerful the pawns and the kings become, and I have more of them. So if you look, I have a 3 on 2, and then your pawn structure is not that great. Like, yes, this is ruined, but at least they're together, and this guy is alone. So he's a liability in all of the endgames, because my king is going to run up there and touch him. Then your king has to stay touching him. It's not good, okay? So long story short, it's equal if he keeps the pieces on the board, because we got a game of chess to play. Plus, he has 4 minutes and I have 2. So just thinking about that for a second, trading this off, now you willingly went into an endgame where I quite easily put all of my pawns, literally every single piece in my position is on a light square. So your dark square bishop doesn't see anything ever at all. Now, I'm in a deep freeze. Now, I was trying to explain this. This can happen a lot of different ways, but this is the worst possible scenario. One pawn is preventing the forward momentum of both of mine. And so it's worse when there's no pieces on the board and my king is far away. So just imagine just this structure. Like, I can't push either pawn because he just captures. It's terrible. It's not good. One pawn is holding down my 3. So I'm up 2 pawns, but these 2 pawns suck. And so we have the process of trying to bring my king. We jump the knight to the middle. I thought about which move is better. This is the better move. We step over here, and he hangs the bishop in 1 move. And what happened here is I got tunnel vision. Absolutely. Tunnel vision of forking these pawns. And so, for one, taking this one with check actually is maybe better, because I can just take this with check. He does something, and then I go right back. And you can't even defend it because my knight defends this only square that his bishop can defend this pawn. So that would have made more sense. So there's like 3 knight moves that make sense. And I play the one that makes the least amount of sense, because this one's with check, this one's a free piece, and this one didn't really change anything in this position, because this is the pawn that I need to be winning. This one is largely doing nothing. Whatever. We're stepping around, and then we begin the rigmarole. I wanted to kick this bishop out because I felt like winning this pawn was more important. I guess what I really wanted here was to clarify these pawns, like get rid of all of these pawns and then just play on this over here is what I wanted. Because I was worried about, the king doing something and like trying to make a pass pawn, and the bishop's over here. My knight's kind of far away from helping. So that's what I was worried about. So whatever, we kick the bishop out. I'm so stupid. Was the whole purpose of this move was so the bishop moves, so I can grab this pawn. No? Correct? And then I take this pawn that I could have taken all along. So this pawn push didn't even really make sense. So now we take with check, he takes back, and we fork his pieces. Essentially, he can't defend this. When I take it, it's with check. I'm also attacking the bishop. So he's got to do something with the bishop. I grab this with check. I guess stepping here would have made more sense because it at least attacks the bishop. Whatever, we go here. You generally want to be thinking about how to be making moves forward. And so which square is more forward? Well, it's this one. So putting the knight there with tempo on the bishop makes more sense than here. Because essentially I'm just going to have to like figure out how to move the knight forward anyway. The whole purpose of what we're doing here is we are moving everything forward is the whole idea. And so whatever. Now in this situation, my pawn is attacked and I just said, it's gone. But the situation stays the same whether I push this pawn or not. So it would have made sense to just move the pawn forward. Then you have to like waste a move trying to figure out how to even attack it because the king can't get over there and the bishop can't see it. So just pushing it one square actually kept it quite safe. I just kind of assumed he was a goner and I was going to invest in these three. Now, luckily, I'm up 3 pawns, so I'm going to win literally no matter what I play. But I do this a lot where it's like, okay, I just accept that he's dead. But pushing him forward would have preserved him till a later day, at least, because the king can't even go over there, and the bishop can't even see him. So now he's safe, essentially. Winning this pawn would become a whole task for my opponent. And instead of that, I push a pawn on the side of the board and just let him grab it for free. Didn't make any sense why I played like that, whatever. Then I can straight up just push this pawn right now. I guess I was worried about like checks and stepping away and him grabbing my knight. So I was worried about pushing this pawn and undefending the knight because the bishop attacks me and I have to step somewhere. But I can stay defending my knight from anywhere. Also, just pushing my fast pawn makes a fair bit of sense. I can just go boom, 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 boom. Like push this first. And if you start chasing it somehow, I can just defend it. And I got a chain of pawns. And I just do this same structure one step at a time. Either way, I made things a lot more complicated than they ever had to be. We're jumping around. I bring the king. The king is there. I put the knight to shield this square from the bishop so I can push this pawn. So we do push that pawn. And we push another pawn. The king's moving around. We step the king forward because my king is going to have to move forward anyway. King forward. We give a check. In between move. Give a check. Then we push the pawn. We push another pawn. Give a check. He steps back. And we bring the king up. I guess he forgot the knight was defending it. He didn't have load time. He had 3 minutes. So maybe he just gave up here and was like, screw it. I'm lost no matter what I do. It's hard to say. Maybe he thought it was a draw. I don't know. And then in this situation, all you have to do to not lose this game is just don't get a draw. And pawns on the side of the board kind of suck because they do, okay? And so, I mean, no, they don't. All pawns are good. All pawns are good pawns, all right? But generally, my plan is the king worries about this guy. I get my king here, and I push forward. And so that is literally what I go for. That is literally what I go for. Because there's probably a better way to like make a distraction or whatever, but you just don't want to stalemate. And so making the red carpet is the easiest way to go. So I know that wasn't the most accurate game. I missed a hanging bishop. I missed a tactic in the beginning. And then I made pushing these 3 pawns in the end game where literally any move was winning. I made it seem like it was a lot harder than it was. Literally like anybody could win that position. You just make a move and don't hang your knight. And so thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed or simply learned something, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 and it is a long and treacherous road. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys next time. I love you. Get out of here, and more chess coming soon. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what I am planning to do is play a game of chess with 0+1, where we start with 3 seconds, and every move we make, we get 1 second increment. I'm simply doing this to show you my chess capabilities when I have no time to think, and then we will play a 10-minute game of chess where I have ample time to think. So without further ado, let's hop into the rigmarole. He can ruin my pawn structure, but he gave up his light square bishop. We're going to defend this square. I think we will just capture. Then we step back defending this pawn. The bishop is being attacked. I think we give this check and we can grab this pawn. I don't see any checks or anything useful. Okay, we step back. Now the queen is defended. I'm castling same side because I am straight up a little bit worried about what's going on. That's attacking my pawn, so we'll just push the pawn forward. Okay. No checkmates. We step over. This is definitely getting a little bit sketchy here, but we're going to step over. For sure we capture that. We step over. We grab this, because there's all sorts of, like, sacrifices going on. Step back. Hit with a check. This is a check, but we can take a few different ways. That hung this, but we cover this way. We go here. We step up. Need to do something with this guy. Am I going to get mated? What's going on here? Okay, I can attack the queen like this. Queen is just stuck. He actually got the queen trapped right there. We're going to go like this. I mean, if you take, you're just for sure losing the game. But I'm going to take like this and then hide over behind the pawn. So now I have... This is a beautiful square. We're attacking the rook. We're getting into the position. We've got 3 seconds. And we're just going to trade that off because we can grab this pawn. And realistically, what is he going to do here? We step back. I mean, if we really got to, we'll just go for this. Okay. Okay, he can push forward, but if he does, then it becomes a pass pawn. Okay, we got to defend somehow. Alright, so we're going to lose some pawns. We're going to lose some pawns. As long as we don't lose this pawn, we are happy and good to go. So what we're going to do is not lose this pawn. Defend it like this. We will step up, and we're going to get this pawn with the knight. Oh my god, we got to pre-move it. We might have to make some pre-moves here because I am really low on time. So this is just something you can do. Alright, I've got 7 seconds now. Officially, I will not be stalemating this, but I was low on the clock. So I just made some pre-moves with my knight. This comes with a check, so we're happy. We're going to hide over here. And one thing you got to be careful of is just getting stalemates. So what you can do is just hide all of your pieces. If you really want to be careful about it, you can put the knight in front of the bishop so that none of those squares are going to be covered. We bonk this guy on the head. Bring the king a little bit. Cut him off a little more. Now we're going to trap him in a little box over here. Okay, so we're going to just wait to move with the king. Chase him to the corner. The king is now stuck in these 2 squares right here, and we are going to deliver a checkmate on the next move. He has 15 seconds, but we pre-move it. I know that was sloppy. I probably missed quite a few things, but you get the idea. I'm capable of playing chess at a 2,000 rated. Okay, the opponent was 1,900, so he wasn't a 2,000, but I don't get to pick who my opponents are, all right? So let's hop into a 10-minute game of chess. That was quite exhilarating, I must say. We're going to create a game right here. Bada boom, bada bing. And we're going to do an 8 plus 2 instead of a 10 plus 0 because I don't want my opponent to lose on time. Because if that happens, it ruins the video. I would rather get into an epic, crazy time scramble where we both have 10 seconds, but we don't lose on time and we just make blunders instead. I think that that is far more interesting than somebody flagging. Maybe that's just my opinion, but running out of time, in my opinion, from a winning position, from a losing position, it is just not what you want. We are facing a 2022. We're going to take a quick gander at his profile. We see that he is not up to par in bullet, but oh dear lord, his blitz rating is quite scary. And he plays a lot of variants. He's also quite good at chess 960, so I would believe his tactics are somewhat decent. But I'm going to show you just how to absolutely destroy an opponent. We have e4, e5, bishop c4, the bishop's opening. My favorite opening of all chess. Please develop the bishop. He neglects to do so. There's a really interesting line if they develop the bishop. If not, what we got to do here is simply push this pawn forward because there are some knight sacrifices that are not super fun because this happens. So because we have the opportunity to throw in this pin, we could either develop the knight first. I guess we're going to develop the knight first because him jumping forward and just applying pressure here, we wouldn't be able to castle and defend in a natural way. We will also push this pawn because I don't want to deal with this. He wants to go for just a completely symmetrical structure. I'm going to push a pawn on the side of the board. He pushes the pawn on the side of the board. If I go here, there's a good chance that he just captures. I am going to do this because his bishop was looking at my f2 square, which is the weakest square in the position. f7 is the weakest for the opponent because it is only defended by the king. Once you castle, then it's defended by both, of course. But my last piece that I have not developed is my queen. I need to castle or move my queen. And so I'm having an inkling of what might happen in this game of chess. I move my queen, he castles, and I just freaking castle opposite, and we have no more symmetrical structure. That's definitely a little bit of a kick in the pants, I must admit, because what can happen now is this happens, this happens, this happens. It's an imbalance. Let's do it. This is going to just change the pawn structure. So we're going to go for it. We will then jump forward with the knight. He could pin, but we always get out of it with check. We're going to bring this guy. He can push the pawn. Or he can bring the bishop. Either are probably... Oh. Ho, ho, ho. Okay. So I spoke quite highly of castling this way, but seeing as he has literally 5 pawns advanced on that side of the board, castling that way just doesn't seem like the most intelligible decision. So I'm thinking developing my queen with tempo, forcing him to castle. Also, once I play this, that takes away the idea of him bringing the queen out first. Is there any other large reason not to do this? I could castle, but say we castle, then he gets to develop his queen. So I think we're going to beat him to the punchline. That is part of the benefit of playing with the white pieces. And then, like I said, castling this way is probably... It's just so risky. He's just going to push. And then I capture and he brings this, and then he's got this. Where I'm just losing. We castle, he pushes. Even if I don't take, he takes, and it opens up. Then we got an open file on my king. Without further ado, we castle, same side. And we go into a completely symmetrical game of chess. This is my immediate idea. However, he can just take en passant. So we will take. My queen is attacked. Because he has an open file touching this, I believe stepping back and just kind of guarding everything with my queen is going to make the most amount of sense. Then we're going to make a little bit of a hidey hole. We could push it 2 squares. This is kind of an important moment. And only the queen is defending this. I've also got some coffee. So this is probably one of these moments in this game of chess where it's like, this is completely equal. And if I play this, it's like, white is slightly winning by 0.03. Or if I play this, it's like 0.02. This seems more fun. He pushes and I push. He pushes and I take. No way he ever plays that. But this is just, we're good to go. But what if he brings the queen? That is the real what if. So we might have to play this, to play this, to play this, to then play this. You following me there? Because he can quite quickly bring reinforcements to the party. Probably playing this makes the most amount of sense here. Ooh. Oh, I see. That pawn is no longer being attacked. Infiltration into the enemy's side of the board is not going to work. I can play this. I mean, he's probably going to develop and I just take. In this endgame, my audio's still good? We might just play this. He captures, I capture. Ooh. Yeah, so if I play this, he captures. I have to capture like this, but then he has this pawn push where if I take, his queen gets in. So what if I just scoop my rook over, and if he takes, I bring a frickin' rook? Or we play this, 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 then I bring my rook. Or if you take, I am bringing a rook, and this becomes a weakness. I actually somewhat like this idea, because everything I just explained. Capture, 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 boom, 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 boom. I bring this over. If you capture, my rook's getting in. I mean, you can just trade it off immediately. No, you can't. Okay. We're playing this. I don't see a huge reason not to. He could play something different, like these obscure, strange moves. Or you can trap my escape with a rook. I didn't think about that even briefly, but then my queen is a little bit offsides. A little bit offsides. And if he captures, I can just take with the queen. That was kind of the original idea. Yes. Okay, we capture. If he takes with the queen, I take, and we... Boom, 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 boom. And then we're fighting over the open file. These 2 pawns seem weaker than these 2 pawns, but it's really just about who can get in first. Take. If he takes with the pawn, we play this. He'll probably attack my queen. Let's do this. It also opens up like an escape for my queen. Now, this is my last undeveloped piece that has done absolutely nothing. We need to check what is the status of my queen being attacked. I mean, we just play this and I can take. So I like this. Probably a little bit of rook f5 would make a fair bit of sense. Now, hear me out. Capture, take, I'm the first to infiltrate. You block, I double defend. You could play something like this, but I'm not even going to think about it. I think I either play this or this. And this pawn push is coming, but I can just take. Then you take, another push, I take, you take. You would have a passed pawn. Activity over everything. Yeah, he goes for it immediately. I mean, if he takes, I just take. If he pushes, we push forward. Here, here. Okay, we're going to double the rooks. That was the original idea all along. Next idea will probably be like bring my rook active. Then I have 2 rooks on his side of the board. Okay, we have to take this. He can go for an infiltration. But, ya bozo, I do have this where you have to capture it. Then I capture. You're going to step up. But I occupy the open file. No more thinking. Let's do it. We're in a rook and pawn endgame where he steps up, but I just take the open file. No. He plays this, but I step up. This is the move. And if he comes too far, for one, we can get a little more active. At least we're like occupying the open file. We've got 2 minutes. We're in a rook and pawn endgame. This is a very crucial moment in the game. Very crucial. King activity is everything. This is more or less equal, and then I have this 3-on-2. The kings are on this side of the board. This side is just a 2-on-2. I think bringing my king, that's going to just defend stuff over here. And if I ever attack this, I think we will just play this. He can start pushing these guys, but I just don't believe in it. We can also freeze these guys down, just waste a move. Definitely it's a little bit scary. Okay, we launch forward. You capture, I capture. Your king gets in. I hit you with a check. You're getting back out of there. This is probably just a draw. His rook is defending literally everything, dude. I don't think there's huge opportunities to win this. And he's got 7 freaking minutes, bro. Oh my god. He needs to learn how to utilize his time correctly. You shouldn't be in a... You should... If there was ever a moment in this game where I had like a winning tactic or anything, bad uses of time by both of us. So he does want to go for this. What if I attack? This is the move. What does this do? Oh my freaking god. It gets in. You hate to freaking see it. Here, here. Take with check. This. I take with check. You go back. Then I take again. This is the move. You can defend. But look. Check. Scoot back a bozo. Then I take another pawn. Defending and attacking the rook. With pretty... yeah. Oh, he resigns. Bro, you had 6 minutes and 46 seconds on the clock. My bro. Crispy. That is not what you want to do. How on earth do you play this move with 6 minutes on the clock? I have 46 seconds. Something that potentially could have happened is he was like, oh, my opponent has 46 seconds. I got 6 minutes and 46 seconds. If I play fast, he'll have to play fast and I'll pressure him in the endgame. But all he had to do was check my bullet rating and say, God damn, bro, this guy is rated higher in bullet than he is in rapid. I'm not going to try and pressure him in low time situations. Flabbergasted by the decision of some of these chess folk. But either way, let's hop into an analysis. We're going to change the scene. If my face glitches out, don't stress about it too much. Because that's what... I'm going to edit this part out. Don't worry about it. And here we are in the analysis. And if you made it this far in the video, check out this frickin' Rubik's Cube collection, dude. That is unfrickin' real. I also got one more. Dude, I just played a perfect game of chess. I might have potential to be a chess YouTuber because that game, really, I played perfectly. That was a perfect game of chess. Take a look for yourself. Now, this is a boring, flatline position where we grinded down into an end game finally to get an advantage. I played 96% accurate, 0 blunders, 0 mistakes, 0 inaccuracies, with 12 average centipawn loss, bro. That essentially means that I was making no errors. So let's just hop right into it. We'll turn this off briefly because it's going to make my camera lag. Also, if you are impressed by that, you should check out my subscriber rate. Look at that, 2,092. I'm trying to reach 2,100 if you want to help me. I'm trying to create a following and make this chess YouTube channel actually do something. So we have a completely symmetrical structure. One line that I would like to point out to you is the bishop developing. This is what's called the copycat variation, where you develop the queen immediately attacking the pawn that has been left to die by this bishop. Now, in this position, what they need to do is put the bishop back, step over with the king, or push this pawn. But nobody ever does that. They bring the queen where? You coax him. You simply attack. This is the most commonly played move, by the way. You can check it over here in the Lichess database if we step back. Yeah, see this right here? Most commonly played move, and it sucks. You have a 69% win rate with white. You attack the queen, he comes down here, and you just step on over. And long story short, we're not going to go into an incredible amount of detail into this, but you should just know this line, study it yourself. I have other videos on it. It wins me a lot of games in chess. Unfortunately, we don't have that. And in this position, what you need to do is push this pawn, because there is this sacrifice. If you don't push the pawn, say you do something different. Long story short, capture, capture, fork. Okay, where you step back with the bishop, he takes the knight, you take the pawn, and he can launch this forward defended by this bishop, because now this bishop sees this square. None of this happened. We got to push the pawn because we don't want to run into those sacrificing ideas. We get some stuff developed, and we're going to turn this engine back on. Going for the dark square bishop is the best move, but it's equally as important as saving my light square bishop. Okay, so in my head, I said I want to save the light square bishop. I guess the computer is saying save the light square bishop like this, or immediately grasp the dark square bishop. But what if I play this and he plays something like this? I capture first, you capture first, then I capture, then you capture, but then he loses the right to castle at the very end of it. Okay, so that's why. That's why I am ahead in the attack. Okay, he steps back. We simply capture here to put his rook on a strange square. His rook is really not supposed to be on this square. He could have taken with the knight and gone for something like this, or a pawn push here. Whatever. We developed the queen, and I was having ideas of castling opposite, but let's see just how inaccurate all of it was. If I did castle opposite, we jump forward, capture, capture. He launches the pawn. Now let's see how bad it is if I castle opposite. It's playable. It is playable. 0.6. Minus 0.6. It's playable. But this, I'm going to let you know right now, is really freaking scary to play against. None of these, this is not even close, and this is incredibly close. All of this is close. So just castling that way is just not really advisable. I probably would have lost if I did that. So we just trade everything off. Putting the queen here is actually the best move because it's just holding down the fort. It's holding down the fort. It's also applying pressure here. And yeah, you don't want your queen like sliding back like this because then he can get blocked out of the game quite easily. Okay. I was supposed to go for this immediately. What did I not like about this? I didn't like this. That's what I didn't like. And I push this, but can he not? Oh, he can't take. The queen is in the front. I'll take it with my rook. Okay. Okay. So I calculated the correct amount of attackers, but not the correct amount. Best move, putting the queen in the enemy's position. Look at this. My queen is like hiding amongst pawns. He's like hiding in the grass, and nobody can see him. We go ahead and capture. Best move. Freaking best move. Best move. Best move. Best move. Best move. Best freaking move. Best move. Best move. Come on, crank up the depth a little bit, bro. You know this is a good idea. You know this. Come on, rook c8. Come on. Okay, we're supposed to say this, but then he gets the open file. Oh, we would have grabbed the pawn immediately. The rook can't go for any open files. He needs to protect these pawns. Didn't see it. This is literally just as good. Okay, 0.2. I don't want to analyze for too long. Either way, we make a bunch of moves. We get active with the rook. We push a pawn, just locking it down over here. I feel like I've got more options here, but it is still just a draw. He pushes, I push. What is the best move? I always like to crank up this depth just a tad little bit. See that little green line trying to inch on down the board. It takes too long. Okay, we push a pawn. Everything's fine. I'm slightly winning, and this is just a straight up blunder. How are you going to defend these pawns? You're freaking not, because if you step here, you get hit with a fork immediately. So this just straight up wins the pawns. The whole purpose of this rook was boom, boom, boom. Like, I only have one rook, my king is really not getting into like attacking any of these three weaknesses. So his rook right here on d6 is perfect because it's just defending everything. And I can't make it move. Even though I have both open files, like, I'm never going to win any of the weaknesses because I need another piece to attack one of the weaknesses, because you have one rook and I have one rook, and you have one king and I have one king, and your king is like more active than mine, I would argue. So we play the best move. Oh my freaking god, we take this with check. This is not hard to calculate. You step in, yes, but mine comes with check. You move, and then I take your second pawn defending this, and then this is just a resignable position. He could have tried to pressure me. I had 49 seconds, so he could have tried to pressure me, but resigning is completely respectable as well. Basically, what I'm going to do here, I was going to play this. Yes, you get the open file, but I'm freaking going to start pushing this pawn. You hit me with a check. I mean, I step up. You hit me with a check. I step up. And, like, yes, you can grab some pawns, but, dude, this guy's going to inch up. Say you get behind it. I step forward to defend. Like, yes, you can even grab this. But, dude, what are you doing about this pawn? Say you attack. I just block. You give me a check. I can step anywhere. And long story short, we just invest in the passed pawn. Who cares about any of these other pawns? This is all I care about at this point. Once you create a passed pawn in a position like this, you just start pushing it. Long story short, forget about everything else. Push your freaking passed pawn and you will win. Because you can lose 9 pawns, but if your pawn makes it across, you get a queen and that's worth 9 points. So you can literally lose 9 pawns as long as you're not losing pawns in a way that lets him promote as well. So like, one way to calculate this, I'll show you very, very quick. Right now, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawns. I can lose all of those pawns, but if this one makes it, we're up material. So all you have to do is make sure that you can't sacrifice the rook for it at some point. But then it's still even. So just once you have a passed pawn, invest in it. That is all you need to know. Like, you've got a passed pawn. He does not. What is he going to want to try to do is create a passed pawn, but you already have one. So you can make the entire game about stopping this pawn. So, like, just push the passed pawn. Like 9 times out of 10, just push the passed pawn, forget everything else. Even if it's like your knight and bishop over here and your passed pawn is here, just push it, dude. He takes the knight. Okay, you push the pawn. He takes the bishop. You push the pawn. Just make sure he can't sacrifice for the pawn at the very end of the day. So thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed hanging out with me, or you like how I play chess, or you want to play chess like me, leave a comment. I probably missed some stuff. I did my best. You know, I'm newish to this YouTube thing, so please subscribe. This is my subscribers right here. I'm going to start trying to post more videos. I love each and every one of you. I'm going to go to the gym. Thank you so much. Get out of here. Bye, and bye-bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what I intend to do is show you how to play chess ultra super duper accurately. And so I've been, in my recent videos, I've been trying to do some like attacking chess or playing on the clock. What I want to challenge myself with this one is I want to have just a super accurate game. And so it'll be hard to beat because I've definitely played games that are like 98% accurate. And we're just waiting on our opponent. We are playing the Sicilian. So let's just hop right on into it. Get situated, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be playing the open Sicilian. Are we going to see the pawn push? Going to go ahead and develop my knight. I believe this is called the Alien Sicilian. The drawback of this is I have nowhere to put my bishop. And if this pawn push comes in, my knight can't jump here, applying pressure like so. So I would have to step back one of these ways. I think what I'm supposed to do is actually develop my dark square bishop first. Then c4 and castle opposite. I think that's like the actual like best main line is what's going on here. Something like this, if you followed all of that. Now, is it interchangeable? I don't want to lose 1% because I picked the wrong move. I think we scoot forward with the queen because for whatever reason, we're not sure which square is best for the bishop. Now that he has made this move, signifying that he's going to be castling this way, what do I do? If I develop here, I'm looking at least I'm looking at the king through all of these pawns, which might be more useful in the endgame. On the other side, this pawn is kind of undefended as it is, so I like the idea of defending it, and I also like the idea of just being chill. So let's think about this for a second. I go here, he hits me, boom, boom, boom. We might just get a massive like simplification in the center, but I needed to develop my last minor piece. If I step back here, I'm foregoing the option of ever occupying this diagonal and this pawn as such. So if I scoot back and he hits me again, oh, So I think that I have to do this for the simple idea. I scoot back, he hits my knight moves, and then this pawn, one pawn, will have simply removed both defenders of this one. I think we go here and we go for the pawn push. If I go here, it blocks the pawn push. Going here is kind of the opposite side of the board that walks into this, and I'm probably going to want my knight on this side of the board, so I think this move actually makes more sense. I mean, if we just get hit with this pawn, dude, we might have to just castle same side, and he's got too far of an advancement for me. Do we do it? Is that what we're supposed to do in this position? He definitely has this move as well. And it's actually quite scarier than I think. It's removing my defender. Okay. That blocked an attacker. I think I just go for this pawn break. If he takes, then cool. My knight gets involved in the action. I love it. I mean, if I take, it just opens up kind of the position. And then in the end... Okay. If I push, he might just go for this. But then I take. Like, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Queen in the action. Develop with tempo on the queen. Trading just brings the knight. I don't actually need to do anything. I can go for this. What if I just launch this first? Let's just... I'm not sure if that was the most accurate move. But you know what? H4 on the board. That is the type of chess I like to play. And maybe bring in a rook and then just going for this, bro. This is literally what I talked about in the beginning. Like the general setup. I mean, I moved some stuff around a little bit differently, but castling opposite and getting your pieces developed in a little cube in the middle of the board. So it's actually kind of scary if I step over. If he pushes forward, I mean, I jump in, he takes, I take. That pawn is all of a sudden just a weakness where this is coming in. Pushing forward walks directly into this, which is really scary. But stepping over, then my knight literally has no way to move back. So if I step over and this comes in, I have to jump forward and then take. Middle of the board. No, he might just push again. Push, here. What if I just ignore it? Does that make any sense? I just completely ignore that this is going to happen? I feel like I'm supposed to address that issue. But my knight can step back. We take and he takes back. What do I do? Oh boy, sinking in the clock. Stepping over. I jump forward. I don't know what the right move was. Chess is hard. Absolutely hate it. The idea is I'm going to be able to move my rook, then my knight can step back to here, and I will be enabling this. Okay, so that gave me enough time. We play this. He can jump in, attacking my bishop, but I don't know if I care too much about that bishop. This is defended by here, and once the knight is here attacking this, the pawn can't push forward to attack my knight, and I'm pretty ready for this idea. Okay, so he wants this. Boom. Boom. It's defended. This doesn't come with an immediate threat. The forking threat is definitely an idea on the board. I have 1 minute and 58 seconds. What am I doing? Trying to play super accurate, and I'm not even sure if it's all that accurate. I want to play this. Yeah. We just take. He takes. I take. Here. I think we're just going to go for it. Just huge simplification. This bishop seeing my rook is also something that is just in the cards. We go for a tempo on the rook. Then we just take. The knight gets in. Man, it's getting complicated. I want to just push past. But now that the queens are off the board, I feel like it's going to be a little bit hard to conjure up a real attack. And this is hanging. So maybe even stepping over with the king now that we are kind of in a more or less endgame, you might want to call this. What if he just pushes forward? I mean, I just take. He pushes forward. I can take with the knight. So I think we're chilling. I think we're chilling. This guy not being defended is a little bit spooky. We jump in with the knight. Does this win me anything? We push forward. We push forward. Now the knight moving is something that we need to be a little bit worried about. I think this is just an active square. No, that was... I wanted to move this rook. Yikes. Now that any knight move is going to reveal this attack. I can get in the way of it, but then this is undefended. Oh, man. I'm scared. I take with this. Is there something I'm missing? I need to move this rook pretty much anywhere. I don't want to trade my bishop pair. I'm going to lose this. What if I step forward? I think we just go for a little bit of simplifying. I'm getting scared. He's got the bishop pair. I'm up a pawn, but he's got a bishop pair. And these 3 pawns never made it. They never made it to actually do any damage. But now I'm up a pawn. Would love to trade my knight for this dark square bishop. So that is basically what we do. We got to look at this position and say he's got the bishop pair. I still got 1 bishop. So really, I need to trade my knight for this dark square bishop if I'm going to trade things equally. If I trade into some sort of opposite color, like if I take the light square bishop with my knight, I think that just makes some big problems for me. This doesn't work. Man, this dark square bishop is going to be an absolute headache. I think I'm going to give him a little tickle because I don't know what else to do. But my position is pretty steady. Okay, he gets all the way out of there. $53 seconds. Was that the most accurate move? I mean, I can come in here and attack this immediately. Then this is hanging. If I go here, he can come back and attack me. I could push, but then he takes. I take. Oh, God. I don't know what to play, bro. Coming over here. God darn it. Man, I would pay some money to just trade off some of these pieces. Cool. I'm pushing a pawn forward. Should I be going for this? Is that what needs to be played right now? Like boom, boom, boom. I don't know if there's a good way to defend it. What if he comes back? He can push here. This sucks. What if he plays this? I go here, but then he pushes. Then I have a check. So no, this doesn't work. I hit him with a check. So this doesn't work. If he steps over with the king, I think at that point I have to do something with this knight, because the knight just getting pressured is going to suck. So actually stepping over with the king might be the best move, because this doesn't work because of this. So stepping over with the king would make a lot of sense. And if he plays that, I'm going to be terrified, because that means that this dude is he's calculating stuff that I'm looking at. And I like to think I'm pretty good at chess. And so if he's pretty good at chess, I'm scared. And now when I move the knight, this is defended. Comes over here like this. This sucks. 17 seconds. 5-second increment, though. I think we'll survive. Dude. This. Am I hanging something? I'm so scared. I'm gonna just take this. Back rank checkmate ideas, but he can get out. Okay, this kind of sucks. Okay. I maintained my pawn. Dark square, I'm protecting my pawns now. I can trap the rook in here. He can go for this, and there's not a great way for me to defend that, that's for sure. But I can force a trade. Let's just go for this. If he plays this, he gets in the way. Okay, he can go for this pawn. Uh-huh. I think I needed to be just pushing this. I can also... Go for it, bro. Back rank checkmate ideas. We're getting fancy. And it's completely equal. Oh my god. He's got this. This is a passed pawn, my friend. $35 seconds. 5-second increment is huge. I want this. Here. Here, and then I can start pushing. I think I use this to support. He's got to pass pawn. What if he just pushes it? And I got to take. Ah, this is tense. Completely equal, but I have a pass pawn. He has a pass pawn too, but I think mine is scarier. So he has to step back, but then I push. If he hits me with a check, I take the pawn. No, dude. If I go here, he can hit me with this check, but I step over. I step back. He comes back. I can really go for the draw. Here, I think it's a draw. If I go here, he steps in and touches my rook. I come here, he touches my rook again, and I can't defend it. So I have to just go for this. He can just come in and trade. Here. This sucks. He can just... I'm blockaded. I should have went for the draw. He can just make a pass pawn of his own. His stupid king is blockading my entire position, bro. This sucks. He can launch, but I'm coming for you, bro. Here, 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 here. If you take, he can go for this one. But he's got enough time. If he goes for this, oh god. Here, take. Does he make... He's too far, right? We're safe. And that was a waste of a king move. Oh my goodness. Absolutely, that was a draw. Absolutely. I think even... Don't listen to me, I'm not that good at chess. I think... I mean, I'm obviously winning. I lose my pawn. I mean, I like it. But okay. Back in this position. I think right here, I'm completely frozen. My king can't come over. I can't move my rook, or I just lose this with check, and then this is under attack. I think he just needed to start pushing this pawn, and he's completely winning. There might have been a draw, and then I think here, when we in this position, I think after this check, I think he could have just, like after this, he could have just stayed on these two files. Coming in, I don't know. Let's check with the computer and see how accurate it was. And here we are in the analysis. And did I say something about playing a super accurate game? Because that sure didn't happen. I guess if I wanted to play an accurate game, I should have played like the Caro-Kann instead of an opposite side castling Sicilian. Go figure, those are harder games to play. And so look at that graph. Man, that is a beauty. Absolutely. And so 8 blunders. More blunders than inaccuracies. I don't know if that's a record. I think I've got like 9, maybe 10. And so, yeah, 8 blunders, but all of them essentially are in the end game. And so I said earlier, bro, chess is just about getting better at end games, because if you can survive the opening and the middle game, the pendulum swings in the end game. Look at the end game. We both had chances. So everything before that didn't really matter all that much. Just get to the end game and know your end games. And I sure don't. And so what we're going to do is fly through the game and get to the end game. And I'm going to be as instructive as possible, because I've done this recording like 4 times now because I keep making it too long. So we have the Sicilian. All of these moves are completely sound. This comes at the drawback of trapping in my dark square bishop. So I need to push this pawn to defend this square. Okay? So this bishop move is an inaccuracy, but only for the reason that his knight can get in and just get my bishop. Okay? Because I can't scoot forward, I walk into this fork. So that's why developing my bishop to like a natural square is a bad idea, is he can just win this because I trapped it in by the queen. Okay? So we develop. He doesn't see it. We step back here instead of going here because I want to maintain more defenders on this pawn. We step back. I go here to get the idea of if you capture, my knight gets over here, and I like that. My knight here seems like a good idea. And we castle opposite. And we got a game of chess on our hands. And so I c4. Let's go. We're making pawn breaks. You haven't even castled yet. I'm feeling confident. h4, feeling confident. I got c4. I got h4. I'm ready to just boom, launch through with all my pawns, okay? Instead, he brings his queen out here, and that's terrifying because this is just terrifying. There's no way around it. That is a terrifying queen move. And so in this position, I spent 1.5 minutes deciding what is better: scoot the king over or push the pawn. I decided wrong, but they're both the same, okay? This, you don't have the computer, it's equal, and this, it's equal. So spending a minute and a half on deciding which move is more equal when they're both like basically completely equal wasn't a good usage of time, but it was a scary position, so spending a minute and a half there made sense. And now we're launching pawns. I got 4 pawns on the 4th rank ready to do some home invasion on this guy. And so we capture. Now the reason this is a blunder is he can bring the knight. If I try and kick the knight out, he's quick to jump in. If I take, his bishop gets in. Now the knight is not hanging because checkmate is looming if this file ever opens up. And then just look at this position. I'm completely losing. His bishops are in, his knight's in, his queen's in, his bishop's in, his rook's in. And his king is actually quite safe. So these 3 pawns, just the 3 musketeers, did not make it. And when you think about it, you really got to launch with like 1 or 2 pawns, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It'll take 9 moves to get these. I could have done that faster. To get my pawns there. What is going on here? That shit. I swear. That never happened. We trade off into equality, okay? I take the pawn. He's supposed to sacrifice the pawn for the attack. He doesn't. He takes. I take. He takes. I take. He takes. I attack the rook. Complete equality. If anything, I'm slightly losing, okay? So just trading off even sometimes really does a lot. Now, he goes for this tactic where he wants my bishop to move to win my bishop for free, okay? Unfortunately, it's defended by my knight and my rook. Now, if I took with the rook, then he has discovery ideas of attacking both rooks on this long, crazy diagonal because he's got that bishop over there. But I can just take with the knight. So you're just down a pawn, bro. And then we step forward. I capture because I don't really want him to take here, take here, take here. Then I got real problems. So I have to take. It's the best move. But at the cost of giving my opponent the bishop pair. So I am up a pawn, this pawn right here, but he's got the bishop pair. So those can be annoying to deal with. And so we're doing some shuffling, not really sure what to play here. He attacks the pawn, I push the pawn. He attacks my rook, I move the rook, and I missed a tactic here. I can give this check, he's going to take back, but then I win the bishop. He takes the pawn, I would take back here to maintain defense of this one. If I took with this pawn, he would get it, okay? Didn't see the tactic. Didn't see the tactic. Instead, we move a rook to, like, I'm just shuffling, bro. But it's completely even. I've got 15 seconds. He's got 30 seconds. And we got a lot of material on the board still. I step back with the knight. Capture, capture. Get my rook active. I'm basically saying, like, okay, take me. He takes. I take. He takes. I take. Check. Now I scoop my king up. My king is quite happy, quite safe over here. I've got a passed pawn. He's got a passed pawn. And it's generally pretty equal, but I still have that extra pawn. So I've got doubled pawns, but it's extra, and my king is now actually pretty safe. His king is less safe because I got a rook that can get back there. And so I utilize that in just a couple moves. Now right here, this was the moment of the game. I needed to just start pushing this passed pawn. I'm not going to show you the computer line, but it gets pretty close, okay? So he can defend it, and we trade into a different pawn endgame. You don't need to see it. Instead, I step away, come over here. I hang this pawn, but there's a checkmate threat. Then I step forward. Now I'm doing a little defense. I push the passed pawn. I bring the king. Now in this position, he attacks my pawn on its starting square. I have literally not even pushed this pawn. So instead of pushing it forward away from the attack, I brought the king. Where are we going? He attacks the pawn. I can just move it forward. Generally, that's what you should do in an endgame. If we're trying to get these pawns to the promised land, that's what we need to be pushing the pawns, not stepping the king over to hold the pawn on its starting square because it was attacked. So I suck at chess. I had 30 seconds, though. Finally, we get the right idea. I start pushing my asset, okay? His rook comes back, and now the idea is different. We bring the king. If he gets behind, we touch the rook. If the rook moves, we get behind it then and only then. Doesn't happen. He could have gotten over with his king and blockaded with the king, okay? So it's completely equal. Now it's back to winning. He can bring the king. Instead of bringing the king closer to this problem, he brought the king to the middle of the board, which didn't help a lot. Grabbing this isn't going to help you a lot when you're worried about this and my king coming in. I get the right idea. I attack the rook. The whole reason I did that was to support this pawn push. But in a split-second decision, I said, what's better, pushing my asset or just going up a pawn? I thought going up a pawn. Unfortunately, it goes into this position where we shuffle around, and there's nothing really that I can do in this position but step away from my pawn, let him grab it. And to make matters worse, I take his rook and get his king more active. Now I am completely losing. What I should have done is step over. And if you take, it's even, bro. Your king didn't move a muscle. He didn't move at all. And now we're equally active, and it's still a draw. We're going to turn the computer on because here is some stuff that I need to show you. -5. Equal. Launch the passed pawn. Equal. -7. -14, -30, 96, -96. That's as high as it goes. I step over with the king. Now, he needs to push this pawn to threaten this square because he is afraid of my king getting in here and defending and attacking. So that's all he had to realize. This pawn is not going anywhere, okay? And if you do this, I'm too slow to get in. I'd literally have to play all of those moves just to get this pawn. And in all of that time, you can just take this and take this. I'm losing. He steps over here, which gives me time because now I can get in, okay? If he would have just stayed here, for one, I'm in Zooks. So all I can do is push this past pawn. His last opportunity, push this pawn and take away this crucial square from my king. If I push, you just chase. If I push, you just chase. And it takes too long to do any damage, okay? Instead, he goes for my pawn. Then I get in. Now I'm in. I capture. This is the blunder because obviously you want to at least touch my pawn. It's a draw if you touch my pawn because like I step past, but then you push. Then I push, then you push, then I push, then you push, then I push, then you push. Then I get a queen and you get a queen and it's a draw. We trade the queens, okay? Bop, 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 bop. Instead of doing that, he steps up. And now in this position, this is so hard to explain. But stepping up is better because it wastes a type of move, okay? The winning line here, instead of playing the winning move, I step over. You step off the file so you can promote the pawn. But then he just pushes, push, 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 push. They both turn into queens and it's a draw. The difference is I step up here. If he steps over, I push. If he jumps in, I'm ready to catch you. Now you have to worry about my pawn getting away from your king, and your pawn is not going to get away from my king. So if you come up, I push. If you come up, I support it. Yours isn't as close as mine. And everything changed because you had to play a king move. Also, if you launch, I step back. If you step over to touch my pawn, I push. Like, is that what I explained? If he steps over, then I push my pawn. Then if you push, same kind of situation. You got to worry about my passed pawn. So I basically needed to step up and step back. I needed to like waste a move because I needed to be on this square to threaten this pawn doing stuff and protecting and supporting. There's even one more line. Where is it? I step in. He pushes. No, it's not that. He steps in. I push. He pushes. I push. He pushes. I push. He pushes. I get the queen. If he gets the queen and I didn't even chase it, I have this all the way at the end where I win the queen. Oh my God. And so none of that happened. Instead, I played what seems to be the obvious not losing move, and now it's just a loss. Even right here, it's a draw. You push, I push, you push, I push. It's a draw. It's absolutely a draw because yours doesn't come with check, so you basically got an extra move. He doesn't understand king and pawn. I don't either, but I guess I understood it slightly better in this position. This is about as simple as it gets. Like, you're not stopping this, so start pushing. Making a king move here does not solve any problems whatsoever. So this move did not stop me from... It's not doing anything. If anything, it just encourages me to push my passed pawn further. Thank you so much for watching my video. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I don't know how I won that game. I got so lucky. Thank you for watching. You guys are the best. If you want to play a game with me, please subscribe. Shoot me a message. We can play a game. I'll record it and post it on the channel. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much, and bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, or just watching it on YouTube Lives. What we are going to be doing in today's episode is absolutely destroying this 1941. Like always, we take a quick gander, and we see that I've actually played this opponent before. Let's make the first move before he cancels. I've actually played him before, and so once you reach the rating of around 2,000, 1,900, you actually start facing the same opponents more than one time. Definitely in bullet, because I guess there's, you play chess, whatever. There's no way this is the guy that played the Alien Gambit against me. There's no possible way. Okay, he goes for the Tardicower, a far more principled approach, where the plans for black are pretty straightforward. You put the bishop here, you castle, you bring the rook over to the open file, you pin this knight if the bishop doesn't come out. If the bishop does come out, you try and go here if his bishop goes like here. So I'll show you. Very, very plain and simple development plans for black. And I mean, I guess for white, it's pretty much a simple setup. And so because everybody always asks, like I said, this pin accomplishes nothing, so we put the bishop here to the more active square. I think actually scooting the rook over is the computer best line, but it's probably all interchangeable. The knight goes here and zigzags with the plan of destiny, the spiritual journey to the center. Now, we are a little bit afraid about the queen coming in, so we're going to step back, where if he captures, we have a beautiful pawn cube, which only really happens in this structure. How often do you see a pawn cube? It's quite rare. Now, our opponent is immediately going for the jugular. And I think we got to play something like this. This guy is pinned. He could castle. He could step up with the queen, but we're going to just take. That gets some pawns in the middle. Hard to say. He wants to make a little run. Then generally what you want to do is if you can make moves. Like this is pretty forcing, but what is the real future of my queen after he just defends with the rook or the queen or something such as that? If I step over here, then my queen is kind of condemned to this side of the board because it's going to be hard to like participate over here if he tries to disrupt my pawn cube. And so really this, or this. Those are the 4 moves. I think this is the best. This is probably second best. Maybe you just get brave and you bring the knight and say screw it. Okay, so because the knight is actually going to be going this way, I say we develop the queen with tempo on this, and then we bring the knight. Instead of putting my queen here on b6, now we have a square for my knight to go. He could just push. That's well within the realm of possibilities. Okay, well, let's just stick to our guns. The whole plan was to do the spiritual journey zigzag over here. We can do this. It just seems like a powerful move. We're immediately threatening this. And we're just saying, who is attacking who in this position? Your pawns have not yet arrived, and it's really 2 pawns versus 4. So to crash through on this is going to be a little bit challenging for our opponent. If the king steps back, we have another tempo winning move. We step forward, applying pressure to this fork. We are, like, the king can never step forward or he walks into that check. If he steps here, which actually makes the most amount of sense, what do we say about this? He could push, but then we capture. You got to be careful in these positions not to get too gosh darn greedy. Because I'm feeling a little greedy right now. I want to win something. Bro, his queen. His king is in the middle of the board. It can't be good. If I step back, almost certainly he just goes for this pawn push. We trade the queens. The king steps up defending everything. What about this? I'm liking the idea of bringing my rook here and then push. I'm also kind of liking the idea of just push immediately. If he pushes here, we go for this. Like if he pushes here, we just go in. You know what? Just lining our rook up facing the queen can't be a bad move. We put the rooks in the middle of the board. This one is staring at some really important stuff if these guys decide to move at some point. So I wasn't really sure what forward attacking move. So that was my last undeveloped piece. I basically just used the rule of my least active piece. This rook was my worst piece, not doing anything. And now he's like, you know, he's got prospects. Something like this, I just am not even convinced. Like, what are you going to really do after that? I could just push forward. And, like, yes, you can push, but I can push forward. You can push forward, but I step over. And then I've just got my zigzag block of pawns over here. This walks into this. And then I'm attacking. Like, if I play this, you would have to defend like so. In that position, do I push forward? Defending the knight? Challenging this? Where if we take, and his knight can't actually immediately even get to this side of the board. This knight is condemned to be an attacking knight. This knight is attacking my king. This is not a defensive knight. Just like my queen is an attacking queen. Actually, never mind. I can slide all the way back here. That is just the power of the queen. Okay, so he does attack. I really like this move. It just seems right. It just seems right. Don't know how else to explain that. He then steps up. I push. He just pushes forward. I sacrifice here. I think this, push. Where if he pushes forward, I sacrifice the knight. If you take with the pawn, you're... That doesn't work. What am I talking about? Boom, boom, push. We sacrifice the knight. The pawn takes. I can't take. He can just take. This doesn't work. He pushes forward. What about this? Crazy move like this. This is one of these moments. We're playing this so that I'm taking my foot off the gas. I think that if there was an attack, I missed out on it. I don't see it. We can still try and shred open the position, but I'm really afraid of just pushing this pawn forward because he just pushes forward. And, like, realistically, what am I doing there? Sacrifice the rook? It doesn't work. I need this pawn here defending this square. And he can just go for this. He's really going for the run. He is really going for the run. Does this make any sense? Let's not even calculate it. Let's just play it. Straight up. Dude, he has not decided what he wants to do with this king. This rook still has not done anything because he is trying to aid in this pawn push. Which, there might be something there. My attack has somewhat fizzled out. Okay. What does this do? I can play this. What if I push? Push here. And just try and make an open file on this side of the board. I push this. He goes in for the queen trade. We hit him with this brutal fork. So this doesn't work because of the fork. The king is now in forking distance of the knight. This is also just a good square for my knight. Pushing doesn't work. I just bulldoze through. Stepping up really might be the best thing, because then even if I get this open file, it's like, cool, so what? What are we doing with that open file? It doesn't really do a whole lot. But the knight stepping back here seems like just a beautiful square for my knight. And please forgive me. If you guys saw, if there was something there and I didn't see it, please forgive me. Now I'm down a minute and a half on the clock. We still have an entire game of chess yet left to play. I didn't even really consider take. Then I take. Then I bring a rook and I'm just trying to apply pressure to this, like with everything in my position. He'd probably go for the pawn push at that point. This pawn push doesn't seem too incredibly amazing. And now my knight is only defended by my queen. So, boom, boom. What am I talking about? I could just take. What am I talking about? Go ahead and take a moment. Think about this, my opponent. And if you're watching this on YouTube live in the future, I can't really show you guys incredibly well. Super tiny right there. I'll just read it to you. My ratings are 2010 in Bullet, 1928 in Blitz, 2032 in Rapid. I've been playing chess consistently for 4 years. 3.5, 4 years is what we're looking at. I played a little bit when I was a kid, but then I forgot about chess. For more like 15 years, I forgot about chess. I think he's kind of just flabbergasted at, like, what are we supposed to do here as well? Like, this is quite powerful. Arguably, my knight is better situated than his. The only thing I don't like about this is this pawn push comes in quite quickly, and I don't want to push this pawn because we can't allow his knight here. Attacking this, and he might just give up a pawn. Give up the pawn. Okay, so he takes. Fairly certain we just take with the queen? No. He's got this still. This doesn't work. But I'm really ready to just play this. But, oh my goodness, I could play this. Like, if he plays this right here, this attack doesn't work. I've got 3 minutes. Let me take a deep breath. Can I sacrifice? Here, if he takes with the queen, I hit him with this. He has to take, then I take. And then I gave up. Let's not be ridiculous. I don't think that works. He just takes with the queen. I hit him with a check. The rook takes. I take with my queen. And he could just challenge something like this, where there's no, like, winning the rook at the end. I think we play this. Say he pushes. Say he pushes. Like, I can replace my front pawns, like my third rank pawns, with my second rank pawns. So, like, if he plays this, I don't need to capture. And if he captures, cool. I'm still covering these 2 really crucial squares. If he pushes this, I push forward. So, yeah, I don't need to capture there. Now, is trading down into an endgame what we're supposed to do? This check is an option at the end. I'm also looking at this at the end, so I think just this makes sense. We're take, 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 take. For one, I can take with check. He'll step up and attack my rook. I take your rook, you take my... Let's just play this. I'm not convinced that it's great, but I've got 1 minute and 48 seconds. I want to go up a pawn. Grabbed a pawn on the side of the board. He can also just make pass pawns over here. Now, do I rush? Like, he has to trade. Well, like, what am I talking about? Let me think. He takes. I'm going to take back. I can just take first, no? I don't know if we care about this. I take. If he takes with the king, I hit him with the check. You're going somewhere. I take this rook. You step up, I just take. Right? You take with the rook. I can get this check. I can also get this check. I think that's it. Just check. I'm winning a pawn. This... You have to block. I take, you take, then I take, but it's not with check. I'm threatening the knight. Yeah. You have to block with the rook, because if you step forward, I'm just taking this. So you have to block. I take, you take, I take. I'm threatening the knight. What about this? What about this? Check. You kind of have to play this. We also have this. Oh dear lord. This... Am I making it too complicated? Okay, let's not... Like, I know there was probably something there. Grabbing this, attacking the knight. He gets in, this is held. We attack the knight this way. He steps in attacking this. For one, I can just grab this guy. But let's be nice and simple. I've got this to win this. Oh my god. This dude is undefended, which makes me very, very squeamish. Let's give a check. He doesn't... He resigns. Because he was going to lose this pawn. You're either trading your rooks, which you don't want to do, or you're giving up a pawn, which you don't want to do. I am guaranteed there was something there. And my attacking motif in chess is just not as strong as it should be. So please forgive me for that. I really gave it everything I've got. We castled essentially opposite. Let's check with the computer. I know I missed something. But you know what? I ended the game with like 10 seconds on the clock. So I really did give it my best shot at trying to find whatever it was. If you saw it, please just put it in the comments. We're going to switch scenes real quickly. Stay tuned for the analysis. We're going to do this live in the future. I'm going to just read to you the position. Okay, so we have the Tardicower. Boom, boom, boom. Castle. I knew it that putting the rook here is the computer best line, but it's more or less interchangeable. We end up to the same. It's transpositional. This thing is loading just a little bit. Stepping back is not the best. It is the best move. Okay, they're equal. Whatever. I like doing it just because we get a pawn cube. Okay, everything. It's completely zeros at this position. I do play the best move stepping in with the bishop. Then trading is the best move. I read in the, I was like, what do I play? The queen e7 is the most forcing, but I guess bringing the knight is just like the most flexible because then I can decide what I'm doing with my queen after. Whatever. Let's see the difference. Minus 1.1 versus minus 0.9. Okay, so we're talking about 1/5 of a pawn difference in that move. Okay, we get the knight over. Boom, best move. We slide into the position, getting freaky with the queen over here. Then we get freaky with the knight. Threat after threat. Oh my god, so basic. Sacrifice for the freaking pawn because you win this with a fork. And you're getting out because you ate the pawn that covers the escaping square for the knight. Okay. Straight up just grab the pawn. If he grabs back, we hit him with the fork. He steps up, we hit here. He goes here and we can launch a pawn to... We're getting out. We're getting out. The whole reason we wouldn't be able to get out is this. I didn't even consider that for a second. What did I play instead? Big blunder. I spent over a minute, okay? I really was trying to figure out. I knew there was something there. I knew there was something there. I was considering bringing the queen back to apply pressure to both at once. I considered putting the rook up here. I considered sacrificing the knight either way. I considered just launching the pawn. And ultimately, I couldn't decide what to do, so I just slid the rook over. Okay, we bring the knight in. Correct idea. Launch the pawn. Correct idea. Oh, I launched the wrong pawn. Whatever. Still complete zeros. He runs with the king. Launching the other pawn is the right idea. Launching the pawn. All right, so I did play decently accurate at this point. We sacrifice the knight because you can't take because it's defended by the queen. Duh. If you step over, then I'm going for this because you can't take back because of this pin. Or I just straight up grab this pawn on this side of the board and say, my knight's going to live here forever. I'm close to getting a pass pawn on this side of the board. Okay. Hard to see. I did not even consider playing this move. It just looked too risky. You should always look for checks, captures, attacks. I didn't consider this at all. I simply spent half a second. Never mind. I spent 5 seconds and took this. Plain and simple, we just double up on the weakness in the position. And then I take with the queen just because I know I'm winning a pawn and he doesn't take back. I suppose we could have played this. And if he steps up, I'm grabbing this rook. And if he blocks here, I hit him with another check. You got to step up. I'm hitting you with another check. Oh, I could have gotten in and destroyed. Gave the wrong check. I gave the trading the queen's check. Okay, but still winning. We give this check. And in this position also, I saw this, but I saw he was going to step forward and attack. Never mind, this is the best move. Okay, so I did play it. He covers. And again, I'm supposed to play this. But at this one, I had 53 seconds. So what's the winning continuation here? Here, here. Just defend? No, 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 no. Trading off the rooks made way more sense from a human standpoint. Never in a million years am I just trying to win a pawn positionally. So we win this. The rook, the knight gets in, but we get to attack him. He jumps back. We step up with the king defending the pawn that the knight is attacking. And this is more or less just a straightforward endgame. I guess there's a lot of things that I can do here. Pushing is probably fine. Taking is probably fine. Going for the pawn immediately is fine. I chose to take because I saw that there was no immediate check. So, like, yes, he gets in, but there's no check. And my pawn cube has been halved. Okay? And then in this, we give the check. We win the pawn. He steps over here, defended square. I guess I could have just jumped over with the knight, where if he takes. Actually, never mind that pass pawn. You still got to be careful in these endgames. We give the check, and we step back. And right here, he's basically faced with the dilemma of, do I take the rook, or do I keep the rook, but I for sure lose this pawn? It's hard to do either one. After that, you are essentially just really lost. Because once you lose this pawn, then you've got, like you're so screwed. You're so screwed if you lose one more pawn. This pawn is very important. Because these pawns have a good structure. These ones don't. So these ones will march up the board together. Thank you so much for watching my video. I love you. Please subscribe. If you're watching this, there's another video that will pop up here if you want to watch it. Let's check the accuracy. How accurate do you think that game was? I guess my guess is like 91%. Let's see. 86. Okay, so I was like, 5% off, but still pretty decent. Thank you so much. If you made it this far, subscribe. You're the best. I'm going to play some more chess. Goodbye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiast. Thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're actually doing is training for a friendly chess tournament that I'm going to be going to. And we're going to play the Alien Gambit. I'm not... Never mind, no, we're not. I think I just pushed this forward. I'm not 100% sure, but... Okay, I'm already out of opening prep. I was trying to play the Alien Gambit. I think now we're just in the Caro-Kann advanced variation. I think there's definitely some fear. This is a line that I don't actually face too often, but I think we take. He develops the knight. I have to pin him. We're going to do this. I'm cool with opening this diagonal. We'll develop this knight like this. We're kind of asking for it with the pin over here. And I'm not really 100% sure what to think about this queen over here. We could just step up. And we will do so. This queen seems like it's causing some problems, so I'm a little bit more comfortable just like instantly trading it off. We trade off the queens. We take in the center. We'll put this knight over here to defend this in case he ruins our pawn structure. Go ahead and ruin the pawn structure. I don't know if I care. And I think we might just go for this. Let's just go for it immediately. Okay, we'll step up. This is still defended, and I'm really kind of ready to attack this. You got a castle. Okay, you don't have to castle. You can play that instead. We'll play this so that this whole file isn't a problem. The knight can't jump in and attack my bishop. He can definitely step in like so. But I'll get freaky and defend with my king. And bro is playing just incredibly quickly. Okay, I have to trade that off. There's really no other option. This seems like the most forcing move. We step over. Oh. Do we? Yeah, this is defended twice. There's really no great way to, like, get rid of it. He could play this. Once I play this, his knight does jump in. But, I mean, I just step over. Okay, we're going to do it. I think this move looks fancy, but I don't think it's too incredibly scary. Like, he jumps in. Okay. Now we just play this. This is held. I'm not actually really threatening to do anything with any of these rooks over here. If anything, this rook is just now pinned, like, stuck. So it looks good, but I have no wiggle room to do anything along this second rank. I think we just go for this. Trade. I'm going for it. My rook's in the position. Like, he's got a lot of threats. Like, this is... But this is frozen. If I don't move my pieces, you don't got to move your pieces. So you're going to have to either give up on this or try and figure out a way to, like, make something happen over here. Where this move just gives me this. Okay, so he wants to step in. Let's think about this for a second. If I step in, we're actually chilling. You can't get in because my knight is here. This is still held. This doesn't do anything. I'm pretty quick to play a move like such. And my pawns are pretty freaking weak. We step back? Or do we just trade? And then we get behind this? Okay, what if I step here? He can get in. Let's trade. I'm not really convinced that it was great. We step here. You can get in, but I'm grabbing this immediately. He could play like this. Okay, we do grab this. We take. That gives him the check. We slide back. This guy is all of a sudden kind of weak. I've got 1 minute, but I'm up the pawn. I can kind of put pressure on this. He's going for this. Here, take, step over, take. He wins 2 pawns there. What if I just launch? What do I do here? He's almost certainly going to win this. Here, push, take, and I just made a new outside pass pawn. Probably hit me with a check. I have to step back. I don't want to spend too much time here. I think this is the right move. Which pawn is more important? I think I push. Oh, but then you take here. I chase you away. Okay, we go for this. If you go here, I take this one. And then this becomes the new outside pass pawn. So we're going to take that. I'm shielded from the checks along this file. I think we go for this. We grab this. He grabs this. We get behind this. Doing it. This is how you win king and pawn endgames. We get behind this guy. He defends. Brilliant. Don't know what to do. His king is cut off. Fudge. We gotta defend. Now he's gonna try and freaking flag me, bro. Yikes. Where are you going, bro? You fudged up. You fudged up big time. Uh-huh. Oh, did he fudge up? Okay. Freaking get out of here, bro. Get out of here. And I'm going to take all of the pawns as well. He disconnected. It looks like he just left the game. That is a prime example of opposition right there. King and pawn endgame, but he fudged up in the end. He could have, one, just accepted the draw. 2, tried to flag me by keeping the rooks on the board. Or 3, let me win and trade off into a losing king and pawn endgame. And so he chose the latter. And so we've got 36 seconds. Oh my goodness, I almost feel bad for him here. I was winning though. Or at least I was on the happy side of the draw because I've got some extra pawns. But right here, I was happy taking the draw. I would have shuffled. I would have shuffled back and forth 100%. Even I would have shuffled my rooks there. But doing this, I think what he needed to do was just play this. That way when I step in, you get opposition. So if he plays this, I would have had to play something like this, where he steps forward, I step forward, claim victory. So I think it was still a draw. He just had to be very patient. That's something that you're going to have to just learn about these end games. We're not even going to really analyze the beginning portion of this game. Well, let's just fly through this real quick. Not really 100% sure what to do here. Capturing is best. Develop some pieces. Probably the queen move is a little bit questionable. But you know what? It gets us out of a lot of problems, so we trade. That pawn is for sure just hanging, but I was scared about the queen. We trade back. Okay. Defend this, because we're going to lose this defender. Trades the bishop for the knight to ruin my pawn structure, but who really cares? We then like solidify our center. We go to develop our piece. He trades, we trade. Completely even. Step forward with the king. Look how happy my king is doing such stuff. We really got to trade this because that's just too many attackers on this pawn. So we do this and it ruins his pawn structure. Okay, I'm happy with that. Now, sorry. My computer is so slow. Jesus. I thought about this move first. Because if he ever moves the knight, or like does something else with the knight, I am getting pretty active pretty quick. But whatever. We try and get active this way. It's still a draw. And then realistically, like I'm not actually threatening to infiltrate anywhere. So I'm actually not doing so well. He can like for sure push the pawn. He can move the knight. There's a lot of things that he can do here. But this gives me the trade, which puts my rook on the back rank, which is hard to deal with sometimes. We're stepping around. We trade the knights correctly. I'm slightly winning. We grab this pawn. He goes for the push. Capture is fine. Okay, still a draw. Capture. And then this is good. It's just like getting a defended square on my 7th rank. So pushing this pawn forward, that's a genius thing. I've still got 3 pawns on the 2nd rank. And he basically just like solidified the c2 square for himself. And my rook is nowhere. He was gobbling pawns. So we play correctly over here. Let's see how accurate this was. We push this pawn. I felt like saving this pawn and just... Oh, he could have just gone for this one. But then I step over and he grabs this one. And then I grab this one. Okay. Then it's a total draw. He screws up a little bit by letting me get this one. He could have gotten both pawns. We slide in. We're attacking this. I take correctly. He takes. And it's still just a complete draw. And I was really low on time. I had 35 seconds. There's no increment. So I was really okay to shuffle. This is still a draw. Sorry, let's make sure that I played the right moves. Okay, stepping over is still a draw. Stepping here is still a draw. I step up. He steps over. Where did he go astray? Oh, he could have stayed here. And then what am I doing? Here, here. And if I step back, you step forward. I step over, you step over, I step over, you step over. Okay, so he basically just yielded for no reason. But sometimes that's all you got to do, bro. Just trade down into a king pawn endgame and hope that you don't blunder first. Sometimes that's all there is to it. Trade everything equally as you can. And dude, at the very end of the game, I guess it's really not too incredibly hard to see, but when you don't have a lot of time on the clock, sometimes it will be a position just like this, where it's like, okay, let's say it's this position. Say it's like black's move, and he's got the option of playing all of these moves. Let's say, and only playing this is winning. Only playing that is winning. Everything else loses. Or it's like, I don't know how to explain it. You have to make like one really obscure pawn push on the side. Like say in this position, it's like, okay, I had to push a pawn. And sometimes it's really hard to calculate like the complete end race and stuff. So one thing that I recommend to play for playing higher rated opponents is just like get into a king and pawn endgame, and sometimes you'll be in the situation where the win is essentially impossible to calculate or very difficult. And sometimes you're just like faced with this decision. It's like, all right, should I slide my rook up here, or should I take the pawn with my king? And they look kind of even, but it's like, oh, the rook move is winning and the king move is losing, and it's impossible to calculate either one. And sometimes, okay. Thank you so much for watching my video. I hope that analysis wasn't too long. Sorry for yapping a whole bunch in the end. I love you. I'll see you in the next one. Please subscribe. Today we are at 1900, baby. We made it. All right. So I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you so much for watching. I love you. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiast, back at it again in front of the 64 squares, and I intend to show you in this video, facing a 1960 with a question mark, playing a nonsense opening, because sometimes people put way too much pressure of the game of chess on memorizing and learning openings. So we've given him the center. What we're literally going to do is maybe put my knight like this. He has a huge center. He is completely winning by maybe +1, but I'm trying to show you in this video that it really does not matter. What matters is the middle game, and more so importantly, the end game. So I think we can just trade that off. Not the end of the world. I feel like we're going to go ahead and pin this knight, and maybe we'll make one more like nonsense move. I'll just put the knight here or something, or maybe like slide the queen over. Do something I know that this is a bad move. Absolutely, that is a bad move. And with that, I think we have avoided really any opening theory. We'll step back. This pin is still active. The pawn push, it's a little something to pay attention to. But yeah, my rook is locked in over here, and my queen kind of definitely sucks. My knight can get over here. You know what? We have to free up this bishop. So that kind of just offers a trade immediately. Where the bishop comes, I can attack this bishop and potentially go onto this diagonal, which is actually a decent diagonal for my knight. I mean, for my queen. I'm kind of preventing this queen from developing naturally over here. And I also have this crazy idea of bringing my bishop. So that's defended many different times, so I don't think that that's really going to work. What if I try and crack open the center? He pushes, I capture. Not even going to think about it, let's just do it. Okay. Also, this is not a bullet game. I need to be playing a tad bit faster. This comes with check. He can't defend it. This would come with this, but I still think we need to kind of prioritize plain and simple development. And so, like I said, we've completely avoided opening theory. None of this game has anything to do with like actually memorizing openings. What it kind of did, so we're going to do this. It kind of questions this trade here. This bishop's nice and active over here. My queen is also nice and active. Dude, I could even maybe take with the king. I'm actually thinking about the knight is pinned. Taking with the king, I could bring a rook. We're doing it. We're doing it. And so, okay, he steps away from the pin. Very reasonable. I think I like the idea of just attacking the queen, putting my rook on this open file. This diagonal is protected. This will put a pawn in the middle, and that pawn is kind of a weakness. This music sucks, by the way. I don't know how to skip it. There's a fork, but I can cover it. Now, what is going... Now, we've both got 3 minutes. So we have entered the realm of the end of the middle game. And this is the part of the chess. Like, this is the part of the chess. This is the part that is actually important. Getting better at this part of the game. That is terrifying. I think I can win a pawn, though. This is covered. This doesn't work. This also doesn't work. This grabs here. If he decides to step in, I can get this check first. Okay, we're stepping in. We have officially grabbed a pawn. He's got this. But, I mean, I'm just going to give a check. I think he's putting too much reliance on this right here. Like, I give this check first. Yes, these guys are looking at each other. But if I defend and he captures, I just step up. And, like, yeah, I have a weird pawn structure or whatever. I'm also attacking this pawn at the end of the day. If, like, nothing forces my queen to move from here, we go for this queen trade. Immediately, I'm up 2 pawns. I start thinking queens are on the same diagonal. We go for a queen trade. If I play this and he captures, I capture the queen. He steps up. Then I capture back. And if he goes for this, I just capture, and then the pin is even worse. And if he captures back like this, I bring the rook. with the idea of doubling here on the only open file in the position. Yes. I don't think he really wants to trade this anymore. Like, yes, that's going to ruin my pawn structure, but like, how are you accessing my weaknesses? And if he wants... We're going for this to allow the check to step up. These guys defend each other. He steps up to attack my pawn, but I think I can just push. Maybe I should take a little deep breath and play a little bit slower. Attacking this. Here, 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 here. So you can do two things when a pawn is being attacked. You can push the pawn or you can defend the pawn. I can defend like this and allow this check. Block back, he comes back. I think at the end of the day, I'm going to just have to play this. And I hung my pawn. Terrific. But this forces a rook trade. Oh my god, I hang both of my pawns. So this is the part of chess that I was telling you about. You got to get better at, and I did not get better at it. Now he just comes and attacks more stuff. Check up here, here. Check. That hangs this. We got to go for this. Check. We're going for this check. We're giving this check. What I'm going for is grabbing this pawn. It's completely even now. It's got a 2-on-1 versus a 2-on-1. Why did I make things way more complicated than they need to be? This check is actually really scary, but I touched these guys. So we're going to just be bold. We touch both of these rooks. He can give... It actually makes things kind of weird. He's got to step back. And all of a sudden, I have two passed pawns. He still just has these guys. And if I'm able to, like, figure out... I mean, we have to take that, no? He pushes. Ay, ay, ay. Check. He comes closer. Here, here. This, this, this. That's all I got. He's going to be able to defend it. But I am attacking both of these rooks. That is something to just pay attention to. We go here. If he steps back, I can sacrifice. We push, 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 push. That's the new idea. This is the pawn that is defended by this guy. He can tickle my guy. I gotta turn this music off. This is way too hectic of an endgame. How did things get so complicated so quickly? If he steps back, I just take. I'm not even going to think about it. We're going forward. He can go for this pawn. But like I said, I'm touching this guy. So he can take. We're pushing. Check. Oh, God. Check. Where does he go then? Here. No, check. He goes here. Then I give a check. He steps over here. Then I give this check. He has to step up. I sacrifice for this pawn. I think it works. That is going to be an absolutely ridiculous endgame. steps up. We give this check. He steps over. Check here. And I grab this. Oh my goodness. Did you see that? That was crazy. Absolutely, that was crazy. With 12 seconds on the board, unbelievable. And I'm pretty sure even if he left this rook over here, it gets hard. It gets hard to stop these guys. I just need one more push. Like if I could find the time to make one pawn push, 2 pawns on the 6th rank defended. Like right now, this is not going to make it. But if the 2 pawns are on the 6th rank, 1 rook, no matter where it is on the board, cannot stop them. And that's just something you need to know. Oh my goodness, that was an exhilarating game of chess. Let's check it with the computer, see how accurate that was. What did I say in the beginning of this video? Bro, we played the most nonsense opening that you could imagine. Got into a winning endgame that I screwed up by losing 2 pawns, and then had to make a crazy tactical thing. The opening didn't matter at all, and that is the most important thing that you can learn from this video, is like getting better at chess is not memorizing openings. Opening theory or like opening principles are good. Opening theory, learn some of it, but don't like spend all of your, just focus tactics, end game, and that's what you need to get better at. So we have more or less a weird opening. None of these moves made a whole lot of sense. We capture, capture. This move made sense. I like it a lot. We're going for this diagonal castle. These pawns are a little bit weak. Capturing back like this is also decent. The knight gets involved. We step forward. And it's showing that taking with the bishop is actually the best move. I guess they're equal. 0.8 and 0.7, if you can see that over there. So they're pretty much equal. We then bring a rook. Capture. No. Now I capture to win this pawn. And he put too much reliance on this whole idea of getting in like this, removing the defender of this like very scary checkmate. But you don't have to freak out. Also, I could have got in with check. Oh, that's good. There's just that. I went for a queen trade. That's what I saw first. Okay, so the check would have been better. Trade, trade. Trade, trade. Double up the rooks. Here we go. He's attacking my pawns. And then pushing this allows this rook to see this pawn. So I'm supposed to just allow this, this, check. I step up. He could grab this, but then I'm getting in and grabbing these guys. So you'd have to defend, but then same idea. You could attack this one. I can defend. Okay, so that would have made more sense. That would have made more sense. Instead, I push the pawn. He grabs my pawn. Then I push my rook, and he grabs another pawn. And now it's just a complete draw. We're stepping around, making some moves. We get in. Another check is better because I'm going for your pawn. Oof. You can give a check. I step back with tempo on the rook. If you grab this, I'm still coming in. We had to grab it this one. Oh, now when the king moves, we're grabbing this rook. Oof. Okay. Instead, I make a blunder and I grab a pawn on the side of the board. He grabs a pawn. I grab a pawn. He pushes his pawn. I grab another pawn. I'm touching both of the rooks. King fork, baby. Capture, capture. And then here, white is slightly losing. For one, I can just grab here, and if he takes back, I take this rook. That's not that hard to see. The whole reason of doing this is so that these rooks have to stay guarding each other. That was the whole idea of doing this. Like, it wasn't just to look cool. And so, okay, could have just taken the pawn, for sure. Then here, still same idea. I could have just taken, so it's not playing the most accurate. We step back. And he's going for this. Whoa, what did I just do there? We're going for this shielding technique, but it doesn't work because I am the greatest chess player who has ever lived. Check here, check here, check here. Grab the rook while it's defended. Even if he steps up and I grab here, we're still winning. We're still winning. This is what I actually calculated. Because he has to waste a move grabbing the rook. Like when I grab that pawn, he has to waste a move grabbing it. And I saw 2 pawns on the 6th rank. Let's see how accurate that was. My guess is like 87%, 84%, 3 blunders. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 and it's taking forever. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today we are facing the Ready, I believe that is called, against King 27. And it looks like he is a little bit lower rated in all categories. And so one thing that is back by popular demand is what chess opening to play and how to play chess openings. So when you play the black pieces, bro, I play C6 every single time. If I'm rated like 19, 2000, 1700, whatever you want to call it, you know, you can play it too. And it's a pretty simple structure. What we're trying to do here is, I mean, if this happens, we're cool with it. If they push forward, then we're still going to just do the same exact structure. But what we're going for, strange move by our opponent, we're going to develop this knight first. He's made a lot of pawn moves, so it'd probably be smart for him to, at some point, move some pieces instead of pawns. But, so he's locked it down. We're going to get a little bit of a sandwiched position, but we're going to develop the knight so that his knight can't jump in here. And this indestructible pawn structure is so much fun to play. So I think we can just push, correct? And if he takes, we take. Am I calculating something just horrendous? I mean, he can play this, but then we just take and we're chilling. And we got the open file. So this move probably makes sense. We're going to just take back. The rook, he has to take. So we're going to take back over here. If he takes like this, we come over here. If the knight comes in, we pin this guy with the idea of this maybe, or something like that. And so we're doing a casual game, for one, because I feel like in rated games, people cheat a lot. Maybe I'm the only one, but I want to show you something else. Check out this mouse pad. That's right. Chess mouse pad. Where's the mouse? I need that to make my moves. Okay, so we're going to just take. We're going to just take. My bishop is locked in jail, which is no fun. We don't really want this guy being able to jump forward, so I think we should maybe invest. Well, I mean, we're going to need a castle, so that's probably more important than pinning his knight, which isn't even pinned yet, because this pawn hasn't moved, so that's what I was talking about. I was going to do this pin. This pawn hasn't even moved yet, so we need to be worried. We need to be slightly worried about this pawn. We need to be a little bit aware of we do have this check, but we're ready to castle. We are ready to castle. So he does want to play this. I think we can just take and we're chilling. But first, we're going to just tickle this guy. We're going to give him a little tickle. If he takes, then it's probably just a bad move for him. If he steps back, what we're worried about is castling. Then the knight comes in, and then this guy all of a sudden becomes real undefended. So should we just get crazy? What if I slide all the way over with my queen? No, because then he can get the open file. Don't love that. What if I jump forward and he takes and I step up with my king? So like this, 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 this. I actually quite like that. We jump forward. He's essentially, this is hanging. So he's probably going to, if he takes this, I can take this first, attacking the queen. Then he attacks this. And then I win this. So I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to do it. I might not get to castle, but in this structure, I'm not sure. Like, I'm just not convinced how important that actually is. Like, these guys see each other. These guys see each other. So if he takes here, I think I grab this first. He's got to do something with the queen. I could even desperado. But then he would get his bishop to this square, so we're just not going to do that. So if he takes, and we take, and he takes, I step forward, and we're chilling. So we're going to go like this. Now, this would be a very reasonable move. I also have this check. He could step forward with the queen. Then I just take. He'd probably step back like this. Let's not be fancy. We don't got to be fancy here. So we're going to give this check. He can block with the queen. But then I can give another check. And then maybe wiggle closer somehow. And if the queen leaves here, I could take the knight. Okay, so the knight's here. I think that's the cue to bring the rook to the open file. He has still not castled yet, and so I intend to make use of that. So I think bringing the rook to the open file makes a huge amount of sense. If we can get it to the 7th rank, that also makes just a giant amount of sense. And he's got to do something with his bishop, so he's probably got to play like here. But in that time, I might push on this. Very reasonable move. We got to do something. Check. Take with the queen. I come in with this check. He can step up, and then it just doesn't work. Noticing this is a little bit important. So I think we're just going to slide all the way back with the bishop. Was there a tactic there? And we kind of just want this guy to move, because this is just a super powerful move. So even playing my queen up to here, or like playing like this, like if I can just station my most powerful pieces along this rank, that would be awesome. Would love that. And breaking in the center probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense for our opponent. And unfortunately, our knight is like not even in the game. So we definitely need the knight to be doing something. Instead of just hanging out with the king. Oh, and I hurt my back at the gym. I've been going to the gym literally every single day. Because why not? And I did 315 on the squat. I really did, I promise. I took a video of me failing. I'll get a video of me doing it. But my back is sore, dude. You're my elbow pop. I think he'd be okay with just develop castle. Would he? Develop, I think that I come in at that point. And if he castles, then this knight is just drastically weak. And if this knight decides to go anywhere, essentially, this becomes an idea. So he could jump here. But right now he's pinned. So actually, I feel like his position is really difficult to play. I don't even know what's the correct move. Believe it or not, like a move like this might make sense. Getting out of the pin, getting out of threats like this. Just like... What we don't need to take is the first thing. Like take. I mean, I guess we can win a pawn doing that. We take, and if he takes back, I just take. It's not the most beautiful thing, but I can win this pawn. I just win this pawn. Then what does he want to do? He's got no check with his queen. He can't take. It's pinned to the king. Then I could come back here and have some pressure here, but I really liked this infiltration idea. This knight is pinned like more than one way. Not only is he pinned to the king, he's also pinned, like say he could move, then this move arrives. So he needs to stay guarding this square. That's what I'm saying. That move makes a huge amount of sense. I really think that move was smart. Now I'm thinking about pinning the knight like this. Just two things attacking this. If he steps over like so, we just come on in. If he steps over, we come back with the idea of this. This is a powerful move. You step forward with... There might even be a checkmate here. I can lock it down like this. What if I give this check? You take. I take attacking the queen. Boom, boom. Check. Does that make any sense? Here. You take. I hit you with a check with the knight. At the very least, I grab this. So that's a risky type move to play. But I might be able to grab this pawn in one of the lines. Check. Here. Take. Also threatening this. I really hope I'm not calculating something horrendous. I can also bring my knight. So when he takes this, I jump forward with the knight. Ah, no, I don't, because he defends this. So we have to play this first. We're attacking the queen, and we're attacking this. He still has no check on us, so I think we're chilling. And now we're just up a pawn, but we're really threatening this. Is the separation tactic. The queen is doing a job of defending the king. And look at where the king is at. Look at the state of this king. He's in the middle of the board. And so you better believe it. And this rook hasn't even got to participate. Ah, oh, I almost feel bad for him. He just fell apart. I mean, I've still got to win, but I don't want him to. He could resign. Like, what is he supposed to do? Okay, that threatens this. I think we just give a check. Was I supposed to do it with the pawn? Not sure. If he comes over here, then we get the dude to the center of the board. And he doesn't even have a lot of moves. Like, he could play this. But then I'm going to hit you with this check. Yikes. And that's mate. So if he runs forward, I think I just kill him. If he steps to the side, I hit him with yet another check. But then he runs over here. But I could hit him with another check. I can also do this. I can also win the queen like this. So that's really it. He has these guys on the same square. Was that available? I think. And that's a wrap. We just play the game-winning move. Unfortunate. You had the king and the queen on the same file, and he succumbed to the tactics. And yeah, he resigns, because what else was he supposed to do? I think that was a fairly straightforward game. I think he just made a couple too many pawn moves and fell behind in development. I mean, look, this rook never even got to play. This bishop never even got to move. And he also didn't get to castle. So a lot of things went wrong, and they can all be attributed to a lot of these pawn pushes in the center. A lot of pawn moves, bro. A lot of pawn moves. Do you see how many pawn moves he made? And then if you look at the position now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces developed. And he's got a weak pawn structure. My pawn structure is actually fairly chillin'. Not really. I guess this is weak. But let's go check with the computer. It was a little bit of a shorter video, but I mean they do a 1720, so I don't want to be picking on lower rated opponents like this. But he played quite well. But at some point there is no more playing well because there's no good moves to play. So like in the end, he was going to lose no matter what happened after a couple of those sequences. So let's check it with the computer, see how accurate it actually was, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis, and I almost feel bad for our opponent because he was in a losing position where there were no good moves to play for like a long time, and those positions suck to play and they're no fun, and you're like trying to figure out what move to play, and no matter what you play, you're still losing, and those are the worst positions. It's definitely worse in like a real rapid game that's like 10 minutes plus 5 seconds or something, and you're just like spending 6 minutes of your life losing. Sucks. That's why bullet is fun. And so if we look at this graph, we see just a clean tail, and look how long the end game lasted. Normally it's like middle game is here and the end game is this entire portion, but it's like the opening over with, the middle game over with, the end game non-existent. And so it was quite a short game. I don't even know how many moves. I guess we'll find out. But if we look at this, I played 90% accurate, and basically everything that I played was great. Out of the opening, I made a tiny inaccuracy that I actually know about, and for whatever reason just forgot and played the wrong move. Then I made a mistake in the end game, but it went from like you're gonna win to you're gonna win in 3 more moves than what you just had. And then our opponent, 2 blunders, 2 mistakes, 3 inaccuracies, and he had a hard to play position. So let's just hop right into it. We play c6 and we just throw our pawns into the center. We're basically playing the Caro-Kann structure, okay? Now, after c4, the reason you don't bring the bishop out is because this capture, you have to capture back, and the queen arrives here to b3, okay? Applying pressure to this and this. What you're supposed to do is just bring the knight, let him grab this, and you just have a slightly worse position, but it's worse than that because you even can get hit with pawn pushes like this that open up this diagonal. This knight hasn't developed yet. This knight is ready to jump in and attack anything that you put on these squares to break that pin, and it becomes... I've lost many games. I have lost many games because of that simple pawn capture, and I developed the bishop. So what you're supposed to do is when you see c4, you bring the knight first, because then it's all the world of difference. All the world of difference. If they capture, you can capture with the pawn, but you're safe from this for reasons I'm not going to fully be able to explain. You're fine. Bring the knight first, or else it gets hairy. So I don't do that, and I play an inaccuracy, but it's not too bad, you know what I mean? I think we would have survived. And he is just making pawn moves on the side of the board. It is not what you want to do. He has developed a piece. We make a pawn move, but I think it was essential. He makes another pawn move. We develop a piece. He makes another pawn move. We make another pawn move. And trading this off essentially just developed my queen. So if we clarify what's going on here, so we just capture, then we develop the bishop. He then goes for this. But if we just go back to this position and we take a look, we see I have a developed bishop, develop. My queen is essentially developed. I'm ready to castle. Now look at our opponent's position. Not developed, not developed, not developed, not developed, not ready to castle. Yikes. That is not what you want to see. So it says minus 0.3, but he has been making not the smartest and wisest decisions out of the opening. So Technically, I'm supposed to just castle and be brave, but the reason I was worried about that is I didn't want the knight to come in and then I have to take, and then if this happens, if I move the knight, this is kind of hanging once I castle because nothing is defending this bishop. So I tickle the bishop first. Don't hate it. But the reason that's not great is the bishop can just go back here and break this. This is the weak diagonal. So when he plays this, it's a huge blunder because this this knight is on the weak diagonal, and now your bishop can no longer go to this square to break the pin. So I didn't see how powerful just coming forward and pinning that pinned piece was, because essentially I could just do that. You got to do something to defend it. If you defend it with the queen, you're just getting hit with check immediately. If you defend like this, I'm still just coming forward, and there's no way to defend this. So if you move this knight, I can, for one, just take, and then these are hanging. If you move the bishop, I just take this. I could even take with the queen and force this. There was just no way to defend this knight. And so the reason that I missed that is because normally you're attacking pinned pieces with ferocity with the bishops. You're not doing it so much with the queens. Like, this idea is pretty easy to find with any piece, I guess, but normally you're doing it with the bishop, so I wasn't looking at like pin and attacking the pinned piece coming from a queen. Okay, I missed it. Don't hate it. We jump forward, and essentially what this is doing is trading off his developed pieces. Now I still have developed pieces. If you see, my queen's develop, and he's got one developed piece. So I'm still winning on development because we traded off 2 of my developed pieces for 2 of his developed pieces, but I still got more developed pieces, okay? Not to mention, that developed my rook as well. So like, I didn't castle, but it did the same purpose. All that matters is the rook being able to get to this open file. So he goes ahead and pushes. I step forward with this check. Now, the reason it's not so great is he can kind of just like get in the way with his queen. And if I give this check, he can get in the way with the queen. And if I give this check, he can get in the way with the queen. And he can just like trade the queens at some point where I'm going to have to take, and he steps back, and then he's attacking my bishop, and I would have to step back. And it's actually more or less an equal-ish position, because if he's capable of trading off the queens, he's not going to get checkmated anymore. And so I know that blocking with the knight was the worst decision, because now my rook is coming. Then, for whatever reason, I assumed because this was being attacked that this move would not work. I guess it's a complicated move. You know, this is under threat. This is here. The knight is pinned, and then there's some things you need to calculate. Like, what if I play this and he just takes, and I take? I don't know. Whatever. I didn't see it. You know what? So I step back. But you know what? We still got the option there. We step back, and he tries to get rid of it, but it doesn't even make any sense because I can just take that pawn because the knight is still pinned. So it's just no good. And so at this point, he realizes, oh no, this is a threat. He realized it more than I even did, because I still was worried about the knight somehow doing it. So he's stepping out of this to avoid this pin and to avoid the rook coming in and pinning the queen to the king. A lot of pins going on in this position. See what happens when you don't develop your pieces in castle? You just get, everything just gets pinned. So now my rook is on the 7th rank, and so is your king. So it's just a bad, bad position for our opponent. The king steps forward, and it seems like an equal trade. It seems like what's going on. I guess what was he supposed to do? Block like this and just let the bishop, let the bishop die? You're supposed to just allow this? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What if you step back like this? Then I'm coming in with ideas like this, and if you block, then I'm going to attack you like this. Oof, it gets rough. So that's what I'm saying. In positions like this, it's hard to find a move because there are no moves. Everything sucks. It's -7, so you're completely cooked. And that's crazy. -7, but we have the same material essentially. Like, I guess I'm up a pawn, but -9 for the position of the king. His king is the most advanced piece. And so this looks like, when my queen arrives here, it looks like, okay, this is an equal trade, but it's just not, because your king is going into the middle of the board. And then when I take your knight, I'm attacking everything. So it looks like, okay, if you grab my knight, I grab your bishop. That's what it looks like. But that's not really the case. Yes, that happens. But then your king is literally on e4 in the middle of the board. You're supposed to put pawns on e4, not kings. Not in this type of position. This is a middle game position, and it happens. And so we go ahead and just take here first. And then if you look at the position, it's suggesting push pawns on the side of the board, throw away a piece essentially. There's nothing that you can do. So he develops the queen, and unfortunately, this is coming. So the idea here is make the king move away from touching this pawn. And there's a couple different ways you can do that. He can't even move here. He can't even move here. So all you got to do is touch the king. So I play this, and like I said, if he plays this, he's just getting checkmated, okay? If he plays this, then that is what happened. Then I just take the pawn. Then you're just losing the queen. This is going to happen. The king steps back. There's a lot of different things I can do. He comes here. Oh boy, I hit you with another check. You run in the corner, you're getting checkmated like this. If you run this way, probably I would start pushing some pawns. I'd probably push this pawn and try and like wiggle the king out somehow and checkmate him. I feel terrible for our opponent. If you enjoyed watching that video, I hope that it was long enough. The game was like 10 minutes. The analysis was like 10 minutes. So what can be learned from this? The main two things. Okay, if you're playing the c6 opening, if you're playing the c6 opening and you see c4, develop the knight first, then bring the bishop. It's complicated why that is better, but you play that. Okay, let's just look into it. If they capture, if the queen comes out, then you develop. Oh, it's not that complicated. It's not that complicated. This is not hanging. That is why. That is the entire difference. If you develop the bishop, then this gets attacked with queen b3. It attacks this pawn with tempo. That's the simple explanation. So if you play the bishop when he captures, when the queen comes out, this is immediately threatened. Immediately this is threatened. And if you come up, then you're just getting hit. And you come over here, then it's getting spicy. So that is why. That is why. You see c4, do this. Then in the beginning, don't push a pawn on the side of the board. Develop a piece, okay? And then not only that, the pawns are what are like make the structure of the game. And so after he has pushed these pawns, this square and this square, these two squares became incredibly weak. And I mean, if we look forward, that was important. Those weak squares, because all those pawn pushes. Look at these squares. Look at these squares that got weak because of all of this. And so there we go. One other thing, tactics. Just play the most powerful forcing move first. Just because you attack my bishop doesn't mean I have to move it. I can attack your queen. And so it was complicated because it looks, there's the pin going on. I wasn't sure. You know what I mean? I had 4 minutes. I have no excuse why I missed that. So either way, if you learned anything or you simply enjoyed watching my chess videos, thank you for watching them. Please subscribe if you haven't, or don't. It's okay. Some people just watch and don't subscribe. But, leave a comment and let me know, or else I'll never know you were here. So thank you guys so much for watching. That was the best. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, I have a special treat for you. I will be destroying this 2100 because what I do is I play a bunch of games of chess and I win some and I lose a lot and I post the best ones just for your viewing eyes. Now, hear me out. I've been playing the Caro-Kann type structure a lot. So this isn't the Caro-Kann, this is different or whatever. Is this the Queen's Gambit? I don't know the names of the openings, to be honest with you, but I know this move c4, and I'm going to explain something to you right now and waste some of my time so you can be better at chess openings. If you develop this bishop, there is capture, boom, queen to whatever it is, b3, applying pressure here, and you have a -1 position. So what you need to do is develop this knight, and now we have a completely equal position. Actually, it's like -0.2 or something. So he pins me, which is very unfortunate because to avoid having my pawn structure ruined, there are really two options. Move the knight, which we are not going to do because there is this. There is completely ignore it. You know what? Let's be bold. Bro, will you really give up the bishop for the knight for a ruined pawn structure? I don't think you will. So this is a little cat and mouse. Like, he can do it. And I don't really want him to, because I think it's okay for him. But he knows the bishop is going to be important later. And so, ruining my pawn structure, is it really all that important? Hard to say. He did it. We're going to capture towards the center, being practical. Oh my goodness, now that the bishop is developed, does this stupid tactic work? I think, do I develop the queen? And if he captures, I take back like this. Then if he gives the check, I bring the knight here, or the bishop back. Because here, and then there's two attackers on this pawn, and there's one attacker on this pawn, and I can't fix all of it at once. So I'm fairly certain that just ignoring it and bringing the queen is actually what I'm supposed to do. We are in deep water out of this chess opening, and it seems that my opponent has got the best of me. He is rated 2100. So, deep breath. Deep breath. Okay, so he wants to trade the queens. You know what? I don't know what. Do I develop this knight and just allow a ruined pawn structure? Does he just win that endgame? I don't really like take and opening up his rook. I can develop this way? Oh man, I'm in a little bit of a conundrum. Do I just develop this pawn here? And if he captures, I take back. You know what? We have to do something. So I'll let him just completely obliterate my pawn structure and go into an absolutely horrible type endgame. So this doesn't work. Is he just going to win this pawn? Oh, we have to trade the queens first. I'm going to push the pawn forward. Did that accomplish anything? I couldn't take. It's defended by the knight. So he pushes forward and I step back. Then he attacks me again and I step back. But he has successfully put every single... We're going to put a pawn on a dark square. Because we are not getting my bishop trapped. Not today. We are staying alive with the bishop. He doesn't actually really want to castle. But we're going to go for this pin. Where if we're able to accomplish it, he could take and then pin me. Oh boy, this is a complicated position. I'm not gonna lie to you, this is a little bit beyond me. I'm used to like little simple games of chess. And he's up a pawn, so I'm down a pawn. Straight up, just down a pawn, ruined pawn structure. But I'm not gonna lose hope. Because you know what? Man, he is really just playing some tremendously delicious moves. We push forward. I don't see any other move. We push forward. We get this, sort of fix the pawn structure. My pawns really, really suck. I've been talking about pawns too much. This is defended somewhat. Neither of us have castled. This just invites his knight into my position, so we don't really love that. And I can't even really jump forward because then he just captures and ruins my pawn structure even more, and then I have all of these pawn weaknesses that he will just mop up because he is a good chess player. But if he doesn't take, then I'm pretty much just going to take. He could castle and defend that. Actually, that would be a great move. And I can't do this because once... Yeah, just develop some pieces. I think pinning the knight is fairly reasonable in this position. Also, developing my bishop just over here. I don't know what else to play, so we're going to just do that. Castle this way? Oh boy. What have I got myself into? Never lose hope. Never lose hope. Like, the position feels like it sucks really bad, but I have the bishop pair. Do not forget. So the computer is screaming right now, equality. Completely equal. Although he does have the center. He has easy ways to castle either way. Dude's got options. And the second that I develop this knight, he just makes another pawn weakness. So I might have to capture, develop. But then there's this fork, so I literally can't let this knight in because then he just forks this and this. And I can't defend everything. Now I can capture. What's he trying to do with this guy? I feel like that actually gave me a moment. We capture, bishop captures, knight jumps in. You capture and I capture. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'll trade off the bishop pair. I'll trade off the bishop pair if I can get some like weaknesses out of it and then feel a little bit better about myself. This bishop is also like locked out of the game. So, and pushing these pawns so that he can never get in, like my bishop might be stuck in this little tiny square. Like this little tiny square. His entire existence. And dude, I'm thinking just step up with the king. Okay, so he takes. Jumping in with the knight. Defending the pawn and developing a piece. If he brings the rook, dude, I might step up with the king. He goes for a capture. I capture. The rook gets in. I got to do something about this terrible, terrible situation. And he could just castle and double up, and we play on this open file. That's what we're worried about. So I might have to do this, And Jesus Christ, I might have to just sacrifice a pawn here. Go back and go for the pawn push. That's what I need to do. This. That's the new game plan. Also, this pawn is hanging. Sort of. Yes, it is, because he has to take back. Then there's this, but then there's this. He gets out with check. So I don't actually get it. So that's a fancy move. That's a fancy move, but it doesn't actually threaten my rook. Why, yes, it does, actually. That's rather unfortunate. Rather unfortunate. I could give this check, but that just kind of just invites this knight, so that doesn't solve any problems. I can jump forward. I mean, then he just kind of steps up or castles or something, so that doesn't solve any issues either. And if I move this rook, and I can't even put it on the open file. Yikes. We lose a pawn. Falling apart, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely falling apart. And not only that, I'm losing a pawn, but I'm also losing in the endgame. But let's check his bullet. He doesn't play bullet. He doesn't play bullet at all, and his blitz is actually not that great. So, being down 2 pawns, but going into an endgame like this, I got chances. I got chances. Okay, so he wants the bishop. But I can give it check. Can I? Check. The other knight comes. I threaten the knight. This might solve... Okay, that might have not been the greatest idea. The whole reason for that was to push this pawn so I don't lose another pawn. You can also attack this, and then this becomes a threat. So, like, getting the rook involved maybe isn't a terrible idea. I've really got no forward momentum, and my bishop on the side of the board still sucks. I'm still sort of threatening this, but even, like... Or I'm just threatening this, but even once I do that, he can just attack it. I just don't feel confident about being able to hang on to that pawn in any such way. I don't know why he didn't just capture. What did he see that he did not like? So now this is a threat. So long story short, I have to either defend. This actually keeps the game going longer, I believe. We push forward, and my dark square bishop just kind of lives there. But then capture. What's coming next? Here. This maybe is too weak. Let's do it. It's defended. Wait. Capture. I have to take. Then this is hanging. Ugh. Tactic to lose another pawn. I'm so terrible. I should have just retreated. I was trying to keep the game going. In the spirit of chess. We'll pre-move this. Try and pressure our opponent at least a little bit. I did not mean to play that move. I did not mean to play that move. What on earth is happening right now? What did that accomplish? I mean, a knight can maybe get here. Do I step over? This feels right. Jesus. Okay, so he wants some action over here on this side of the board. This. What do I do? I feel like I need to maybe just sacrifice a pawn. What if I go for this? 40 seconds. This might just go for some simplicity. And I could pin it. Not really sure that does anything so great for me. Okay, he hits me with a fork instead. We're stepping over. Bruh. I should have maybe explained that a little bit faster than I had played it, but we're at a minute. So long story short, the pawn was defended tactically because the pin at the end, I was gonna say, maybe in some other situations it didn't work. And tragically enough, I'm gonna have a check and pick this up as well. So what on earth does he do in this position? Games are won and lost in the end game. All of that opening preparation and whatever is complete nonsense. Don't do it. And he resigns, as you kind of have to. I could have even given him time, but this position right here is bad. It is really bad. Like, you could defend, but then I just take, and you're still in the pin. So if you step away, then I just grab this, and you have no useful checks. Like, everything is taken. Boy, oh boy, the 2100 goes down. Not easily, but he goes down. And so we're going to switch scenes right here. Look, I learned how to do this all in one little thing. There we are. Instead of making 2 videos, I'll just do in one. So let's go back to the beginning. We'll do a couple. This is the most important thing. This entire video. Pins are important. Is camera good? Okay. This situation right here, you cannot play the most natural developing move. You cannot. And pushing the pawn is the best move, but then you lock your bishop in. So developing the knight is the best alternative option. And so I'll show you real quick. If you bring the bishop, he captures, you capture, and then the queen comes out. And you are just in a world of hurt where you're going to have to give up some pawns. And I promise you, it's you're just losing a pawn, but it becomes really hard to play because, like, he just gets on you real quick. You don't want this position ever. So simply c4, they bring the knight, you bring the knight to defend this, and everything's all good. He goes ahead and pins it, and for one, that's just a free pawn. I mean, am I really going to be able to hang on to it? The answer is probably no. Capture, capture, and like I said, this move, it's not the best move. Bringing the queen is actually the best move. But, like, yes, this kind of opens up ideas for that, but you gave up the dark square bishop for the knight. And we go forward. Blunder, not a blunder, a mistake. Okay. Okay. And he's just up a pawn. Plus 1.8. I knew my position sucked. We had to push this pawn. We go for a push, which is yet another mistake. 2 mistakes back to back. We do something with the bishop. Oh, is there just a fork here? No, because he can do this same move and kind of get out of it, I suppose. Okay. Then he gets fancy. He plays this move. And then right here, why did he not just take the pawn? Oh, just take here. Then I take. Then you get in. Okay? So I didn't even see that the knight was defending this pawn. I kind of just thought this pawn was a goner. But he could have just removed the defender with check and then grabbed it. So that could have happened. And it did not. So we get this check where I'm able to push the pawn. And so now it's +3, but I'm not actually, like, I didn't lose a bunch of stuff. It's just sort of, like, you see something? It's +4, but he doesn't have 4 points of material. It's generally still equal. I'm down a pawn. And my bishop is out of the game, so essentially I'm down a whole piece. Now, still, why does this fork not work? Because he gets out of it with a check. I step up, and then you just grab the bishop. That's why it doesn't work, because the bishop's there. Okay. That's why the fork doesn't work. Okay. And dude, he just left the pieces on. I step up with the king, and he's still winning. I step over with the king. Oh my god, king defense was my strategy here. +3. Capture. Step over. Capture. Capture. Oh. And then a fork. And dude, you know one thing about chess? I had a -4 position. He has a -2, and he gave up. Bro, keep going. Like, you don't have to give up in this position. Like, my bishop is still out of the game. You are still the one applying pressure. So it's like, even you step over, I mean, like, I grab this, you grab this. It's not over, bro. Look how naked my king is. Your pieces are, like, on top of my king, and this bishop sucks. So sometimes when a blunder happens, people just resign, and I'm going to say to you, don't do it. It's worth playing, because, like, dude, just, like, you can make a comeback. Don't give up. If you hang your queen, okay, you can resign. But if it's anything else, and the game is still, like, active, definitely when you both have 1 minute, anything can happen. I have played games before where I mop up, like, 2 rooks with 1 knight, and then somehow win with a pawn. Like, don't give up. And so 78%, 77% accurate. Not my best, not my worst. It was kind of a short game. It didn't even make it really into the end game. So I was talking about won and lost in the end game. We didn't even make it to an end game. That was an exhilarating, fun game of chess where I was losing the entire time, but somehow get a little tactic. How does a 2100 fall for something as simple as this? Boom, boom, boom. Just, this is, I have the dark square bishop. You have no dark square defense. Be careful when your king and your valuable pieces are on dark squares, specifically a diagonal that I'm talking like I'm not great at chess. I was losing the entire game. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it's going to take forever. So if like 100 of you could do it, that'd be awesome. So thanks so much. I'll see you in the next one, and I love you. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. If you are here trying to get better at chess, you are in the right place, because what we are going to do is absolutely destroy this opponent, blow him off the board with some opposite side castling. He said, hello, good luck. You as well. I have to type with one hand super slow. So it looks like, is this the perch? The French? Doesn't matter, we have the opportunity to put 2 pawns in the center. Now, what you need to know about chess openings is you need to study at least the first like 3 moves, because if you play this pawn here, they capture, and then this check comes in, where you're gonna lose this pawn, and it's just it's not what you want. So what you have to do is capture. You don't actually have to do that. I think that's the second option. The third option, I think, is just develop a knight, and when he captures, you take back. But we're gonna develop the knight here, applying pressure to this pawn. He's gonna go ahead and pin it. We're gonna just develop another knight. Is he really gonna just go with the double pin action right here? I promise that neither of those pins are going to have any avail. Not with me, buddy. So we're going to break this pin, and then we're going to castle out of this one. So, yes, this is covered by the queen. Okay, you ruined my pawn structure. Great job for you, buddy. We're going to tickle this bishop. He's either going to take or step back. If he took, then he would have just straight up given me the bishop pair. But this knight is on the side of the board. He has aspirations of coming here. But what we're going to do is step forward and kind of clarify this, where all of a sudden this knight has to kind of develop there. Can we immediately apply pressure? I feel like it can't be a terrible idea to just double up my most powerful pieces sort of in this general direction, where if he castles, what do I got going for me here? Well, I can't take here because he reinforces the defense of the knight. I can step here, but no, that doesn't work either. Stepping here really doesn't work either. Does it? I mean, he just takes my knight and I take his knight. Then he steps over. Then we take. But then he takes us with check. I'm actually not really convinced that I played the right moves. So that forks my pieces. This pins that knight. Man, but this also just walks into like... Let's just go for it. Let's just go for it. So officially, this became a bad idea. I think that it did. I can attack this pawn, but what we're really worried about is boot, step, attack. I don't really want to give up my my beautiful bishop over here. I could temporarily attack this guy. So we could go boom, 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 boom. Then whatever this knight does doesn't come with an immediate threat, and I can move. So let's do that. If he goes for it, I have 1 minute. Bro, I thought I was playing like a solid rapid game. Okay, looks like we're in a blitz game. So not loving my position. Let's just reinforce this. I'm not really sure what else to do. Okay, my dude got kicked. We're gonna have to go somewhere with him. That just kind of brings this. So we're stepping back. He doesn't really have any great discoveries. Maybe this was actually the correct idea. But at this point, we just need to play a little bit faster than super duper accurate. Probably I'm going to step over with my queen. That way I'm like at least somewhat shielded from this onslaught of all of this types of stuff. Oh, man, this walks right into this. The knight can come in. But almost immediately, I'm going to try and challenge it. Then he does something with his knight. Yes, but I think I can just challenge it immediately. And also, can I just take this? Did he blunder? Is this... How long has this been a thing? Let's just take it. And he resigns. How long was that actually a situation? Okay, I noticed it immediately that it was an option. Okay, so did we blow him off the board? The answer is no. But let's check it with the computer real quick. We're going to stay right here. You're not going to be able to see the actual analysis of everything. So we're going to go down. We'll click to the beginning of the game. Computer analysis. Let's check this. Now, one thing that you need to know. Bada boom. You cannot defend this pawn. If you do, all of a sudden you are losing, like you get a bad situation where he captures. You don't actually have to capture back, so you just accept that it's gone. And now here, you have to step up with your king. And it's a bummer that I know that is the best move, because I have literally had this position more than once. And so you're down a pawn, but you do get a little bit of leverage because you're able to attack this queen a little bit and get your pieces developed. So, but it's not all that meaningful because your king is in the middle of the board. So you don't want to go into that. So bada boom, bada bing, you capture. Is that the best move? No, you bring the knight out. But I think this is the second option. So if he has studied stuff like this, you might as well just do the second option instead of the number one mainline theory, because if this is the opening he plays, he studied it more than me because I don't play this. So get some pieces developed. Both of these pins, not so great. Castle, trade. He gave up the bishop for really no great reason. Knight to the side of the board is just not great. We tickle him first. Can't be terrible. We have a check. Block. Check. That's the idea. You're still in the middle of the board. I could have just absolutely steamrolled him. Didn't see it. Did not see that all that could have been an option. The king is still in the middle. I was playing like the king was no longer in the middle. I played no effort to give this king any checks anywhere. And so this sacrifice did work? How? We step in. You step out. And then I'm just bringing the rook over. You can play some moves, but I could just capture for one. You play this, but you're stepping away from the dude. And then at this point, we're really just coming in to kill him. We're stepping back to give it another check. Absolutely insane computer line. None of that was ever going to happen. Either way, I found the one move blunder. So thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. It was a pleasure playing chess for you. I'm glad that I was able to blow this opponent off the board. That's how you beat a 1900. Please subscribe if you learned anything. All right, get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we have the pleasure of doing is facing a 1977 from an unknown country with, do I dare, go for the Alien Gambit. We will see what happens here. Capture. There's a lot of things that he can do, and to be completely honest with you, the Alien Gambit is not good in rapid time controls, and so we are playing a 6+3, definitely a little bit of an unorthodox time control choice by me, but I want my video to be approximately like 12 minutes long. And so we're going to go for this capture. I mean, my bishop can't go here because his bishop's eyeing me down. So we're going to just go for this check. And I believe we do go for this. I'm going to be honest, I haven't played this a whole lot. I think we step up with the queen. Normally you don't see this bishop move. I know how to play when the bishop is trapped behind this pawn. He has a little bit more wiggle room. And so we're really going to have to come and figure something out. I think that I bring the queen up. So we're going to go ahead and just do that. We are applying pressure to this pawn. We can hit this check. Do we go for the pin first and coax in this pawn push, then step back? There's a lot of moves that I have here. We have just the jump forward, and if takes. He doesn't have to do anything. Jump forward and he steps back. Then I go for the pin. Then I castle this way. I think we're going to go for it. Hit him on the head with a check. He doesn't have to capture, though. He can just step back. And basically, trading pieces is good for him, and it is bad for me. Specifically, if we ever end up trading the queens, pretty much I lose the game on the spot, guaranteed. So we are going to have to figure out how to get to this king. And I think stepping back is probably the best move. Do we jump in with this pin? He can just defend, but then I'm ready to castle. So I think we're going to do it. We're doing something. He can just chase us around. And the lower we get on the clock, the better I feel about the position. What do you think about this? What do you think about this? Does that work? Do I need to castle first? I guess I'm still going to have that in the cards if I castle. And then I go for this. Supported by my queen and my knight. So boom. If he steps back, we hit him with a check. He steps over. I like this move. It's aggressive. It is very aggressive. We can play this, but he could just capture my knight. No, he couldn't. I think this is the move. We're going for it. Oh, dear Lord. What if he captures, and he takes like this? No, I'm attacking the queen. This is getting tactical. This is a tactical game of chess. I'm really going to do my best not to screw this up and just make a one-move blunder. But we're applying pressure. This pawn is weak. This pawn is weak. We're looking at it with a couple different things. This knight is pinned. The bishop can just step back. Oh my god, he could just take here. Then it's kind of the same problem, though. Boom, boom. And you would still have to step back. And we're getting ready to castle. And then I'm just going to launch pawns.